Chapter 701 Duke Risa. In the family mansion, Aga welcomed the Grand Duke of Risa, his father, who had returned home after handling government affairs. As the core of the family, the two father and son finished their dinner calmly and came to the small study. This is the main place where Lord Risal handles affairs. Outsiders are not allowed to enter easily. Even the cleanliness of the room is personally cleaned and organized by the trusted butler. Those who break in without mercy will be killed by the Duke's guards without mercy. As the heir to the Risa family, Aga needed his father's permission to enter this room. He could not break in without permission. After all, he had several younger brothers and cousins waiting for him to make a mistake. But this time the mission failed, and his father took him into this study to give him a chance to make amends. "Father!" Aga stood respectfully in front of the desk with his hands down. Duke Risal poured himself a glass of mountain spring water that the servants had fetched from outside the city in the morning. He also poured a glass for his son and motioned for him to sit down. "Tell me the details again." "Yes." Agia told the story in detail about the edict said to the magician that day. He also added his own observations and opinions to the statement. These were things that were not necessary to be spoken out in the palace before, and the emperor did not want to hear them. The supreme being was quite obsessed with his own judgment. But in the small study, Duke Risal allowed his son to join in these ideas. The two would discuss each other and correct their wrong judgments. This was the Grand Duke's method of cultivating his successor, instead of letting the other party think for themselves and getting confused by the wrong results. It is better to participate in the discussion as a facilitator. The latter cultivation method is much more difficult to master than the former one. But Mr. Risal thought that he had done a good job. At least what he had cultivated was not a yes-man who was obedient and hesitant about doing things. After the statement of the matter came to an end, Aga said, "Father, your Majesty is really not willing to continue to use his power to deal with that magician?" Lord Risal shook his head and said, "According to my understanding of him, he will not take action again. Our Majesty is not a person who will take advantage of a small gain no matter what." "What about us? We have put so much thought into it. We can't let the Kawe family see our jokes." The reason why Aga is persistent is because this matter is originally a trap for the magician. It was set up by his father, a casual move planned by Grand Duke Risal. The emperor issued an edict, which cannot be said to be taken advantage of or from his original intention. This scheming emperor did not take this trivial matter seriously at all, and just allowed his old ministers to do whatever they wanted. Anyway, what you owe today can be recovered with interest another day. This can only be regarded as a small game between the monarch and his ministers. If the magician obeys the order and comes to the palace, he will naturally have a way to force out everything he knows. Then various accidents will happen, and the magician will regretfully die. As long as this kind of thing works well, Grand Duke Risal does not even need to come forward and is sure to swallow up most of the benefits. If the edict should not be followed, there would be even more reason to send out the empire's visible strength and openly list this person as a target that must be executed, even if the opponent is a well-known figure in the holy city of Estali. The magicians will not take the risk of offending the empire to defend a person who offends the dignity of the empire and is listed as a mortal enemy. But after the 14th prince joined, all these plans failed. If the magician was summoned to the capital, there would be a great chance that the 14th prince would follow him back, which would be a disaster. If he didn't come, no one would have the guts to send someone to punish the magician, because it was like reminding the 14th prince of his own existence. And he would be damned if he didn't cause big trouble. The demon prince was already a natural disaster-level scourge to the imperial nobles, and no one thought of confronting him. All the stubborn people in the past are dead. Now everyone, including the emperor, has the idea of looking out of sight and thinking about purity. How can they dare to let him come back? "I heard that you were full of ugliness when you went this time." Rizalong did not answer his son's meaningless question, but instead talked about another thing. Knowing that the family's guards could not hide the embarrassment for him, Aga simply lowered his head and said, "My son has lost his temper. Please punish me, father." Although he was quite unhappy that the family members, especially his successor, behaved so badly in front of outsiders, but thinking that he was facing the demon prince, all his anger cooled down. As the world knows, His Majesty the Emperor's 14th son committed parricide and killed his twin brother. Therefore, he was deprived of inheritance rights by the royal family and expelled from the country. In fact, that was just the beginning of it all. No father would hate his child, even if he is an emperor, as long as he does not involve regicide and changing the throne. He is just an ordinary father. Not to mention that Azad was only 6 years old when he did what he did. In everyone's mind, they all believed that there should still be opportunities for education. But in the end, when the 14th prince was expelled from the palace, it was known that the people he had killed included 3 princesses, 5 princes, 2 princesses, and the first-tier heirs of the Grand Dukes. There are 7 people, 1 Grand Duke, 4 dukes, 67 people with titles below, and half of the guards corps. More than 5,000 people. Forget it. You were able to survive that night only by luck. All those who had the courage died. It would be too difficult for you to face that person like this. On that bloody night, the entire palace seemed to be made of flesh and blood. Everywhere you looked was bright red, and everywhere you stepped was covered with stumps. Human life is like the most worthless thing, no matter whether it is noble or low. When they are broken into pieces and scattered all over the ground, they all look the same. If you are not a noble person, the wreckage will be more beautiful. There was no shortage of brave people at first, and no one took a 15-year-old boy seriously. But the instigator was unstoppable. If there were no bodyguards to stop his progress, more nobles would have died that night. And Aga was the one who managed to escape with his life that night. Damn it! That bastard! The father and son cursed at the same time. As we all know, the predecessor of the Guana Empire was the first alliance organized by all Homo sapiens species after the Dark Ages. Even if humans later dominate, every emperor will still use marriage to gain the trust of hundreds of races other than humans. Therefore, mixed blood is very common within the empire, although some people insist on pure human blood. But whether it's actually pure or not, who knows? A major result of the marriage between the royal family and other Homo sapiens races is that sometimes the royal children will have atavism. That is to say, those with non-human bloodline characteristics will either die young or survive a weak childhood and become very powerful. If the maternal bloodline is not pure human, then the possibility of giving birth to such a special child is even greater. Azad's mother is a succubus, one of the very few demons who form groups in the Lost Lands. But some say that the devil's ecology was the same in the beginning. It's just that the growth opportunities were different, so they became different demon races. As for Azad, everyone thinks that he has returned to his ancestors and become an out-and-out devil. Thinking of the tragic situation at that time and the humiliation he suffered this time, Aga couldn't help but ask, "Father, are we really unable to do anything to him now that we are prepared? At that time, we were just beaten by him. It was just a surprise. You know that in order to resist, the Empire's foundation was exhausted. But in the end, it cost the lives of 8 great magicians and 17 great swordsmen. And then the prince retreated in spite of the difficulties. To say that the only sure way to do it is to lure him into the magic tower of the Dharma Saint level and rely on the ever-changing traps inside to deal with that person. Otherwise, don't try it." Duke Risa warned his son. Even if those who experienced that night survived, you could still cheer up. This son of mine can still maintain the performance expected of an heir to a Grand Duke. And he is already quite outstanding among his peers. I really can't ask for more. "Father, what about your Majesty? What does your Majesty think of his son?" Aga asked through gritted teeth. Although the family title is Grand Duke Risa, this position is ranked in the succession of the throne, although it is very low. And of course, he saw the intrigue between his father and the emperor. But Duke Risal said with some disappointment, had he not destroyed half of the guards corps and killed many nobles that night, the emperor would not have given up on his son. Before that, no matter how much pressure the ministers were under, the emperor is like a lion guarding his calf, not allowing anyone to touch his child. But in the end, that night, he also became a target. At that time, in fact, most of the older Grand Dukes returned to their own territories. The core of power in the imperial capital is handed over to the next generation to worry about. Anyway, with the emperor here, it doesn't matter if the tool is himself or his son. But that bloody night frightened too many people. The ministers also provoked an unprecedented reaction afterwards, which made the emperor give in. Only the subsequent punishment of deprivation of titles and inheritance rights. But you also know that even after the order of expulsion was issued, the bastard still lived in the palace for more than half a year. So you ask me, what will the emperor think of him? Son, I can only tell you that no matter what, he is still his son. He cannot allow others to tell him what to do. And don't even think about it. Ting Ting seemed to have a turn for the better. Aga quickly asked, "And what? How do you know that what that person did was not the result of our Majesty's indulgence? How is this possible? August said in surprise. Whether this sword is controlled or not, there is still a way to use it with His Majesty's methods. Judging from the results, all the nobles are frightened by the tyranny of the 14th prince, so they dare not overly force the royal family, because no one can guess what kind of reaction would that His Highness have? For the Emperor, could there be a better situation than this? Regarding his father's statement, August said in disbelief. Your Majesty, can you do this? The only reason why the chess pieces are not under control is because your chess skills are not good enough. Study hard. Treat all failed experiences as nutrients for your growth. And try to find your own path when you can make mistakes. It is conceivable that in the future it will only be harder, not easier. Duke Rysal opened a document with regret. Listed above are several major changes in mystery in recent years. And the core of these changes is the magician, Gabriel Stripwood. Is it a good thing or a bad thing that I can't control this man? He couldn't tell. Chapter 702 Guests. Earlier, on the day when the imperial envoy fled the holy city, the man whose behavior was often confusing stayed regardless, giving Lin an extra guest at his home in the holy city of Estali. I was supposed to be against this kind of thing, but someone couldn't insist and finally agreed. It means there's nothing you can do if you don't agree. The people in the family are quite familiar with this kind of thing. The attitude towards Azad was the same as what the teacher told the two apprentices when Finn was resurrected. Since he can't beat the opponent anyway, he can do whatever he wants. Otherwise, yes, you can't win. The current situation between a certain person and Azad is that neither one can do anything to the other. What can be compared is the thickness of the skin. After determining that he could not change this willful person who didn't care about other people's opinions, Ling gave up treatment and went to math class. Then it happened to be time for Fern to come back from life class. When someone returns home from class, the courtyard is in a miserable state after the World War. It looked like it had been hit by a round of SH. Ling, with holes and holes everywhere. The two girls and Yuzov Gantia, who should be staying at the technical guild now, were cleaning up the ruined silkworm coop, especially rescuing the dried silk cocoons that had been accumulated with great difficulty. The jacquard machine broke down during the work, and the jacquard machine that had just finished weaving a set of silk robes had moved from its original position and turned upside down. It doesn't take a close look to tell that it needs an overhaul that will bring someone to tears. The most pitiful thing was the Silverbeard Dwarf's workshop, which was almost razed to the ground. They came back slowly from the automobile manufacturing and R&D center, and were looking for parts of the peaceful armed forces from the ruins. And judging from the abnormal swelling on his face, he must have dealt with that His Highness. The main house itself was fine, except for a big hole in the wall of the reception room. Vanna, who came to help, was struggling to carry the broken bricks, while the people who should be the culprits were sitting calmly in the small living room, sipping on several bottles of wine whose necks were broken. Of course, there were more broken pieces of wine bottles on the floor, and stains on the carpet soaked by alcohol. The Lich, who couldn't tell his mood, and the Demon Prince, who just smiled, looked at each other speechlessly. From the looks of it, no one seems to be at a disadvantage. And the Skull Stone, who has been hanging on the roof in the center of the silkworm house for more than a year, responsible for suppressing and monitoring the pile of demon moths, is currently placed on the table, eyes closed and silent. If you don't know, you might think this is some kind of performance art, using dead heads to decorate it or something like that. In addition to them, there is an unexpected guest, the white swordsman William Greco, dressed in white. He sat between Finn and Azad, separating them. His expression was one of rare helplessness. He could take most things indifferently, so such an expression was quite rare. He walked through the hole in the wall of the living room, waved his hand, and used the flash technique to help Vanna move the large stones outdoors and place them together. After entering the house, he immediately asked Finn, "Are you okay?" He asked more because the shackles placed on Finn by the 8 powerful masters had not yet been released. It just means that she herself is not in a hurry about it. I have never seen her try to crack it. The Lich in question didn't have any big reaction. He just glanced at someone with deep dissatisfaction. Linway could only sneer, touch his nose, turn to look at William Greco, whom he hadn't seen for more than a year, and said, "Long time no see, my friend. How did you find my home?" With such a handsome face that both men and women would be jealous of. He could only helplessly shake his head and said, "I came to the Technology Guild in the Holy City through the introduction of the Turtle Dove Alliance. I didn't expect to hear the news about you before I came to Wu. Under the leadership of Comrade Zoff, I came to your house and wanted to say hello to you. I only took action as a last resort and broke a lot of things. It's nothing. Just be fine, Lin said politely. Then he turned to look at Azad, who was staring at him without hesitation. I don't know what's the reason for this guy's nervousness. Someone intuitively doesn't want to ask, and it will be very troublesome if he does. However, someone didn't want to speak and didn't know where to start. Azad didn't have so many worries and said, "Why did you make your home look like a magic tower? Isn't it as dangerous as yours? Those stupid 5-story towers were built in vain. There are always unscrupulous people who want to harm me. I still want to live for a few more years. It's not too much to do it like this. There are many traps in the homes or towers of those veteran magicians. Every 3 steps will trap you, and every 5 steps will kill you. It makes them cautious when walking around the house. At least it's a lot more relaxed here. As long as they don't break the rules, they don't have to worry about it." Although it is said that only in the magic tower, the tower owner has the power of life and death. However, in practical terms, if an outsider breaks into a private residence or a noble's castle and is slaughtered by the owner, it is unlikely that anyone will ask. Therefore, some masters, who are unable to live in the magic tower, will indeed remodel their homes and set traps. But, maybe, it's just not as exaggerated as someone else. But for someone's excuse, Azad pretended to be unhappy and said, "It's okay to turn my home into a trap. Why do those attacks just chase me and feel more and more threatening? Sex. Maybe you should consider being fair and attack whoever takes action. In this case, I might consider not demolishing the house to save you from having to redesign it. If you don't demolish the house, you'll demolish my yard. Right?" Lin took a deep breath and stopped arguing with this person, saying, "There is no such thing as fairness in this world." When His Highness the Prince said these 2 words, "Do you believe it yourself? It's only fair if it's good for me. If it's not good for me, there's no fairness at all. This is how fairness is in the world. If you take these 2 words seriously, you are so stupid that I can't even imagine." Azad was very sad. He said it smoothly, without any shame, although he was angrily looking for words to rebut. Lin opened his mouth, but couldn't say even a single sentence. To the extent that this guy is so arrogant and can always say sarcastic words. How many of those arrogant big shots can stand it? No wonder conflict is inevitable. And as long as they conflict together, there won't be many people who can beat them. This created the infamous reputation of the Demon Prince. However, it was almost dinner time, and the 2 girls were still cleaning up the mess outside. And Vanna was also busy cleaning up the holes in the wall of the reception room. Maybe I didn't prepare anything. At this time, 2 girls walked in angrily, pouting, and they could only swallow their dissatisfaction, and said, "Teacher, please wait for us. We will prepare dinner now." At this time, Vanna also finished handling the matters at hand and was about to help prepare dinner. Lin stopped her and asked Wanna to take care of herself first. She doesn't know any magic and is no better than the 2 apprentices. Halumi and the others can also use magic purification to clean themselves. Vanna's white apron, face, and hands are covered with dust. Someone doesn't want to add extras to their meal, so stop her. Turning his head, Lin smiled and said to William Greco, "I told you before that you will come to me one day and I will treat you to delicious food. Today is the fulfillment of the promise, and I will cook and prepare it myself. Please wait a moment." When Lin saw Azad's enigmatic smile, he just smiled back and said, "My hometown's family motto is, when friends come, there are fine wines and delicacies. When enemies come, there are axes, swords, and bows. So what you want to eat depends on your attitude. At least wait for a while before dinner. I guarantee you will have an unforgettable memory." After that, he took the 2 apprentices away. "Teacher, do you want to prepare a big dish?" Halumi asked, following behind in the corridor. "No, big dishes are a waste of time. It would be better if we prepare them in advance. But there is not much time before dinner. Even if the guest doesn't get impatient, I will be hungry first. So just prepare what I have." Lin Xian looked at Halumi and said, "Girl, go get the flour and mix it with the noodles to make noodles. They should be about medium width, not too thin." Then he turned to Kaya and said, "I remember we have prepared bean paste. Take all that, and then fine butter, chicken fat, lard, rice wine, fermented glutinous rice, ginger, garlic, and chili from the ingredients warehouse, Sichuan peppercorns, black beans, rock sugar, green onions. If we have more white buckwheat, grass fruit, sonai, cloves, almamum villosum, fragrant fruit, cumin, cinnamon, hay, branches, pai chow, lao ko, bring some of the nard, tangerine peel, lemongrass, star anise, coriander, thyme, cumin, perilla, and galangal. Thanks to the fact that the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center is backed by Nguyen Van Viet's Gia Long Chamber of Commerce, he may not be focusing on agricultural products, but it will not be a problem to get all kinds of weird vegetables, spices and grains from other relatives. It's a pity that the Jialong Chamber of Commerce has not found tea yet. Although I don't know if I can find all the things I reported. I will use as much as I have. The two girls had to sort out those things. So instead of going to the warehouse to look around for them as a teacher, it would be better to tell them directly. And the chance of finding them all would be higher. Although someone reported something quickly and urgently. The girl who had long been accustomed to it still wrote it down word for word. But despite being taciturn, she still rarely spoke up today. Teacher, what kind of lish cuisine are you going to make? Hee hee. I haven't tasted it for a long time. The teacher gave it a try. Maybe someone who is a teacher has less magical and academic authority than another lich. And even his status in the family is the same. But when it comes to eating, he is absolutely dominant. As long as he speaks, no one dares to object. With limited materials, there are limited methods. It has the support of various spices from the Jialong Chamber of Commerce. And of course, there are also generous uses of spices. Although he collected a lot of spices, Lin was hit hard by the 8 Lords of Power during this period, and was busy setting up a research and development center. So he still followed the methods of the 2 apprentices in cooking. This time, Lin picked up a big spoon for the first time in a long time, and showed the fans how hard a single man is made in the kitchen to avoid becoming a foodie. Chapter 703 The Nostalgic Delicacy. Hot pot is one of those dishes that combines the 2 elements of being quick to prepare and delicious. As long as the soup base is prepared, all that's left is for the eater to put the raw ingredients into the boiling hot pot and cook them. All the effort is concentrated on that pot of soup. Of course, the ingredients also need to be fresh. Of course, what someone made was not just boiling a pot of hot water and adding a few big bones to make the soup, but finding out from the depths of his memory the recipe for the base of Chongqing spicy hot pot. The Jialong Chamber of Commerce has provided more than 90% of the materials he needs. Even if the taste is not perfect, it will be 70% or 80% no problem. The only dissatisfaction is that there are not enough types of peppers. Even so, when the pot of soup base was brought to the table, everyone frowned. Spicy hot pot is not experienced the moment you eat it, but starts to show its power when you smell it. In addition to the pot of soup base, which is quite scary in the eyes of others, everyone also has a bowl of noodles in front of them, which looks a little bit normal, but the noodle soup is still red, and the taste is not only pungent, but also a little sour. But this bowl is another regret for someone. The vermicelli of hot and sour noodles should be made from sweet potato flour. The taste made with flour is not so authentic. This can only be regarded as a bowl of hot and sour noodles with a different taste. Just face. Although the Jialong Chamber of Commerce also provides sweet potatoes, they have no idea how to make them. It's better to start groping for recipes when you're hungry. So you can only make do with noodles. Not to mention that many of the people present were not ordinary people. Even for the one who truly belonged to ordinary people, everyone was curious and frightened when they saw a pot of red soup being brought to the table with a pungent aroma. And the bowl of noodles, which was also red, was not as scary as the pot of soup, but it was by no means a very familiar taste. Like Vanna, she once saw a magician use duck blood or pig blood to make different dishes. At that time, her worldview seemed to be shattered. She couldn't believe that that kind of food could be eaten. It must be some kind of magic or evil ritual. Although it proved in the end that it was really delicious, and the pot of bright red soup in front of me had a pungent smell. It must be another bloody dish. Lin doesn't do anything to promote. For foodies, there is nothing wrong with everything being served on the table, and others not using their chopsticks, just so that they can eat more. However, for new friends, the most basic explanation is still needed. On the whole table, there were no utensils and cutlery that were common among fans. Except for spoons and spoons. They were just 2 small wooden sticks. Lin explained and demonstrated how to use chopsticks. Finally, I picked up the hot and sour noodles and took a big sip. It was so satisfying. Then, in full view of everyone, he picked up a piece of raw hairy belly, boiled it with 7-Ups and 8 Downs, and put it into his mouth. The long-lost taste exploded in his mouth, and tears burst out of his eyes. Lin didn't know whether he was choked by the spiciness that he tasted again after nearly 20 years, or whether he was really so moved. Just when someone was chewing over and over again, the two girls followed their teacher's movements without hesitation. Although Fin was a step slower, she was not as anxious as the two apprentices, and she didn't show any signs of complacency. Then there are Yuzov, for silver-bearded dwarves, and the humanized black dragon Augustus. The 2 children and 4 kittens were not suitable for themselves because of their young age or small size. So Wana, who was responsible for taking care of the 2 children, first let them eat the hot and sour noodles in the bowl, and she first tried to see what this pot of scary-looking food tasted like. William Greco couldn't restrain his curiosity, so of course he also rinsed a piece of hairy belly. Azad, however, played with the chopsticks in his hand with the hot and sour noodles in front of him. After I felt proficient, I imitated someone and took a sip of the hot and sour noodles. Then everyone exploded. Some covered their mouths, some looked for water, and some opened their mouths to fan themselves inside. The most exaggerated ones were Germain, who fell directly to the ground and rolled with the 4 cats. Only one person, regardless of his tears and sweat, ate happily, rinsing the tripe with slices of meat, and rinsing the slices of meat with cabbage. After a while, Lin noticed 2 fat boys staring at him expectantly, and there was only residual soup left in their bowls. The so-called happiness alone is not as good as the happiness of everyone, since the child's mother was also killed in the battle. Lin took on the task of feeding him, and a fat boy gave him a piece of his belly. The 2 of them took a bite, and then their eyes lit up. He finished a large piece of hairy tripe in a few seconds, and then knocked on the bowl to beg for food. Regarding the actions of the 2 boys, Lin immediately taught them a lesson. Don't knock the bowl when eating. Only beggars do such things. The 2 fat boys who stopped banging on the bowl pointed at the meat plate on the table and whispered, "Meat! I want meat!" Inexplicably, someone actually had the feeling that these 2 boys had an unlimited future. In the end, spicy hot pot is not exclusive to anyone. Maybe the first bite will make you choke, but after you get used to it, you can't stop eating one bite after another. To use someone's words, this feeling can be described in 3 simple words: numb, spicy, and refreshing. Not only that, a big pot of hot and sour noodles was finished. The 2 girls went into the kitchen several times and cut some ingredients that could be cooked, because the spicy soup base needs to be fried separately. Some lazy guy didn't plan to go into the kitchen again, so when adding soup, he just topped it with homemade bean paste and stock. A group of people ate the meal for a long time, adding soup several times, and almost turned the spicy soup base into clear soup. Only then did he hold out his stomach and pick his teeth with unfinished thoughts. According to Azad's explanation, people who practice martial arts have a big appetite, so eating to a full 70% is okay. Just saying it's okay. Azad was still stretched out on the sofa chair and burping. Lin guessed in his heart that this guy might not be able to get rid of him in a short time. Although William Greco was not so careless about his image, he looked very satisfied, drinking cold beer with the 2 hosts with rosy faces. This is also one of the products of Jialong Chamber of Commerce. Compared with the original ale, the most important thing is that hops are added to the beer, which makes the beer less sweet and more sweet and bitter. It tastes even better after being chilled. Holding a special beer glass, William said, "Friend, today's dinner is really amazing. I never thought that food can taste like this. It's easy to say that there are countless delicacies in the world. I just love to eat more than most people, and I have eaten more varieties. Sometimes I miss a taste and try hard to pursue it, but I can only restore it to 7 or 8 points. That's it. Compared with the deliciousness I remember, there is still room for improvement. But thanks to you, it would be difficult for me to collect so many spices if I didn't know anyone from the Jialong Chamber of Commerce." William, whose eyes were shining, said, "Oh, then I will bother you for a while. Okay. Welcome. There's nothing wrong with it. I can't bear to have one more mouth. It's just that you came to the Holy City through the Turtle Dove Alliance. Don't you have anything else to do? Is it okay to treat me like this? Don't worry. I don't have anything important to do when I come here. It's just a stop on the journey. I came here because there are rumors within the Alliance that the Technology Guild in the Holy City needs help. So I came here to take a look. That's all." From William's words, We learn that his daily life consisted of visiting people everywhere and occasionally helping out with some trivial favors. Work has never been in his life plan. This also allowed him to have a tight budget. But he was not short of living expenses, since someone would provide them anyway. If nothing else works, go into the wilderness alone, either to defeat monsters to get rewards, or to hunt for a meal or two. It's not difficult for him. He pursues life, but not material life. It sounds like a tongue twister, but this is indeed William Greco's attitude towards life. And at his level of strength, people really support him wherever he goes. Maybe it's strange to use these two words, but the fact is that even if the people he met during the journey did not rely on his strength, they would rather provide for them and not let him cause trouble for them. Not to mention that with such a great God sitting at home, he would never sit idly by and ignore a life-threatening situation. Of course, there are many times when the white swordsman chooses to leave a place because the friend's demands have crossed his red line. If you don't want to break up, you have no choice but to leave. Because of this personality, he basically won't get into the dark side of someone's career, and no one can keep him around. So life is still free and easy. Just talking so much, Lin couldn't help but suspect that there seemed to be no time to practice martial arts and combat skills in his daily life. Did this strength fall from the sky? Faced with such a question from someone, the white swordsman showed an expression of puzzlement and doubt, and said, "Why do you need to practice? Those things can be figured out after just thinking about it." In response, Fun and Azad nodded in agreement. A certain time traveler told others that he just wanted to strangle these people to death. Anyway, at the end of this eventful day, there were two more guests at home. However, when the two girls who had cleaned up the dining room and kitchen came to him, they pointed aggrievedly at the mess in the jacquard workshop that had not yet been cleaned up. Lin sighed and asked, "How serious is the damage over Jamsil?" Halloumi replied, "All the 6 reserve species are gone. The adults of the golden magic moth are either dead or flying. There are not many larvae left. About less than 20% of the larvae of other moth species are left. Quantity: heavy losses. What about the dried silk cocoons? How many are left that can be used? About 120 to 30 kilograms. Maybe some of them are just dirty and can still be used after being cleaned." Halloumi suddenly changed the subject and asked, "Teacher, won't you investigate it further? What are you pursuing? Can anyone who died or flew away be brought back?" The blonde girl shook her head. "Is there anyone else who can repair the broken machine?" The blonde girl and the dark-haired and brown-skinned girl shook their heads together. "So these aftermaths will ultimately fall on ourselves. Does it make sense to hold anyone accountable?" The 3 masters and disciples sighed at the same time. Lin added, "Let's start repairing the jacquard machine tomorrow. With the number of silk cocoons we have saved, it should be no problem to make 3 sets of clothes. Although I want to make a few more sets at once. It will take some time to recover the subsequent production capacity. So, don't wait any longer. You can start planning. Once the machine is repaired, the process will be completed." The 2 girls raised their eyebrows. They finally had some happy news today. Chapter 704 Early Morning Invitation. Early in the morning, a familiar engine sound came. This is a finalized 4-seater small car engine made of ordinary materials. 9 horsepower, V-shaped cylinder, named 732A, corresponding to this year's Aryan calendar year, and the first mass-produced model. With the help of the silver-bearded dwarves, the general development progress of the engine is much faster than other parts. However, the indicators of cars and trucks that are completely made of ordinary materials have not yet reached qualified standards. On the one hand, the cars being tried out now all use a certain amount of magic materials. Moreover, the demand for small cars is not as heavy as that of trucks. So the relevant designs have not yet been finalized and are officially ready for the market. Furthermore, the alloy needs to be recycled and reused, which is somewhat difficult with the current MIDI smelting technology. Therefore, as long as these trial vehicles have no major flaws, they become official vehicles used by internal personnel to test the durability of other common parts. There are only 2 types of people who can drive to the house. One is to pick up 4 short-legged silver-bearded dwarfs. All current vehicle designs are based on body size indicators for ordinary humans. After the dwarfs got into the driver's seat, they could neither see the road nor step on the pedals. In short, they could not drive properly. In order to allow the dwarves to go to work smoothly, the center simply sent someone to pick them up and drop them off. And for Germain, he also enjoys the feeling of walking around the center and being called a master everywhere. In the field of advanced technology manufacturing, the sense of superiority they could not get in front of Lin was fully satisfied in the automobile manufacturing and R&D center. There were people to pick them up and drop them off. So the dwarves were coaxed to work every day and were called model workers. Another person who can drive here is the Grand Duke of Kawi's agent at the center and the family's foreign affairs steward, Ahanu. This old housekeeper stubbornly believed that since a certain magician used technology as a condition for dividends, then this person should stay in the center all the time and do work, and should not teach any mathematics classes. The kind who work no more than 24 hours a day and no more than 7 days a week, and stay on the production line until the hematura stops. So as long as the old housekeeper didn't have anything important to do, he would drive his official car and drag a guy who was absent from work for 3 days to the center to work. At this time, you can hear the angry voice standing outside the door and shouting, "Is Mr. Tripwood here? Ahanu is here to visit." A person who was sleeping back hugged his pillow and didn't want to pay attention to the sound. It's a pity that this old man doesn't seem to know how to write the 4 words. Retreat when faced with difficulties. If no one responded to him, he would shamelessly stand outside the door and scream again and again. Then the impatient lich would break into the attic, pick up someone who was still in bed, and throw him out the door. It's just that someone couldn't figure out why Finn didn't just throw the outside one. After a few fuss, the 2 apprentices would kindly invite the person in, then go upstairs to kick their teacher's ass and wake the person up. After being kicked out of bed several times, whenever he heard the sound of the door opening, Lin could only get up and sit on the bed, saying dissatisfiedly, "I said you are my apprentices, so you can't just find any reason to help me." "Send that old man away?" Sister Sama said that lying is wrong. "Although I really want to complain about a lich saying this. There seems to be something weird about it." However, someone still stood up in recognition and said, "Please invite the guests to the living room first. I will freshen up and come down." "Okay, teacher." The blonde girl seemed to have won again, and left with excited steps, before he even had time to take a bite of breakfast. Someone who came to the living room had to face Duke Kawe's old housekeeper. As if reporting to the big boss, Ihana stood up and said, "Your Excellency, the transformation and update of car number 1 has been completed, and the assembly of car number 2 and 3 has also been completed. Waiting for your acceptance. If it passes, the team members can. The next stage of the process is going to be carried out, and the impact test is scheduled to take place today, which also requires your personal supervision. A car with a serial number is a customized car made entirely of magic materials. Number 1 is the first car requested by Duke Kawe for women, and is intended to be given to his granddaughter. Car number 2 was ordered by Nguyen Van Viet of the Jia Long Chamber of Commerce. Car number 3 was owned by Mr. Kawi for his own use. Incidentally, the initial prototype car was numbered number 0. It is now left in the center as a model for the copycat project. Originally, Lin planned to make a customized car by himself and 4 silver-bearded dwarves. But doing this was a waste of their own time, and several customers felt that waiting was too long. So they simply brought them to the manufacturing and R&D center, and recruited the best magicians and craftsmen in the past to form a special production team to participate in the customization of the car manufacturing process. Maybe they haven't been able to design it yet, but making it according to the drawings is not a problem. In this process, you can also accumulate relevant experience. Of course, someone is happy to agree to having more hands available. There is nothing to object to. Not to mention teaching them design was originally part of the plan. It stands to reason that with more manpower and the convenience of using magic materials, 30 cars can be built in this time, let alone 3 new cars. But when it comes to customization, there will always be some nonsense. For example, it is very easy to change requirements and add some small functions by the way. Then today's ideas are different from yesterday, but tomorrow's ideas may change back. So even if you nod and accept it as past, you may not be able to proceed to the next stage. It also depends on whether the 2 old people are in a good mood today, or if they have thought of some very important request that they can't do without doing it. Lin said helplessly. Actually, you all know the relevant acceptance process very well. Why don't you just do it directly? Once it's done, report it to your own boss. If he nods, it won't be too late to come to me. You are the chief engineer. Every stage of customizing the car without your approval is not only irresponsible, but also I cannot explain to my master. So please be sure to fulfill your responsibilities and be worthy of me. The reward paid by the Lord. Ahanu thought to himself that just by opening his mouth and throwing out an idea, he wanted to continuously withdraw gold coins from the Covey family's treasury. This is absolutely shameful behavior. As a loyal servant of the family, we must correct this moth that sucks blood from the Grand Duke. Regarding this old guy's attitude, Lin really wanted to pull out a knife and kill him. But after all, he was the agent of the Grand Duke, so he couldn't be killed casually. Lin couldn't help but mutter in his mouth. It's not like I didn't do anything. I almost built the entire center's software and hardware. It took me a lot of time to teach others how to use it. I'm obviously the boss. But you want to treat me as an operator. Is there anything wrong? Your Excellency. As a loyal servant of the Kawi family, Ahanu has no so-called shame or face issues. Of course, he has to stand up for what should be done, and for what should be said. He must also speak out for his master. If he doesn't listen once, he will say it a second time, and a third time until the person listens or he dies. For someone like Ahanu, he doesn't use violence or scolding. He just uses pestering. They pester others until they hold back their urine, and then hold themselves to death. Someone has only 3 words of helplessness. This made him inexplicably understand the feeling of Tang Taizong being blocked by Wei Zheng and forcing an eagle to death. Maybe he couldn't even compare to Taizong's leg hair. But his aggrieved mood should be almost the same. I had no choice but to wave my hands and said, "Okay, I understand. You can always let me have breakfast. If you go hungry, you won't be able to do anything well." Ahanu bowed and said, "Okay, Your Excellency. Then please allow me to wait here. When you finish eating, I will drive you to the center." "I know. Girl, is breakfast ready?" Lin turned around and called, "TSK, TSK, TSK. Why are you so angry this early in the morning? Whoever you see is unhappy. I will help you kill for free." The 2 apprentices disappeared to nowhere. But Azad, who just decided to stay yesterday, showed up. He twisted his fingers around a lock of gray hair, feeling inexplicably bad. Maybe it was early in the morning. And Ahanu's loud voice, like a bell, disturbed his tranquility. "Oh, don't." Before Lin could finish the sentence, Azad had already finished advancing and retreating, and a few strands of black hair fell from his forehead. As for the loyal old butler of the Kawe family, he was completely confused. He recognized the person in front of him. His Majesty the Emperor's 14th son, the Demon Prince Azad. His appearance has not changed much from the childish look he had a few years ago. The most important thing is that he seemed to be in front of him in a blink of an eye. But there were more white rays of light blocking the way, forcing that one to step back. Ahanu couldn't finish the sentence. Azad had turned his head. He frowned and complained to someone. "My feeling is indeed correct. You have indeed mastered my attack method and can predict my actions. The speed of the white light blocking the road just now was faster than before. So say, you have set up a tower spirit-like existence in your own home. And he can learn. As long as I am exposed under his eyes, one day he will be able to accurately catch me in action." Lin was once again surprised by Azad's ability to observe and associate. Although there are some imaginative parts, it is surprisingly close to the truth. But this is not something that must be kept secret. So he said, "The tower spirit is too troublesome. I haven't figured out a good way to use it. What I set is just some simple conditional restrictions. When a certain, what kind of reaction will be induced when certain conditions are met. Simply put, killing is prohibited here. But the way to stop killing is to kill the perpetrator. How about we discuss the contradiction here? Or as a magician, what's so strange about you? The logic convinces me." "Huh? You think of me too noble. I just want to kill everyone in this family who tries to harm me or my family. I don't prohibit killing. It should be said that killing is not my purpose. You see, you survived and are still alive and well. Those who died were just too weak. Well, interesting." Azad stared at someone sharply and said, "You didn't deny that he was learning my action pattern. Maybe you are doing the same thing. What I'm curious about is, what do you see in your eyes?" Chapter 705 R&D Center. "Isn't it obvious? Maybe you are the only one who doesn't know." The answer came from the white swordsman, William Greco, who came out in a bathrobe and wiped his wet hair. When Azad saw the person coming, he smiled and said, "You ran to jump into the river? Why are you all wet? If you can't think about it, come to me and I will ensure that you have no chance to get up from the river again." "What a pity. I just went to take a bath. It's been a long time since I took a bath in such a comfortable big bath. I really don't want to get up," William said with an intoxicated look on his face. "Do you smell something? The smell here is very special, although it's not as choking as yesterday." After hearing Azad's question, Lin and William both raised their heads and sniffed. Even Ahanu couldn't help but smell it. Lin, who remembered the taste, said, "Oh, this is the taste of fermented bean curd. It seems that porridge is prepared for breakfast." Azad asked again, "By the way, what were you discussing just now? Why do you look like you are about to suffocate?" At this moment, someone just wants to ask the person in front of me, "Are you on the same channel as others?" If you change the direction in one sentence, I can't keep up with your rhythm. Lin said with an even more aggrieved expression. "I was just talking about how a poor man was exploited by evil capitalists. Are you interested in becoming a member of 996? Someone began to benefit from some kind of evil, although he didn't quite understand it. Ahanu always knew that it was not a good thing to say, knowing who the magician was referring to. Even though he wanted to remain transparent in front of the Devil Prince, he had to speak and said, "Sir, the automobile manufacturing and R&D center is also your industry. This is not an appropriate statement." "Oh, you made that weird thing that runs on 4 wheels on the road?" No. Strictly speaking, I only provided knowledge, and others built it. I can't make so many cars by myself. The credit belongs to everyone, not to me alone." If you don't want to die from overwork, don't take too much credit. This is the most profound realization for those who have been whipped by society. The more you do something, the more you get. This is just a pie created by the employer, and those who believe it can only do hematuria. Lin added something unexpectedly. "Would you like to go and have a look? It's very interesting." "Go. Why don't you go?" The Demon Prince, who was so idle all day long, had no reason not to accept such an invitation. "William, what about you?" Lin asked again, just seeing the sword master, who was extremely afraid of trouble, frowning and silent. It was obvious that he was resisting. He added, "It's very easy to travel by car. It will give you a different experience. But the prerequisite is that you have a car. Do you want to go and have a look?" "Okay, let's go." Strictly speaking, William Greco didn't like being forced to do anything. But this was just an invitation, and what I was looking at was something unfamiliar to me, so I couldn't say whether I liked it or disliked it. So he had no reason to refuse. Compared with the attitude of the two guests, Mr. Conway's old housekeeper is in a broken mood now. His Majesty the Emperor's 14th son can be said to be a taboo existence in the Guana Empire. If he can stay away, he will never get close. But what now? He was actually invited to the center. This magician knew what he had done. And why can they coexist peacefully like this? After struggling for a long time, Ahanu bit the bullet and said, "Your Highness, maybe you can stay here? The center is quite noisy, dirty, and dangerous. You are a rich man. Not suitable for that kind of place." After saying that, he winked at Lin, hoping that someone would help. However, the Demon Prince did not respond to a servant's humble request. He just gave him a meaningful look and then stopped looking at him. But this sight made Ahanu tremble with fear. At this time, Duke Kalway's loyal servant realized that the other party was not someone he was qualified to make demands of, regardless of his status or strength. If he hadn't stayed in this weird mansion, he would have died a long time ago. Kaya appeared in the living room at the right time and said, "Teacher, breakfast is ready." The few people who had not yet eaten walked to the dining room while chatting. It wasn't until the sound faded away and the figure disappeared that Ahanu fell back onto the chair as if he had exhausted all his strength. The cold sweat on his forehead and palms couldn't stop pouring out, and the strong heartbeat echoed in his ears. "Did you save your life?" Finally, all 3 people got into Ahanu's car and drove to the Automobile Manufacturing and Research and Development Center. But before leaving, 2 girls ran out and looked at their teacher and the badly damaged Jacquard workshop with their eyes. Their meaning was very obvious. Lin laughed at them and said, "You helped the old man wake me up from the bed. You had expected that such a situation would happen. You can't blame anyone." It made Harumi regretful, and secretly made up his mind that before the teacher could complete the repair of the Jacquard machine, he had to help him find a way to get rid of the stubborn old man. Along the way, the old housekeeper didn't say a word. On the contrary, the 3 people sitting in the passenger seat and back seat were chatting happily. After getting in the car, Azad, who was curiously touching here and there, asked, "This is the car. How does it move? How did it move? Do you want to hear a simple explanation or a complicated explanation?" Lin asked. "Easy ones first. Just think of it as a special kind of puppet. It has no hands or feet, and only relies on 4 wheels to move. Its only purpose is to transport people or objects. Lin Jian said. What about the complicated instructions? It is a road vehicle that has a built-in power source and does not require external tracks. The vehicle at least integrates the engine, chassis, transmission system, steering system, braking system, etc., so that the vehicle can move flexibly on the road. As for the power source, it is necessary to consider the horsepower and torque of the engine, and use it with a transmission gearbox, so that the car can reach a speed beyond that provided by human or animal power. The structure of the engine is roughly divided into. Okay. Stop. Don't talk anymore. I don't know if it's really so complicated that people can't understand it. Or you deliberately made it so complicated that people can't understand it. But according to what you said, we don't necessarily have to use 4. Would it be possible to use 3 wheels? A tricycle can run fast. So of course there's no reason why it can't be done. 3 wheels are fine. But what about 2 wheels? What about a 1 wheel? If it's all possible, why waste materials and time on getting 4 wheels on a car? This takes into account the issues of stability and load bearing. The more wheels, the better the stability and the greater the weight it can bear. On the contrary, it requires more skill and control. In fact, someone at the center also proposed a tricycle. The idea of a 2-wheeled vehicle and an experimental vehicle with good performance has been produced. But the unicycle is not good. However, no matter which type, it is still some distance away from practicality. The ideas of tricycles, 2-wheelers, and unicycles were basically the imagination of the magicians and craftsmen of Lost Land, and Lin did not provide any opinions. Although it is very simple to give the design of the locomotive, they always feel that doing so will easily distract their limited research strength. At this stage, the research and development of those imaginative products are basically just sporadic products that do not dampen the enthusiasm of the magicians and craftsmen in the center. So they are not stopped forcefully. The main force is still placed on the material science and technology tree of Panmi Land. This is also because the problems faced by automobile manufacturing now are not in design or theory, but just that the materials are not up to standard. However, during the chat, Lin could more or less feel the indifference of the 2 men. Asked, do you think the performance of this car is not as good as you 2 expected? Azad said straightforwardly. Compared with the carriage. Except that it is less bumpy. The other performance is average. The speed seems to be about the same. If the carriage had more horses and the whip was stronger, maybe the speed would be faster than although horses have a habit of pooping at any time. There is also a strange smell from the back of the car. Although the 2 smells are different, they are equally uncomfortable. In terms of speed, this car is far inferior to my old man's exclusive carriage. And the carriage has the sound of horses walking and running. And this car also has that strange noise. So I don't mean to be picky, but that's okay. If this is not considered deliberately nitpicking, then what else is it? Someone really wants to complain about this sentence. He truly deserves to be a professional sarcastic expert. Although the defense was meaningless to this person, Lin still tried to save the situation and said, actually, the car you are making now is a simplified version. It is far from the ultimate that this design can achieve. At this point after the center, I will take you to see the best cars we can make at this stage. In the midst of small talk, Ihana drove the car to the edge of the holy city. A large park surrounded by barbed wire. The access control post at the door is guarded by a group of armed elite soldiers. They are the Duke Guards of the Grand Duke of Kauai. I remember that when I was driving Duke Kauai to test the car, the boss joked that if the Duke's guards, riding carefully selected horses, lost to an inexplicable car, they would all be sent to help a certain person. Magicians do things. Then this is the result of Duke Kauai fulfilling his promise. Originally, a group of men who only knew how to fight were sent here to do what they could do. But one person didn't have the slightest idea. But I didn't expect that this group of people would be very useful as security guards. And there was no problem with their loyalty. So I gave them the responsibility for the safety of the automobile manufacturing and R&D center. There are 500 people guarding the security of this center. And they run it like a small fortress. In addition to the barbed wire used as a fence, they will also use any defensive equipment that the center develops. It seems that this place is regarded as a small scientific research base for military purposes. One cannot say that one is satisfied with such a result, but there is nothing one can do about it. The militarization of science and technology can be said to be one of human instincts, and it is difficult to stop this trend. Just like the impact test being done now. It is of this nature. Chapter 706 Impact Test. Because cars are not yet commonplace. As long as the sound of the engine is heard, the sentry at the door will raise the access control bar to allow people to enter directly. Of course, they will also check who is in the car and register them. Kagong's old housekeeper Ahanu is a familiar face. And so is the magician. But the two people in the back seat were strangers. But those who could follow those two in were probably invited. Just why? That old housekeeper's expression was very serious. When the car drove straight in, the team leader put down the crossbar and thought of the familiar face in the back seat. The demon prince is odd. No way, he whispered, turning to ask other colleagues. Did you notice who was sitting in the back seat of the car just now? Who? Aren't they the two invited guests? Another person on the sentry asked back. Why do I feel that there is a person in the back seat? He is the 14th son of His Majesty the Emperor. When the taboo figure was mentioned, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Someone asked, Captain, are you sure? No, I'm not sure either, the team leader said simply. Then, notify the people inside? Let me know. If it's really that person, you have to be prepared. And that's not something we can stop. After everyone decided, they used the internal warning system to notify the group of people who were not on duty in the military camp, and used the limited permissions section on the forum to talk about their findings. As a result, they were not on duty, and the Duke's guards were in a state of panic while they were resting, facing the demon princes, who are no different from natural disasters. Even if they are warriors that would make Grand Duke Kawe proud, there is no good way to deal with them. There are some existences that human beings cannot resist, but we still have to work out a way. Finally, everyone decided to send a team of people to follow that one. At least someone can warn the other party when they take action. And the other guards will also have the opportunity to evacuate the people in the center. The manpower set was to find the invited guests at the experimental site. Today's experimental site is preparing to conduct 3 sets of crash tests. One set uses the heavy knights of the Duke's Guard as the reference standard. One set uses the number 0 car. And the other set uses the tentative model 732A car. All made of ordinary materials. Of cars. 10 sets of log obstacles are placed in front of each group. And there are 5 sets of cement blocks behind the logs. The heavy knight naturally had people from the Duke's Guard helping to prepare. Lin mainly set up simple test golems on the 2 vehicles to replace the Earth's test dummies. In addition to collecting collision data, it is also responsible for simply controlling the vehicle forward. Azad and William Greco were of course full of curiosity about this new thing they had never seen before. They kept asking questions around the 2 cars. Fortunately, other magicians or craftsmen were able to answer most of the questions, because those were questions they had asked before. After confirming that all sensors are connected, the experiment preparation begins, because the heavy knight belongs to the control group. He starts first. The warhorse he rides on has the blood of Warcraft. It is not only big in size, but also has excellent load bearing and speed, combined with a full coverage vest and a heavily armored knight. This combination can be said to be a powerful weapon on the battlefield. Even among the Duke's guards, only about half of the men and horses can equip this complete set. In order to more flexibly utilize the thousands of Duke's guards, it was impossible to equip half of the knights with such heavy equipment. As a heavy cavalry that rushes into the formation with sharp knives, there are only 200 cavalry. The knight rode his horse and retreated to charging distance. After confirming that everyone was ready, they spurred their horses forward under the command. At the same time, in order to stimulate the fighting spirit of the horses, a trumpeter blew the charge horn nearby. Ride your horse to increase your speed to the extreme, and use the knight's exclusive combat skill War Charge. At the moment when the combat skills are used, the man and the horse become one, and their power is like the reappearance of an ancient beast, making a frightening roar and roaring forward. After breaking 3 logs in a row, the horseman stood up and stopped in front of the 4th log obstacle. The knight controlled the horse, walked back to the starting point of the test area, and said with satisfaction, I broke 3 of them. I thought it would be less. If it were an infantry square, I would be sure to break through it on my own. To deal with this type of formation, the facilities are indeed not what Warhorse is good at. Lin did not comment on the inexplicable sense of superiority of the knights of the Duke's Guard, but carefully looked at the data fed back, because they were flesh and blood. Lin did not ask the other party to use all his strength to hit him at the last moment before his death. Instead, let the opponent do their best to hit the obstacles in front of them as much as possible. The 3-log obstacles consume almost half of the war horse's kinetic energy. Coupled with the biological instinct, it will stop its actions before it is in danger, and it is impossible to ask for more. After a little tidying up, we prepared for the next set of experiments, starting with the prototype car made of ordinary materials. Because materials suitable for gearboxes and driveshafts are not yet mature, both standards are reduced to the point where existing materials can bear the load. With 2 forward gears and 1 reverse gear, the maximum speed can reach 45 kilometers per hour. Acceleration from 0 to top speed takes about 44 seconds. Because unlike the impact test on Earth, there is a traction device that can instantly increase the speed of the vehicle to the target value. So Lin can only increase the speed by increasing the distance and using the control golem. Braking on the golem is very simple. Use shift gears with your right hand. Hold the steering wheel tightly with your left hand. Accelerator with your right foot. And clutch with your left foot. In addition, there are sensors on the body for impact. After the settings of the car and the golem were ready, everyone worked together to back up the car far enough before starting the golem. The engine made of ordinary materials made a sharp scream, and the sound of the exhaust pipe was like the intermittent gasping of a patient suffering from shortness of breath. When the speed increased to the extreme, with a bang, the prototype car hit the first log head-on, and its tail instantly lifted up. When the rear of the car hit the ground hard, the car stopped. Of course, the first log was not unharmed. It was broken in half by the impact, but it was not broken. Such an achievement caused the people in the Duke's Guard to chuckle and make some unintelligible remarks, including in the crash test. The war horses should be directly faced with the car from the beginning. They can still overturn the car with their flesh and blood and so on. Regardless of where this group of people's mysterious self-confidence came from, Ling clearly knew that half of the Duke's Guards had a lot of complaints about being assigned here. But such harsh words were not enough to defeat a guy who claimed to have a face thicker than the city wall. Lin was just inspecting the last number 0 car to be tested. Everything was ready, and several magicians and craftsmen pushed the vehicle back a certain distance. After calculation, according to the acceleration of car number 0, it can reach a speed of 60 kilometers per hour when it hits the first log obstacle. And in accordance with the request of Duke Kawe, who is actually his agent, Butler Ahanu, the magic circle carved on the hood was activated. Magic Savage Crash ranks among the top 10 most useless magics, and is the only attack magic. Just imagine what would happen if you hit an egg on a rock. It is not difficult to understand why this destructive magic is despised by magicians. From the moment the magician invented it, he hit himself against the wall and turned into a puddle of flesh when he finished the magic. When he couldn't think about it or committed suicide, this magic was the first choice for magicians. Guaranteed no pain. No resurrection spell can save you. However, this savage collision magic is quite easy to use on a sturdy golem, although it is not without its shortcomings, such as difficulty in control and difficulty in mastering the timing of stopping the golem. So Kagong and the others wanted to know what kind of effect this magic would have on a custom-made car made of all magic materials. Honestly, someone would be interested to know too. So, activate the golem. The acceleration of the number 0 car is not comparable to that of the 732A, and the difference can be clearly heard from the sound of the exhaust pipe. But as soon as he started, Lin discovered the first miscalculation, which was the tire grip, because the action controlled by the golem is quite extensive and not delicate at all. The result of heavy accelerator and release of the clutch is that the tires spin in place, which became the first tire burnout scene in the world, even if the tire material has been researched and improved by the craftsman at the center. It still cannot guide all the power of the engine to the ground correctly. The moment the tires heated up and gripped the ground, car number 0 shot out like an arrow. Lin had no doubt that this thing would hit the obstacle in front of it at a speed faster than the scheduled speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Just look at the first log barrier smashed, the second log smashed, the third log barrier, and even after the 10th log barrier was smashed, the number 0 car continued to destroy the cement road barrier. Some were knocked away, some were knocked over, some were knocked away, and some were sprayed into the sky. The last cement roadblock, which had high hopes, was smashed into 2 pieces. A group of people were just dumbfounded, watching car number 0 drive away, including the man riding on the fully armored war horse. When he remembered that he'd boasted that he would hedge against this car, he was trembling and couldn't say anything. The other members of the Duke's Guard had the same idea, and they all looked at each other in confusion. William Greco asked a well-timed question. "Do you have a way to stop that car?" "Well, that's a really good question. Has anyone thought about it? Lin turned to look at the magicians and craftsmen responsible for the experiment. Everyone had wide-eyed expressions and shook their heads in unison. Then, Lin looked at the old butler Ahanu and the people of the Duke's Guard. But looking at their avoidant expressions, I didn't really want to talk to them about anything. Because if we don't think of a way, the car will rush out of the experimental site. If you are lucky, you may stop when you hit a mountain. Or you may stop when you run out of fuel. If you are unlucky, you don't know where you will go? Chapter 707 The Indestructible Car Body. You have a way to deal with that big guy who is running rampant, Azad said happily. Lin said without thinking. Actually, it's not difficult. The next moment, the person disappeared from the place. In full view of everyone, the out-of-control car number 0 suddenly crossed the car body. It rolled over and rolled for more than 10 times before stopping. Wow! What a tragic stop! If there were people inside, they would be heroic. Azad continued to mock. At this time, Lin appeared next to him and said with praise, Yes, it is really dangerous if there are people inside. Sure enough, the magic of barbaric collision is not so easy to control. Ahanu looked at the magician who reappeared in shock and hesitated. How did you? Before the old butler could finish asking, Lin Xian said to the magician responsible for recording the experimental results. Please record that when the vehicle uses magic to savagely collide, the vehicle cannot control the steering. This may be due to the directional inertia of the magic and cannot use physical methods to change it. If you insist on changing it, a rollover accident will occur. However, you should be able to actively turn off the magic effect and then activate the magic. The timing of the change must be tested separately. After thinking about it, he added, Please also record the errors in the test steps. Vehicle number 0 is still accelerating after hitting the obstacle, which means that the golem setting must be changed to release after the impact. Accelerating state. Otherwise, the impact of the vehicle will only continue to increase. If you add a bucket on the front, it can be used as a bulldozer. Oh, don't remember the last sentence? I just said it casually. After finishing speaking, Lin looked at a group of people who were still stunned and didn't respond. He clapped his hands and said, Don't be in a daze. Bring car number 0 back. We also need to record the damage to the car after the impact. It's a pity for the devil inside. Since I unbuckled the seatbelt, there is no value in testing the damage caused by the protection. However, if you want to know what kind of damage will be caused to the people inside after the vehicle rolls over at high speed, you can still refer to it. But the premise is that you have it. Plan to recycle it. The magicians and craftsmen, as if they were waking up from a dream, rushed towards the overturned number 0 car in a panic. After hurriedly turning the vehicle right, he pushed it back together, while a group of people were busy working in the distance. Azad exclaimed, So that's it. The weakness is inside. What a useless discovery. I thought I could see the magician show off his power and take you. The Hakiri cut the monster-like car in two. I'm so glad I didn't get to that point. And I think the most important thing for a machine is controllability, rather than something that gets out of control at every turn. There are simple ways to calm accidents from the source of control. This is not a good thing. Let me ask you a question. Excuse me. Do you think who will win when this car competes with the heavy cavalry? Azad asked this face-slapping question provocatively. However, the Duke's guards on the side seemed to understand who the speaker was, and they all pretended to look elsewhere as if nothing had happened. Even if you are ridiculed, you will never look back. However, Lin said helplessly, You just want to hear such offending words from me. Right. Why do you need me to state the obvious facts? Are you not as smart as a child? Besides, on a practical level, there is no comparison between the two. The real comparison is the first car that can't even break through the first log obstacle. Azad was silent, with rare serious eyes. He looked at the car being pushed back and the other car that had hit him to pieces. William Greco asked at this time, Is it a problem with the army? That's right, my friend, Lin agreed. But I prefer to use the term mass production. The crashed car can be mass-produced, but this one can break through the 15th floor barrier. But it is impossible to achieve large-scale production. Materials? William Greco guessed again. Lin clapped his hands and said, Correct. It's a matter of materials. Just like the weapons and armor worn by the legendary warriors. If they are really that powerful, if all the armies are equipped with one person in one set, no matter what, they can push back the Demon King's army. But in fact, the reason why those weapons and armors are only used by the brave is because they are powerful and rare. Do you know how much resources are spent to build such a car? Having said this, someone has to lament his own poverty. Originally, Lin thought that with his ability to make money, without relying on magic, he should be able to live a nourishing life in a mysterious land relying on his ability to make money. But the fact is that the money-making ability that I am proud of is nothing in front of those really knowledgeable bosses. What brought such a strong feeling was that not long after the car cooperation plan was finalized, the two big guys sent the magic materials for making customized cars to the Silverbeard Dwarf at home in an endless stream according to the list provided by the Silverbeard Dwarf. In the workshop, it can be seen that in order to build customized cars for their own use, they are more concerned than establishing a car manufacturing and R&D center. And those resources were later transferred to the center. Among the things delivered, there were a lot of materials that made Germain jealous. He wanted to embezzle things, and immediately ran back to Iron City, the hometown of the Silverbeard Dwarves, to create new peaceful weapons. In the past, the Silverbeard Dwarf Empire gathered the power of the whole country to make the most powerful weapons and the raw materials used to arm itself. Today, they are all extremely rare items that have been exhausted. For this kind of material, basically don't expect raw ore. Most of the magicians who have to use it dismantle old equipment and renovate the metal for use. When giving the list of materials, the silver-bearded dwarf Germain didn't care whether they were useful or not. He listed all the materials that might be used, and even included some personal items. One when he was able to deliver about 70% to 80% of the materials on the list. But the real boss, Grand Duke Kawe, delivered all the materials on the list and doubled the amount. I don't know if these two people still have reservations, or if they have taken out all the treasures at the bottom of the box. Anyway, looking at the pile of magic materials that were as big as a hill and could be bought by several small countries if they were exchanged for the value, someone's face turned green, and the ignorant silver-bearded dwarf was as happy as a child. Lin didn't say much. Just a simple calculation, using weight and volume comparison to build a good demonstration car. With this pile of magic materials, not only 10 or 20 custom-made cars, it would be no problem to build 7 or 8 others. Then how many hours of work do people present have to spend before they can use up these materials? After calculating the output of these materials, the bearded faces of the silver-bearded dwarves turned blue. Then they came up with the idea of embezzling materials and escaping at night for the second time. If it weren't for the agreement, each of the first batch of big guys who supported car manufacturing would only make one car in the first year. Looking at the pile of materials, Lin had no doubt that these habitual bosses would force employees to use up all the materials before leaving get off work. In short, for the first time, someone realizes that compared with those who are truly wealthy, they are not even worthy of being considered a nouveau riche. Back in the Southwest Peninsula, I was remembered because I had saved 1 or 2 boxes of bad money. That was because those people's status was too low. In places like the holy city of Estali and the Guana Empire, my wealth is not in the eyes of the big guys at all. Feeling emotional, Lin still said, perhaps making such a car is not as demanding as making legendary level equipment for the Braves. Without certain specific materials, nothing can be made. A car requires so many materials. If you can't find it, you can always find another substitute. But even so, if you build such a car, a whole group of brave people may not be able to use it. By this time, others had already pushed the overturned number 0 car back, except for a slight dent in the front of the car. The structure of the entire car was not damaged in any way, especially the frame of the cockpit. It was not damaged at all, and it was completely impossible to tell that it had just rolled over more than 10 times. The entire car is made of magical materials, and its body is rigid to a degree that no one can imagine. But the dummy doll sitting inside was not so lucky. If this were a living person, even a medical layman like myself could judge it as a comminuted fracture and give up treatment directly. The puppet is no longer human. Its limbs are twisted, and its head has fallen to the side. It can be seen that the rigidity of the car body is beyond expectations. But the protection for the passengers is extremely low, and it seems that this problem cannot be solved by wearing a seat belt. And we need to think of some more solutions. It means that it is not normal for the car to roll over for more than 10 times. Can it be activated? Lin asked the magicians who were inspecting it. One of them got into the driver's seat and pressed the start button. After a few sharp ignition sounds, the engine rumbled to life. Hearing that the sound was still strong, someone felt inexplicably emotional. However, when I looked at the other magicians, They were using magic shaping techniques to restore the deformed parts to their original shape. Azad asked curiously. Actually, I have always had a question. Since this thing can change its shape using magic shaping, why can't it just repair itself? Even a layman like me can think of this. It's 1 o'clock. You experts can't do it. When hearing this kind of layman talking about insiders, under normal circumstances, the masters will spit it back without taking action. But with the Duke guards hanging behind them, and the private acquiescence of the old butler Ahanu, everyone knew who the speaker was. Everyone can only hold back and not complain. But it is very hard to endure. And if no one responds, things are likely to develop in a bad direction. Lin didn't have such a psychological burden, but talked about the common theories of magicians. Shaping is like magicians playing with mud. If no one is watching, no one knows what kind of thing will be shaped in the end. So whether it is the magic dolls in the past or these today, is it really impossible to customize cars to automatically repair themselves? Chapter 708 New Car. At the end of the day, someone started to question himself. Just because magicians in the past couldn't do it doesn't mean that they can't do it now. There was no programming language in the past. If you use a programming language to preset the desired result, and then use plastic surgery, is it possible to achieve this so-called self-healing effect? Or even deformation? However, Lin did not think about it carefully. He smiled and said, "It seems that this idea is not without future. But it is a new topic, so there is no rush to study it. Are you two interested in trying the car?" The invitation is, of course. They were Azad and William Greco, two enthusiastic and somewhat restless brothers. In addition to the 3 obstacles just arranged on the experimental site, there is also a larger temporary runway surrounded by triangular cones. And the ground is particularly smooth. There is no way. There are too many unclaimed lands in the lost land. If necessary, enclose a land in the wild. Set fire to the forest. Drive away monsters and beasts. And at the same time prepare the land. Although a certain time traveler from the era of rising environmental awareness is somewhat resistant to setting fire to forests. But there is no denying that this is the best option for pioneering in lost land. Otherwise, a large number of people would have to be recruited to take back the land from the monsters inch by inch, and then cut down trees and prepare the land. In a world without heavy machinery, it would be impossible to build such a large area of land in a year and a half. So, let's burn it. That is to say, in this way, a runway with a length of 6.7 kilometers can be built in a short time. And because it is temporarily enclosed with triangular cones, the runway plan can be changed at will. Although most people don't know what Lin's intention is in planning such a large runway. But it is undeniable that there is an inexplicable pleasure in driving on it. This is the most popular event at the center whenever a car needs to be tested on the track. But Azad looked at the car rolling in front of him, and said with a strange look in his eyes, "Just take this car." I don't know whether this person's eyes were disgusted by the car rolling over, or whether he felt that taking turns driving was boring. Lin smiled and said, "You two get into the passenger seat and back seat of this car first. I will teach you how to operate it. After running around for a while, there are 2 cars for you to try." At the same time, he turned to the others and said, "Cars number 2 and number 3 are not ready. Just bring them over and test them on the road." Because of the selfishness of the silver-bearded dwarves, the engines of each customized car are different. Of course, I will also run it on the test machine before assembling it, so I don't have to worry about the running-in period. In addition, the number 0 car had just rolled over so many times, and there were no serious injuries on the whole. So Lin felt relieved and handed the car over to 2 laymen. Anyway, even if they had a serious accident, they would be able to protect themselves, and the repair of the vehicle would not be a problem. By the way, the windshield of car number 0 is made of some kind of special transparent crystal, which is also a ground material, so it is not as fragile as glass. Azad and William Greco had no objection to Lin's proposal. It is indeed difficult for them to drive without knowing how to control it. Neither of them is crazy enough to think that they can figure out how to use something just by touching it. Of course, if someone can teach me, I can't help but ask for it. Others are even more afraid to have opinions. Perhaps the name of the White Sword Saint William Greco has not reached their ears. But no one has the courage to refute the demon prince alone. Even the old housekeeper Ahanu, the agent of Kawe who had to take care of everything, was like a grandson at this time. He could only nod his head at everything, and did not dare to shake his head. While waiting for cars number 2 and 3 to be brought, Lin first asked them to get on car number 0 and explained each part in person. The interior layout of these customized cars is basically the same. Only the distance will be slightly different depending on the user's body size. But this difference is not a big problem for top warriors, who can control their bodies accurately. After a brief operating instruction, Lin drove the two of them around for a lap while explaining some techniques for controlling the car. This includes paying attention to the upper limit of the engine speed, slowing down and downshifting before entering a corner, taking the outside and inside route, and accelerating after halfway. At what speed should the speed be controlled? The vehicle will be in its most powerful and controllable state. How to handle continuous curves and hairpin turns. Of course, there are also instructions on tire use, grip and other issues. Maybe I wasn't a professional racing driver before I traveled through time, but I had been obsessed with Formula 1 racing for a while, and I had some knowledge about racing cars. Although it may not be very good in practice, it is enough to scare others into a daze. As the Demon Prince, who always makes comments whether he knows it or not. Of course, he has to express his opinions on his behavior of turning left and right. It's obviously so big. Why do you have to be restrained by those weird things? Are those pointed hat-like things stronger than the logs and low walls that were smashed before? Someone doesn't have the ability of Fujiwara Takumi's father to flick his tail around a corner while lighting a cigarette and chatting with his hands. Being interrupted by Azad. The car turned around and lost control again. But this time it didn't roll over. It just flicked and knocked away a row of triangular cones. Lin, who stopped the car, looked at Azad's serious expression and swallowed back what he wanted to say. But after thinking about it seriously, he said, "If you run around without restrictions, you are just playing with the car at best. At most, you know how fast the car accelerates in a straight line and what the top speed of the car can be. But a car, the performance indicators are not limited to these two. With the addition of fixed restricted routes, more things can be tested, including steering ability, braking distance, etc. And these depend on the driver's control of the vehicle. Simply put, having a fixed route makes it easier to tell whether the vehicle and the driver's skills are good or bad. If the same car is driven by the same person, it means whether the car has reached its limit and whether the driving skills have improved. He doesn't like fighting, but that doesn't mean he doesn't care about winning or losing, especially his own winning or losing." William Greco then asked, "Then how do you identify the situation you mentioned? How do you know if you have made progress? Or have you pushed the limits of your car?" Lin said, "It's very simple. Timing. I used to drive the number 0 car and run the track plan now. If I ran smoothly, it would take about 8 or 9 minutes. If I ran 6 minutes on any lap, does the result mean that I am running faster than before? You can agree with this." At the same time, Lin controlled the vehicle to return to the track and continue to move forward. Before William could express his opinion, Azad interjected, "To decide the outcome under restricted conditions, you can only find the winner who best suits the conditions, not the real strong one. This kind of boring and stupid behavior. Does it make any sense?" As expected of a professional complainer, it's really hit the nail on the head. This must also be said about the social atmosphere of the land. Victory and defeat usually determine life and death. There is rarely a competitive nature, and the activities are determined by competition. Even if there are, they are among nobles, involving performances, gambling, or bloody and violent arena activities. And among men, when it comes to real victory or defeat, it must be decided on the battlefield. The loser dies, the winner lives, no matter how hard it is. So Lin didn't know how to reply to this guy's question in a world that didn't have a variety of sports and competitive atmospheres like Earth. Well, maybe in fact, these cars are only built to replace the role of horses and carriages, so that they can travel longer distances in a shorter time, or carry heavier goods. Is it strong or not? Sincerely, it's not important. The purpose of designing such a runway is to simulate the situations that may be encountered on the actual road. After returning to the starting point of the experimental site and stopping, Lin turned around and asked, "Those two, are you still testing the car? Try. Why not try?" Azad was the first to get out of the car and came to car number 2 and car number 3 sent by other magicians to look at them. Although William Greco was a step slower, he was not in a hurry. Car number 2, ordered by Gwen Wenyu from the Jia Long Chamber of Commerce, and car number 3, ordered by Grand Duke Kawi, are both based on the style of luxury cars from the early 20th century on Earth. The characteristic is that the front of the car is extremely long, which is to accommodate the large capacity engine. The rear of the car is shorter, and the storage space in the rear of the car is also much smaller. The carriage is of course closed, and they are more concerned about whether they will get their head shot like Kennedy than showing off their faces. The body is stable and thick, with many rounded arc-shaped steel plates covering the body. He had the aura of even if I can't blind you, I can still kill you, you piece of shit. After the design of the engine room is planned, the front end of the car does not actually need to be that long, even though the engine capacity used by these two vehicles is much larger than the heaviest trucks currently built. The horsepower is so powerful that by connecting several carriages, they can be used directly as locomotives, surpassing the level of steam trains. But the extra front space of these two cars is used to carry a very important experimental device, a semi-permanent rechargeable solid-state energy pool codenamed battery. It is the most important part of the peaceful armed energy center. The reason for not using original manufacturing methods to create an energy center is not because the manufacturing method was lost, but because the Silverbeard dwarves wanted to create a new energy center that integrated an engine and energy storage. It is hoped that the final product will be at least twice as powerful as the old model. After so many experiments on the engine part, they already have a clue. However, the energy storage part is limited by materials and has not made much progress. With the help of someone taking the initiative to provide materials this time, they finally got the best materials intended to be used to make batteries and actually made them. During discussions and research with Lynn, the direction they chose was based on the semi-permanent energy pools that are installed on most airships. The biggest difference between it and the energy pool of the Magic Tower is that it cannot generate energy independently and can only store it. However, the size of the car is no larger than that of an airship. Of course, it cannot use the full version of the airship's energy pool design. Instead, it must be miniaturized and, more importantly, stabilized, which is also the most important part of the original design. Without the stable design, this thing is no different from a high-yield bomb. The final MIDI version of the battery was a big thing that took up nearly half of the space in the front of the car. It can be said that in terms of performance, it is not inferior to the energy center used by the peaceful armed forces, apart from the shortcoming that its size is not inferior to that of the peaceful arms. This is already the most satisfactory achievement of the Silverbeard dwarves in the recent past. Chapter 709 Monster. In short, cars number 2 and 3 are monsters that far exceed the performance of car number 0. We can tell the clues just from the number of gears in the vehicle's gearbox. There are 15 forward gears, and even reverse has 3 gears. It's obviously a car, but it carries the soul of a trailer. Although I emphasized to the two old men countless times about the importance of car performance balance, but they insist on pushing the performance to the extreme, and have an attitude of, I have money, I am the boss, threatening someone that if they don't comply, they will break up the team. From time to time, they also ask for the latest research results of which magician team to be installed on their cars. This caused the completion date of their customized car to be delayed and revised again and again. Now that they have nothing to fear, what else can Lynn say? Frankly speaking, a large part of the reason someone doesn't want to come to the center is because he doesn't want to see these two cars, let alone try them. It just so happens that there are 2 grievances today, strong men with high martial arts skills. If you don't take advantage of them, you will be sorry for yourself. Since they are not satisfied with the tentative 732A model driven by a Hanu, let them tame these 2 monsters. Because the car has not been completely built. If the original colors of each magic material are displayed, it will look colorful and ugly. So car number 2 was given a coat of black paint, while car number 3 was painted white. The paint is ordinary paint. The good thing is that you can see where it is scratched. If it were the hardness of the magic material itself, it would be too difficult to tell. For some unknown reason, Azad chose the white car number 3 first. William Greco, known as the White Juggernaut, could only choose the black number 2 car. Fortunately, William just loves to be clean by nature, because white is easy to distinguish dirt. So he likes to use it. That's not to say that non-white people don't need it, with such an extreme personality. So he got on the number 2 black car calmly. The sound of starting the engine was shocking again. The deep sound was like a giant beast groaning in the depths of H.L. Even though they had tried their best to absorb the shock, the 2 cars still started to vibrate slightly. I don't know if it's coming from the engine, or if it's the resonance caused by this low sound. At the moment when it started, the 2 people sitting in the car stopped looking curious or playful, and instead seriously felt the amazing power contained in this giant beast. No matter whether the creation in front of you is dead or alive, they are indeed in each other's belly. Azad made a move before William. He stepped on the gas and released the clutch. But the car did not rush out, but burned its tires in place. The cars but didn't even sway. It was just the tires spinning. Lynn walked to the car, signaled the unwilling devil prince to release the accelerator, and said loudly, "Don't start in first gear. Try to start in third or fourth gear. Don't press the accelerator too hard." Because the sound was so loud, William, who was sitting in another car without rolling up the window, could probably hear it. Lynn gave the two of them a thumbs up, wishing them good luck, and then used the flash technique to hide in a safe place. The two people who received the advice didn't think much about it, and just followed it. Although William used a more conservative approach, shifting to third gear and not stepping on the accelerator too hard. Just step on it halfway. Azadeh was more ambitious, shifting to fourth gear and stepping on the accelerator again. And the endings of the two were almost the same. The two cars that suddenly rushed out pressed the two drivers into their seats. The strong G-force left them no time to think about any action. The two cars cut across the temporarily fenced runway of the experimental site and crashed directly into the test site, into the mound at the edge of the experimental field. For straight black tire marks were left on the ground, extending all the way to the crash site. "Well, go save people," Lynn directed the magicians in the experimental team, who were dumbfounded for the first time. He muttered, "Fortunately, these two haven't entered the magic circle yet. If there is another brutal collision, they will have to be knocked out now." Two stalled cars had most of their front ends stuck in the mound. The two test drivers had already walked off the car in a lively manner, discussing how to adjust the launch control instead of kicking the car grumpily to discourage them. This is a pretty good state of mind. Lynn, who used the flash technique to arrive at the accident first, originally just wanted to check whether the two of them were injured. However, the two people seemed to be in a good mood, and they grabbed Lynn and discussed the situation of the vehicle on the spot. Not to mention broken bones. They didn't even have any scratches. As expected, he is a good white mouse with rough skin and rough flesh. While others were pushing the two cars back to their original starting point and returning the triangular cone that had been knocked off the runway to its original position, Lynn took Azad and William Greco back to the site responsible for recording the experiment. Take out the various parameters of cars number 2, 3 and 0, and explain the meaning of each number and how that number should behave in reality. If these things were told to others from the beginning, not many people would listen. But after experiencing it personally, and it was a failure experience, the two powerful men in the world put away their contemptuous mentality and seriously thought about the meaning of these data. When they got on the two monsters again, they pressed the accelerator and engaged the clutch, and the roaring car started running dexterously. And when I ran a lap for the first time, I didn't look like I was stumbling. I ran smoothly and completed the lap smoothly. But it can be seen that the car's performance has not yet been fully utilized. The screeching sound of the engines of these two cars at high revs is not a deep subwoofer, but the kind that makes people's scalp numb and their tailbone shiver. After running a lap, they got off the track in unison. After they stopped, they changed cars and ran another lap. It's not surprising that Azad and William would do this, even though Lynn classifies both cars as monsters. Their characters are still slightly different in subtle ways. Nguyen Van Thiet's black car number 2 is more extreme than Kawi Gong's white car number 3. Whether it is acceleration, top speed, gear switching sensitivity, steering wheel or even the entire steering system, they are all very sensitive. Some comfort-related designs were even sacrificed for this purpose, such as the removal of all buffering parts at some joints. The purpose is to allow the driver to more intuitively feel the engine and even the feeling of the tires touching the ground. Kagong's white number 3 car emphasizes stability and power, with greater horsepower and a more stable center of gravity. The weight of the entire vehicle even needs to be coordinated to keep the center of gravity at the center. Exactly right. Even so, when the engine roars at full strength, the whole car will still feel like it is about to fall apart, and the endless power will burst out in one breath. So much so that when comparing these two cars, someone had the illusion that a Japanese sports car was competing against an American muscle car. However, people with insufficient driving skills may not be able to appreciate these details. It was just that the two of them changed cars. Azad got into the black car number 2, and William got into the white car number 3. It was as if they had found the right person, and they hit it off. I thought they would change cars again or experience a few more laps. But they didn't expect them to enter the competition mode on the third lap. The reason why they could feel that they were beginning to challenge themselves was because the route they took was exactly the best route on that track. The best route for each runway, no matter how wide the runway is. The distance between it and the edge will not be as thick as a piece of paper. It is when you are walking on a tightrope and doing various extreme operations. That is called racing. There is no doubt about the vision of Azad or William Greco, who are among the top strong men in the mysterious land. But their driving skills still have room for improvement. So when they started to challenge themselves, Lin held up the billboard next to the starting track as agreed. In addition to telling them his best time, the points of the previous lap, and the previous lap time, someone also told the other person in a very bad way what the other person's best time was. It was too late to write the lap results on the notice board in time to notify the driver. But from the results of the last lap and the previous lap, we can see whether the driving has improved and how far it is from your best result. These data are evidence of whether technology has significantly improved as a driver. But compared to the other guy, it's pure irritation. Soon, they were no longer limited to just challenging themselves, but actively attacked and challenged each other's best results. Fortunately, they didn't start at the same time. Otherwise, just fighting for the right corner would have frightened anyone watching to the point of paralysis. It was purely because of the possibility of overhauling the car that the engineers nearby were frightened. Lin drove the number 0 car on this temporary track and set the best lap record of 9 minutes 23 seconds 455. But this result is not the best result on this track. The best result was left by the leader of the experimental group, who also drove the number 0 car, with a time of 7 minutes, 56 seconds and 782 seconds. His time in the provisional 732A was 11 minutes, 2 seconds and 153 seconds. But now, those two guys running on the track both broke the track record on their 5th lap, and without mercy at all. The shortest lap record is constantly being refreshed and shortened. The original record holder, who was responsible for recording vehicle data, could be seen looking very depressed. In the end, the best lap time was won by William Greco driving the white number 3 car, with a time of 4 minutes, 6 seconds, 787. The shortest time of Azad's black number 2 car was 4 minutes, 6 seconds, 186, although it was relatively short. He swept away several triangle cones in that lap, so someone did not recognize this result. In fact, after the two of them arrived, almost every turn they took was sprinting close to the edge of the runway surrounded by triangular cones. Sometimes the triangular cone flies away because it is swept away by the airflow brought by the car body, and sometimes it is really knocked away. It's hard to tell except for the people involved. However, the Demon Prince did not have any objections to the fact that his best result was not accepted. The most important thing is that as soon as he gets out of the car with William, he will be exhausted. Not only did they drink a lot of water, but they also got hot towels to put on their eyes. Both of them. Nearly 2 hours of high-intensity driving is not an easy challenge for someone who has no relevant experience before. Just when someone wanted to express condolences to two kind-hearted people who had sex for free, there was suddenly another familiar roar, and then a loud bang. The black number 2 car plunged into the mound in the distance at the edge of the experimental field. Lin was dumbfounded and asked, "Who is it this time?" "Well, Foley," someone replied. "And this is the name of the magician, the leader of the experimental team." "What are you thinking about?" "Save people," Lin said to the other people who were also dumbfounded. Chapter 710 Market Demand. After all, this day's test did not turn into the Suzuka Yanai or the Le Mans 24-hour endurance race. In addition to the two enthusiastic people who were exempted from wages, because they had not received relevant training, they squandered all their energy in a short period of nearly 2 hours. Another reason was that the vehicles also needed to be inspected. The most important thing is that there has never been such a high-intensity driving behavior since a certain group of people brought vehicle design to Midland. Linku was quite curious whether the various internal parts, including the power system and transmission system, were made of magic materials and could still maintain their original appearance. Of course, there were 4 silver-bearded dwarves who were also curious. They hoped to transplant part of this structure into peaceful weapons, which are weapons for war. It would be funny if the chain dropped in the middle of the battle. So they were more worried about the durability of the machine than anyone else. Since the car will be towed back to the factory for major disassembly, there will be no work done in the afternoon. On the pretext of sending 2 guests back to rest and going home for lunch, Lin ordered a tentative 732A car and drove Azad and William Greco away. In fact, the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center has a restaurant that provides lunch. After all, the work here is not an easy job. Having an extra meal at noon and taking a break will be helpful for work efficiency in the afternoon. Moreover, The workers here are not just migrant workers who can be manipulated by others. There are many masters who dare to raise the table with the boss at any time, no matter how stingy Mr. Kawai's agent, the old housekeeper Ahanu, was. He would not dare to sting such a person. It is almost a daily routine for the sinner to cause trouble whenever they disagree. It made someone seriously consider whether to organize an internal disciplinary force to control everyone's habit of using fists to talk things over. Most of the waste produced was destroyed by our own people. However, eating at noon is not the habit of people in Midi. So this part is not forced. And those who want to eat can go and eat. In other words, the restaurant is open, and you can go and eat whenever you feel hungry. Under normal circumstances, if someone wants to take a break and go home for dinner, the old housekeeper Ihanu will resist it. As long as he happened to be nearby and saw someone packing their things and preparing to leave, the old man would obstruct them in every possible way. Find ways to entangle the other person so that they cannot escape. This is because Lin has to go to the college to teach mathematics in the afternoon. After lunch at home and before teaching, someone usually doesn't work so hard to come to the center and do something more or less unless it's really necessary. This means that during this period, you will be fished in troubled waters. How could Ahanu tolerate this happening? According to him, someone should quit math classes and live wholeheartedly in the dormitories provided by the center. In fact, he would eat, drink, and sleep on the factory production line. People are very generous with regard to how much money they get and how many things they do, but for those who can get dividends without doing anything, they should be urged to do it until they die. What kind of logic is this? Someone still can't figure it out. It seems that for the latter, you have to use it to get the best value for money. But today someone said he wanted to leave. But the stubborn old man didn't even stop him. And didn't even look this way. Is this a sexual transition or a brain twitch? Listening to the two people in the back seat snoring, Lin realized that this was thanks to the emperor's own son. By the way, if I summon Hagri and give Azad a sword now, does it count as eliminating harm for the people? But thinking that he had to stay away from the old man's harassment, the demon prince had to hold on to his brand. Having this shield should save you a lot of trouble. But when I got home, looking at the messy courtyard that had mostly been tidied up, I still had the urge to cry. The silver-bearded dwarf's workshop is still in ruins. They were picked up early in the morning, and research on new engines for trucks over at the center was reaching an important stage. After the important things were rescued last night, the rest was entrusted to the two girls and asked to be picked up by someone else. The Jacquard machine has been corrected. However, all the protruding parts on the top, including the lifting mechanism, were still smashed into a mess because the structure was too delicate. Needless to say, the silkworm coop is equally bad. Yusuf Gansha invited back a group of bricklayers and masons who are good at building houses and are helping the two girls clean up the mess in this place. As soon as he saw Lin coming back in the tentative 732A model with an open top, he greeted him as expected. "Boss, you're back." He just noticed the two people in the back seat and said with a strange expression, "You just went to attack a king-level monster? Crud against king-level monsters? Why do you say that?" Lin asked puzzledly. "Otherwise, those two looked exhausted, lying in the back seat and sleeping soundly," Yusuf explained. Looking back, Lin smiled and said, "Oh, them. I think the guys we just dealt with are better than the king-level monsters. Don't worry. It's nothing serious. Just let them rest." At this time, several leaders of the craftsmen who came to help also came forward to pay their respects. Yusuf helped clear a space for parking. Unwilling to walk away, he followed him and stared at someone fiercely. Of course Lin knew that he had something to say. So he said, "If you have something to say, just say it directly." Yusuf smiled and said, "Boss, it's not a big deal. It's just that many people under me are asking when they can buy a car." "Buy a car?" Lin asked in surprise. "Yes. People from the Jialing Chamber of Commerce and people from Kaowei Gong are using it. We asked people we know to find out, and we added it up in private. Although the price of the truck is a bit more expensive, the convenience is really not comparable to the original horse-drawn carriage, especially since everyone is using it in the Holy City. There is no need to worry about road interruptions, collapses, etc., and maintenance is easy. So I want to buy one or two to use as official vehicles in the technical guild. There are also many wealthy craftsmen who want to buy it. And those young men who specialize in soliciting business want to buy small cars for transportation and run business in other districts. Whoa! If you cross the border like this, will the locals cause trouble?" Lin laughed. Boss, you don't know something. The needs of other districts in the Holy City, as well as local craftsmen, will more or less utilize the business of the Technology Guild. But more than once, someone mentioned that they hope I can open a local branch. It's like taking a risk. It's like a guild or a mercenary guild. It's just that there is no one I can trust who is familiar with the guild's affairs. So I can safely open a branch. If there is one, not everyone is willing to insist on it. With the aid of vehicles, we can expand the scope of influence of the technical guild without relying on the method of establishing strongholds. Moreover, we have also calculated that as long as the logistics and supplies can keep up, buying a vehicle is much more cost-effective than raising horses. It turns out there is a demand now. After getting out of the car, Lin looked at the tentative model car made of ordinary materials that drove back. Maybe it's time to switch to a formal model and earn experience points while selling them. Just like the progress in the design and manufacturing of trucks. It is also the experience value contributed by the needs of the Jialong Chamber of Commerce and Kaogong. After thinking about it, Lin said, if it is a 4-seater small car, just come forward and contact the center's external reception staff. You are familiar with that person. He was seconded from the Technology Guild. I will go there. Say H. Low. As for the truck, please wait. The next improved model is almost finalized, and the proportion of magic materials used has been reduced. Although the performance has been slightly reduced, the price has dropped even more, and the reliability of other parts has also improved. Increased. Oh, really? That's great. I'll go talk to the others. Yuzov walked away happily. At this time, Lin turned to look at the two people who were still sitting in the car. Although they had woken up, they lazily didn't want to get up, and asked, You two, do you want to have lunch? Azad almost jumped up from his seat and said, Eat. Why not eat? The same goes for William Greco. He stood up slowly and dusted off his robes. The two of them squinted for a while and regained their spirits a little. The common feeling now is that they are thirsty and hungry, and they don't know where this feeling comes from. It was obvious that he just moved his feet, turned the steering wheel, and shifted gears. It's not like he had been through a fierce battle. So how could he be so tired? Lin said to the two girls, who were still directing the reconstruction plan in the ruins of the silkworm shed. Girl, is lunch ready? Kaya trotted over alone and said, Sister Wana is prepared. I'll go see if I can help. After that, she trotted away. Lin and the other three people gave their allegiance and walked towards the main house. With this free time, Lin Yu asked without saying a word. I just drove for more than 2 hours. Do you have any thoughts? You two? Those two cars must be failures. Azad belittled everything in the world as always. Someone replied noncommittally. It depends on how strict your definition of failure is. To me, if you have 4 wheels, you can run when you step on the accelerator, and you can stop when you step on the brake. Then you have passed the test. You also said, it's just a passing grade. Compared with perfection, there is still a distance that you may never be able to cross. Oh, I wonder if your highness would be willing to let me know what part makes you have such resentment. Lin asked curiously, looking at the dissatisfaction on the demon prince's face and the small tuft of blue hair on his forehead. It's all a tire problem. Front and rear. I haven't fully utilized the performance of the entire car. It's all limited by the tire's grip. I can't use all the 15 gears. It can only reach the 7th gear at most. Almost face to face, Azad shook his index thumb to sign the 7. Lin still smiled and said, those two cars were originally built with a bunch of immature technologies. Plus the people who made them didn't care about balance at all. It's normal to make such a top-heavy monster. Right. But the tire manufacturing process has improved a lot. They have thought of adding magic materials to increase the stickiness and wear resistance. If the original tires were good, the two cars would just be digging in the sand. Chapter 711 Refining Array. This signboard of the Demon Prince is indeed better than expected. Starting from the second day, Mr. Kawe took over, and the stubborn old housekeeper Ihana no longer came to the door to urge someone to work. On the contrary, the two experts, who seemed to be interested in playing, drove the little broken car to the center to play from time to time. They were the most competent test drivers. The main task is to cooperate with the people of the special manufacturing team to modify the number 2 and number 3 cars to be more approachable. Except for Azad and William Greco. No one can control those two mechanical monsters. Some people try to drive in high gears and low speeds throughout the whole process. But doing so is very easy to stall or crash. so it won't work unless you change it. Regardless of how the group of people in the automobile manufacturing and R&D center were in a state of panic all day long, Lin himself did not do less work at all. The two girls are responsible for restoring the operation of the silkworm coop. Since most of the house was destroyed this time, they simply demolished it and rebuilt it, having experience in large-scale and classified breeding. Of course, they had some ideas, and they planned and designed according to this new idea. The house in the Jacquard workshop is the fastest to build, because it only requires a roof SHL, and there are no partitions or various furniture inside. Just a few chairs at most. The remaining machines have to be repaired by someone themselves. And the only assistant is the new apprentice, Leonardo. Although this Florentine boy doesn't like to use magic, he likes tinkering with machines and is especially dexterous. Moreover, he not only helped a lot with disassembly and assembly, but also had great ideas on improving the machine. He can be said to be the most suitable assistant for someone. As for the two girls, who have been following him for a long time, although they are familiar with someone's working habits, their attitude towards the machine is not as positive and dedicated as Leonardo. However, Lin did not just repair the Jacquard machine, but mixed in another research. Thanks to the suggestion of the Demon Prince's odd sarcasm, Lin tried to create a tool based on the magic shaping technique, which required transforming this one-ring apprentice-level magic into a magic circle. The original use of shaping technique is to turn magic materials with various material properties into clay, and use your hands, power, and imagination to transform this magic material into what you want. However, this approach still has errors in industrial specifications. At this time, you must rely on a hammer and file to make final adjustments. There are two ways to combine different magic materials using shaping. One is the one most people use, which is to combine two pieces of different materials in a sticky way. The disadvantage is that it is very inconvenient to perfectly separate the two materials, and many people even cannot do it. This is also the reason why most of the magic materials are manufactured into finished products and cannot be recycled. And there are many materials with very different material properties that cannot be stuck together in this way. For example, for the combination of metals and non-metals, this method is mostly not feasible. The other is to use a special structure to embed two different magic materials together. This technique can be said to be the most important private inheritance for those magicians who have mastered it, and it is rarely made public. Even in the knowledge recorded by the Magicians Association, there is very little content about this technology. Only some descriptions of the advantages and disadvantages of this method. The advantage is that the artifacts using this technology, in addition to being easy to recycle magic materials, can be separated and combined at any time. This is a rare benefit for handling large items, and there is no need to consider whether the material properties are similar, as long as it is a combination of solid and solid. This method can be achieved. But the disadvantage is that a magician with poor skills will leave too big a gap in the joint, causing the items to become loose or even damaged. In addition, the joint surface is also prone to gaps due to insufficient smoothness. For designs that require airtightness, it is difficult to achieve complete airtightness with this technology. In other words, this technology cannot be used only if you understand it. It must be sophisticated before it can be used in actual manufacturing of items. Otherwise, it is better not to use it. If the two properties are similar, in practical use, embedding is even worse than sticking. Although this technique seems mysterious, it happens to be the unique skill of the silver-bearded dwarf. At first, they even kept it secret. If it weren't for the poor fitting skills, many failed products were made when making engines with very high airtightness requirements. I came to someone for advice, and this skill was exposed. If you haven't even seen the real thing and only have the description in the book, then forget it. But after seeing the actual thing in front of Lin for a few times, he roughly guessed that it was a mortise antennen structure that belonged to the Mystery Edition and was a magic material. And it's the kind that doesn't require wedge nails for extra fixation. The trouble with this method is how to control two or more magic materials at the same time, so that one grows inward and the other grows outward on the flat surface that is invisible to the naked eye. In the end, the concave and convex parts of the two fit tightly into each other, and the shape cannot be a cone shape that is easy to loosen, but must be an inverted cone shape or other strange and weird shapes to trap the two or more objects to be connected. The threshold of this technology lies in how to use shaping techniques to control the invisible and intangible parts of magic materials to change them into the appearance you want. This method is said to be broken, but it is not difficult at all. Even when any magician teaches his apprentices, he uses the same words and makes the same requirements. To put it in a more magical version, if you don't pinch it with your hands, you can use your imagination during the casting process to imagine what you want the spelled object to look like. As long as the imagination is richer and the imagination is more specific, the effect of plastic surgery will be better. To achieve internal fitting, it is just a matter of being able to imagine the specific shape of the fitting. With today's eyes, Lin Zhong analyzed the magic of plastic surgery. The spell model of shaping is the most basic power unit that triggers this magical effect. Think of this basic unit as a building block. Pile the blocks into whatever shape you want it to be. Then, the object being cast will gradually change into the shape of the building blocks without changing its mass. How to combine plural objects together is not what Lin wants to do. What he really wanted to know was the principle of stacking blocks. Now that you know the principle, you can find a way to turn it into a magic circle to produce items of a certain shape on a fixed basis. The next step is to use programming language control to freely change the shape of the object. The first generation magic circle was a new type of magic prop designed based on this knowledge. It looks like a large plate with 8 fawn-like protrusions symmetrically distributed on the 8 sides of the plate. There are 8 kinds of gems representing power at the tip of the protrusion. In addition to being used to control power, it also has a function similar to the arcane eye. It can scan and analyze the shape and physical properties of the objects on the plate, including density, volume, weight, etc. basic data. In terms of program control, as long as the correct engineering drawing information is input and sufficient amounts of materials are provided, the plate that is made into the magic circle can change the materials placed inside into the required shape and separate the excess parts. Of course, the input information must comply with certain standards. Rather than just giving a child's doodle, it can also turn into a real thing. The most important point is that the magic circle can handle multiple objects at one time. It can even change the shape of the contents in its belly. In other words, you can directly use this thing to create an exquisite ball, or build an integrated engine including a crankshaft and pistons. It's just that the scale of the refining magic array is not large enough now, and the engines produced can only be used to assemble remote control model cars. When Lin used the first generation magic circle to forge, he continued to repair the damaged healed arm components. And when every component truly met the same industrial standards, he realized that he seemed to have made something extraordinary again. This is something even more useful than Earth's 3D printing technology. Not only is the speed much faster, but the precision depends on the engineering data provided. In theory, molecular level control can be achieved, but this cannot be verified. For Leonardo, who came to help fix things, the emotion of seeing such a new toy was excitement. Whenever he has free time, he will try to input the drawings he drew into the magic formation, and then use a piece of magic material that is temporarily unavailable to actually create what he drew. Anyway, this process only consumes power, and does not consume materials. Therefore, during this period of time, the most common question Leonardo encountered after dinner was, "Teacher, why do the things I make become crooked again?" The most common answer is, "Let's take a look at the picture you drew. What you want to draw is an engineering drawing, not an abstract drawing. Nor is it an essay sketch based only on impressions. The inner diameter is 3 centimeters. What's the point of a cylinder with an outer diameter of 2 centimeters? Calculate." Boy, pictures can fool you, but math can't. Well, teacher, what are abstract pictures? I'm sorry I wasted so much saliva, but you only pay attention to this. This guy is easily distracted and is the worst person Lin has ever seen. 3 sentences must be off topic. But teacher, why does it still make it if something goes wrong? Even though it's weird. But since it's wrong, why doesn't it just stop or show the error? One of the most admirable qualities of this guy is that even though he can go off topic, it doesn't mean that he doesn't care about the original topic. It will come back on its own. It means that the most basic error situation handling has never occurred to me. I am so used to the IDE reporting errors directly, or the design that if an error occurs, it will interrupt the running of the program. But reality is something in progress. No matter whether the original intention is right or wrong, it will definitely have a result. It is just that we don't know whether the result is good or bad. Okay, you can help me try the machine first. I'll think about the parts that will go wrong, how to verify them in advance and issue warnings. That's right. This way, you can save power and waste it on making wrong things. Knowing that he is just one of the mortals, Lin acknowledges his mistakes. No matter who made the mistake, they should think about ways to remedy it. Chapter 712, the direction of the dwarf car. You want to move the workshop to the R&D center? In the evening, after dinner, Germain made such a request. Yes, Mr. Ahanu made such an invitation, saying that he can help us build an independent studio within the scope of the center. Many of my research can also be carried out with the help of the center's resources, without having to earn my own money, or I accept your funding. At this time, the other three dwarves nodded in unison, indicating that they all agreed. Although the Silverbeard dwarves have had the experience of almost selling themselves out many times, as adults, who wants to be discouraged or criticized for their own decisions. Besides, Lin himself doesn't like to have his life planned by others, especially when he starts with, "I'm all for your own good." So he always warned himself not to treat others with this attitude. Regarding Germain's request, Lin just nodded and said, "If you think about it carefully, I have no objection. Will all the things be moved there? Well, except for the peaceful weapons. The other items will be moved over with the second set. There will still be one set of tools left at home." "Oh, keep the peaceful armed forces?" Lin asked. At this time, Germain rubbed his hands and said shyly, "I'm not very confident in the center's internal confidentiality measures. It's safer to leave it here. Also, I have a question. Can you give me some advice?" "Yeah, big brother. What's the problem? Let's talk about it. You see, now I have to go to the center to do things every day. Although they will send a car to pick me up, it is not convenient. I want to get a transportation car for the four of us. But as you know, the design of the car now is it's in line with you humans. But it's not very convenient for us dwarves. I just want to ask, do you have any good solutions? Want to get a customized car that meets dwarven specifications? I have thought about it, but that thing is too expensive and takes time. I was wondering if there is an easier and faster way to do it. If it's simple, fast, and cheap, just take 732A and modify it. What's there to think about? It's already a daily routine for someone and the silver-bearded dwarf to dismantle and reassemble things and change them beyond recognition. Lin couldn't figure out why Germain was afraid to take action. I also thought about using the 732A to modify it. The foot pads for getting on and off the vehicle can be solved, and the visibility problem can also be solved. But I can't think of any better solutions for the accelerator and brake. I have tried shrinking the steering wheel and improving the pedal position, coupled with the gear lever, will make the entire driver's seat very crowded, making it easy for hands and feet to fight. Moreover, if the pedal is raised, the structure is not stable, and it is easy to step on it incorrectly or miss it, and the force is difficult to control. Brother, you have many ideas. Do you have any good opinions on this? It would be nice to use a new device to replace the pedal. As long as this is solved, other gear shifting, steering wheel and control should not be a problem. New device? What kind of device? Germain asked with concern. Make an extra grip on the steering wheel to control the clutch, and at the position where the turn signal is controlled. You can make a thicker grip to replace the accelerator and brake. Pressing down is equivalent to stepping on the accelerator. Pushing forward is equivalent to applying the brakes. I don't need to teach you how to modify it. From the past to now, we are familiar with these modifications. Modification is a trivial matter for the Silverbeard dwarf, and all Germain wants is an idea. But he asked in confusion, why do you push down to accelerator and push forward to brake? Can it be reversed? Although anything is fine. Lin still thought about Germain's question and said, think about it. When an emergency occurs, for example, a cow rushes towards you, or you are about to hit it, a wall, will your hands push forward or push down subconsciously? If you want to use the push rod device to replace the accelerator and brake, it makes sense to push down on the accelerator and push on the brake. You don't want your body to subconsciously accelerate for you when danger occurs. That's true. At this time, the younger generation of silver-bearded dwarf lowered his head and thought for a while, then raised his head and asked, Brother, do you think it is possible for the center to manufacture a car specifically for dwarves in the future? It refers to a mass-produced model, not a special car with only 1 or 2 units. Judging from the structure of the Homo sapiens race in Midland, there are quite a few groups with similar body shapes to dwarves. It is understandable to design a car suitable for such people to drive, but it is not really necessary to do this. It is decided by the market. We are not guessing here. To put it simply, the car is built. But how many dwarves, goblins, and gnomes are willing to buy it and can afford it? Besides, there is a mentality that you have to pay attention to. What is that? Lin didn't show off and said directly, it's natural to play with big cars. In addition to the large internal space of big cars, the appearance of big cars also represents stability and gives people the feeling of being able to protect the people in the car more. So under such a premise, would a small car designed to fully conform to the body shape of a dwarf be more popular? Or a vehicle that may be a little difficult to operate, but has a body shape similar to that of other vehicles driven by humans, would be more popular? Germain's eyes widened and he asked, would anyone think like this? Let's talk about practicality. Unless they live in a world where people around them are exactly the same size as themselves, then these dwarves are bound to have some friends who are normal people. So when this friend wants to hitchhike with you, the result will be, obediently, a dwarf-specific version of the car. So how does he sit in it? Or does he have to cut off his hands and feet to fit a human into a dwarf car? It sounds bad to say it this way. So, designing a car for dwarves is a wrong thing? I wouldn't say it's a mistake. Maybe some dwarves just don't want to give rides to normal-sized people. And having a car they can't fit in is just a nice excuse. So, is this correct? Why do I feel like I'm getting more and more confused? Seeing Germain shaking his head, Lin smiled and said, there is no right answer to this kind of thing. It is determined by the market and demand. Both of these can be cultivated. It depends on what attitude you want to use. Face it! When the four silver-bearded dwarves scratched their heads, Germain seemed to have remembered something and said, by the way, big brother, about car number 1. Mr. Ahanu asked me to convey that the car number 1 the design project can enter the second stage. He also asked me to emphasize that since it is just a design assignment, irrelevant people should not be allowed to go to the center. Was he scared to death by the Demon Prince? Azad spent this time hanging out in the automobile manufacturing and R&D center, and did not go on a killing spree as anyone imagined. On the one hand, it was because no one dared to provoke him. And on the other hand, it was because William Greco was there. The White Sword Master was like a lubricant, coordinating the communication between the Demon Prince and others very well. Although his character can be considered weird, he is still much better than Azad. The original magic circles of the vehicle are all inside the vehicle body, connecting the engine, energy center, magic stone power conversion array, etc. It is purely used to transmit power and convert the engine output into power. These functions are just necessary designs for the vehicle to operate normally. As for the second stage of the design of the customized car, it is to make the car made of magic material and depict a magic circle that has nothing to do with the function of the vehicle itself, turning it into a true magic prop. The Magic Savage Crash that was previously requested by Mr. Kawai's agent, the old butler Ihana, was an offensive magic for custom-made cars. The reason why car number 1 is designed to be faster than cars number 2 and 3 is because the theme of this car is safety. It doesn't require extreme performance, but it requires driver safety to an outrageous level. In other words, all the magic that is going to be written on this car will also revolve around the theme of safety. Then add 1 or 2 offensive magics to achieve the point where offense and defense are integrated. Once the magic circle is carved, the customized car becomes a finished product that is difficult to change and modify. In order to allow the magic circles carved on the car body to exert the greatest and most effective effects, the connection between different magic circles was a subject that MIDI had never been exposed to before the new Great Sage's Tower. This part is a job that no one can replace at this stage except Lin. That's why Germain sent a message for Ahanu. Recalling the old butler's explanation, the silver-bearded dwarf said again, I heard from Mr. Ihanu that the relevant requirements have been stored in the central system and are on the second phase requirements list of special project number 1. You can do it when you are free. Go check it out first. Many of the industrial functions designed by Lin cannot be separated from the first coffin system based on the purple level magic stone. These things are placed in other magic stones. Although they can be taken to other places for display, they are only for display and cannot use other functions. Therefore, in order to facilitate the magicians and craftsmen who join the automobile manufacturing and R&D center, Lin also established a similar system for the center. It replicates 70% of the functions of the first coffin, but does not include the accumulated data of the first coffin. As the core of the central system, the purple transformation magic stone was provided by Kawai Gong. The background of being a great nobleman of the empire once again shocked someone's little heart. In particular, the center occupies a vast area, and a single purple variant level, as the core is not enough to cover the entire area. Therefore, Lin also designed some nodes, using secondary magic stones as relays, so that all magicians within the range can utilize the functions and computing power of the central system. The disadvantage is that each magician must have a magic stone as an operating system in order to use the central system. In fact, a better way is to build an energy pool for the magic tower, which is also more versatile. However, the magician group has remained silent, or rather pretended to be stupid, regarding the construction of energy pools in places other than the magic tower. At first, a certain time traveler wanted to break through this professional barrier, but later, after getting to know more about it, he gave up. While the magic tower uses the energy pool to gain semi-infinite power semi-permanently, it also suppresses the core of the energy pool in a sense, because that is something very dangerous. Think about it. On Earth, it is such a desperate act to build a nuclear energy generator based on nuclear fission technology for temporary power supply. Chapter 713, The Most Suitable Clothing for Brocade Weaving. Harumi took the lead and saw that after his teacher finished talking with the silver-bearded dwarf, the three apprentices touched him obscenely. In addition to Kaya, today's little follower also has Leonardo. The poor young man was pushed forward bravely on the wrong path by his senior sisters. The three of them each took a pile of paper and handed it to someone. Teacher, look at our designs. Which one is suitable to be made of silk? This was explained not long ago. While they were cleaning up the yard, they still had time to prepare these things. Or is this what they have been waiting for? Lin took the design draft and read it carefully. In the past, when these women made clothes, they would not need someone to review and approve them. But it is different today. The difference is that from the enchanting stage of reeling to the programming after inputting the pattern into the jacquard machine, Lin has not yet made a foolproof function. That is, just scan things in and use them. Once there are any changes to the enchanting content or weaving pattern, you have to change the settings, re-enter the reference target, etc. Although the project of building the jacquard machine, several women were also involved, especially in the programming part of the programming language. But at the same time, these parts are just sporadic functions, and the final integration is completed by someone. This also means that if someone doesn't do it, the jacquard machine will be useless, unless someone else plans to use the previous design and make something similar to Lin Xuanwu robe. The question is, who will? Therefore, even if the number of silk cocoons was enough to make a set of clothes, work had not started yet. The main reason is, of course, that someone is lazy and has cancer. The public statement is that I hope to accumulate more silk cocoons, and then I can make more clothes at once without having to do it intermittently. Simply put, it means accumulating things and completing them in one go. But since I had solicited the design drafts from the apprentices before, of course I planned to get them in a few women's outfits together first. So today I am going to review the design drafts submitted by several apprentices. It's okay if I don't turn it over. The more I turn it over, the more I shake my head. Basically, this manuscript is still the same as it was 4 or 5 years ago. There is no progress. What are all these things? Is it interesting to dig out old things and play with them once, twice or 3 times? This is for Kai evaluation of. She just pieced together the designs of clothes she had sewn in the past to make a set that looked new. Maybe it's a bit novel in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of someone who knows the origin of these clothes, it's a bit nondescript. Okay, I understand your change of getting closer to nature. It's not a mistake, and I don't object to it. But imagine being like a forest elf, wearing flowers, leaves, vines, etc. Please wear real flowers and real grass, instead of using the hard-made silk to wear it with fake flowers and grass. This is the comment given to Halumi. This thing has gone beyond the scope of human beings. It adopts a super retro style and returns to the Bible and the Garden of Eden, with Adam and Eve dressed up just a little bit more. What is this? A village girl from Florence? This was Leonardo's comment. Leonardo also proposed a design draft. I don't know if he was forced by his 2 senior sisters, or if he was just idle and panicking to join in the fun. Although his paintings are exquisite, his vision is only the hometown in his memory, and it is still very rural. Not the aristocrats or wealthy businessmen of the European Middle Ages, but for a country boy who was forced to travel to a lost land when he was just a teenager. He couldn't force himself too much. Finally, Lin looked over the heads of the 3 apprentices and asked the Lich, who was sitting firmly on the sofa behind him. Did they show you these things? Finn shook his head and nodded again. She is not very interested in clothing design. She always takes someone's design drawings, and depending on her mood today, she makes whichever outfit she likes and wears it. After all, none of this has anything to do with magic. Teacher, what's wrong with the things we draw? Hasn't it always been this kind of design? If you keep it, you'll get scolded. If you let it go, you'll get scolded if it looks like it. So how should we draw it? Bring a pen and paper. Someone directly ordered without further explanation. It was a few years ago that my teacher drew concept drawings of clothing. In the era of the Great Sage's Tower, someone with a lot of leisure thought of this as a way to kill daily boredom. But after leaving the magic tower, too many things prevented him from picking up a paintbrush again and painting things that had nothing to do with magic or work. After being given instructions today, the two girls were naturally excited to find sketchbooks and colored crayons. The latter was the result of someone's boredom in the past, although the manufacturing process has not been improved. Because it is not troublesome, the materials are substitutable and easy to obtain. The two girls have always had the habit of keeping them by their side. For Lin, the concept of what he wants to paint is actually very simple. The fabric used today is woven silk brocade. The most suitable clothing for this kind of fabric is, in addition to cheongsam and Japanese kimono, the most suitable one is of course hanfu and tang suit. Just as rice made from local water and cooked on the ground is the most delicious. In the land where brocade was born, clothing styles that are most suitable for this kind of fabric will naturally be developed. Just write a few quick strokes. Then rub it with a crayon a few times and it's done. A humanoid model wearing a horse-face skirt, a jacket with a stand-up collar, and a long mannequin appeared on the page. Some wore small mandarins, and some added cloud shoulders, creating several different styles. After drawing the mannequin, the next step is to sculpt the details of each clothing component. What takes the most effort is the pattern decoration on the clothing. An all-red outfit with the image of a bird on the long skirt. My original intention was to draw a Suzaku. But the Suzaku is an imaginary bird that does not actually exist. Therefore, Lin adopted the shape of a phoenix, which is an image similar to the red peacock used by most people, and then omitted the peacock's tail feathers, which is the vermilion bird painted by Lin. On the skirt, it is shaped like a sea of clouds. A set of light cyan clothes, with a green dragon coiled on the long skirt. And the skirt is like the rolling waves of the waves. The dragon shape is different from the tattoo style. It does not deliberately pursue a full version or a majestic feeling, but it's a bit foggy and unpredictable. A set of green and white ones, with a tiger descending from the mountain hanging on the pony. Black stripes on a white background, and a few strokes show the king's appearance in the roaring mountains and forests. The skirt is a scene of mountains and forests, using the style of traditional Chinese painting rather than realism. Although it is an essay, it took someone a lot of time. However, the eyes of the few people watching beside him became brighter and brighter. In the end, every time a manuscript was completed, the two girls took it to their elder sister like a treasure, chattering. After the 3 sets of costumes were painted, Lin shook his wrist, which had not been painted for a long time. In previous presentations of this kind of drawings, whiteboard techniques were used, using space as the canvas and consciousness as the brush. However, this kind of display can only be used temporarily and cannot be retained. In order to retain the bottom, Lin still had to use the old method to paint, and also to facilitate subsequent work. At this time, Fun, who had read all the manuscripts, raised his bright eyes from the manuscript paper, looked at someone, and asked, "Why are there no similar costumes in the drawings you left behind?" "Because the things I left behind in the past are just a little bit of obscene memories of anime and video games. The things I drew were either some impressive heroine costumes or clothes that appeared in H_game. Or maybe it's some classical style costumes designed from movies and TV series under the so-called research of the crew. Who knows whether they really fit the background of the times. As for fashionable clothing, I actually didn't care about fashion before traveling through time. At most, I saw some reports about the fashion industry in the news, or just the styles of celebrities walking on red carpets and attending important events. But with this little thing, it's not a big problem to use it to bluff the natives. However, it is obvious that such words cannot be said directly." Lin rolled his eyes and said, "There was no suitable fabric before. You see, the focus of these clothes is all the patterns on the clothes. If these things are embroidered, they can be embroidered. But how long will it take? Those two girls are magic apprentices, and the most important thing is to learn, not to hone their embroidery skills. So I'm glad that I didn't let you see these pictures and spend too much time on them." Well, that's true. Although he is not good at embroidery or tailoring, it doesn't mean that Finn can't deduce how much time it might take to spend on it. At least, she wasn't willing to wear some shoddy clothes. To craft it carefully, you need time or work on other aspects. But looking at the shape of the three-headed spiritual beast, that only recognized a tiger inside. And he had never seen the strange creature with a dragon head and a snake body. Although the red one could be seen as a bird. He had never seen such a bird before. Thinking back to what happened that day when someone put on that black robe, she frowned slightly and asked, "The shape of these clothes will not let what happened that day happen again." This worry made the two girls turn their heads to look at their teacher, their eyes looking like they had caught some nasty little thief digging a hole. Lynn smiled and explained, "Of course, I will have prevention and response methods for what happened that day. More importantly, as long as it is not worn on my body, there should be no big problem. I can use these spiritual beasts. The shape is just a random drawing. It just matches the Xuanwu robe I am wearing. If you think it is not suitable, you can change it to other shapes. These pictures are just to show you that the types of clothing are not the only ones drawn before. For the ones you have seen, you can create the desired shape by sewing and cutting. And you can also start from the pattern on the fabric." After getting the answer, the three women couldn't wait to discuss it, completely excluding someone. In fact, this has been their attitude towards doing things in the past. The main reason is that Lin doesn't want to interfere too much in the details of clothing. He just likes to appreciate the final result when it is worn on people. This is especially true for cutting and sewing. Although he can do it, someone prefers to leave it to someone else. Chapter 714 Transaction Conditions. But the other male apprentice, who was excluded, Leonardo, looked at the drawings and compared them with his own drawings. He scratched his head and looked a little embarrassed. When he noticed his new teacher looking at him, he couldn't help showing an annoyed look and said, "Maestro, scusa, I couldn't think of such a good idea." Some people were not surprised by the young man's grammar, which was mixed with his native dialect and Midland's lingua franca. Initially, I had to rely on the translation program to guide me. But as he talked, he became familiar with it. And without any translation, Lin replied directly, "Don't be discouraged, kid. Whether you do many things well or poorly depends on how high or low your vision is." Looking at Leonardo's puzzled expression, Lin explained, "You see, the so-called creativity depends on your own basic knowledge and coming up with ideas that transcend it. This is quite a wonderful thing." "That's right. But the so-called insight is that I have seen the creativity of many people and integrated their ideas into my knowledge, which may have solidified my basic knowledge. I have seen or experienced things, but I gathered the ideas of 100, 200, 1,000, or even many people and chose what I thought was suitable. That's the difference between the two of us. What the teacher wants to say is that I need to learn more things," Leonardo said doubtfully. Regarding such a question, Lin smiled and said, "Of course. There is a saying in my hometown, live until you are old and learn until you are old. Not only do you need to learn more and more deeply, but I also need to learn all the time. No one is omniscient and omnipotent, faced with endless problems every day. If you can't solve them yourself, of course you should ask other people for solutions, or look for them in other books. Of course, you should also think about them. Rather than just throw away the troubles, throw it to others. Then compare your own answers with others' answers to see what the difference is and what the pros and cons are. And then decide what method you will use to solve the problem. Under such circumstances, we will continue to make progress." "Yes, teacher." Leonardo's expression softened a lot. "Remember one thing. Knowledge is power. Whether you choose to study magic or engineering, first broaden your horizons, then enrich your knowledge, and finally know how to think. And your own thinking is the most important part. This is also the part where you perform best. You like to observe, think about why, and find answers. This is already a very good trait. Now all you have to do is to know more about why and fill in those things. Enter your field of knowledge and become the foundation of everything." For two girls who were already familiar with their teacher's character, Lin could ridicule them without any scruples. Anyway, these two girls are very naughty now. Without kicking their butts and staring at them, Halumi and Kaya would not move forward at all. But the new apprentices cannot be treated like this. First of all, I don't know how high his psychological endurance is. If the other party is not familiar with him, he may take those exaggerated taunts seriously, which will undoubtedly aggravate the injury. Secondly, my authority is not high enough to speak for myself. He is pointing fingers at the sky and the earth and fighting everywhere, just to show off to someone. As a person who has been baptized by society and has a habit of pretending to be a grandson, even if he now has the ability to resist authority, There is no need to train a child until he doubts his life. Lead Leonardo in a persuasive way. The most gratifying thing is that he can hear these words and is willing to change himself. There is nothing more gratifying than this. Compared to those unteachable old stubborns in math class, Lindu wanted to catch them and reward them for their big mouths. In short, he made this Florentine young man happily go back to check the repair progress of the Jacquard machine, compare the design of the drawings, and the operation of the test program. And someone felt happy. There is nothing more satisfying than training a conscious young man to willingly sell his own liver. The discussion between several women has progressed to the point of preparing to perfect someone's sketch, marking dimensions, plate size, and other figures. However, an uninvited guest disrupted their discussion. Taking away the drawing of the red Suzaku suit from Halumi's hand, Azad squeezed away the girls and sat down on the sofa with a golden sword. On the other end, there was Fan, who had both feet bent on the sofa and rested his head on one hand. She rolled her eyes at the rude man. Unfortunately, the demon prince never cared about other people's looks. Looking at the drawings in his hands, he picked up a few on the table to compare them. Suddenly Azad emerged from the paper and said, "These clothes are good. Please make me one." Lin subconsciously asked, "Who is wearing it?" "Of course it's me." Azad stared at the person asking the question as if he was looking at an idiot. As if the other person's question was very unreasonable. "But this is women's clothing, so it's not possible." The contempt in his eyes became more and more obvious, and even a little more angry. And the bunch of hair on the head has a tendency to turn red. Seeing that look in his eyes, Lin knew he could no longer refuse. This person doesn't have a personality that allows others to disobey. Although it may not hurt him, it is not a good thing if he makes trouble. So Lin said, "Even if you want to wear it, you have to make it. If you want to make it, you have to have the materials." "Materials?" "No." Azad asked dissatisfiedly as his hair turned red. "When someone first came to my house, they demolished my silkworm raising place. Most of the little cuties inside were killed or injured, and the other half escaped." "What do you think?" Lin asked. Not caring about trivial things does not mean that Azad has a poor memory. His memory and observation skills are so strong that ordinary people cannot match them. So when Lin mentioned what happened at that time, he recalled it clearly. "When I fought the Lich in the courtyard, the level of danger was different from fighting that man. The strange thing about the magician lies in his elusive figure and all-round attack method with almost no blind spots. As for the Hakiri, it was not included in the combat power at all. The Lich's fighting method is that of an old-school magician, empowering himself and using force to defeat cleverness. Whenever there is an opportunity, there will be magical attacks with huge destructive power. Azad had killed many such magicians, but in front of the former demon king Fanatical, the demon prince hit a wall for the first time. It's different from fighting against that man's speed. In the battle with the Lich, both sides tried their best to break the opponent's defenses. It's a pity that it's still a situation where no one can do anything about anyone. In the process of fighting, accidental injuries are inevitable. It's just that other people in this family seem to know how to protect themselves wisely, and they disappeared from sight as early as the fight started. So what was destroyed were the flowers, plants and houses in the courtyard. The silkworm coop mentioned by the magician in front of him should be the insect-shaped monster that was affected in that battle. Azad pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "It's those little bugs. Are they the material you use to make clothes? Are you surprised when you ask this? Or is there a way to solve the problem? But let's talk about it first. Even if you catch more magic moths, it may not be useful. You still have to spend time waiting. Because what I really need is, the larvae transform into cocoons of the adult stage and are raised using special feeding methods." "Special feeding method? Human flesh? My dear, why did your thoughts jump there? The clothes you are wearing are made of things fed with human flesh. Don't you think it's weird? No. Look at how many monsters have been skinned and made into clothes. Is anyone surprised? Everyone is having fun wearing them. And they also judge each other who wears the monsters that are more advanced and powerful. Bloodthirst has been deeply rooted in the bones of human beings. It's your nature, because the source of blood is different, which creates a psychological burden. You are deliberately pretending to be stupid to make people laugh." "I can't take this anymore." Lin had no choice but to change the topic and said, "Anyway, if you want to wear this kind of clothes, you have to wait. We have to wait until we resume the scale of sericulture and accumulate enough silk cocoons before we have the materials to make clothes for you. What do you want to do then? Just do it. regarding someone's request to wait but agree. Azad looked at the three women, and then Lin with strange eyes. Lin said angrily, "Don't try to jump in line. This is your punishment for destroying my silkworm coop. Besides, I firmly believe in the principle that he who does not work does not eat. Although having another mouth to eat is nothing. So I've never asked you for food. But you still can't justify the effort that goes into making this dress. Then, what did this one do?" Azad showed a rare sign of weakness and pointed at the lich sitting lazily on the sofa at the other end. In these days, if he didn't know everything about everything that happened under this house, he was still aware of it. Speaking of the silkworm coop outside the house, the two apprentices are mainly busy. This lich goes to the college to teach every day, and then comes back to eat and wait to die. To be honest, it's almost the same as him. Lin shook his head and said, "Just because you haven't seen her dedication, it doesn't mean she hasn't done anything. Although Harumi is the one who records the research and improvement of demon moth species, it needs to be obtained from that pile of data. No one can take away the merit of judging valuable changes or worthless fluctuations. Even I can't compare with these things." Azad looked at the woman sitting on the other side of the sofa in disbelief. Fine, however, winked and smiled slightly, as if to demonstrate, thinking of his equal record with this woman. The premise is that she is now wearing the shackles personally placed by the 8 powerful masters. Azad couldn't help but imagine what the Demon King was like in his heyday thousands of years ago, whether he would have the opportunity to play a guest role as a hero. Of course, he didn't know that Fin's evaluation of him was that she could beat 3 of her previous selves effortlessly. However, since the other party still has shackles that can be felt by outsiders, Azad is much less interested in launching a challenge now. He turned to look at the evasive magician and said, "Okay, but we just need a deal. Tell me, who do you want me to kill?" I said, "Besides killing, don't you know anything else? This is the easiest thing to do. And I have a hunch that even if the other conditions you put forward are not unacceptable to me, they will still be very troublesome. Or should I not kill you as a trade condition? I can accept it reluctantly, although my life will be less fun. The fun of killing a magician who is known as the best at escaping." Chapter 715, the second phase of customized car operations. The deal with Azad has not been realized for the time being. This is not because the conditions cannot be negotiated, but simply because even if they are negotiated, someone currently does not have the ability to fulfill their promise. I don't have the materials. How do I make it? So Azad also put the matter aside and ignored it for the time being. In the automobile manufacturing and R&D center, there is no need to mention the mass-produced cars and trucks made of ordinary materials. Although the 2 models that have started to be sold to the outside world are not hot selling. At least they are not unsaleable and have been overstocked for too long. On the one hand, the center's production capacity has not yet exploded. On the other hand, market acceptance is still in the testing stage. Both sides were groping. The recent focus is, of course, the second phase of production of car number 1 Enchanting. Select Savage Crash as the attack magic. The method of use is also very simple. Turn it on. Hold the steering wheel firmly. Step on the accelerator. Kill the car. Reverse the car if it is not dead. And do it again. Regarding the proposal of launching fireballs and ice cones, after seeing the destructive power of magical brutal collision, everyone actively ignored it. The test mound was rammed according to the city walls of the imperial capital, and then a hole was knocked out. This weapon that is more powerful than a battering ram also shoots fireballs. This is about setting off fireworks. According to a chief design engineer, if it is useful, 1 move is enough. If it is useless, 100 moves are in vain. An additional apprentice-level magic light object magic is added to reduce the weight of the car body. The pursuit of lightweight car bodies, while taking into account strength, is an eternal pursuit of the global automobile industry. In Lost Lands, it's all done with magic. You can be as light as you want, even if it floats. So someone suggested changing the levitation technique to enchant the second-level apprentice-level magic, and adding propellers to the front and rear of the vehicle. I said, "Do you build cars or airplanes?" So the proposal was rejected again. However, there was some internal debate over the use of the light object technique. The key point is how light the weight of the car body should be, and whether the magic should be constant. That is to say, when the vehicle is started, the light object technique is activated. When the vehicle is turned off, the effect of the light object technique is cancelled. The point of the former is that if it is too light, it will reduce the tire's grip, because there is not enough self-weight of the vehicle body. The tires can be in close contact with the ground, which will further reduce the stability of the vehicle. The latter is of course related to the amount of power consumed after the vehicle is started, or the amount of fuel. After all, the engine consumes energy, and starting the magic circle also consumes energy. Ultimately, this question is left to mathematics to answer. Because the car body becomes lighter, it will also help reduce the power loss of the engine. So we can make a curve of the car body's weight and energy consumption, and choose the optimal configuration. There is an additional apprentice-level magic jumping. This magic is used to break through difficult terrain, and through the program-controlled power and output. You can easily choose the place where you want to jump and land. After testing, in windless weather, and using the light object technique to reduce the weight of the vehicle body, it can span a distance of up to 1 kilometer and up to 150 meters. In fact, this is no different from flying. Additional magic shield defense. This magic is to increase the car's defense to a higher level. It is not a non-resident constant magic, but a conditional trigger, so that the waste of power can be avoided. Additional second-level apprentice-level magic transparency. The previous failed experience of playing optical camouflage on Xuanwu robe made someone directly return to the magic of the earth that he still didn't quite understand transparency. It is very convenient to use this magic to hide when the vehicle is stationary. The disadvantage is that the power is broken when you move, and you can only stay still. Added a ring of apprentice-level magic shaping. In fact, this is the result of previous research that can use programs to manufacture small parts. Lin used it on a physical vehicle for the first time, and then solidified the part specifications and dimensions of each part to achieve a self-healing effect. However, this also makes the modification work more difficult when necessary later, because the solidified shaping design must be adjusted simultaneously. Otherwise, as soon as the car is started and the power penetrates the shaping magic circle, the car body will return to its original shape and all the previous efforts will be wasted. And these are just the external parts of the car body, taking into account the comfort and safety of drivers and passengers. There is of course additional magic inside the cabin to protect the passengers. First of all, car number 1 is different from other customized cars. The windshields of other customized cars are replaced with a very special magic crystal, although I don't know how it compares to the strength of bulletproof glass. During previous tests, no matter how the vehicle rolled, the windshield remained strong without even a spider web-like crack, which shows its strength. However, car number 1 adopts a fully enclosed design, and the windshield and windows are all covered with special steel plates. The interior uses a panoramic projection system in the silver-bearded dwarf's peace-armed helmet, so that people inside can easily see the outside scenery. But people outside cannot see the situation inside, because the cockpit adopts a closed design. Design and magic and ventilation and air purification are essential in order to ensure the safety of the passengers in the event of a violent collision. Lin chose a very unpopular magic softness technique. This magic is a first-level apprentice magic, an extended branch of shaping. It can temporarily turn any hard object into a soft one, without any damage. But the disadvantage is that the object will be forcibly restored to its original shape, and during the restoration process, a strong force will be generated to bounce the person out. Therefore, the original use of this magic is actually a kind of magic trap. But it is not very popular. Because it is huge, the force that can push people away can be resisted with brute force, although the object will eventually return to its original shape. As long as you are strong enough, you can control the direction and speed of the bounce to reduce possible injuries. If such a magic is used inside a car, it is simply more effective than an airbag. Earth's airbags are not suitable for children, infants, etc. Poor design will also bring unnecessary risks. When using soft technology inside the cabin of a customized car, the driver and passengers will at most be bounced around in all directions. You might feel dizzy, but it's better than hitting a hard body or steering wheel. With so many kinds of magic, it is impossible for other magicians to engrave them on the body of a car, because the more magic circles of different natures there are, the more difficult it is to connect them together to function. But just because others can't do it, doesn't mean Ling can't do it. Transforming the Tower of the Great Sage is ahead, and no one dares to underestimate his skills in the magic circle. Moreover, there are many magic circles that cannot be solved by just drawing one. Like a magic shield, the car body has carvings on the front, rear, left, right, and even the top and bottom. The shaping technique used to repair itself is specially arranged according to the shape of the car body to ensure that the magic effect can affect every part of the car body. For such a complex project, Lin handed over the design in just a few days, allowing the center's magicians and engineers to implement it. In addition to the design, Lin also spent several days explaining the reasons for the design to others. This was the knowledge content that had been agreed upon to be imparted. So Lin did not hide his secrets. If you want to leave the hassle of building custom cars to someone else, you have to train other people who can do it. This is normal. The trick to integrating so many magic circles lies in the decorative patterns that others think are useless. Those are like passive components in a circuit board, such as capacitors, resistors, inductors, etc., connecting ICs with different functions. That is, the magic array, integrating them into a whole. Allow the power to communicate with different magic circles and act according to the design requirements. Of course, these small magic arrays of capacitor patterns, resistor patterns, inductance patterns, etc. are not placed just anywhere. This requires detailed calculations using mathematics in order to coordinate all the magic arrays and achieve 100% effectiveness. And these calculations made the magicians and engineers so intoxicated that they wanted to die. To this, someone's only response was, Want to play with the wafer manufacturing process? That was something I didn't even dare to think about. Not only are the majors inappropriate, but the threshold is also high. But this time, even if everyone's heads were on fire, no one wanted to leave someone in the center to ask for an explanation. Instead, I hope that this person will leave as soon as possible and take away the prince who has lost interest in racing cars. Because there is no honor of championship. And there is no pressure from sponsors waving a lot of money, spending money to find the best driver, driving the best chariot, and hanging their sponsorship advertisements to achieve good results. So all the fun of racing between Zad and William Greco was quickly exhausted. They haven't checked in for a while. Everyone celebrates. But after the number 1 car entered the second phase of work, when it was time to verify the results, Lin not only appeared, but also brought the prince, who everyone was avoiding. Everyone still dared to be angry but did not dare to speak, and stayed away from the evil star, who was in a good or bad mood. So, you specifically called me here? Where are you going to bury it in the center of this place? I'll help you dig the hole for free. But you have to ask someone else to fill it with soil. I'll just send you in at most. Of course, it's not for such a small thing. But there is a big thing, and we have to rely on His Highness's strengths. Lin led people to the familiar experimental site inside the center. Car number 1, customized by the Grand Duke of Kauai and intended to be given to his granddaughter, was parked quietly in an open space. The shape of this car is very different from the classical styles of several other customized cars, because it is intended for women to drive. Lin adopted the classic Porsche 911 shape and then made some changes. The body with the pedigree of a sports car is relatively petite, but its streamlined arc gives it an aristocratic elegance, rather than the sci-fi style toughness of Lamborghini. However, in a land with an underdeveloped road system, having a low chassis and low center of gravity is asking for trouble. Therefore, the ride height and shock absorber design of the number 1 car are much higher, so that this Porsche is a bit nondescript in someone's eyes. The body of a sports car and the chassis of an off-road vehicle. But the mini natives didn't know that, so they still admired the shape of the car. Despite this, none of the other big guys asked to transform their customized cars into the appearance of car number 1. Because someone painted the car body bright pink, almost blinding all the men's eyes. Few men had the courage to get into this car that looked like it was filled with pink bubbles. Even Azad. Chapter 716 Defense Performance Experiment. Compared to the pink car that blinded everyone, the other focus of everyone's attention was the magicians who had temporarily gathered in the open space of the experimental site. According to the assembly form of the regular army, 100 people formed a small horizontal rectangular formation, and then several small square formations were assembled into a large square formation, with a total number of 614 people. As a formal magician, no matter how much you like the work of research and production, there is no one who has not had blood on his hands. It can also be said that without the baptism of blood, one cannot cross that threshold. The holy city of Estali is close to the Guana Empire, and many magicians have joined the Empire's regular legions. Although only a small number of people can become members of the elite, most people have basic military qualities. So as long as someone steps forward to take command, the magicians in the holy city will form a legion square array in a decent manner. Their original identities were magicians who joined the Automobile Manufacturing and Research and Development Center, scattered in various positions. They were gathered together especially for the experiment today. In fact, everyone did not gather together, and no one realized that the center already had such a powerful force. A team of more than 600 magicians has no problem sweeping through the territories of some small nobles. Of course, this is not their purpose in joining the center, and they cannot organize themselves at anyone's request to harm anyone. But we will gather together today because we are going to do an experiment related to cars. In addition to the magicians, the Duke's guards and the silver-bearded dwarves, who were not on duty now, also put on melee weapons and equipment and lined up here. Especially the 4 silver-bearded dwarves, who were almost taller than them in holding hammers. Just by swinging it, it's like a tiger. It was just a certain emperor's own son who said in a very embarrassing manner, "Hey, there are not enough people for me to kill. It's useless to rely on them to plot against me." The master and the knights turned their heads in opposite directions, and no one steadfastly refuted or complained. The title of Demon Prince carries heavy weight, and the battle in which more than half of the emperor's 3 guards were killed or wounded made the people of this empire feel the pain that penetrated their bones. The members of that elite unit may have been relatives or children they had known in the neighborhood since childhood, and then they were all gone. No one can blindly say that those are all false rumors, because the harm is happening around them. However, Lin faced the god of plague that everyone avoided and feared. Said, "It is too wasteful to use them against you, and it is not effective. If you want to fight, you must fight the battles that will only win. Unless you have to, don't even fight the battles that will only lose. I have recruited so many people. It's just for an experiment and has nothing to do with you. Listen to what you say. Should I feel lonely?" Azad showed an exaggerated expression of regret and shook his head. Then he asked curiously, "So what are there so many of them doing?" "Test the defensive capabilities of that car," Lin replied. Azad asked again, "How to test?" "Smash it. Use magic to smash it. And use your strength to smash it. Otherwise, you would think they gathered here to watch a show." Azad asked again, "What should I do if it's broken?" "If it's broken, it means that the defensive performance is not up to par. At this time, we need to review the defense design, find the shortcomings, and rebuild the defense system. You have to ask about such a simple thing. Has your IQ deteriorated?" A certain magician spoke plausibly, but the old housekeeper Ahanu's eyelids twitched as he listened. It was really smashed, and repairs and modifications would cost the owners money. Why can this man speak so easily? Does he know that these cars have cost a grand duchy several years of tax money? But of course Azad didn't care about those trivial matters. He said with great interest, "Then you are here to help me out. It's not fun to hit something that can't move. I can sit in it, although I can't drive the car. Aren't you interested in this?" "Oh, you will be in there," Azad said with bright eyes and great interest. "Actually, this is a last resort, because what needs to be tested is the magic, effects and power consumption of the car body. Although as long as the sensor is connected, the test data can be obtained from the outside. But if necessary, adjustments need to be made from the inside. And the internal safety is more straightforward than using a test doll to experience it in person. And the most important point is that if there is a real danger, no one will run away better than me. If it were anyone else, the car's protection would be really broken. There is probably no chance of survival. So it is the safest way for me to do it myself. I don't want people to die just doing manufacturing work," Azad said disappointedly. "That's right. You said it would be very exciting for you to accidentally get a dimensional anchor magic circle on the car body." "Uh-huh. I'm just telling you in a low voice here that I have tested this kind of thing. The dimensional anchor is of no use to me." Azad didn't wait to continue asking. And of course, he didn't want to satisfy the people next to him, who listened secretly with their ears pricked up. "People," Lin clapped his hands and said, "Okay, no more nonsense. The test will be completed here as soon as possible, and everyone can return to their posts and continue working. Don't waste time." Without asking any questions or satisfying anyone's curiosity, Lin recruited several commanders to arrange the test. Said, "When I enter the car and am ready, I will flash the headlights twice as a signal, and then you can start the attack. The first wave of offensive will be led by Germain and you." The silver-bearded dwarf, who was named, nodded. "The people in the melee group use your best method to attack the number 1 vehicle. However, considering the positions next to the vehicle, it is impossible to accommodate all of you. So how many people can attack at that time depends on, it's up to you and the situation on site to decide. I won't interfere." "Then how far are we going to fight?" Germain asked. Lin was stunned for a moment, obviously not considering such a problem at first. However, he simply handed over the decision-making power to the other party and said, If you think there is a chance to break through the shield and destroy the car, then continue to attack. It doesn't matter if you dismantle the car. If the car is so fragile that it can be demolished by you, then such a defense system cannot be called safe at all. If you feel that there is little chance of breaking through, and there is no point in continuing to fight, then retreat as far as possible. The better. Back off? Germain's voice was a little angry. It was tantamount to an insult to look down upon the Silverbeard dwarves. But what someone said next made him swallow all his grievances. The second wave of attacks will be launched by magicians. If you don't want to be affected, of course you should stay out of the range of the magic attacks as much as possible. There's nothing wrong with that. Germain, who wanted to refute, was speechless. Lin ignored this guy, but said to the commander of the temporarily formed magician army, "The time when you launch the attack is when the soldiers are indeed out of the range of the magic attack. It is up to you to discuss what magic to use. But 3 rounds of attacks will be launched. That's enough. If the vehicle's defense has been breached in a certain round, stop attacking." After getting the consent of the magicians, Lin turned to look at the demon prince Azad and said, "If 3 rounds of magic attacks can't break through the defense, then you are the last one. You can fight any way you want. Can you? To break through this SHL, I think you should be able to judge clearly based on your sensitivity. If you feel you can't do it or you're too lazy to do it, just stop. Don't you suggest that I stop as soon as I break through the defense?" Lin shrugged indifferently and walked towards car number 1, making preparations. At the same time, he said, "If I am really penetrated by you, of course I will run away first. Is it useful to tell you why I have to stop? Of course it's no use. If it's interesting enough, why should I stop at your request?" Still shrugging, Lin said, "So," after saying these 3 simple words, he got into the number 1 car painted pink. Everyone knows that the test is about to begin, and everyone is waiting with bated breath. When they saw the agreed signal, that is, the headlights in front of the car flashed twice. The 4 silver-bearded dwarves took the lead in raising hammers larger than themselves and smashed them against the pink car on the experimental field. The Duke's guards did not ride horses, although their on-the-spot reactions were considered extremely fast in the eyes of ordinary people. They were still inferior to the short-legged dwarves. The Duke's guards, who followed behind, had no choice but to give up 4 positions in the front row, giving the 4 silver-bearded dwarves a chance to smash the car. But neither the silver-bearded dwarves nor the Duke guards found anything in the end. Lin, who was sitting inside, was watching the vehicle's self-inspection. When any damage occurs to the car body, the 3-dimensional model of car number 1 projected on the windshield will provide feedback on what part went wrong. Then the plastic surgery will start, restoring the damaged part to its original appearance. However, the men and horses of the Duke's guard and the 4 silver-bearded dwarves seemed to be scratching an itch and failed to leave any scars on the car body. Therefore, the power on the vehicle is still full, and the magic shield used as the first-hand defense has not been breached a few times. When the second wave of magic attacks came, it shook the car body violently, and Lin couldn't help but become nervous. The projection of the self-inspection program onto the windshield is very worrying. Whether it is that the stored weight energy is decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, or the 3-dimensional model of the car body shows several locations where it is repairing itself. Despite all these attacks, the protection provided by the enchantment of the vehicle body was not breached. After the 3 rounds of magic attacks passed, car number 1 was still strong. The internal protection measures were still not triggered even once. However, the people sitting in the car saw that most of the power was lost, and they couldn't help but think of a question: if the power is exhausted, can the car still be able to carry this group of people playing like this? Just when Lin was thinking seriously, Azad appeared in front of the car. The demon prince smiled innocently like a child, and waved his hand towards someone in the car that he could not see. The attack suddenly started. Chapter 717, Natural Disasters Rage. Azad's attacks are not blind. He also likes to attack the opponent's weaknesses, whether it is psychological or combat skills. It's just that his past opponents were too weak, and there were flaws everywhere for him, with a car as his opponent. Especially when there are 2 waves of offensives ahead, one for melee and one for long-range magic attacks for him to observe. Azad will of course learn from the experience to decide his own attack method. Thinking back to the way the magician dealt with out-of-control vehicles when he first set foot on this experimental site, he solved all problems from the inside. So he decided to use a similar method. Instead of thinking about how to break the turtle SHL piled up with magic materials and enchantments, but directly targeted the driver inside with indirect attacks. In the first blow, the instep hooked under the front of the car, and he pushed hard. Let car number 1 roll and fly into the sky. Since the beginning of the experiment, the stable situation of car number 1 has been broken for the first time. Azad took advantage of the victory to pursue the victory, causing the pink car number 1 to be shot left and right in the air like a ball, shaking up and down. The power was so great that the magic shield was like a layer of paper, instantly regenerated upon contact. And the vehicle body also saw visible damage for the first time. Whether it was a magic shield or heavy magic armor, Azad had been blocked in front of him more than once. And then, he became a broken enemy. So he knows very well the weaknesses of these things, or how to destroy them. Moreover, the attack method he chose was mainly aimed at the people riding inside, not the car. It was obvious that he had forgotten what the main test goal was. Sitting inside, Lin enjoyed a ride that was even more exciting than a roller coaster. At the first moment, he really wanted to use the flash technique to escape and then teach the 14th prince how to behave. Although there are soft spells in the cockpit for protection, and there are seat belts to firmly fix people in their seats, the damage caused by being thrown around like a ball is something that magic cannot protect. Someone is gritting his teeth, and suddenly his brain is congested and his eyes are red. Suddenly his eyes are black and he can't see anything. This is finally another attack method that cannot be prevented with his current defense methods. But it has to be said that this kind of attack can be copied. After all, there are many extremely aggressive monsters in the Lost Land. Their attacks are not limited to biting or entangling. It is very likely that they will be caught and thrown around like a puppet. Of course, this refers to the situation when the vehicle is attacked. If it were me, I would have used flash to escape before being bitten or caught. Then Azad's offensive can be said to simulate the playfulness of several giant dragons, all attacking a vehicle that is as big as a toy to them. This kind of thing is almost impossible to happen in terms of probability, but it cannot be said to be absolutely impossible. Although he had been thrown out of control, Lin still forced himself to pay attention to the situation of car number 1. In the first stage, when attacking car number 1 in melee, there is almost no consumption except for consuming power and consolidating the effect of the magic shield. Occasionally someone breaks the magic shield and damages the car body, and the solidified shaping technique will instantly restore the damaged car body for an engine that is still running. This loss of power is quickly replenished. Although there are only 3 waves of attack in the second stage of the magician army's attack, the power of the concentrated fire of more than 600 magicians cannot be underestimated. But after all, it is not a legion that has been trained for a long time, and the tacit understanding is not very good. There will inevitably be some gaps between magic and magic. This little gap is enough for car number 1 to set up a magic shield again, block a few more magic attacks, and use shaping to restore the damaged body. In particular, the magic circle carved on the car body has been recorded in the self-recovery record of plastic surgery. Therefore, as long as there is an endless stream of power support, car number 1 seems to be an indestructible golden body, standing unshakable. This also stunned the magicians who launched the attack. The concentrated fire attack of the Magic Legion was an offensive that could destroy at least a 1,000-man team, used to siege a city. With 3 rounds of focus fire, the city gates were also blown through. Most magic towers are not that tough. But for this amazing result, only Lin in the car and the magicians watching the test data at the experimental site knew what a dangerous situation car number 1 had experienced. The power reserve is like diving. Every time it is attacked, a large amount is lost. After 3 rounds, car number 1 had less than 1/3 of its reserves left. The efficiency of engine operation in replenishing power is far less than that of consumption. However, once the Demon Prince takes action, the situation becomes completely different. Not only is the car body flying around in the air, causing flinging damage to the passengers inside, but the car body itself has to withstand 10 times or 100 times more damage to the passengers inside. And this is not like the concentrated fire attack of the magician army, which only has 3 rounds as agreed. As if Azad wanted to express his dissatisfaction with someone, he used all his strength in every blow. Although Hagirian Sazu was not at hand, one more sword would not be of much help to the situation in front of him. The outcome is that the remaining power storage of car number 1 is bottomed out instantly. Although the engine is still running, the power produced is not enough to support the full activation of car number 1's additional magic, so it can only function intermittently. Lin made a prompt decision and turned off the magic shield that was not working at all. The softness technique used to protect the people inside is also turned off. and all the power produced by the engine is used in the shaping technique to maintain the self-repair of the car body. Then flash away. He appeared quietly behind everyone, shaking off his messed up mind. It took a few deep breaths to suppress the nausea-like feeling of motion sickness. Only then did Lin realize that everyone in the experimental field was staring blankly at the Demon Prince's display of power. Maybe they had only heard rumors before, and the only proof was that more or less. There were people around them who would never come back because of that highness. But today was the first time they witnessed the natural disasters raging in the Guana Empire. The sturdiness of customized cars is recognized by everyone in the center. The Magic Tower, which is also made entirely of magic materials, has extremely powerful defense, and the custom-made car has a level above this, because the Magic Tower is mainly made of stone. The custom-made car is mainly made of metal. But this magical creation, which everyone thought was too powerful to be destroyed, was being knocked away like a toy at will. The destructive power contained in each hit was obvious to all. No one could face it calmly. Everything of. It was only then that they realized that they were actually in the same place and breathing the same air as such a monster. In full view of everyone, car number 1, which was designed with safety as its main focus, disintegrated at the moment when the car body was cut into 2 sections, the front and rear. Everyone present gasped. Azad's attack also stopped at the same moment, because there was no sign of the magician in the destroyed car body. So what he smashed was just a dead object without a human being. Not interesting. When Azad landed lightly and deftly, the wreckage of car number 1, which had lost all its magical effects, fell heavily to the ground. A burst of sand was thrown up, confusing all the stunned people, and many people ate a mouthful of sand. Azad soon saw someone standing behind the experimental team, looking at the monitoring data of car number 1 displayed by their external device. He came to Lin. A bunch of hair on his forehead turned light blue, and said dissatisfiedly, "When did you run out?" "From the time when the magic shield is no longer activated." Lin knew that the person in front of him must know where this time is. Sure enough, Azad's dissatisfaction subsided slightly. He said, "I thought you could persist a little longer. I didn't expect you to be similar to ordinary people." "I'm just an ordinary person." Lin smiled. Azad said with a flat mouth, "Ordinary people will not escape from my hands once or twice. If you can be considered an ordinary person like this, the others will be dead. By the way, no matter what happens in the end, you can't use magic. It worked. It's very simple. The power is gone, so the magic won't work. No more. It seems that car is even more useless than you. It tried its best, so you can't blame it. After all, the power stored is limited, and the speed of the engine's power output is not enough to fully activate the magic attached to the car body. Faced with your destructive power, it will have to wait until the magic can still work. The performance is already very satisfactory and cannot ask for more." "Oh, you mean, if I was the one who tested it at the beginning, the car could last longer? Are you looking too low on me? Or are you looking too high on that pink guy?" Lin San smiled and said, "If I asked you to take action from the beginning, it would be to destroy the car, not to test it. To test the defense, the intensity should be from low to high. Only then can we test that number 1 can withstand what level of attack will there be. What will happen if it exceeds this level? And the most important point is whether there are any parts that were not thought through in the original design during the different stages. You can come up with a trick for a broken thing. I should say, magicians are indeed a very boring group. Whatever you want. It's more important that I get what I want." "What did you get? A pile of scrap metal?" Azad pointed at the number 1 car that had been scattered and dropped on the experimental site before anyone came forward to clean it up. What's special is that the front section of the car, where the engine is mounted, is still running and producing power because the engine has not shut down, supporting the shaping technique. Therefore, the first half of the section is generally restored to integrity, but only the section close to the fracture surface shows a regular deformation. Lin guessed that this should be the result of the solidified plastic surgery to restore the object to its original shape. But because most of the body was separated from the whole body, there was insufficient material. Therefore, during the self-healing stage, different parts of the shaping memory magic circle are competing for the remaining materials, which leads to this situation. Lin can think of 2 solutions for now. One is to prepare excess magic materials in the carriage for emergencies. Another method is to modify the settings of the plastic memory magic array so that it can determine which parts of the car body are complete at this stage. and only perform repair actions on these parts, regardless of the parts that have separated from the car body. Of course, if you want to go with the sci-fi style, it would be like the liquid metal Terminator T-1000 in the Terminator. The broken part will turn into liquid and actively aggregate towards the main body. But how to do this? Someone has no clue. Chapter 718 Wrong Expectations. Putting aside the parts that were so difficult that they couldn't be solved, Lin turned to answer Azad's playful question earlier and said, "Of course, it's not what I wanted it to be like this. But I'm glad that I found it." You come to help and get results like this. Are you stupid? You still think those people have nothing to do, and help them have fun. If this is the idea, then car number 2 and car number 3 should be dragged out and smashed together. Azad pointed at the responsible person, a special manufacturing team that creates customized cars. The reason why I don't mention the number 0 car that someone kept for himself is because that car has been dismembered and used as a part of reverse engineering. And the assembly day is far away. Of course, not for such a reason. Fortunately, I know the limits of this car. Except for some minor problems, customized cars will not make much progress in a short period of time. And even if those minor problems are taken into consideration, it has been solved. And the limit is still there, and will not be lowered. The biggest advantage is that no one will do something impossible, and then fail to blame it on me. Oh, do you think someone would do something stupid and overestimate their capabilities? Azad asked curiously. When a child gets a sword, he thinks he can challenge a lion or a bull. When you ask if someone will get in this car, he thinks he can slay a dragon or deal with you. This kind of illusion is the worst. It's terrible. Only by knowing where the limit is can we avoid making wrong decisions. Just like when you were testing a vehicle some time ago. The first thing you need to know is where the maximum speed of the engine is, so that you can effectively arrange your control. The way. Oh, do you think someone would want to drive this car against me? After you said that, I regretted working so hard today. I should wait until a fool comes to my door, and I should be able to enjoy the interesting expressions by then. Azad said regretfully. I just don't want this to happen. Cars are means of transportation, not weapons of war. Today's test method is a special case among special cases. When encountering danger, the first thing a driver should do is to step on the accelerator. Stay away from danger as much as possible, instead of using the magic of brutal collision to hit the opponent. As always, the main purpose is to escape. As Azad mocked, he also glanced contemptuously at the people who were eavesdropping next to him. Although he did not delve into other people's manufacturing plans, there are various signs that some people are actually preparing to use the vehicles for war purposes. Plans to manufacture special vehicles for transporting troops and supplies have spread within the center. That was put forward by the Grand Duke of Kauai, and he requested that the performance be differentiated from the vehicles sold externally. But these can only be regarded as auxiliary vehicles and cannot go directly to the battlefield. Therefore, they still hope to design a vehicle, a main battle vehicle with the ability of heavy cavalry to charge into battle. Of course, these requests were also made to the magician, who held the position of chief engineer. But that person just pretended to be stupid and evaded. If it was for his own use, he would dare to make something no matter how vicious it was. But if they are used by others, Lin will worry that one day these powerful weapons sold will be used against him. Therefore, as long as it is related to weaponization, he will never step in to help, although he will not stop it. This is not a decision made out of love for world peace, but simply a fear of death. With this attitude, in fact, the initial second stage design of car number 1 will not have any offensive magic. It was only at the strong request of Mr. Kauai's agent, the old butler Ahanu, that the magic of brutal collision was added. Otherwise, according to the plans of this group of people, the number 1 car will probably be built like a hedgehog, the kind that can block and kill gods. Azad sneered at the thoughts of the people around him, then turned around and asked, "Then, do you still want to change the design of car number 1? Lin replied directly, "No, I won't change it. There is nothing to change. Turning to the members of the special manufacturing team, you first repair the number 1 car according to the previous first stage design. That's it. In the second phase of the design, I will make some changes. The main thing is to correct the self-healing defects when the body is missing and the material is insufficient." After explaining the matter, Lin wanted to take Azad and leave. But under the eyes of the old butler Ihanu, the magician who led the special manufacturing team and was also a collateral member of the Grand Duke of Kauai family, came to the front and asked, "Your Excellency, Chief Engineer, is this improvement enough?" Can't we think of a way to resist this level of attack? The implication is, of course, Demon Prince is odds offensive. If I can really do it, will the next step be for me to make a god-slaying car? My skills are only at this level. If you expect higher results, you can only hire someone else. Brilliant. Besides, from a practical point of view, I am extremely satisfied with being able to survive the concentrated fire attack of the magician army and have a chance to escape. How can you expect a better result? It's just a means of transportation, not a weapon of war. But your excellency, the tower of the great sage that you transformed has achieved unimaginable results. Killing an abyss lord. Can't we copy this kind of combat power into a car? Then you can come up with a way to use the energy pool to install the magic tower on the car. Then I can do what you want. After all, the key point where car number 1 was seriously damaged just now. It is the moment when the power is exhausted and all the additional magic no longer works. No matter how powerful the magic circle is, it is useless without enough power. Under the pressure of the old housekeeper, the magician made the request without thinking carefully. But after Lin Yidian broke through, he couldn't say anything. Regardless of the fact that using energy pool technology in places other than magic towers is a taboo among magicians. Technically speaking, even airships cannot be equipped with a complete energy pool, let alone smaller cars. Besides, without enough energy supply, what earth-shattering things can you dream of doing? This is a congenital defect. It's like asking a new magic apprentice to complete a forbidden spell of mass destruction without the help of external forces. That is an impossible thing. No matter how talented the apprentice is, it is purely because of insufficient accumulation of power. So the magician who wanted to understand bowed to Lenny. Bowed, okay. And then retreated. Not only him, but all the magicians present who heard the conversation also figured it out. Because at the beginning, the difference in performance parameters between a custom-made car made of all magic materials and a mass-produced car using ordinary materials is too big. Therefore, it gave everyone the illusion that a vehicle made entirely of magic materials should be an omnipotent existence. Naturally, they will have more expectations that are destined to be disappointed. Now it is just a matter of recognizing the reality. In short, the design work of car number 1 has come to an end. When it comes to repairing and modifying things, naturally there are other magicians who can take over. The rest is how the competent agent, the old butler Ahanu, explains to his owner, Mr. Kawe, that this car is already a qualified finished product. For Lin, the work he has to do next is not easy at all, and he cannot be careless. That is to convert the silk pattern decided by the 3 women in the family into a weaving program acceptable to the jacquard machine. Because it involves color shades, gradients, shadows, and other expressions. Whether to use independent colors or mix and adjust colored yarns for weaving is not a simple problem. After the decision is made, there is also the optimal arrangement of bobbins of various colors, and how the weaving pattern will change after the clothes are sewn. If you want to weave a pattern across stitches, how to arrange the position of the stitches and the cutting of the pattern is also not easy. And the above is only the part related to beauty. If you add the factor of magic, the number of things to consider will more than double. First question, what magic is attached? How much magic can be added during the reeling process depends on the quality of the silk thread and has no direct relationship with magic, as long as it meets the upper limit of power that the thread can hold. Any magic can be added, and there is no limit to how many magic can be added. For the 3 women, protective magic against the corrosion of alien energy is the most basic requirement. For them, no one would exclude this magical effect from their silk hanfu, unless you don't plan on having someone use blink and run them around. Although Finn can protect his belongings from being eroded by alien energy during the process of using Finn's version of flash technique, but it doesn't mean that she will deliberately choose the difficult path when she can take it easy. After deciding on the first magic, there are actually not many options left to choose from. This is also because the protective magic against alien energy is itself a powerful and complex spell. Choosing this magic takes up a lot of enchantment capacity during the reeling process. And because this time the brocade is being made, it will take more than half a year before the Xuanwu robe is completed. Various formulas are still being studied. Of course, the magic capacity that can be added during the reeling process is much greater than half a year ago. This can be seen from the ratio of the blended silk threads of magic moths and ordinary moths. The blending ratio of the Xuanwu robe, the magic moth to the ordinary moth species, is 3:7. Now the formula ratio used by Finn and the others has been increased to 4:6. Even though the difference is only 10%. The amount of magic that can be added increases by 1 or 2 every time. But this also raises another question. Where does the power required for the magic attached to this Hanfu come from? Because of the series of events that followed. The black robe itself contained a large amount of power, and did not require external supply. But that incident was extremely dangerous. And Lin didn't intend to do it twice. 3. Or 4 times again. Since we don't plan to take the same path. We have to solve the problem of power supply. Otherwise, this powerful magical equipment can only be reduced to a vase-like decoration. Chapter 719 Weaving Planning. In fact, this issue was considered during the production stage of the Xuanwu robe. It is also a robe with powerful magic and requires additional power supply, which is normal for magic props. At that time, the solution to the power demand of Xuanwu robe was to use magic stones to make jewelry, and wear them in a fixed position as a replaceable magic stone accessory. As for the accessories, I plan to make them at a different date after trying on the robe. But the plan could not keep up with the changes. A series of subsequent events made the silk robe no longer an ordinary magic prop. The Xuanwu totem behind it had the potential to confer a god. But it was incomplete. For unknown reasons, he just fell asleep and only served as a source of power to support the magic attached to the robe. Besides, the power of Xuanwu totem is far from the level that a weak divine power should have, which may be the reason for his deep sleep. The 3 sets of Hanfu currently scheduled to be made can not only add more magic in the reeling stage, even in the weaving stage. Lin also plans to add the runes of the magic circle. The purpose is to imprint a mark that belongs to the lost land, rather than being empty like the Xuanwu robe, which gives Xuanwu from the myth of the Earth's hometown an opportunity to take advantage of it. This means that these 3 sets of Hanfu will have more magical effects and require more power supply than the original Xuanwu robe design. The first magic that comes to mind is the mana sharing in the second level apprentice magic. This was the version that Lin Yong had improved upon when he was casting the 20 rings. It can absorb free magical power in the surrounding environment, store it, and supply it to equipment. It's just that this method is very low regardless of the absorption efficiency or the amount of storage. In order for the active or passive magic attached to the 3 sets of Hanfu to exert its maximum effectiveness, additional power supply is still required. Otherwise, it will take a full day of charging, 3 minutes of use, and only 30% of the functions can be turned on. Such an unfavorable situation. Therefore, the original solution of Xuanwu Pao was put on the table again for consideration. With the ingenuity of the 3 women, not only 1 or 2 pendants were provided with power, but also the original cloth buttons were changed to magic stone buttons, and some tassels and bead designs were added. The beads were replaced by magic stones. Of course, the design focus of these magic stones is that they can be replaced quickly. Replace magic stone accessories that have used up their power with sufficient ones to maintain the operation of magic equipment. The 2-stage enchanting action has been done several times during the reeling process, so it can be said that I am very familiar with it. As long as you calculate the upper limit of magic you can withstand, there will be almost no surprises in this part. But the second stage of enchantment is to add the runes of the magic circle to the pattern during the weaving process of the jacquard machine. In fact, similar techniques already exist in the Lost World. It is not uncommon in the world of masters for enchanters and tailors to embroider magic array patterns on magic robes or cloaks. Even if you are a magician, you will do this. It is just a question of the effect and appearance of the finished product. And no one has ever tried to inlay magic array patterns into general patterns. Generally speaking, pictures return to pictures, and talisman patterns return to talisman patterns. When this kind of technology is used on jacquard machines, the problem cannot be solved by reducing the scale. How to hide the magic array pattern in the drawing board and keep the pattern unchanged is the real skill. It is so real that someone's eyes almost pop out of the window. But when the 3 women handed over the Hanfu drawings they planned to make, someone was still shocked. First of all, they did not use the totems of the 3 spiritual beasts, Suzaku, Qinhuang, and White Tiger. Except for White Tiger and the others. The other 2 spiritual beasts are creatures that have never appeared in the mysterious land, even in legends. Although the magic of Lost Land can be analyzed using scientific methods, it is actually because someone avoids a lot of spiritual magic. The main cause cannot be understood or analyzed. If you can't understand it well, you won't be able to perform well. Like curses, divination, and prophecies. There were many things about these magics that were unclear. Lin Xiantian didn't believe in them, so naturally he couldn't use them. In short, This is the reason why those three do not use spirit beast totems. Lin did not object to this. Anyway, the purpose of those initial sketches was just to broaden their horizons and truly bring out the beauty of the tapestry, rather than putting it on Western clothing. It looks nondescript. Their vision and design talent were actually honed as early as the days of Wuyan City in Shijia District, when they competed with the nobles. Don't look at the drawings they proposed that were rejected by someone as useless during the preparatory stage of silk production. In fact, it is just that the advantages of brocade have not been used, and the design content has already come out of their own style. Now that someone has shown them a clear path, they can show off their own styles without restraint. That is not good at drawing pictures, which refers to the kind of artistic and beautiful pictures. As a magician, drawing a magic circle with freehand can be regarded as a basic skill. As a necromancer, she has no problem describing the human body, muscles, and internal organs. But none of that has anything to do with art. Just because you can't draw doesn't mean you don't have vision. Under Fan's guidance, Halumi still drew the pattern she wanted. Based on the red Suzaku robe, Fan was replaced by other bird-shaped creatures, which are legendary creatures called elemental spirits. And another widely used name is Phoenix. Like all gods, it is impossible for him to enter this world with his true body. The eyewitness records left by the lost people are merely projections of the elemental spirits. According to the records left by some powerful powers, the elemental spirit is not among the ranks of the elemental plane. He does not belong to the elemental prince or elemental lord, because he is the elemental plane itself. Those elemental creatures of princes and lords are only a part of him, or they are just parasitic on him. As for why the elemental spirit takes the form of a bird, there is no conclusion. The Hanfu designed by Fan also does not use the red tone set by the Zhuke robe. Instead, it is made of porcelain white as the base, with blue seams. The skirt and long skirt are decorated with the four elemental spirits of earth, water, fire and wind. The color used does not emphasize contrast, and is rather light, while distinguishing the four attribute elements. It also uses overlapping gradient colors to make them appear harmoniously on the same picture. With my sister changing someone's pattern in front of me, how could those two bold apprentices foolishly use the illustration given by someone? Of course, they also have to use their own creativity. Halumi chose a Hanfu with the theme of Qilong, but it was so modified that it was completely different from the original. The dragons are mainly from the Midi Dragon clan. From the Mandarin jacket to the skirt, it looks like a towering tree full of green. The 8 branches on the tree include 3 metal dragons, including gold, silver, and copper, and 5 color dragons, including red, black, blue, white, and green. There is also a brown poisonous dragon at the root of the tree, which is also called a corpse dragon. The dragon shapes are just the right size, so as not to take away from the main image. They are more like delicate flowers blooming in different positions on the tree. The designs of the other two people are like drawings on clothes. Halumi's own design is like making the pictures into clothes and wearing them on the body. The style is natural and wild. It means that he plans to wear Hanfu to give this feeling. And someone also thinks that this young apprentice is a talent. And because this is just a pattern for weaving, someone can't imagine what the finished Hanfu will look like. However, among the 3 women, the design that impressed Lin Wuyan the most was the one designed by Kaya and adapted from the white tiger robe. First of all, the tiger is gone and turned into a white tabby cat. Originally a picture of a tiger descending a mountain, it became a picture of a white cat playing with a pearl. In terms of color, someone's first impression is like seeing blue and white porcelain, and their elder sisters, with a porcelain white background and azure outlines. There are not many colors used. Compared to the other two, Kaya's design is much simpler, and it has an inexplicable sense of childlike fun and joy. But don't think that just because this girl is pretending to be cute, she is harmless to humans and animals. From the magic they chose to add, it can be seen that not only is Kaya's skin dark, but her heart and heart are also dark. The enchantment tone of Fan's 4 spiritual clothes is mainly defense, and the strength of the defense is enough to resist her own attacks. So powerful. Of course, it is impossible to reduce injuries throughout the entire process, but as long as she can withstand the first few attacks, so that she can focus on offense without being distracted by defense, victory or defeat will happen in an instant. The enchantment tone of Halumi's Kowloon server is mainly auxiliary. The magic used for combat and investigation is always on the equipment, giving you the ability to avoid danger and deal with various emergencies. Even if you have to turn around and run away, you can still find a way to survive in the shortest time. This is the choice of the blonde girl. Speaking of which, it must be the lesson she learned from several near-fatal crises in the past. The enchantment themes of the first two can be said to be quite satisfactory, which is very consistent with the central idea of a magician trying to make himself invincible first, and then looking for opportunities to counterattack. But Kaya's choice was different. The dark-haired and brown-skinned girl chose concealment, and it was not the traditional concealment and sneaking method of MIDI. Thieves, assassins, etc. in the Lost Land, professions that walk in the dark, will have their own set of concealment techniques. However, these methods only focus on deceiving people's eyes and ears, which can be regarded as a very clever deception method. However, no matter how proficient these traditional methods are, the stalker will still be unable to hide under someone's environmental monitoring, because the investigation methods designed by Lin also include infrared vision that senses temperature, spiritual vision that senses soul wavelengths, environmental modeling that observes air flow, etc. There are no fewer than dozens of methods from the imagination of Earth science fiction movies and novels. As long as there is a way to detect anomalies, clues can be traced and the lurker can be found. This is the tragic ending for any killer who sneaks into this home and attempts to carry out assassination, and will be baptized by the white light of destruction. Moreover, these methods are not final and fixed solutions, and there is still room for change. Lin will add detection methods at any time, as long as he thinks of it. Whether it is imaginative or consistent with reality, it will come in handy anyway. But the concealment method chosen by Kaya was completely a reverse design of Lin's detection method. If your body temperature is likely to be exposed, lower your apparent temperature to the same as the environment. The sound of the heartbeat may alert the enemy, so use silent barrier, the hidden method of the soul, controlling the wind and giving back false information. Even if you encounter them head-on, they will be transparent and optically camouflaged to hide your appearance. As a teacher, Lin had mixed emotions when he saw his apprentice come up with such a design. Chapter 720 Weaving. Rather than all his detection methods being targeted, Lin was even more surprised that many of the magics designed by Kaya had no apprentice-level magic to refer to, even in the Magicians Association collection database that Lin secretly obtained. There is no relevant content either. In other words, there are many original magics here, although they are targeted cracks rather than creativity out of thin air, regardless of whether these magics can produce the effects described on paper, and whether all of their detection methods are restrained. Looking at so many new magics, Lin couldn't help but complain. I said, you can escape from the scope of 1 to 3 ring apprentice magic and create so many magics with special functions. I don't plan to pass the magician's assessment. Is it solved? When the formal examination of the magician was mentioned, the two girls turned their heads in unison, pouted, and said nothing. The awkward attitude is clearly visible. Many magic apprentices cannot cross that threshold, either because of their talent or because of their resources. Maybe the talents of the two girls are not very good, but in terms of resources, someone has opened them up for them to use, and they have the guidance of famous teachers. It stands to reason that their accumulation is enough, even if the association's assessment still requires some luck. They should be very sure of passing it. But the reality is that they didn't even think about taking the exam, so they just wasted their time. Their respective interests and research directions have also shifted to other places, almost giving up magic. Coupled with Leonardo, a magic apprentice who was reluctant to learn magic, Lin was thinking for a while. How could he accept these anti-magic wizards one after another? It means that I am not much better. This time it was mentioned again, and the two of them were silent and uncooperative, making the teacher feel helpless. I had no choice but to put aside my unresponsive request and discuss with the three women how to add the planned magic into the tapestry to be made. When enchanting during the reeling process, you only need to pay attention to the enchantment upper limit of the silk thread formula, and do not exceed this limit. So far, no other influencing factors that may lead to failure have been found. As for the magic array pattern that needs to be hidden in the brocade pattern, it is a delicate task that has not yet been attempted. The complexity of this job depends on the complexity of the magic itself and the number of magic additions. There is a trade-off between the two, but as to which one is more difficult, Lin Hui would say that it is more difficult to add a large number of magic to a piece of equipment. Since Four Spirit Suit does not have much magic attached to it, but it is very complex. To be able to withstand 2 or 3 attacks from beings of the same level as her, the magic shield must not only be strong and multi-layered, but also be able to repeatedly construct magic several times in a short period of time as long as there is sufficient power supply. In order to meet such conditions, Lin's design has been thinking towards the same goal from the reeling stage. It can be said that in addition to the protective magic against alien energy, the four-spirit suit only has one additional defensive magic. It's just that the complexity of this magic is something Lin has never seen before. There is nothing special about Halumi's Kowloon server enchantment. During the weaving process, 9 auxiliary magic formations were hidden within the 9 dragons in the pattern. As a giant tree pattern for the dragon to live in, it is responsible for the channels that connect and communicate the 9 magic circles, and also hides the programming of P language. Combine 9 auxiliary magics into a whole, and provide methods of control and automatic triggering. The most difficult thing was Kaya's design. There are a total of 73 magic spells, large and small, that need to be put into a 3-piece suit of clothes, skirts, and trousers. That project makes someone want to strangle his apprentice to death. Each magic is a small magic that is not too complicated. But to integrate so many magics almost kills half of Lin's brain cells. If these 73 magic array patterns were simply embroidered on a piece of clothing using bright embroidery, the difficulty might be reduced a lot. But all the formation patterns must be hidden in the pattern of the clothes itself. That is, the white cat playing with the ball. So the level of difficulty is completely different. The last step is to make a fuss about the white cat's tiger stripes. In each pattern, there is a magic array hidden in it. Even so, the number of tiger stripes is still not enough to hide magic. So the ball the white cat plays with also has magic arrays hidden on it. If it's not enough, add some clouds, pebbles, fallen leaves and other backgrounds to the Hanfu pattern. And then embed the 73 magic spells into the entire pattern. Then consider how to integrate these more than 70 magics. Finally, on the porcelain white background, white silk threads of the same color are used to weave magic array patterns for integration and control. All the above contents were put into practice, and it took more than a month to complete the planning of 3 sets of Hanfu, including the weaving procedures. Fortunately, I have experience in making Xuanwu robes, so I have avoided many detours and made fewer mistakes. However, Lin did not start the weaving process only after completing all the planning. Instead, we first work hard to complete a set of planning plans, and then input the fabric requirements into the jacquard machine to start working. Then when the planning of the second set is almost complete, the weaving work of the first set is almost completed. The third set is like this. I thought that making the Xuanwu robe this time would be smoother than the last time. After all, I had the experience last time. But in the process of sewing clothes, I still discovered problems that I had not considered clearly before. When the 3 women designed the Hanfu they wanted to wear, they showed considerable ambition in the weaving patterns. The jacquard machine technology also perfectly restored their designs, flawlessly transferring the patterns drawn on the paper onto the silk, including the parts across the seams. It's just that the fabrics in different positions need to be perfectly joined together after sewing, which requires considerable care. But what is spliced together is just a pattern. The magic circle will not work just because 2 pieces of cloth at different locations are sewn together and connected to each other. This oversight almost turned the process of testing the Xiling Hanfu into a disaster. Fortunately, Fun suppressed the power of the area immediately, and Lin used flash to remove all the energy-supplying magic stone accessories, thus making the danger disappear. The solution to this flaw is surprisingly simple, which is to use a method similar to embroidery to embroider the runes or magic array patterns across the stitches together according to the lines. It cannot be said that we can just use a sewing machine to solve the problem according to the original way of making clothes. 3 simple sets of Hanfu took more than 2 months of work before they were finally completed. The elder sister's 4-spirit suit came first, followed closely by Halumi's Kowloon suit, and finally Kaya's white cat suit. However, every time a set of clothes is completed, the owner is not in a hurry to wear it and show it off. The 3 women agreed that when all 3 sets of Hanfu were completed, they would wear them out together. When they appeared together in their new clothes during the break after dinner, everyone was amazed. The characteristics of traditional midi clothing are more suitable for symmetrical patterns, or embroidering additional ribbon accessories as decorations to increase the beauty. The most exquisite decoration is the carefully woven lace. Special emphasis is placed on tailoring and fitting, showing off the wearer's figure without reservation. Such clothes are not suitable for the picture. Think about the countless memes I had seen before time travel in which the patterns on t-shirts became ridiculous because of the bust size. But the beauty of Hanfu lies in its subtle, reserved and elegant temperament, and its gentle and graceful atmosphere, which is unmatched by other clothing. In particular, the exquisite patterns on the clothes tightly wrap the wearer's body, and will not take away the beauty of the person. It is more of a harmonious beauty that complements each other. The 3 people in front of me were 3 kinds of amazing people. But in someone's eyes, there seems to be a flaw in the ointment. Lin stepped forward and walked around the three of them, looking up and down. That look didn't look like admiration. It looked like a look that was looking at someone, as if they wanted to eat someone. This made even Fen feel uncomfortable, let alone the two apprentices. Just when the Lich couldn't stand it anymore, and was about to knock down the man, who was about to go around for the third time, Lin high-fived and said with sudden realization, "Ah, no wonder I feel something is weird. It's a hair problem. I don't comb my hair when I wear hanfu. The bun makes this outfit useless. Alumi's shoulder-length blonde hair is loose. Since Fen created this physical body, his hair is no longer mimicked by power as before, and its shape can change at will. Now she has long, straight black hair that reaches her waist. She usually wears a ponytail at the back of her neck. Kai is the most exaggerated. When she is almost 20 years old, she still has 2 braids on the left and right. With this hairstyle and this outfit, it would be better to let your hair down and not comb it at all. It's just that my knowledge of suitable hanfu is only derived from movies and TV series. No matter how you comb it, your eyes will be dark. However, there are policies from above and countermeasures from below. Knowing where the problem lies is always easier to solve." Everyone watched as someone who came up with the answer came to the black-haired and brown-skinned girl. Without asking or saying hello, he untied the 2 braids in one go. Simple put a bun on her forehead, flashed back to the room, picked up some silver metal magic material, and used the shaping technique to turn it into a hairpin. Then returned to the small living room and replaced Kaya. Plug it in. Although this hairstyle is simple, it is much better than the original look. He used magic to pull up a full-body water mirror, allowing Kaya to look at herself. Lin said, "You look much better like this than your original appearance." "Is this a bun?" Fen asked hesitantly. "Are there other kinds?" "You don't only know this one, right?" "I directly used the whiteboard technique to draw several bun styles in midair. Of course, these are all known from various ancient martial arts movies." Lin said, "I have probably seen these types. It just said how to comb it. I didn't study it. You have to do it yourself." Halumi, who has shoulder-length hair, was the quickest to follow Kaya's example and also gave herself a bun. The difference is that someone moves roughly and doesn't pay attention to details. So it is inevitable that a few strands of Kaya's hair were not tied. But Halumi noticed the subtlety and handled it with care. After finishing it, he proudly walked around in front of his teacher and said, "Teacher, does it look good like this?" "Beautiful. Beautiful," Lin said sincerely. As the saying goes, one beauty covers all ugliness. The overall combination like this really conceals the fact that your figures are not good enough. If I had known this, I should have changed the design of the hanfu earlier. Just leave it to you. If eyes could be as sharp as knives, there is no doubt that someone would be quartered right now. It's a pity that the eyes cannot be transformed into swords. And a certain time traveler still has blank eyes. Chapter 721, Inserting Orders. As the saying goes, flowers bloom inside the wall and fragrance outside the wall. Perhaps the 3 sets of hanfu made did not get the praise from Lin's mouth that the girls wanted to hear. But in the holy city of Estarine, it really caused a sensation. From the moment the Xuanwu robe came out, everyone realized that this master of mathematics had created a powerful magical equipment. When the 4 spirit clothes appeared, everyone was shocked to realize that this powerful magical equipment could be mass-produced. Of course, mass production here does not mean the same thing as industrial mass production. It simply means not the only one. No one can tell the difference between the black tortoise robe and the 4 spirits clothes, even though the 2 sets of clothes are fundamentally different. In most people's perception, these 2 sets of magic equipment are powerful. In addition, the material is silk. The unique design and exquisite patterns complement each other, and they complement each other even more when worn on women. How can it not make people crazy? Some people want a way to make it, and some people just want a set for self-defense. They invariably found Gabriel as Tripwood, a soft persimmon in their eyes. I hope to express my strong will and undeniable demands in exchange for cooperation opportunities, and there will be no reward. When these people came to visit and saw the amiable smile of Demon Prince Azad, 9 out of 10 of them were scared to death. The remaining one had a heart attack and was carried to the Temple of Life to receive the blessing of resurrection. Azad just said to these people, "Oh, you want to compete with me? Of course there is no problem. It's just that I don't like winning or losing, and I am more used to dealing with competitors directly. So, you want to compete with me?" "What's the competition? Let me confirm first." "In short, The trick of closing the door and releasing the demon prince is more effective than someone threatening him with words or killing everyone. So this guy is troublesome, but seems to be useful. Someone is thinking this in his heart. Maybe some people with evil intentions don't dare to visit again. But not all those who hope to have a set of magic equipment made of silk were deterred. They dare not come to ask for help. But they will make their own requests through various channels, and even generously let Lin make requests as a condition of exchange. It's a pity that from the beginning, Lin had no plans to produce it externally. So no matter who it was, Lin would politely decline the request in person if the request was made by letter or other means. The two girls would reply with a message of decline, without exception, putting aside the promise to Azad to make him a set of women's hanfu. Someone himself also wanted a second and third set of robes woven on a jacquard machine. Lin thought of simply taking back the four-spirit totem that was abandoned by the three women and using it for himself. As for whether he will be tricked a second, third, or even fourth time, I can only hope not. That kind of thing about being enshrined in a robe and becoming a god is too exciting. And I can't bear to do it again. So before making, you have to think clearly about how to avoid it. But one night, when Lin was stargazing, Then went up to the attic and knocked on someone's door. She had just taken a shower and was not wearing the four spirits' clothes, but a loose robe, wiping her long wet hair. During this time, she, Halumi and Kaya were having so much fun studying various ways to tie their hair that they completely forgot about the existence of the two apprentices and their teacher. It's just that I came to your door today. What's the reason? The person's appearance is still the same skull and dead face, which has not been restored. Lenka doesn't think he is attractive in the present, but he doesn't think he is attractive in the past either. The amount of silk cocoon saved by Harumi is almost enough to make a set of clothes. Fun said. A simple statement. Lin said without thinking about it. Yeah, I can finally cope with Azad's request. These days, he will mention it from time to time, and he will not forget to make a few sarcastic remarks. I am almost annoyed to death. Now that I can clear up what I owe him, I think I'll feel a lot more relaxed. Let's put that matter on hold for now. I have a use for this suit. Do you think it's okay? Then asked in a tone that left no room for doubt. Okay. There's nothing wrong with it, Lin replied smoothly. Then he asked, Can I ask what you plan to do? Oh, I thought you wouldn't ask this question, Finn teased. You have to know why. So you can think of a way to say something to stop Azad. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome if he makes trouble, Finn said doubtfully. Didn't you tame him? How is that possible? Lin spread his hands and said helplessly. That guy is not rebellious. He just simply doesn't care about anything, good or evil. These things are not within the scope of his consideration. So at most, he won't cause any trouble to me. No one can tame him. Even so, will you be worried? Yes, of course. Why not? I wonder if you have noticed that he has been able to catch Hardy in this house recently. Hardy is the old demon cat with gray fur and scars. Under normal circumstances, the action of catching a cat will be judged as an attack, and the magic attached to the house will perform a defensive attack. It's just that most intruders will be killed by defensive attacks. This can only be blamed on their own lack of skills, and not on others. Just being able to successfully catch a cat means. You mean Azad is looking for loopholes in the defense system at home? Then asked in surprise. You can say that, Lin nodded and said. Being able to catch Hadi without irritating the defense system shows that Azad is still famous for his research. So no matter what we want to do, we must first stabilize it. Your Highness. Ah. By the way, can you tell me what you want to do? Then tilted his head and thought for a while before saying. There's nothing I can't say. I just want to use this set of silk materials to trade for something. Linko quickly asked. Who are you trading with? Dharma Saint Mahatab. Well, I remember this person is the tower owner of Tower 3 in the holy city of Estali. Then replied. Why did this big shot find us? Lin asked curiously. She's a woman too. It's that simple. After pondering for a moment, Lin asked, What are the conditions for you to trade with that Dharma Saint? Then did not answer Lin's question directly, but instead asked about a seemingly unrelated matter, saying, How strong do you think Sherdong is? Stone? Are you talking about your real dead head? Then subordinate from thousands of years ago was a sutured corpse among the undead. It's a pity that when they met again after 1,000 years, it was not a tearful hug, but Than's head chopped off with a sword. As for how strong it is, no one can imagine it. In terms of performance, in the era after the Demon King was defeated, almost all of the strongest Legion commanders died at the hands of stone. Only then did the alliance of Homo sapiens have a way to sweep away the remaining Dark Legions, thereby getting rid of tyranny and facing the light. But how does the combat power of thousands of years ago compare with the combat power of today? Lin couldn't figure it out. Suppose I say that neither Azad nor William had a chance to face me directly in the Dark Ages 1,000 years ago, because they were too weak and not qualified to come to me. If they encountered it Sure Dong in his prime, even if they could divide themselves into 3, just 6 people are still not enough for Sure Dong to fight alone. Then raised his chin, showing his pride. Lin was surprised by Fin's contrasting explanation. But on second thought, it's not surprising that such a change would occur. This should be regarded as the uniqueness and limitations brought about by the environment of the times. Thousands of years ago, the real target of the Legion led by Fin was the old gods of the past. Every time there is a battle, something unexpected happens, or someone dies in battle. It is a matter of course. Under that kind of pressure, if you are not strong, you will die. So everyone uses all their strength. But in this peaceful era, there is no pressure of war, let alone the urgency of killing gods. When they easily reach the top, they will probably be confused or precipitated for a long time before they realize where the next peak is. Some people may even live in their own ivory tower all their lives, not knowing where the next mountain is, and only know how to live in a dream. However, how can Sure Dong, who has only one head left, shoulder such a heavy responsibility? So Lin asked. So, what now? Lin's question made Fin feel inexplicably disappointed. After calming down, the Lich said, the strength of the stitched corpses I created depends on the level of flesh I used. Some of them were awakened from the divine bodies of death, and some were just pieced together. Use whichever one is stronger. In addition to these, although Sure Dong only has one head left, he has many things in his mind from his long battles. His vision and skills that ordinary people can't imagine. So as long as he has another qualified physical body, not the temporary elemental body he is currently using, he can regain 70% to 80% of his previous strength. Suddenly, Lin seemed to understand Fin's intention of going to find the Tower Master of a magic tower. He said in surprise, that method are you going to use to reshape a physical body? Fin nodded and said, I have had this idea for a long time, but it is not easy to find a vein of magic stone to absorb. So I thought of the energy pool of the magic tower. But the energy pool can be said to be the most powerful part of the magic tower. The core area will not allow strangers or unfamiliar people to approach it. My original idea was to wait until you build a magic tower or inherit a certain tower, and then use the energy pool to reshape your body. But it seems, you seem to have given up on your efforts to become the master of the magic tower. In response, Lin shrugged, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. Fin continued, at this time, Madtab himself came to the door. Is there anything more wonderful than this? I see. You want to use a set of clothes in exchange for the right to use the energy pool. I have no objection to you wanting to do this. But is it a good thing for Sure Dong to have a physical body? The question Lin asked was related to all aspects are related. Sitting opposite Lin, Fin crossed one leg, put his elbow on his leg, and raised his chin with his hand. He looked at someone with a sweet smile and said, I don't know if this is a good thing. At the beginning, you guaranteed that Sure Dong would still be loyal to me. But I am very sure of one thing. Dharma Saint Mahata, I will definitely regret it later. Chapter 722 Visiting Tower 3. Driving the officially mass-produced 732A. The name follows the internal number as its official name. Fin carried Halumi, Kaya, Leonardo, and the other 3 people towards Starry Tower 3. If you want to talk about comfort, engine horsepower, and sturdiness, Lin's number 0 car is definitely better than these mass-produced models. It's a pity that the car is still in a disintegrated state, and the magicians in the center have not yet planned to assemble it. In addition, there was only one car, so Lin did not hesitate to buy 3 mass-produced 732A cars for his family to use. Anyway, moving within the holy city, thanks to the developed streets of this big city, the riding experience of the 732A will not be too bad. Moreover, the size and engine horsepower of the 732A are smaller than those of the number 0 car, making it more flexible and safer to move in the city. If you are running outdoors, people who have ridden in the number 0 car will definitely not consider the 732A. However, Fin still made some modifications to one of the cars. This includes installing a filter at the end of the exhaust pipe to reduce the problem of odor emitted from the exhaust pipe. Then all the seats were replaced with leather sofa seats. And the roof was changed into a stowable movable design. Unless it rains, she still likes to drive a convertible and feel the wind blowing against her face. And for the refueling of the 4 cars in the family, one of which was purchased by the Silverbeard dwarves and specially modified for use by the dwarves, a small oil tank was installed. Gasoline is delivered directly by tanker trucks from the central refinery to supply the family's cars. Of course, Lin bought all of the above from his own pocket. Separating public and private accounts is the most important thing he requires of the automobile manufacturing and R&D center, no matter who it is. Otherwise, internal staff will dig out one piece here and another here and there, and the center will be hollowed out sooner or later. The reason why Finn, who was driving the car, brought 3 other apprentices with him was because all 3 of them contributed to the design of several sets of Hanfu, and they were all very crucial parts. Halloumi was the main designer, and Leonardo was really lacking in supplements. The 2 worked together to materialize someone's draft, and it was a result that everyone was satisfied with, including the various aspects of the clothes, the feeling of wearing them, etc. Kai is an arrangement for adding magic, including how much magic can be added during the reeling stage, and how much magic can be added during the weaving stage. The person who mainly assisted Lin in calculating all this was this quiet apprentice. The 3 of them were all dressed up, of course, in 4 spirit costumes, 9 dragon costumes, and white cat costumes. In comparison, Leonardo, a young man, was much poorer. This is also the current situation of the members of the Lin family. In terms of equipment, the low-end ones are very low-end, but the high-end ones are so high-end that there is no intermediate level. But Leonardo was not disappointed. Instead, he put on his own dress for this trip, which was of course medieval European style. It can be said that if there were no other people to stop him, the things he made would have a strong flavor of his hometown. However, the blocking is only limited to other people's use or external use. No one will say anything about what Leonardo wants to use himself. The group of people just sat in the 732A car and swaggered through the holy city of Estali. Because of the generosity of the technical unions and automobile manufacturing and R&D centers to their employees, many middle-class people with affluent families have emerged in the holy city. And the 732A suddenly became the most practical choice for this group of people. Not to mention some magicians who pursue academic cutting edge. Buying a car is cheaper than raising a horse even if you don't do research and calculate the cost. So Finn and others are not special. They drive cars and represent a new class that has just emerged. It's just that this meaning is not conscious to the few people on the bus. Finn just thought it was convenient, so he drove. After all, the flash technique is not suitable for bringing along companions, and there are only 3 or 4 people in the group. Recent trips include teaching at Kabamba Academy, and whenever she's in the right mood, she prefers to drive there instead of using Blink to move. Sometimes driving a car, moving slowly, and looking at the scenery on the road is a kind of leisurely enjoyment. But I didn't go out today just for this leisure and comfort. I came here to negotiate a deal. Just, that being said, how should we negotiate this deal? Finn thought in his head. I remember the previous transaction. The object was a demon. Abyss Lord level. Powerful. Elegant. Cunning and untrustworthy. At that time, with the help of that demon, the flower of Dabi was obtained and used to pollute the kingdom of an old god, destroying the possibility of his resurrection with the help of the kingdom of God. After the devil fulfilled the conditions, he easily killed the devil in order not to pay the price of his soul. At the same time, the soul from the abyss is used as something similar to a medicine introduction, so that the effect of the flower of Dabi can be maximized. In the previous transaction, an old god hoped to use his power to suppress another more powerful old god. With the help of the former, he secretly sneaked into the latter's kingdom of God, and then summoned an indescribable existence to successfully eliminate the other party. As for the former, he secretly added the poison he asked him to inflict on his opponent into the instigator's wine of victory, and then dealt with him smoothly. Anyway, the other party must also be planning to kill and silence him. He is just the first to do it, and then move on. No matter how Finn thinks about it, he only thinks about how he has broken his trust time and time again, using traitors to achieve his goals and cheating the other party at the same time. It seems that he has never abided by the agreement once. So this time, should I set a precedent, or should I follow my past trading style? The Lich was struggling and at a loss. Before I can figure out what to do, today's destination has been reached. Parking the car in the middle of a bunch of carriages, then led 3 other people's magic apprentices and headed towards Tower 3. The first floor is the public space leading to the big library. It is bustling with people, and there is an endless stream of people coming and going. Then leads people straight to the second floor. Although the second floor is also a public space. It is an office for turning in books to the Great Library or purchasing magical knowledge collected by the association. It is also the reception desk for meeting the owner of Tower 3. Although there are appointments made in advance for meetings between magicians and wizards, most of the time they come directly to the door. And you decide directly whether you want to see them or not. Of course, if the opponent is a Tower Master, the Masters will still consider it. After all, the Tower Master's power of life and death is no joke. But this time, it was the other party who wanted something from him. So Finn didn't think he would be turned away. Sure enough, a veiled female magician, who was also a student of Dharma Saint Mahatab, came downstairs to greet everyone. Looking at this outfit, Finn knew that the other party had the status of an imperial noble. The style of the Guana Empire is conservative, no matter whether they are married or unmarried. Aristocratic women will wear veils to cover their appearance when there are men, unless the man is their father or husband. The skin of hands, feet, and neck should also be avoided as much as possible. The magicians in the holy city of Estaline come from all over the world. So most of the women here do not have the same dressing habits as the female nobles of the Guana Empire. But seeing this outfit, it's easy to deduce the other party's noble status. However, magicians have a somewhat deviant mentality and challenge the powerful. Therefore, the clothes worn by the female aristocratic magician in front of her were tight-fitting robes that showed off her body curves and were cut very close to the body. They seemed to be very inflexible. And she, who was walking in front, was swaying as she walked, which made Leonardo, a young man, stare straight in the eyes, not knowing where to put her posture. Because he was a guest, the other party had no interest in entanglements with him. So all the magic traps in Tower 3 were closed, giving Finn no chance to peek into the secrets of Tower 3. But when she passed the 3rd floor, she paid special attention to the floor layout. However, I only glanced at it and no longer cared about it, because there was a layer of vague fog shrouded in it. Finn knew that this was probably an illusion at work. So what you see in front of you may not be real. It's not difficult to break this illusion, but it's not quiet, and it's very rude to do so. If it were that man, he should be able to sneakily see through the illusion. He is obviously a magician who can rival him. But he puts all his thoughts on how to save his life and how to spy without anyone knowing. This can be seen from his most important magic circle, the Arcane Eye. A simple magic prop has to be made into a series by him, with various functions. Soon, everyone went up to the 5th floor, which is the area where Dharma Saint Mahatab lives and conducts magic research. The only woman among the masters of the 6 United Tower of Estali was standing in front of the energy pool, greeting people with the etiquette of a magician. "Good day, Your Excellency Finidiker. It's an honor to welcome you." After saying that, he extended his hand to welcome everyone. "Good day, Your Majesty Mahatab," then greeted while also looking at the female Dharma Saint. With a head of gray hair, the traces of time carved on his face are quite obvious. Not tall, and even a little stooped. But no one would doubt the explosive power of this petite body. Her eyes are round and big, and she should be very powerful when glaring at people, but she prefers to squint and greet people with a smile. Maybe she looks like the kind old neighbor lady. But to be able to become a Dharma Saint, and further become the master of Tower 3 of the holy city of Estali, Mathab is definitely not a pacifist. Her current status cannot be achieved by academic achievements alone. Instead, she must use the ladder forged with blood and bones to climb to her current status. Mathab seemed quite happy about this Lich's visit. At least she felt that the request she had conveyed to someone had reached the ears of this person. So today's meeting was possible. So will the next development of things go as I expected? Mathab looked forward to it. Chapter 723 Mahatab. It is said that Dharma Saint Mahatab is also a member of the great nobility of the Guana Empire. The reason why she dared to brazenly reveal herself as a female streamer was because everyone who dared to cause trouble for her died. Anyone who dares to question her about her gender will soon be dead. If not dead. In fact, the Guana Empire has many female generals who wear long gowns and veils and are heavily armored underneath. They personally kill enemies on the battlefield and make them run like wolves. There was also an all-female Black Gauze army among the Emperor's personal guards, responsible for protecting the safety of the female family members in the harem. However, no matter how hard it is to explain that she has abilities that are not inferior to those of men and the courage to break rigid traditions, Dharma Saint Mahatab is still a woman. She knows how to judge new things from a different perspective than men. Just like the 3 sets of magic equipment worn on the person in front of me. Dharma Saint Mahatab's first evaluation is power. And the second evaluation is beauty. Although I had never seen it with my own eyes before. I only heard about it from rumors. But silk and magic. These 2 elements together are enough to make people want it. And she is no exception. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, she was filled with admiration in her heart. And her eyes showed desire without reservation. If it were another male magician, he would only be as powerful as the first rating, and would not care what the second rating was. If they are nobles, they may focus on the beauty of the second evaluation. But they cannot judge how powerful it is. It can be said that Fun wanted to come and negotiate a deal with Dharma Saint Mahatab. Partly because she was the only one who truly understood the value of these sets of magic equipment in the request in the letter. So Fun wanted to come and meet her. Put on this outfit, and let the other party evaluate it. Let's take a look at Dharma Saint Mahatab's praise. Is it just blind praise or sincere love? Simply put, to show off. On the other hand, it is also because Mahatab has the benefits that Fun wants to exchange. So he is willing to come here to negotiate. Coming to the opponent's magic tower in person was the first sincerity Fun showed, and the second sincerity was the gift that Harumi brought over. After the blonde girl put the things on the table in the reception room, several apprentices were pushed away. Dharma Saint Mahatab knowingly asked her students to serve the coffee, and then took the 3 boys and girls to the small reception room to rest for a while. She wanted to face the Devil King from thousands of years ago alone. It is impossible to say that I am afraid. When the Dharma Saint stays in the magic tower that he has managed for a long time, he will have the confidence to face any enemy. She couldn't help but wonder what was in the beautiful lacquer box sitting on the table. Fun, wearing the Force Spirit uniform, naturally carries a certain elegance in every move she makes. Completely unlike her in the past, when he rolled up his sleeves and waved his hands. The green jade fingers that were originally hidden in the sleeves actually gained a bit of dazzling brilliance, making people follow him intently. Fun said, "Your Majesty Mahatab, this is a gift related to the topic we are going to discuss. So please accept it." The Lich, who was not good at serious business talks, spoke a little stiffly. Mahatab was not impressed. Anyway, among magicians, not many people put their skills into business negotiations, and most people are used to being straightforward. If they are combined, they will be successful. If they are not combined, they will be scattered. Since the thing in front of him was a gift, and it was pointed out that it was related to the subsequent negotiation, Mahatab opened the lacquer box directly. There were 3 sets of women's underwear neatly placed inside, plain in color, without any fancy decorations or lace. The only thing worth showing off is its silk material. Mahatab, who originally didn't understand much about the contents of the box, became keenly aware of the material of the objects in her hands as soon as she took it. It's the same material as silk, but it doesn't have as many patterns and colors. This is underwear for personal wear. It is made of silk and is not enchanted. I think it is perfect as a meeting gift, Fun said with a smile. At the same time, Fun used whiteboard skills to briefly describe the way to dress, which is why she sent the 3 apprentices away. Of course, the most important thing is to get rid of Leonardo. Even if she talks about these things, she doesn't care if there are men present. But she can't help but consider that other people don't care. Therefore, it is the best choice to ask a few apprentices to retreat temporarily, because it was worn close to the body. And Fun described it explicitly using a whiteboard technique. Mahatab still blushed a little in embarrassment. Then she figured out a lot of things. First of all, this underwear made of silk must have been homemade by the person in front of me, because the silk circulating in the market is not plain. It must have some simple patterns. Secondly, they not only mastered the production methods, but also the sources of materials. Only then can we have enough materials to make clothes that are invisible to the eyes, and only pursue comfort. Therefore, Mahatab happily rubbed the thing in his hand, enjoying the smooth touch, and asked tentatively, "Are those little bugs the material for making silk?" In the past year or so, even the masters of the 6 Estali 6 towers could not easily ignore the movements between this and another mathematics master. The most puzzling thing about their actions was that they commissioned the Adventurers Guild to collect many insect-type monsters and ordinary insects with great fanfare. But now that I think about it, this matter is most likely related to the thing in my hand. So Mahatab asked. Then didn't even think about hiding it. She and Lin discussed that the act of collecting magic moths and ordinary moths was public, and it was impossible to hide anything. So instead of lying, It's better to admit it openly, but keep the details secret and distract the interested person a little bit. When most magicians fail to spy, they will choose to do their own research. Anyway, we already have clues. If others can do it, then I am stupid. The bad habits of commercial espionage and appropriationism are not obvious among the magicians of Lost Land. So when faced with the spying of a Dharma saint, then said generously, "Those little bugs are not wrong. But please forgive me for keeping the details of how they did it secret. Ha ha. I can understand. It's just that these clothes look like ordinary silk products, not materials containing power." Even if the magic material is not enchanted, it itself contains magic power. But the thing in his hand didn't have that feeling. So Methab asked this question, then didn't explain much. Just stretched out his hand and handed the long sleeves of the force spirit clothes to the confused Dharma saint. Methab stretched out his hand and touched it, and felt the smoothness of the silk and the unfathomable magic power. Without touching it, one can only feel that this set of clothes is like a mist, blocking everyone's perception. But after contact, you can feel the complex power operation hidden in this suit of clothes. Among the magic props and equipment that Mahatab has come into contact with, the power of the silk clothes in front of him ranks among the top. In addition, the exquisite patterns, which were like works of art, were just right on the clothes, covering the entire body. They were not eye-catching, but instead made people look more beautiful, which made her desire to possess them even stronger. Mahatab did not show any pretense and asked directly, "What does Lord Tikal need? Money? Magic materials? Or a promise from me?" The finance of Lost Land is not very developed, and bartering is still common. What's more, really large or extremely valuable things will be traded in ways other than money. The former is because there is not enough money as a medium of transaction, and the latter is because money cannot be measured. So Methab asked this question, though was impatient with the roundabout way of speaking, but said straightforwardly, "I need to borrow an energy pool to hold a ceremony. It is estimated that it will take 15 days. No more than 30 days at most. Of course, the third level an energy pool will do. As we all know, the 3-story magic tower has 1 energy pool, 2 4-story towers, and 3 5-story towers. Precisely because each additional floor brings an additional energy pool. This limits the height of the magic tower, as well as its high cost and rarity. It's not that no one has broken through this stereotype and kept building on it, but how high can a simple stone tower be built? And how resistant can it be to earthquakes? This kind of tower that only pays attention to height has not been able to escape from natural disasters and wars and survive to this day. As for the 6 United Tower of Estali, the highest level belongs to the domain of the tower owner. He controls the entire magic tower at the same time and cannot easily reveal it to others. The same situation applies to the top floor of the 4-story tower and the situation in the 3-story tower, because that is almost equivalent to handing over control of the magic tower. The energy pool on the 4th floor of the 6-unit tower jointly constructs a barrier to protect the Great Library, as well as a barrier-type defense for the tower itself. It can be said to be the most important task, and it cannot be interfered with or given up. For a 5-story tower, the energy pool on the 3rd floor is mostly provided to the tower owner's apprentices for research purposes. Most of the time, it is responsible for sharing the pressure of the energy pools on the 5th and 4th floors. It can be regarded as the most flexible energy pool in terms of use. Just to lend it to an outsider, Methab was not very willing. After all, this energy pool is also in the magic tower. If the other party causes something big, it will involve the entire tower. But that's the quid pro quo for that powerful and beautiful outfit. As far as Mahatab knew, there were many people who made similar requests to himself, but no one got any promise. The magician always declined politely. Some people even planned to use dishonorable means, regardless of success or failure. And he is the only one who has received a response so far, although the decision has not been finalized yet. But in exchange for using the energy pool, Mahatab decided to probe further and asked, "Your Excellency Tikal only needs to borrow the energy pool. No other requirements?" "Yes, I just need to borrow the energy pool. But you can rest assured, Mr. Dharma Saint, the ceremony I am about to perform has nothing to do with cursing or attacking anywhere or harming anyone. It is not about summoning or communicating with alien beings. I just want to use a lot of power to reshape a physical body. Of course, if you can directly assign a magic tower to me, even if I have to pay the price, it is not unacceptable," Finn said, spreading his hands. Ha ha. Methab laughed a few times, ignoring Finn's last request. It is an open secret among the top leaders of the Magician Association to prevent the magician and her man from getting any magic tower. With the tower of the Great Sage in front. The strength that tower has shown so far has seriously threatened other magic towers. And even the Shijia district branch of the Magician Association. Not to mention that the tower's ability has not been fully explored yet. Maybe I can't consider the request to borrow the energy pool. But Lord Tikal, can you put forward the corresponding value? Chapter 724 Customized Catalog. Is this a desire for something more? Or a polite way of saying no? Then looked at the kind smiling face in front of him. But couldn't tell what it was at all. Even if we observe the heartbeat, eye movement, sweating level, etc., we can't guess any of Mahtab's thoughts. So Finn can only choose to increase the chips in his hand. But not by increasing the amount. But by clearly telling the other party how valuable what she promised is. And not just seeing the surface. The superficial things in her perception. With the same confident smile. Finn said, "If your majesty the Dharma saint is willing to listen to the introduction about this set of clothes and understand how many choices you can make, I think you will have no idea about the value of this set of clothes." The same idea. When the time comes, let's discuss whether exchange is equivalent. Mahtab nodded and said, "Of course." Without further ado, then summoned 3 apprentices and asked them to list all the optional requirements for making a set of hanfu. There are dozens of styles of clothing displayed by Halumi alone. Don't look at the fact that Lin only drew a few samples. In fact, what he drew was not the original hanfu or tang suit, but improved clothing with modern elements. But just like this, it was enough for several women to open their minds and add their own unique style to some extent. There are dozens of types of clothes, skirts, and coats drawn. After deleting the ones with similar looks, staggering and matching them, and then deleting the types that were inappropriate for matching. The 63 styles of clothing currently displayed by Halumi are left. Each version has a suitable pattern style. However, whether it is insects, fish, birds, animals, or landscapes, flowers and plants, they are closely related to the matching color of clothing. When displaying patterns and colors, Leonardo's sharp reactions and vivid comments are unexpectedly eye-catching. Because the pictures, patterns, and colors displayed by Halumi using the stored data magic stone are all separate and cannot be combined at will, giving people an intuitive sense of trying on clothes. The ragdoll system that can be tried on is only available on the first coffin. The storage magic stone she brought could only display flat pictures. But Leonardo can quickly draw a rough outline on paper from various combinations, and clearly describe his feelings about such combinations for people's reference. And a man's delicate point of view is not unimportant to several women. Even the 2 girls and Mahtab students would have some special feelings listening to it. When the display of Halumi and Leonardo came to an end and Mahtab could not make any decision, Kai came out and launched another heavy attack. The file data displayed on the water mirror technique screen are hundreds of magic or magic formations, which can definitely be used in the 2-stage enchantment. Some magic spells that had little obvious effect or were obviously funny were deleted early on. So the magic that can stay on the list has absolutely nothing to say about its practicality. What surprised Mahtab the most was that instead of just a few magic spells on the list, you could choose from dozens. It's just that the greater the number of choices, the more additional power the entire set of clothes requires. As for the 2 stages of enchantment, she was confused. What the first stage is suitable for constant solidification magic. The limit is a total upper limit. Before the cumulative amount reaches that upper limit, you can theoretically continue to choose the magic you want to add. Then the second stage is related to the need for control. So you can choose active or passive magic. And what are the conditions for use? Is it an automatic trigger type or an active control type? Of course. Fen and others did not introduce the enchantment methods in 2 different stages in detail. Furthermore, what is the main axis of additional magic? Do you want to add attack type magic? And the most troublesome part, what are the conflicts between magic and magic? How to solve it? Whether to deprecate, use them sequentially, or use random numbers to decide which one to use, as long as they are not used at the same time. 3 apprentices, a whole set of combination punches. Even Mahtab, who is a Dharma saint, is dizzy, let alone her students. Even if they are already magicians, they may not yet understand how powerful this set of clothes is once completed. But they can already understand that with such a set of clothes, other non-weapon magic equipment can be swept into the trash. And this is true. According to Lin's use of jacquard machines to create enchantable silk, the possibilities for adding magic are theoretically endless. To describe it in one sentence, Nothing is impossible except what is imaginable. But this does not mean that you are invincible if you wear this suit, because these sets of Hanfu have the same weakness as the customized cars of the Automobile Manufacturing and Research Center. That is, there is no stable and unlimited supply of power source. Once the power is exhausted, only the properties of the material itself remain. But Methab didn't pay much attention to these small details, because many times the battle only results in a moment of opportunity. If there is a piece of equipment that can increase the likelihood of getting that opportunity, then it has value. So the Dharma Saint, who understood all this, asked excitedly, "Are these things really possible?" Then winked at the two apprentices cheerfully. The blonde girl stood up, put her hands in her water sleeves, and shook them like this. The stream of light flashed across the entire nine-dragon suit from top to bottom. In an instant, she added 6 kinds of auxiliary magic to herself, and her whole aura was completely different. At the same time, he took out the metal strip from his arms and flicked it to his wrist. The magnetic metal automatically formed a ring and tightened the cuffs. Then he pulled the straps on the Kowloon suit a few times to tighten all the flimsy parts. In no time, he looked ready to fight. Kaya didn't hesitate to give in. She stood up and flicked the left sleeve of her white cat suit, and she disappeared from under everyone's eyes. With the power of the Dharma Saint, he was unable to notice the whereabouts of the black-haired and brown-skinned girl for a moment. Seeing the ability of the white cat suit for the first time, Harumi actually showed a curious expression and said, "Kaya, are you really missing?" After saying that, he reached out and pinched Kaya's cheek. Sure enough, after grabbing the soft thing, the blonde girl started rubbing it excitedly, and still had a weird uncle-like evil smile on her face, pretending to be stupid, and said, "Kaya, where are you? I can't see you." Hee. Hey. This slapstick directly destroyed Kaya's concealment. Maybe she wasn't completely exposed, but the exposed parts made her concealment meaningless. This actually only uses a small part of Kaya's more than 70 hidden magics. It is considered a basic integrated effect. It is very useful for showing or deceiving children. However, her concealment was directly destroyed by Halumi. Of course, the girl whose face was rubbed said angrily, "Stop! You still can't stop!" and then fought back without hesitation. Halumi just said, "Where are you? I can't see you," while rubbing Kaya's cheek. The girl who was ravaged tried her best to resist and shouted desperately, "Stop!" Unfortunately, her strength was not as strong as that of the blonde girl. Not to mention that the current Halumi was blessed with several auxiliary magics, and her basic strength was much higher than Kaya's. It wasn't until their elder sister couldn't bear it anymore and gave each of them a violent shudder that the two girls calmed down. Then Finn had the opportunity to continue the unfinished negotiations. Leonardo was so embarrassed throughout the whole process that he could only laugh along. However, the display of the two girls not only amazed Dharma Saint students, but also allowed Dharma Saint Mahatab to see more. With the consent of the two of them, she rubbed the sleeves of the Nine-Dragon suit and the White Cat suit. Feeling the difference between the two Han suits and Finn's Four-Spirit suit, the 3 sets of clothes have completely different enchantment directions, but their power and complexity are comparable. Methab couldn't put it down with every set. Even her students, even if their faces were hidden under the veil, could still feel the piercing longing eyes. Faced with so many choices, they began to discuss every combination and every possibility. Perhaps for Dharma Saint Mahatab, it is normal to use the exhaustive method in learning, but the 3 accepted the scientific methods from the earth. And Finn and others also discussed it happily. If someone were present, they would definitely feel that women are indeed different creatures from men. During the discussion, Mathab even brought out his best trick, a rarely shown magic formation, to see if it could be added to the enchantment sequence. And her students were equally keen on discussing it, as if she had a share in the outfit they were going to make. It's just that this seemingly endless discussion cannot continue indefinitely. At nearly noon, Finn interrupted everyone who was expressing their enthusiasm and said, "Your Majesty the Dharma Saint, I think today's discussion will come to an end for now." "Why? We haven't come to a result yet," Mathab said angrily. Faced with so many choices, she simply wanted to make a set of all the options. How could she interrupt the discussion process before she found the combination that satisfied her most? But Finn won't spoil this, little sister. Perhaps from the appearance point of view, the generations of the two should be reversed. But from the perspective of age and birth era, there are not many people in the world who can compare to the Lich. Even the gods are no exception. So although Finn was a little polite, he said equally forcefully, "I have a life course at the college to attend in the afternoon. If I spend all my time here, Those people will protest, thinking that this person in front of me is a life course lecturer, and many of the students may have a weaker position of power than myself. But these people together are not something he can ignore. So Mathab was a little discouraged. And then he changed his mind and said eagerly, "Maybe these children can stay and help me." Then was non-committal and just smiled. Only then did Mahatab realize that he had made a bad idea. It was like asking the other party to keep hostages. So I had to apologize and say, "Sorry. My fault. I didn't mean to force them to stay. I just hope that the preparation work can be resolved as soon as possible." "Ha ha. I understand." Then turned around and said, "Girl, keep all the information you brought." Then, he said to Mathab, "I'll keep these things first. Please consider it carefully. Sometimes others give too many opinions, which makes you unclear about what you want. I think it is a good time to meet with you again in 3 days to discuss the feasibility." Of course, Mathab knew clearly that what the person in front of him said was correct. You have to think about all possible developments. Maybe 3 days is not enough. So she got up and saw off these noble people in person. And after that, there will be several sleepless nights. Chapter 725 Interpretation of the Starry Sky. I learned that the transaction between Finn and Dharma Saint Mahatab is in full swing. Lin held a small can of iced milk and walked to the attic to prepare for tonight's stargazing activity. The gray cat Hardy was walking 2 steps behind him, his tail wagging gently. In fact, Hardy didn't think there was anything good about drinking milk at first. But after trying it once, I couldn't help but fall in love with the taste. Especially in this hot season. Drinking iced milk is a great thing. So as long as someone holds a can of milk, it will follow. And it will always make a lot of profit every time. Even if you ask for milk from others, no one will refuse. And they will even happily prepare it for you. When dealing with other people, you inevitably have to endure the other person's hands and feet. And it's hard to say no. So for Hardy, the most suitable communication partner is the magician in front of him. At least he won't pet the cats at every turn, or bury their faces into his body, which is such a shameful behavior. And he can't escape even if he wants to. But when I opened the attic door today, Azad had already occupied someone's usual stargazing position. His Royal Highness, who moved with a sense of leisure and elegance, was peeping at the stars through the astronomical telescope. The pink hair on his forehead stood out unexpectedly. He asked curiously, "I see you look at the stars every day. Can you see flowers? I can't find them." "Yeah." Lin groaned for a long time without answering. Azad still kept his eyes on the telescope and said without looking back, "Why? It's rare to see you have nothing to say. Do you disdain to talk to me? Or don't know what to say? Please choose your answer carefully. If you say the wrong thing very bad, well, I'm thinking about whether it would be more appropriate to answer you from a magical point of view, from a scientific point of view, or from my own point of view." "What's the magic point of view?" Azad asked. Ling came to the telescope, looked through the open window at the sea of stars that was not polluted by light pollution, and said, "There is a point in astrology that each star represents a person's fortune. Some people have strong fortune. Therefore, the starlight is dazzling. Some people have weak luck. So the starlight is dim. Therefore, as long as you understand who the star represents, the big one can see the changes in the world situation from the starry sky, and the small one can see the direction of a person's destiny, thereby predicting an individual or a group of people as future." "Oh, then which star do you think I am?" After signaling Azad to move away, Lin moved the telescope slightly and pointed it at the northern starry sky. After searching for a while, he gave up his position and said, "Let's listen to the family's words. The dazzling purple-red star in the north. It should be your natal star. Its brightness is so high that it can almost outshine the nearby starry sky. But the stars flicker and flicker, which means that your future is still unstable and your destination is uncertain. In addition, you can still see a purple star not far from the northeast corner. It is bright and stable. This should be your father, the emperor of the Guana Empire. Most of the auxiliary stars surrounding this purple star are the same. Dazzling. It is obvious that the ministers around your father are all capable ministers. What is more interesting is that apart from you and your father, it is not obvious who the successor of the empire is at this stage. It's unclear. But you have a better chance than your other brothers and sisters. The empire does not ban the empress. And Azad also has many unmarried sisters. So Lin is talking nonsense." However, Azad was amused by someone's inference and said, "A prince who has been deprived of his inheritance rights inherits the throne? This joke is not funny at all. What do you think? You said that if your emperor suddenly dies suddenly, and you don't go back and kill all your brothers and sisters, what are your chances of ascending the throne as emperor? Lin asked back. So, it seems to be true. It's just that your real intention in saying these words is that you hope that I can change my focus and go home to make trouble instead of staying here. Or does this star really make such a prediction? Lin smiled and spread his hands, and said, "It comes from my mouth, and this is my interpretation. I will not comment on the intentions behind it. Different people have different opinions. Besides, the future will change. Maybe after hearing what I said, you will deliberately not go there. It's not impossible to do this. That's why I say, don't pay too much attention to it. It's not a big prediction. It's just a little bit of astrology." The Great Prophecy is a super powerful magic that forcibly solidifies the future. But the person who uses it usually doesn't end well. This is not because it violates the destiny, but simply because it is unknown how much power is needed to solidify the future mentioned by the caster. The farther away the Great Prophecy is from the reality and possible development, the more power is needed to distort reality. As long as the upper limit of the power of the caster is exceeded, the result will be to drain the person dry and die. If things happen naturally, the Great Prophecy can realize the spoken future with only a small amount of power. This very unscientific magic was the subject of Lin's recent research, so he mentioned it casually at this time. It's just that Azad didn't answer someone's words at all, and turned around and asked, "Then which star in the sky belongs to you?" Lin was stunned for a moment, looked up at the starry sky, and said lonely, "I don't belong to this starry sky." The voice sounded very interesting, but Azad didn't care about these things, so he asked about another thing, as if he was deliberately titillating. "You just said that from a scientific point of view. You never what do you see in this starry sky?" His emotions were suddenly pulled back, and Lin felt a little internally injured. After taking a deep breath, Lin said, "Why do the stars move like this? Why are the brightness different? What does it mean? Where is it? There must be an answer to these questions, rather than a general answer that this is a star." And using mathematics, you can analyze all this, find the orbital formula of the star, calculate the size, brightness and distance of the star itself represented by the brightness of the star. Mathematicizing this information will help us predict the next second, the next moment, and the next hour. What will happen to the starry sky tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or someday in the future? What's the point of calculating all this? If the starry sky changes or stays the same, will your life change accordingly? Regarding Azad's counterargument, Lin laughed and said, "Does knowledge have to be useful before we study it? And if it's not useful today, how can you be sure it won't be useful tomorrow? If you use it one day, you won't have the corresponding knowledge or tools. Don't you feel awkward?" Ignoring someone's rebuttal, Azad asked, "Then what is your own point of view? I just like to watch it." "It's up to you," Lin said unceremoniously. After being criticized like this, Azad smiled instead of getting angry. After laughing for a while, he suddenly turned around and said, "I heard that you gave the thing you planned to give me to someone else. I guess you may have an explanation that sounds reasonable. So, the question is, do you think I will accept it?" Sure enough, there are questions related to this matter. However, Lin was not afraid at all and gave the answer he had prepared long ago. "Because you won't be able to use it for the time being. So why don't you do a favor to Finn first?" "Oh, it's not needed for the time being." Facing the magician face to face for the first time tonight, the bunch of hair on Azad's forehead gradually turned red. He sneered and said, "Why didn't I know? You can decide anything for me." Something happened? Before the demon prince could attack, Lin spread his hands and pulled out a large water mirror screen with a large banner, blocking the space between the two of them. The side with words and pictures was displayed in front of Azad. The above content is actually what Harumi and Kaya showed when Finn and others met with Dharma Saint Mahatab in the morning. And there is more. There are 76 sets of original Hanfu styles, including women's wedding dresses such as Fengguanxia P. There are also dozens of more magic formations. These are unique magics that Lin has researched and never made public. Of course, not all of these unique magics are very useful. Most of them are used to make up numbers and scare people. Lin walked through the water mirror and came to the same side as Azad. He looked at the bewildered demon prince and said, "Then, Your Highness, have you decided what kind of clothes you want to wear?" The bright red on his head gradually turned to deathly gray. Azad rarely showed a puzzled expression, pointing to the screen wall showing dense text and pictures, and asked, What are these? What kind of pattern do you want for the clothes you want to make? Are you satisfied with the pattern above? And what kind of magic should be added? Especially enchanting. This cannot be done casually. Because magic props with different abilities will directly affect your tactics, and even change your original strengths and weaknesses. Just like if you are good at using a sword. But I give you a spear. You will not be able to exert 100% of your strength. When this set of clothes is made, not only will it take shape according to your ideas, but your future tactics will also be affected by this piece of equipment. Only in this way can the two complement each other perfectly. Except, it's a very powerful magical equipment. But the enchantments on it are all things you can't use? Azad shook his head, and was speechless for the first time. If you don't know how to choose, then I recommend you the number 1 enchantment package, which is the escape set. Like my Xuanwu robe, all enchantments are related to escape, including the use of blindfolds to confuse the enemy. Azad looked stunned, and shook his head stiffly. Then the number 2 Turtle SH.L package is just like the 4 spirit clothes. The defensive magic is so powerful that even if she wants to break it herself, it would be a bit difficult. Azad still shook his head. This result is not difficult to guess, because the man in front of him advocates offense. Regarding defense, he is better at exchanging injuries for injuries, and lives for lives. Then the 3rd auxiliary package is the Kowloon suit worn by Halloumi. But I don't recommend you to choose this option, because you are not suitable for using any auxiliary magic. Extra speed, extra strength, extra perception. It will destroy your current balance, and your strength may decrease instead of increasing. Azad nodded stiffly, indicating that he agreed with Lin's statement. What about the hide and seek package number 4? Kaya's white cat suit is specially used to hide and sneak around. It's especially useful as a thief. Of course, it's also good for escaping. This time Azad didn't shake his head or nod. He just twitched the corners of his mouth and the wings of his nose. Chapter 726. Difficulty in choosing. Lin didn't care about the kid's expression and said directly, "There is no best magic equipment. Only the most suitable. So have you thought clearly about what is the most suitable thing for you? If not, then it means you can't use it temporarily. Or do you want to do whatever you want to make it work? If you have this mentality, I won't help you make anything, because it is just a waste of materials and time." Azad was still speechless. His neck moved stiffly, and he turned to look at the talking magician. Lin continued, taking a step back. Have you ever thought about the direction you want to make progress in? In addition to your own efforts, what kind of help does magic need in this direction? But it seems that you haven't thought about anything, and your fighting style is just to squander your talents without really calming down and polishing it. No wonder Sher Dong treats you like a child. Hearing the keyword, Azad seemed to wake up. He asked, "Stone? You mean the deadhead?" "Yes, that's him. Strictly speaking, he is a stitched corpse with only his head left. And he is also an undead who has lived for more than 1,000 years. He is an undead creation made by Fan himself." But Azad didn't care about Lin's answer. He was just thinking about his own question. He mumbled, "Just like a child." As for Azad's muttering, Lin couldn't tell where his thoughts were going, so he couldn't answer it. But Lin had no intention of waiting quietly for the prince to think. Put away all water mirror techniques. Lin first poured a plate of ice milk to the gray cat Hardy, who had been waiting for a long time, and then poured a glass. After giving it to Azad, he waved his hand to chase people away and said, "The number of the document just now is 9,598. You also have a coffin. If you want to see it yourself, go aside and don't hinder my stargazing. Let's talk about the follow-up work after you figure it all out." Someone was secretly delighted. The face-squeezing and freedom-added bits of L from the Earth game can never be so easy. If there are no models and guides, the former is probably just a random look until you find one that suits your eyes. The latter is just a trial run with the intention of randomly adding some points and playing with it. If you are not satisfied, you can start a new character again. Anyway, I have never seriously studied this thing, because it is just a game, and I don't want to spend too much thought and energy. But this is the real world, and every decision has costs that must be paid and possible impacts. And the most important thing is that I don't have the option to set a random combination. The proposal to sort out this catalog was made 2 or 3 days ago when Fan proposed a deal with Dharma Saint Mahatab. So Lin asked 2 girls to sort out relevant information. 2 stupid girls who had never seen the world made a long and eloquent list very seriously and happily, completely unaware of the cat's treason in it. But the former Demon King may have noticed someone's intention. But he just didn't say it. Anyway, it was someone else who was tricked. For a magician, first discover the problem, and then find a solution to the problem. This is the right way. If it is self-examination and self-examination, then forget it. But letting others lay out all the options in front of you from the beginning, and then looking for the so-called most suitable is like letting others limit yourself to a small box. No matter how you jump around, you can stay in this circle, which is not necessarily a good thing. But the top expert in front of him, who was playing the game with a nonchalant attitude, did not notice someone's intentions at the first time, and was successfully fooled into a misunderstanding. It's not that what he said was wrong. It's just that Azad originally didn't care about these things. But someone pushed him into the pit. It seemed impossible to climb out for 3 to 5 days. And then I didn't know how many days it would take to figure out the cause and effect. So it seems that this hurdle has been passed. Lin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's just that he underestimated Azad's quick thinking and this cynical man's attitude towards things. It can be said that the moment of gaffe just now was an experience he had never had in his life, which was very interesting. But it would be too stupid to keep getting stuck in that whirlpool of thoughts. His eyes regained their luster, with one green and one blue eye blooming with a playful look. Azad glanced up and down at someone with a smirk. No matter what the magician's true intention is when he says these words, he doesn't like to make choices, and he doesn't even care about gaining or losing anything. He just enjoys the process. And this time in the process of dealing with him, he did get something he had never thought of before. This couldn't help but make him even more curious. In Stone's eyes, he was evaluated like a child. So what did he see in the eyes of this magician? As he was exposed again and again, Azad realized that his advantages were becoming less and less. In comparison, the speed at which he tested the defense holes in this room was far slower than the speed at which his advantage diminished. Exactly why? I still can't find out. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration occurred, and Azad remembered what the magician had said before about the scientific views on the stars. He suddenly asked, "Can you also use mathematical formulas to express my actions and predict my actions?" Lin originally saw that the demon prince's eyes had regained his grace, and Lin secretly sighed in his heart that something was wrong. Unexpectedly, he put aside the topic of clothes and asked about another matter that seemed to be more serious. However, as long as the person in front of him doesn't worry about who makes the clothes first and who makes the clothes between him and the Dharma saint, it is not the worst situation for Lin. To be fair, he didn't want to offend this person. Azad's temperament has ups and downs and goes to extremes, making it really difficult to get along with him. But depending on the situation, I can't get rid of it. After thinking about it, Lin decided to answer Azad's question honestly. You asked if you can use mathematics to predict your actions. My answer is yes, but it shouldn't be as accurate and easy as you think. It mainly relies on statistics. Learn to calculate the probability of possibility. And this must rely on a large amount of historical information. In fact, everyone has similar abilities, including you. As long as you try something, the more times you have, the more experience you will have. Rich, when faced with similar things again, you will have an intuitive judgment. The same is true for fighting. Although Lin tried to downplay the influence of this ability, Azad remained unmoved and pointed directly at the key point. But after using the method you mentioned, the speed of accumulating experience is different from that of those who have been immersed in it for decades. It's a huge difference for someone who has this kind of intuition. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with this method? Or do you think I'm a fool, but you're actually just an idiot? So you naively think that everyone in this world is an idiot like him. I didn't even know you had the blood of those nobles. What else can be done? Lin could only smile. At this moment, the sound of pushing the door broke the deadlock, and in came a dark-haired and brown-skinned girl wearing a white cat suit. Because of her clothing, she finally got rid of the two braided hairstyles that have remained unchanged for thousands of years. Instead, the same two braids were coiled on the left and right sides, leaving a strand of hair on the temples. The same childishness, but different taste. And the one poking his head at her feet was the little tabby cat Lily. As soon as he saw Hardy enjoying the milk alone in the room, he also moved in with his footsteps and scurried in gently and deftly. It's just that it's not time for them to serve themselves midnight snacks. What's matter? Lin thought so in his heart. Kaya gave the answer directly. Teacher, my Erzhan is here to inform you. Getting a chance to change the subject, Lin secretly rejoiced and quickly added, the dark elf lady finally contacted us. She said before that she could return to their tribe in 3 or 4 months. This is all over. For more than half a year. I thought they all died on the roadside and could not go back. Did she ask me to come over at any time? Kaya displayed the content of the email on a water mirror screen, then moved the water mirror in front of her teacher, and said at the same time, "No, Melson didn't write anything. She just conveyed the news that she had arrived in the tribe." After browsing briefly, "There are only a few words anyway, and the layout is clean," Lynn said casually. "That's right. Then please reply to me a message that I will go see Fasas tomorrow morning. It's too late today, so I won't go there." "Okay, teacher." After receiving the reply, Kaya withdrew. Looking back, Lynn saw Azad holding the milk in his hand, taking a sip himself, pouring a sip into the small plate, and playing with the little cat Lily. Hardy stepped aside, looking at the teased kitten lovingly and helplessly. Azad has a habit that I don't know whether to consider good or bad. As long as something is interrupted, he usually does not continue the matter abruptly. But sometimes he would circle back to the same thing for no apparent reason. And it was challenging to keep up with his thoughts. Just like now, he put down the topic he was talking about before, and turned around and said, "Are you going to the World Tree Tribe of the Dark Elves tomorrow? I'm going to go too. To see what's going on. See what it's like to live underground without seeing the light of day. It should be interesting to see what kind of environment those dead gray elves are in. What a pity. I refuse. If I use the flash technique to take people away, I'm afraid that you will be corrupted by the high-dimensional alien energy and turn into something weird. You are already bad enough as you are, and I don't want to make you worse." Suddenly, Lynn had an idea and said, "Maybe this will make you easier to get along with. Should we try it? It's also a pity that I won't be a magician's experiment." Azad simply refused and then said, "I remember that one of the clothes you made for other people was to resist the weird energy you mentioned. The protective magic. Then this magic is the first magic to be added to the clothes I want to wear. I will think about the other ones." With that, Azad left. Lynn shouted from behind, "Remember? Document number 9598. You can refer to the data in it." Azad waved his hand without looking back. I don't know what he wants to express. Lynn could only say that a guy who is used to tricking others might also be very good at preventing himself from being tricked. Chapter 727. Attending the meeting. In the early morning, after washing up and having breakfast as usual, Lynn prepared to go to the World Tree Tribe of the Dark Elves. This was the first time that long-distance teleportation was carried out through the positioning of the ring. So Lynn also made a lot of pre-confirmations, including checking the condition of the Xuanwu robe. As for the purpose of going to the meeting, it was just to meet the World Tree Fasnas. It was nothing major, so there should be no need to make any additional preparations. Lynn thought so in his heart. Although the robes worn by Finn and others are equipped with protective magic to resist the corrosion of alien energy, and they are still the second version, compared with the first version of protective magic, which can only protect the object itself with a magic circle on it. The second version of protective magic can also protect the covered object, and even slightly expand the scope of protection. In other words, Halumi and Kaya, who are wearing this set of robes with an improved version of protective magic, are also protected by protective magic. Of course, the disadvantage is that it consumes more power. Despite this, Lynn did not intend to take anyone with him on this short journey. If we don't talk about it for now, maybe we can go home after just saying a few words. The object of this meeting is the World Tree, the ancient Fasnas, which is older than any known existence. What is the other party's attitude, and whether there will be any complications? These uncertain factors make Lynn have to be cautious. Going to a meeting alone makes it easier to escape. Bringing one more person is one more burden. So Lynn declined anyone's request to follow him. Although he was well prepared, there was actually nothing to prepare. After saying hello to everyone, Lynn felt the echoing existence of another ring in the distance through the ring on his finger. It was a very strange feeling. It was obviously a little fluorescence in a distant place, but it attracted my mind. Open your eyes and flash. This process happened in the blink of an eye, even catching the two female apprentices off guard. Halumi muttered and failed to follow Union this time. Kaya turned around and exclaimed, "Ah! Hagiri is missing!" Everyone looked at each other, and for a while no one could understand the meaning behind it. Halumi asked, "Did the teacher just say that you should take a box cutter out?" Kaya shook her head and said, "Teacher once said that I am here as a guest, not for a fight, so I don't bring a box Hagiri with me." Everyone looked at each other, and suddenly a feeling that something bad was going on came to their hearts. Not to mention the confusion among those left at home. Lynn, who arrived at his destination using the flash technique, was also astonished. The welcoming lineup beside him was 16 dark elves, divided into 2 circles, with staggered positions, surrounding someone. But next to his feet lies a whole female corpse. Although the breath is still there, it seems to be getting better soon. The dark elf mire seemed to have been severely tortured. Only the right hand with the ring on it was preserved among the limbs. Only half of his feet and left hand were left, and the bones were pierced out. The flesh and blood were blurred, and pus and blood flowed out. Of course, there was no bandaging or any emergency treatment. There were even fat white maggots squirming in the wound, which showed that the injury had been there for some time, and that it was deliberately not allowed to heal. With her eyes dull, and her body covered in blood, she didn't even notice the person next to her. And of course she wouldn't react. If Lynn hadn't been able to detect her heartbeat, she would have been considered dead. The welcoming lineup of 16 dark elves jumping around him certainly didn't give Lynn much time to react. Just after someone suddenly appears using flash, you have to be in a hurry. But they quickly gathered themselves together and chanted the incantation. For the first time, the magic circle carved on the ground glowed with an ominous cyan light. This is the famous dimensional anchor, the nemesis of everything, most teleportation magic. Unfortunately, Blink is not included in this list. Now that you're doing it, stop talking nonsense. Having lived in a lost place for so long, someone's indecisiveness may make many people angry before something happens, but as soon as someone takes action, someone is equally decisive and ruthless, as if he is a different person than before. Not to mention that bad people die from talking too much. Good people also often die from talking too much. So Lynn didn't want to bother asking why, or take the time to figure out the situation. Agiri directly summons the upper hand, and the inscription on the sword causes it to bring out a white flame when it is wielded. Lynn swung out without hesitation, even though he was still a long way from the dark elves surrounding him. No one was afraid. In the eyes of the dark elves, the sudden appearance of the human magician was in the magic circle, which was equivalent to being controlled by them. The next thing to do is to further suppress the opponent, then capture and claim credit. As for the long sword that brought out white flames in his hand, everyone took it for granted that it was what he had brought with him from the beginning. But no one noticed it. As for the action of swinging the sword from a distance, it can't hit anyone, so it's just a joke. The next moment, there was no trace of anyone. There were no shouts, no exclamations, not even the sound of swords chopping flesh and blood. Lynn just waved his sword, and the big heads of the dark elves in front and behind the 2 positions flew into the sky at the same time. The blood from the carotid artery was as bright as flowers. But Lynn didn't touch any of it. He appeared at the next position and killed 2 more people. The deceased was not chosen randomly. Lynn chose the one with the greatest power among the dark elves surrounding him. If you don't look closely at his appearance, he's just a dead person anyway. The other one who died at the same time was killed because he was too close. The same goes for the second group of people. The dark elves who reacted acted differently, and Lynn was the first to choose to deal with those who tried to escape. Although he used the flash technique to attack, Lynn was also used to attacking from behind the enemy, or from the blind spot of his vision. But those who escaped had lost their courage, and were easier to deal with. The so-called, "don't chase the enemy when you are desperate," refers to a situation where it takes time to pursue, and may lead to falling into an ambush trap. But killing a person who is running away is just a convenient thing for someone. Besides, Lynn had no reason to spare these people. Then choose to switch spells, and try to counterattack with short spells. No matter what kind of magic, as long as it works, it will cause certain obstruction. So the best time is to kill the opponent before the magic is completed. What's more, if there is no protection, or the person protecting you is incompetent, rashly chanting spells and using magic is a tactical mistake. If you make a mistake, you will die. There is no mercy on the battlefield, and there is no room for sympathy from a time traveler. Hakiri appeared in the image of Anduriel. The blade of the sword was untouched by blood, and the white flames became more dazzling as the number of dead increased. However, the person holding the sword is like a ferocious god, cutting off heads with one sword, or cutting off the body with one sword. The dark elves only end up with their livers and gallbladders broken, and then die. 16 dark elves turned into 16 corpses in just a few breaths. No one had a chance to resist, or there was, but it was meaningless in the face of flash and box cut. When everything returned to calm, Lynn casually swept away the magic circle on the ground. After Hagrid destroyed all the condensed power, he had time to take a look at his situation. First, your location should be a treehouse. According to the results of the investigation environment, it is 36.3 meters above the ground. has an area of approximately 39.6 square meters, and is long in shape. From the Wood Elf tribe I have been to, and comparing it with the World Tree territory, this should be a room specially used for ceremonies. It is characterized by many powerful protective formations carved on the wall to avoid accidents. And most importantly, there are a lot of people outside the house. Just go home. Although he had predicted beforehand that he would be able to go home soon, he did not expect this to be the reason. Go out and go on a killing spree. What's the purpose of just doing this? Then he fell to the ground. Can the female dark elf, who is still alive, be saved? After a series of choices, what finally made Lin Xia decide was the whisper in his ear. He calls out, summoning his invited guests to come and see him. The battle that took place in the ritual room certainly did not hide the dark elves outside. Unfortunately, the doors and windows of this room were made particularly strong in order to prevent the ceremony from being interrupted or something that shouldn't escape from inside. So for a while, the dark elves were unable to break through. When they went through all the trouble to break the doors and windows from the outside, what they saw when they entered the house was a strange human magician, carrying the shameful daughter and disappearing into thin air in front of the dark elves. Broken magic circle, blood and corpses. If any of them appear, they will be sworn in with the instigator. What's more, they appeared at the same time, and the deceased were all powerful people in the tribe, and the death state was a blasphemy that could not be resurrected. The dark elves who entered the door never thought that the skills of these dead people were among the best among them. So many people have died. What will be the different results when it is their turn? They are just thinking about revenge, or taking advantage of the situation. If the deceased is of their own bloodline or inheritance, they will of course choose the path of revenge. If not, in order to gather the power left by the deceased and win over his young blood, ambitious people must also show their attitude and use revenge to win people's hearts. Therefore, even if the enemy disappears from sight, no matter who it is, he must find him and use his blood to pay homage to the soul of the deceased. Of course, the disappeared person did not return directly to his home in the holy city of Estali. He pursued the voice and appeared in another room with a half-dead mire on his shoulders. Also within the World Tree, there were 3 dark elves guarding the room, lightly armored. They were completely unaware of the intrusion. Of course, they made no preparations and just talked leisurely. So when Lin carrying a man appeared in front of them, not only did Lin appear with a stunned look on his face, but they also had incomprehensible expressions. The two sides looked at each other with wide eyes. Their eyes rolled rapidly, and then they looked at their companions on the left and right. The 4 people looking at each other seemed to have made an appointment. After a moment of dead silence, they made moves at the same time. Chapter 728 Fastness. Lin, who was carrying a person on his shoulders, had no intention of passing by. He suddenly appeared. Agiri waved his hand, and the extra-large hidden weapon was directed towards one of the dark elves. Anyway, according to the destructive power of Hakakiri, any hit will be fatal. Just look at the spinning Hakiri in the air, and the white flames are like hot wheels, easily sweeping over the body of one of the dark elves. The chopped upper body slid to the ground, and the blood spilled frightened the other 2 dark elves. One person hurriedly found his weapon, and the other person reacted faster. He picked up a chair and was about to greet this unfamiliar face with a man on his shoulders. Losing his weapon and unable to move, Sora grabbed the void with his right hand, and Agiri took action again. Under the surprised gaze of the dark elf, he slashed straight down, easily splitting open the chair and the head with a shocked expression, and sliced through it. The 3rd dark elf had just found the weapon leaning against the wall, and was shocked by the sudden turn of events in the room. Just as he was about to run out to report the news, Xiaoqi came out from behind. Through his head, Lin dragged it down further, and all his internal organs were released to the ground. After getting some time, Lin confirmed that the voice was not in this room. After listening carefully, I heard a voice calling again, in another place, flashed several times in a row. But every time he thought he had reached the destination of the sound, the call came from the next place. Fortunately, most of the places where the other party's voice was transmitted were deserted, even if there were. They were just a few dark elves doing their own thing. They shouted and killed strangers when they saw them appearing. These were not staged ambushes, or someone would have called it a day and gone home. For these enemies he encountered by chance. Except for the first wave, Lin no longer deliberately killed them all in subsequent encounters, because it doesn't take much time to find the next place. Even if someone does escape, when they call people back, they will have already left. And another advantage of doing this is that you can mobilize the enemy to the wrong place. You should also commit less murderous crimes yourself. But after being fooled a few times, Lin's patience gradually ran out. Besides, after experiencing the last incident related to Xuanwu rope, although he was a blessing in disguise, his power as a magician increased a lot. Therefore, under the last resort situation like this, he can protect Marshawn from being eroded by high-dimensional alien energy and perform multiple flash spells. My previous limit was to flash twice while protecting one person. After 2 times, I collapsed. I don't know where my current limit is, but I'm sure it's not unlimited. Of course, it is impossible to chase that ethereal voice endlessly. If the owner of that voice is indeed the World Tree Fastnath, then you can see the spirit of this tree as long as you go to a place where that person will definitely be there. So, guess where the heart of the tree is? At any rate, I had been in close contact with 2 world trees, Wadwo and Lottie, and even entered the heart of Lottie's tree. Therefore, Lin was still very impressed by the characteristics of the world tree's heart, and it felt like Fastnath had nothing to hide. Almost at the same time that someone turned on the detection magic, he found the conspicuous heart of the tree. In another flash, Lin directly entered the most important location of the world tree. This is a large cavity that is absolutely incompatible with the size of the world tree. The distance between the front, back, left, and right inside the cave is far greater than the diameter of the trunk of the world tree recorded by Lin when he detected it from outside. Basically, the possibility of illusion can be ruled out. Lin didn't believe that there was any illusion that could deceive his own detection perception. Then the scene in front of you should be some kind of space folding technology. With this thought, someone couldn't help but look around a few more times, trying to figure out some reasons. The resentment towards the space bag has not been settled yet. You are here at last, stranger. With one sentence, Lin, the time traveler, was so shocked that he froze on the spot. Because the language used in this sentence is Chinese. It is a sound that has never been heard in Lost Land. How could you? Actually, I don't. This voice, this language, is just the way you want to hear it. Putting down my airs on his shoulders, Lin followed the sound and walked towards the inside of the large hollow. After climbing over several boulders, he saw what seemed to be the heart of the tree. The heart of the world tree, like their spirits, has no fixed shape, depending entirely on what the observer thinks they look like. You will see something similar. It's somewhat similar to what Earth calls the observer effect. It's just that the weaker the world tree is, the easier it is for its image to be solidified by the perceptions of those around it. Like the white deer incarnation of Waldwo, this is almost a recognized look. But there are different opinions on the appearance of another ancient one, Yggdrasil, and no one can say for sure. What Lin saw, which may be the center of the fastest tree, was an old tree that was 2 people tall. Homo sapiens from several races were captured in the trunk of the tree with vines that had turned yellow and hard, and were imprisoned in it for an unknown number of years. The innermost one was so shriveled that it looked like a mummy. The skin on the outside is bloodless, rough, dry and yellow, with no signs of life. If you don't know, you may think that the scene in front of you is a man-eating tree, sucking people into the tree one by one for digestion. But Lin knew that this was just a manifestation of what he was thinking, including the Chinese voice. The reason why it was such a horrifying sight was probably related to the enthusiastic welcome it received before. Dissatisfied with the attitude of other dark elves, the human figure who was restrained on the tree did not turn his eyes or face. But he spoke at the same time, but only made one sound. Lin said unhappily, "Of course. Because I haven't used Chinese for a long time. My speech is a bit jerky." But Lin still insists on using it. The other party doesn't care about this kind of thing anyway. So Lin continued, "His Majesty invited me here, but it was like this kind of welcome. Isn't that right? For me, no matter what happens, if you can't come to me, then there is no value in meeting you." No. Thassa's confident remarks made Lin choked up. In the end, he could only curl his lips and say dissatisfiedly, "I mean, what happened before is considered a test. Unfortunately, I don't like people testing me without my consent. Regarding your rude attitude, should I turn my head and leave directly? Don't be angry, human. I have questions to ask you, and I will naturally reward you accordingly. Use the flashing technique to teleport my Urshu, who is placed behind you, to your feet." Lin then pointed at the dying dark elf and asked, "But before that, tell me what is going on." "I never interfere in their internal affairs. It is their freedom who they want to punish and what they want to do. But what mistake did my heir's hen make to punish her like this?" Is it just because she has a pretty good relationship with me? Even if you don't intend to interfere. You still don't know. After all, everything happened under your nose. In fact, from the moment she accepted your ring, she was considered a traitor. In other words, some people hope that she will be a traitor so that they can have a chance to replace her. Under such a premise, you can always find a reason. Right? And you just gave the best excuse. So that's why you are in the current situation. The people under you are fighting like this. And you don't care. Isn't this interesting? Are you watching a show? Lin raised his voice, showing considerable dissatisfaction. Interesting? No. I don't find it funny at all. I just think the remaining people will be more helpful to me than the losers. And the fact is that the weak can only be eliminated. Understanding Phasma's thoughts, Lin sighed feebly. You are just like raising goo. Why not just find a piece of land, circle them, and kill each other, leaving only the last one alive? Interesting approach. I'll try it and see. I go. Did I just say something terrible? Lin's eyes widened and he hesitated. You can't be serious. Why not? I can't protect too many elves. There must be a way to reduce their number while leaving the good enough ones. If they lose their lives in their own struggles or trials, it does not mean that they will not be able to fulfill my instructions. I just want elves that work for me. After listening to the cold speech of the plant in front of him, Lin just wanted to take back what he just said. It's a pity that even gods can't do it. I can only observe 3 seconds of silence for the dark elves of this tribe, and express my apologies for the suffering they may suffer in the future. However, their enthusiasm just now made someone unable to resist. So they didn't feel any guilt at all. Sighed, Lin said with some enthusiasm. You can ask whatever you want to ask. After asking, I will leave. Phasma did not ask any questions directly. Instead, he secretly stretched out a branch as thick as an arm from someone's back. Then, at lightning speed, it penetrated directly into the heart of Meyer, who was lying on the ground, and lifted it up high. Although he didn't look back, everything happening around him felt like he was witnessing it with his own eyes. Since the target of the sneak attack was not him, Lin did not react at all and watched the development of the situation calmly. I saw that branch under the brown bark, dotted with glazed parts, with special energy that was different from the power of the land flowing in it. Lin knew that it was like the nutrients of the world tree itself, being continuously inputted into my Urshan's body, judging from the reaction of the female dark elf. This is definitely not a comfortable thing, with a face as expressionless as a dead person. And it was not clear whether he was awake or in a coma. Melson screamed in pain. But this pain is not a bad thing. Right in front of Lin's eyes, granulation sprouted from the severed limb of Malehao, and it continued to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye until the torn limb grew back. The horrific wounds and bloodstains all over his body also healed one by one. The whole person seemed to be waking up from sleep, and his originally dull eyes began to focus. When the body's injuries were completely recovered, the branches of the world tree retracted, and my Urshu fell back to the ground. She looked at the place and the people in front of her in confusion, her head still unable to catch up with the current situation. Chapter 729, The Bondage of the World Tree. Because you seem to care about this female. I healed her. Phasma said something that could easily be misunderstood, and my Ursula looked at someone, as if confirming, but also holding a strong suspicion. Although they didn't get along for long, she was very aware of her importance in the eyes of this magician. That means it has no weight, and is no different from a passerby. Several times I recommended myself for a pillow, but was ruthlessly rejected. It would be unimaginable that he would care about himself. As for Lin, he once again saw Yggdrasil's best stunt and talked to himself. They never care what others think. It can also be said that the ideas of animals and plants are not the same, and it is a bit difficult to understand each other. I have encountered this situation before when dealing with Wadwo or Lottie. Only after he can prove his worth will World Tree's approach change slightly, and try to cooperate with him. Otherwise, you can only watch the other party perform a one-man show, and you can only choose to cooperate or not. And there is no third option. Therefore, Lin had no intention of explaining to anyone the goodwill offered by Phasma, including the misunderstood World Tree and the puzzled Marshan. He simply ignored the female dark elf with a confused face behind him, waiting for the next questions from Phasma. I don't know if it's because the plants don't care whether others are grateful after they show kindness to them, or because Phasma realized that he had made a mistake, but he was trying to save face. In short, this World Tree said in the same plain tone, I want to know your views on the promotion of World Tree. None of my business. Lin replied directly, because this sentence was spoken in the language of his hometown. It was natural that my Shan, who was staying behind, did not understand the meaning of the words. Otherwise, she should be surprised that the magician in front of her would refute His Majesty's words. As for Fastness, who could understand it? The man-eating tree in the heart of the tree had nothing to show emotions, so Lin didn't know what the silence of this tree meant. However, Lin still explained, there is a saying in my hometown, asking the right questions is more important than getting the right answers. Your Majesty's question just now is too broad. I don't know what kind of answer you hope to get. So at least let me know the cause and effect, or the reason that made you want to ask such a question, so that I can give my personal opinion. Of course, this view may not be correct. After all, I am not a being above the world tree and know everything about you. If you just want me to guess your thoughts from your subtle words and write an eloquent article, then my answer is the 4 words just mentioned. There was no anger or any emotion that could be called it. Fastness said calmly, for a long time, the growth of the world tree has been based on the ashes of another world tree. Obtaining new landmarks, touching and connect the new world and absorb the energy tide formed by the gap between the 2 worlds. The top of the man-eating tree shook, revealing 8 bubbles reflecting somewhere. The environment is different from that of the Lost Land, if there are obvious man-made objects. Their cultural characteristics are also different from the cultural characteristics of the various Homo sapiens species in the Lost Land. Lin knew that these were the 8 worlds connected by Fastness, and they were revealed without reservation. Unfortunately, there are no familiar scenes of Earth inside. But a long time ago, I seemed to hit a wall. No amount of ashes from the world tree will allow me to glimpse the landmarks of the next world. At first, I thought it was because the world trees that provided nourishment touched the world that I was already connected to, so they could not be effective guides. But I later discovered that this was not the case. All worlds connected by world tree are different. This key clue shocked Lin. On the surface, he thought calmly, there are more than 20 world trees in the Lost Land, each of which connects 1 to 8 worlds. If they are all different, could it be that the passage to the Earth is in a certain world tree? But there is a yoke that limits my vision and prevents me from exploring the branches to a new world. After discovering this situation, I once thought it was because I didn't get enough nutrients from the ashes of other world trees, or even because those world trees were too weak for me. So I launched what you human eyes can call a crazy campaign. I even think that the ashes of another ancient one, Yggdrasil, will be the key to me breaking the shackles. At this point in his statement, Lin also heard a hint of madness in his voice. This means that Fastness is not without emotions. It's just that those things didn't tickle him. But the next sound became dull again. But everything is in vain. No one can loosen the shackles. Even half a minute. Even the more the expedition goes on, the stronger the shackles seem to become. And the towers built by you magicians made it impossible for this madness to continue. So I stopped thinking about it. I believe that Yggdrasil has also noticed the same situation. Lin judged, that was the situation before. But today His Majesty wants to see me and ask me such questions, which means that the situation has changed. Then the only possibility is that Waldwo has promoted himself. Right? Yes. Lin asked, excuse me. Your Majesty, what are the changes you have noticed? The shackles that imprisoned us have been loosened. For the first time, Fastness said with a cheerful voice. So I wonder why. Isn't this an obvious thing? Do you need me to say it? Lin curled his lips and said, I would like to know your opinion. You can probably guess that what Fastness wants to hear now is not some cliché. So after Lin thought about it seriously, he said, in my hometown there is a subject called economics. And there is a theory of the invisible hand in it. The general idea is that individual actions that pursue maximization of self-interest can promote the operational efficiency and development of society as a whole. Do you agree with this view, Your Majesty? Fastness was silent for a moment and said, This is very reasonable. Farmers farm and hunters hunt. They do not do these things to feed others. But ultimately, their work can put food on other people's tables. But in fact, such a theory will extend to many problems, including the rise of capitalism and colonialism. I won't talk about the evolution that is too complicated. To put it simply, if such a theoretical foundation is to be developed in a good direction, it must be supported by unlimited resources. But in fact, this is impossible because the raw materials that can support output are limited, and the market is sometimes saturated. When raw materials are in short supply and the market is saturated, competition will become quite brutal. Speaking of this, does Your Majesty have a very familiar feeling? The man-eating tree was silent, but Lin would not stop expressing his opinions. He continued, under the premise of pursuing common prosperity and progress as a whole. This theory has evolved. That is, each person's ideal behavior needs to be adjusted based on the known behavior of others in order to achieve the overall maximum profit. Under such a premise, the benefits that an individual can obtain may not necessarily be the greatest benefits that an individual can obtain. It may only be the second highest benefit, but it will never require the sacrifice of others. The former theory only considers individuals, while the latter considers the whole. However, there are many problems with this theory. How to ensure that everyone is cooperative and the information between each other is open and transparent. Cooperation. After Fasnas pondered for a moment, he asked, "Why do we have to cooperate?" "There is no simpler way. Your Majesty's so-called simpler method is nothing more than how I can help Wal advance." Lin fumbled for a kit from his arms, which was sewn from the leftovers from the 3 suits of Si Ling, Jiolong and Bai Mao. This kit is mainly used by Lin to carry some small things with him, and at the same time, it cannot be contaminated by the flash technique. Lin took out a magic stone from his brocade bag and said, "Actually, I thought His Majesty would ask me for such a thing at the beginning." "But you didn't." "It's because you are not sure how much this thing will help you. This magic stone contains most of the information that helped Waver advance, including the design drawings of the observation equipment, various data calculated by myself, and the inferences I made after observing the world tree. However, I have deleted the unique information about Wal. This will not hinder His Majesty." Lin casually threw the magic stone that was taken out forward. When it was thrown in the air, branches came from nowhere and wrapped around it at lightning speed. Lin then remembered and asked, "Do you know how to read the data inside?" As soon as he asked the question, he saw in front of the man-eating tree, more than 10 water mirror screens were opened in one go, and then closed in sequence. But every time a water mirror screen is closed, the next one will be opened. It is obvious that the data can be quickly browsed at a speed that is beyond human reach. Lin smacked his lips and laughed at himself. It seems that there is no need to teach this. Just using this superhuman speed to absorb information usually results in a very one-sided reception of literal information, and is unable to have one's own thinking and generate one's own opinions. Therefore, Lin didn't seem very confident about whether Fasnas could understand the meaning of those materials. So he was patiently waiting for the other party to ask questions after he finished reading. But once again, he made the mistake of looking at others through his own eyes. Fasnas quickly digested the content of the data. In someone's surprised gaze, the large hollow he was in turned into a forest-like dream space. A world with only boundless darkness in all directions. It's just that someone's dream is filled with little lights, like a starlight. But here is a super huge and sophisticated multi-layered magic circle. However, in someone's eyes, this magic circle is not just a magic circle. For Lin, the gadgets displayed by Fasnas were very close to the Kabbalah Tree of Life, a piece of earthly mystical knowledge that he knew. Chapter 730 Tree Heart Magic Array. Someone's knowledge about the Tree of Life totem certainly does not come from a hobby of occultism, but from the classic anime Evangelion, including obscure knowledge such as the Dead Sea Scrolls, and then read some specious interpretations. It's okay if I haven't read it, but the more I read it, the more confused I become. In the end, I only have unclear and powerful insights, but no real gains. But I never thought that I would see something similar again after coming to the Lost Land, and the existence that displays it can definitely be regarded as the top sequence in the Lost World. On Earth, the so-called occult knowledge is a self-justifying knowledge. For those who believe it, it is true. For those who do not believe it, it is nonsense. Unlike mathematics, 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. It's the same for everyone. Therefore, there have been many versions of the Kabbalah Tree of Life in the history of the Earth. But the general idea is similar. 10 Sephirot, 22 channels, and then Bala Bala. The following is omitted. As for the integrated magic array displayed by Fasnas, when viewed in two-dimensional form, it actually only has 8 sources of essence, and the channels are in a messy manner. There are no less than 100 items in detail, but the main part seems to be only 16 items. In the center of each source of matter is the world bubble connected by the world tree. Surrounding this world bubble, a circular magic circle forms a semi-locked state. In addition to suppressing the energy of the world bubble penetrating into the mysterious land, it also continuously transforms it into nutrients that can be used by the world tree. But the world tree can only capture part of it, and the rest will overflow and be transformed into a certain kind of power. The scene in front of me explains well why there are 8 powers in mystery. as the mysterious force that drives the world. Not 7. Not 9. Moreover, Fasa's reason for not moving forward is also reflected in this magic circle. Compared with Waldwell's core magic array, which connects the two worlds, the core magic array as a whole is not closed. He has reserved an interface to connect to another small magic circle that surrounds the world bubble. All the efforts of World Tree in this accumulation process are to confirm the next world to be connected, and to coordinate with that world. Create a method to avoid the destruction caused by hard contact between the two worlds, and to absorb the energy of that world. To put it simply, after the faucet and sink are completed, the water valve can be opened to officially provide water. If this part is not done well, the World Tree will be like a safety switch. Before the other world destroys the lost land, the World Tree will be destroyed first, and then the connection between the two worlds will be disconnected, and everything will return to normal. But Fasa's core magic array, which contains 8 small magic arrays, is completely closed, and it has no interface that can be extended outwards. Even if you want to forcefully open up, you have to worry about the fragile balance of the established magic formation, which may self-destruct at any time. And his purpose of displaying this core magic array was just to get some insights from the data just now, and wanted to adjust and modify his own core. It doesn't matter if there are outsiders next to it, or Fasa's believes that its core cannot be read by ordinary people. Of course, Lin was not an ordinary person, although the scene in front of him was more complex than any magic model he had ever seen, and even more detailed than the magic array pattern carved on his dream tower. It was not undecipherable. Even the moment Fasa showed it, this picture was imprinted in someone's mind. If World Tree wants to keep it secret, the only way is to kill and silence it. However, Lin is not an ordinary person, and Mai Erton, who is also in this space, is, in fact, this dark elf cannot be considered an ordinary person. But she is not qualified to look directly at everything in front of her. She didn't try to decipher the giant integrated magic circle in front of her, and she hadn't even figured out what was in front of her. My Erxia just looked at it. Then she had a splitting headache and vomited a large mouthful of blood. The body that had just been healed by Fasa's was seriously injured again in an instant. Sensing that the life characteristics of the female dark elf behind him were abnormal, Lin Xian put aside his work of studying the magic circle in front of him. He turned his head and cast a sleep spell directly, sending the opponent into sleep. Originally, with the magical resistance of the elf druid, it would be difficult for the apprentice-level sleep spell to work. However, Melson's weakness allowed this spiritual type of magic to sneak in and successfully hypnotize her. Because the calculation process was interrupted, Lin looked back and looked at the magic array in front of him. But he didn't feel the same as before. But then he remembered another thing. Judging from the core magic circle, the reason why Fasa's could not touch the 9th world was because of himself. So why does Waldwell's promotion give him the illusion that he can break through? At this time, the theory of feng shui in earth metaphysics and the theory of earth veins came to mind. If the World Tree has such a huge impact on lost land, then their location should also be key. It's a pity that now I only know the locations of the World Tree Wadwo and the World Tree Lottie of the Kingdom of Pia Jamie. In the Guana Empire, the location of Yggdrasil, the World Tree, is not a secret, because it has been canonized by the Emperor and has become the territory of the Empire. In addition, we visited the underground world for the first time today, the location of the World Tree Fastness. There are only 4 trees, compared with the total number of more than 20 World Trees. It is not enough to tell anything. Giving up thinking in this direction, Lin looked back at Fastness, who was modifying his magic circle. In the last grand event in his dream, he, who also appeared in an integrated magic circle, actually only revealed a small part of himself. But the strange tumor-shaped magic circle of Wadwo and Lottie, and its high efficiency of transformation speed, still made other World Trees learn from it and modify their own movements. And Fasa's was certainly no exception. It's just that the more complex and closed loop the magic circle is, the more difficult it is to modify. The huge integrated magic circle in front of me has similar modifications only on the outermost passage. The main small magic circle surrounding the world bubble still looks the same as before. Although Fastnath once again tried to make corrections, he only picked out some insignificant areas and performed some minor surgeries that were not painful or itchy. Maybe Lin can't give any substantive opinions until he fully understands the details. But regarding organization, structure, and processes, there are too many things to find fault with. And Lin can also give a set of rhetoric. However, considering that the character of plants is not suitable for thinking, or that they have too much time to think. The world trees are more concerned about using actions to prove it. So Lin directly used the whiteboard technique to draw the same outline in front of the giant integrated magic array. Then began to make adjustments, including moving the position of the small magic circle and reducing the number of channels. But Fasas doesn't know what someone does, so he just follows it blindly. He would wait for Lin's calculations to arrive at a reasonable balance result, and then make changes after verifying that his calculations were correct. The application of these mathematical methods began as early as when Lin assisted Wadwo in his promotion. Fasas also saw it for the first time in the information just now, and applied it accordingly. In the end, the positions of the 8 small magic circles containing world bubbles were adjusted from the original geometric balance to a physical balance point that takes into account their respective strengths and weaknesses. It has become less symmetrical, but the structural stability is much better than before. The biggest change is to integrate some small redundant channels into the main channel, and delete most of the relay magic circle learned from Wadwo and Lottie, because that thing is not used in this kind of place. Not to mention putting 7 or 8 relay points on one channel. It seems strange no matter how you look at it. These changes are only the most superficial adjustments for Lin. In his eyes, there is still a lot of room for optimization of the overall magic array. But to go deeper, you need more time to think, research and calculate. But just this rough change caused an uproar in the outside world. To describe the status and importance of the world tree Fasas, an old saying goes, if Fasas sneezes, the whole land will catch a cold. A small change in Lin Yan's eyes directly caused a change in the meteorological level of Midi. Earthquakes never seen before occurred in areas not on fault lines. People ran for their lives, shouting that the end was coming. In the underground world near Fasas, landslides and ground cracks occurred, and the entire topography changed drastically. Not only many people were buried, but also many people were trapped. If the underground residents were not very experienced in this kind of thing, whether it was to save themselves or save others, there would probably be heavy casualties this time. The most severe disaster, of course, occurred in the domain of the world tree Fasas. The entire tree crown was shaking violently, and the branches and leaves rubbing against each other made a rustling sound. The movement was so loud that it was deafening. In particular, the main branches and secondary branches of the world tree move alternately, and the shape of the tree body changes. For countless years, the environment run by the Dark Elves has experienced complete destruction. The leader is not the foreign enemy who covets the world tree, nor the elven army of another world tree, but his own majesty Fasas. The elders in the tribe immediately thought of the intruding human magician. To be able to cause such a degree of damage to the world tree, the opponent must have invaded the heart of the tree. No matter how much the tree's path changed, they all led their soldiers and rushed to the critical place of world tree with all their lives. At the same time, in the high seat meeting space of the Turtle Dove Alliance, on the 21 benches, except for one seat belonging to a certain human magician, which was empty, the other chairs were all sitting, living creatures of various shapes. Even the plants are unaware of the changes in the land. As for World Tree, they know exactly where the source is. The only question is what another ancient one did to cause this. And this change is not just the disasters noticed by outsiders. For the World Tree group, their body, mind and soul have also experienced an earth-shaking change. It was these changes that allowed them to understand that the relationship between World Tree and World Tree was not just an enemy-enemy relationship that was the basis for promotion. The connection between them is closer than each other imagined. Previously, Wadwo advanced alone, triggering the first World Tree mass sensing unknown to outsiders. This time, the turmoil caused by Fasas will become the focus of everyone in the land. Looking at the only empty seat, the trees were thoughtful. At this time, the ancient man in the high seat meeting, Yggdrasil, spoke up in a rare moment of respect and asked, Wadwal, what do you think that human being did in conjunction with Fasnath? Boss, I think I want to know more than anyone else. Waldwell's white deer incarnation said aggrievedly. Chapter 731 High Council Meeting. Of course, the people staying in this space in the center of the tree have no idea what is happening in the outside world. The Dark Elves who wanted to rush to the heart of the tree were even blocked from entering, and were blocked by their majesty. Lin spent a whole morning making preliminary adjustments to Fas's core magic circle. But how much efficiency can be improved remains to be discussed. Because this is just to delete some redundant parts and adjust the structure. But with just such a move, the shortcomings and operational difficulties of Fas's core magic array were exposed one by one. Lin could see that he didn't know if the person involved was a fan of the authorities, and couldn't see the shortcomings. So, remind him? As soon as this thought came to mind, Lin decided to give up. It's not that I kept it to trick people. It's just that I felt hungry after I relaxed. When I looked at the time, I realized that it was already past noon. And it was not far from the afternoon class time. If you tell the truth, there is a high probability that you won't be able to get away. Even if you want to bring it up, it will be a matter for another day. It is a taboo to talk briefly and deeply. Today I helped Fasas adjust the core structure. If he were placed in another organization, he would be ready to kill people and silence him next. However, considering that he is still valuable to World Tree, he should not be abandoned so quickly. Besides, the next work is not an easy task that can be solved in a few moments. Lin does not intend to spend all his time here. If someone stops optimizing calculations, of course Fasas will see it. He who is in a good mood will certainly feel displeased if his mood is interrupted. After putting away the core magic array, the surrounding area returned from a dark space to a large hollow in the heart of the tree. He said, "Man, why stop?" In response to such a contemptuous address, Lin just smiled and said indifferently, "Because humans are hungry, and there are other things to do next. I came here today, thinking it was just for a chat. I didn't expect to do these things. You're leaving. Gabra Shline Tripwood. Hey, not many people know my middle name. I didn't expect His Majesty to know this. I should say he was flattered. Yes, I'm leaving. What I did today can be said to be beyond my capabilities. I think it would be much better for His Majesty to make the next adjustments in person than for me, an outsider, to do it. After all, it's like you showing yourself unreservedly in front of me. This is not an honor for me, but a burden. If anyone else tries to get your secret from me, I'm not sure I can keep it. Even if you don't continue, will you forget what you've seen?" Lin yelled, "Ha," and didn't make any reply. Fasas said in a deep voice, "In the Lost Land, there are not many people who can threaten me. There are even fewer people who can help me. And you are the one who is both threatening and helpful to me. And the most troublesome thing is, I don't have any means to restrict you. If I lose your help in order to conceal something that is insignificant to you, I think this will make me regret even more. Let me take these words as compliments. Thank you for your compliment, Your Majesty. But even though I didn't make it to the end, I didn't hide anything about the method I just used. Using those mathematical and physical methods, His Majesty can also adjust himself. If these methods are not enough, the knowledge about the Earth recorded by Lin is divided into 3 levels. The lowest level primary school textbooks have been made public since the days of Chunghwa Eaton College in Shijia District. The second level is mathematics taught at Kabamba College. Some people make it public and only circulate it internally. Some may sell it for money in mathematics journals. The third level is the knowledge that was shown to Finn at the beginning, and that he kept at the bottom of his box. Basically, there is no system. And there is no organization. They are just notes written down as they come to mind. The notes of the third level, except for Fun and the 3 apprentices, were released to the high-ranking officials of the Ikaruga Alliance. Others didn't even know the existence of this thing, but the 4 silver-bearded dwarves knew about it. But they were not interested. Ling could hand this material directly to Fasas, but he suddenly thought that he still had another task, which was to invite other world trees as much as possible to join the high-seat meeting of the Turtle Dove Alliance. The person in front of him had not joined yet. So Lin changed his words. For the leaders of the Ikaruga Alliance, I have provided them with all the methods I know. If you want to know that knowledge, you have to ask Your Majesty to join the Alliance high seat and become one of them. Regarding Lin's proposal, Fasas did not decide directly, but asked, "Except for those methods that I don't know whether they will come in handy, will joining the Alliance high seat do me any good? I follow your guidance today and do it step by step. Isn't it enough?" Lin smiled sarcastically and said, "Why didn't I know that your tribe also has the habit of deceiving yourself and others? Just doing those things will hopefully take you a step further. No. In my opinion, those changes only prevent you from killing yourself when you cross to the next stage. Maybe His Majesty has been stuck at the bottleneck for too long. So you have tried a lot of things that I think are incredible. This is both good and bad. But the same thing is that it makes your equilibrium increasingly fragile. One day in the future, this vulnerability will lead to your own collapse. What I just did was just correct these. If you still want to cross the threshold and reach the next level, you must choose to work with others instead of going it alone. And this, others, includes other world trees and anyone who may provide help. Me alone is not enough. As for the first step, my suggestion is to join the high seat meeting of the Turtle Dove Alliance. although Fasnez's expression could not be seen. From this moment of silence, Lin rarely felt the tangled emotions of the world tree. After a long while, he said, I know. I will join the High Council. But as soon as they cross the line, I will leave at any time. Quite reasonable. As far as I know, they are very loose with each other. So it's better to choose a day than to hit it. Let's go directly to the high seat meeting space and leave a message there to summon all the high seats. If you hope to take the next step, I think there are some things you must understand first. With that said, Lin was going to follow the method that Waldwo taught him before and take Fasnez to the special space where the Turtle Dove Alliance high seat meeting was held. It is a special space open between dimensions and the gap between dimensions. You can go there with your spirit body or physically. But except for those invited, few people can go there without restrictions. And Lin Xiao happens to be one of the unrestricted ones. I haven't taken the initiative to enter this space a few times. I've basically been invited here. But Lin still learned about some of the basic functions of this conference space through Waldwo. This includes leaving a message here to invite other high-seaters to meet in the meeting space at a specific time. Bringing Fasnez here is also to let him get familiar with the ways. At the next meeting, he can appear directly. I just didn't expect that when Lin and Fasnez appeared in the meeting space, all the high-ranking officials of the Turtle Dove Alliance were sitting in their respective seats. They all looked at the two people standing at the entrance, seeing how embarrassed someone was. As for Fasnez, who appears in the form of a man-eating tree, his emotions are also invisible. This awkward moment did not last long. As the circular table in the center of the conference space rumbled, expanded, and revealed an empty bench. The location is directly opposite the other ancient one, Yggdrasil, which is quite tit for tat. On the left side of the new seat is Lin, who introduced the newcomers to join. On the right side is the previous newcomer, World Tree Lottie. Each chair will have a unique mark on who is sitting on it, so no one can mistake it. Therefore, Fasnez's man-eating tree immediately moved to its position. Although Lottie is not the youngest in the World Tree, he who has experienced slavery in the Elf Kingdom is the weakest among the World Trees present. But sitting next to an ancient person, even if he was an ancient person with a savage reputation, Lottie sat still and didn't feel any cramped at all. Different from the thick lines of plants, Lin seemed a little uneasy about rushing into a meeting where everyone was present except for himself. In the end, I could only smile awkwardly, cover up my guilty conscience, and ask, "Why are you all here?" Having been together for more than a year, Waldwo, who is most familiar with this magician, said, "We are discussing what your excellency and Fasnez did. Just some little things that are not a big deal." Because it involved Fasnez's secret, Lin had to avoid the important things and said lightly. But this answer obviously did not satisfy the high officials, and the trees started talking about it. On the contrary, Fasnez, who was attending for the first time, said bluntly, "He said there is a way to break the bottleneck of my promotion, but it requires the help of all the world trees. So I am here. You have to ask him about the details." The attention of the dignitaries turned around and returned to Lin. But this time he knew what everyone was paying attention to, so his piercing eyes were not so scorching. Lin said, "Actually, in addition to bringing His Majesty Fasnez to familiarize himself with the environment, I also hope to make an appointment with everyone to discuss this matter. I believe that besides His Majesty Fasnez, Yggdrasil, your Majesty, is also concerned about this matter." At this time, another ancient who was named Yggdrasil took the form of a poplar tree hanging with 8 fruits, and said in a voice, "Since all the Alliance high seats are here today, then Tripwood, why don't you just say what you think?" Lin slapped his hands in front of him, shook his head like a weighty drum, and said, No, I'm just here to make an appointment today. Although I have some general ideas, I still need to collect some data to support it before I can figure it out. Follow the clue. And these will take time and cannot be taken out now. Besides, I have something to do in the holy city of Estali, and I can't stay long. I'm also hungry and have to go eat. Just stuff. Chapter 732, Fasnez's Reward. That's right. Although Yggdrasil's voice was different from Fasnez's, it did not reveal too much emotion. He directly made the decision and said, "In this case, we will agree to formally convene a high-level meeting in 3 years." "Wait a minute. 3 years?" someone shouted loudly. "What does 3 years mean? Lord Tripwood, don't you need some time?" Yggdrasil said. "Time? I'll go. The concept of time of plants is so different from that of humans," Lin said anxiously. 3 days? I only need 3 days to prepare. I am just an ordinary human being who takes good care of myself and can live for 70 or 80 years. I don't have so many 3 years to waste. So please be considerate. Just wait for me for 3 days. After the excitement calmed down a little, Lin looked at the high-ranking people sitting in the seats and said, "And everyone happens to be here. So I just want to ask you, where are everyone's roots?" As he spoke, he used the whiteboard technique to show a map of the lost land. There are no redundant signs, just the locations of Wadwo, Lottie, and Fastnath underground, and the 3 world trees. As for the location of Yggdrasil, because we only know the approximate scope of the territory, but not the exact location, it has not been marked. Although the location of the world tree is not a secret, it is not public information either. So McKinnon, who loves to compete with a certain human magician, asked, "What do you want to do if you know our exact location?" In my hometown, there is the so-called geomantic feng shui theory. It refers to the existence position of things, which will affect the changes of other things. So I want to know the location of as many world trees as possible to measure the influence between you. Even does the entire world tree have any influence on the mysterious land? There is no connection between your majesties. Right? I just want to find the answer to this why from all aspects. If there is a reasonable reason, Yggdrasil is willing to cooperate. With the cooperation of the first world tree, there will be a second and third tree. Soon, all the leaders of the Ikaruga Alliance marked their routes. At the same time, the location of the world tree that was not present was also marked on Lin's map. As someone just said, the world trees are not completely unrelated individuals. There is indeed some kind of reaction between them. After receiving the location information and agreeing to meet again in 3 days, Lin quickly ran away. If you keep it, no matter who opens the door, there's a good chance they won't be able to leave. Thassa's left because he had nothing to talk about with the other high-ranking members of the Alliance. Furthermore, he is not in a hurry and wants to show off the results of just adjusting the core magic circle. Therefore, Thassa's arrival and departure were equally sudden. Looking at the 2 empty long-back chairs, Waldwell's white deer head poked around and asked, "Well, see you in 3 days?" The poplar tree with 8 world fruits trembled, and Yggdrasil said, "No, it's just a short break. It would be too troublesome to leave and come back. I'll wait here." It was unclear whether the ancient man was impatient to know the news about the human magician, or whether he really meant what he said and was simply troubled by the space of entering and exiting the high-level meeting. Anyway, he sat in his seat and waited quietly. With him as an example, other world trees also decided to stay. 3 days is just a blink of an eye to them. Return to the large hollow at the heart of the fastest tree. Melson, who was originally put under a sleep spell, has woken up due to the excellent magic resistance of the elf's body, without even a single piece of clothing. She was reminiscing with Akiri, who was left behind. As for her injuries, the heart of the world tree has a miraculous effect of self-healing and has improved. When he was in trouble with someone, Marshawn put in a lot of effort to build a good relationship with everyone, hoping to integrate into this group. Of course, she has other purposes, but that doesn't stop her from establishing good friendships with most people, including the legendary weapon that likes to talk the most, Agiri. The man-eating tree that remained on the spot did not speak. And of course Marshawn did not dare to disturb his majesty. The human magician couldn't be found. But considering that Hagiri was left where he was, he should be back. Sure enough, without waiting long, Lin used the flash technique to return to this place again. The same Xuanwu black robe, the same skinny and haggard appearance. If he wasn't sure that the person in front of him was still alive, Meyer would have suspected that he had been transformed into a member of the undead by the lich beside him. It's just that Meyer can look at the magician in front of her without any scruples. But someone's eyes don't know where to put them. The female dark elf smiled and said, "You are not afraid of cutting people's stomachs and intestines. And the ground is bright red. But like me, you can't just look at it? Yeah. I don't know why. It's okay to kill people, but not to look at them. I'm helpless myself." Lin laughed at himself. "Need some clothes?" Thasna suddenly said from the side. Although the language was still in Chinese, it might be a different language in my Ursu's ears. In short, she understood, and half knelt on the ground respectfully, and said in high elf language, "My lord, your servant dare not ask you for anything. After I go out, I will naturally retrieve what originally belonged to me. However, World Tree still looks like it doesn't care about other people's wishes." The power that permeated the large cavity gradually became stronger. The roots on the ground revealed the glazed tree roots under the brown color. Countless light strands extended out, winding around my Urshan's body, as if they were weaving clothes. The dark elf stood up and looked at the thing that was gradually taking shape from bottom to top in surprise. When she realized that this clothing might be the legendary robe that only archdruids were qualified to wear, woven by Yggdrasil himself, she was frightened. She didn't dare to move and let her, "Your Majesty, please do." It didn't take much time for World Tree to weave such a piece of clothing. The magic runes added during the weaving process are also seen by someone. This is a robe woven based on the protective barrier of the World Tree itself. Moreover, Fasnatha's understanding of protection is far beyond that of the young man Waldwo. Lin estimated that the robes woven using the Fasna's protective array might have similar protective capabilities against alien energy. But Lin noticed the formation pattern belonging to the magic shield in it, which means that this robe will also have good physical defense capabilities. As for the style of the clothes, how to describe it? Very retro? In short, it is the kind of ancient elf clothing, with long robes, narrow sleeves, an open sleeveless shawl that hangs down to the hips, and a palm-wide belt. But the complicated and exquisite patterns on the belts and shawls are dazzling. There is even the illusion that someone will be sucked into it when staring at it. This characteristic can also be regarded as a manifestation of strong magical power. When the robe was woven, Thassa's embroidered an additional 3-feathered bird totem with black background and silver thread on the tip of the collar. This is probably to represent his mark in the Turtle Dove Alliance. After finishing her robe, Myrxu, who had been afraid to move, knelt half-kneeling on the ground again, bowing her head and saying nothing. My Erzon understood that His Majesty's gift was definitely not without price. If you haven't paid yet, then the only thing you have to do is to wait for instructions. Lin was certainly not that familiar with Fasnas and the various customs of this dark elf tribe, but he did not interrupt the whole process. Instead, he compared the power and methods displayed by the World Tree with his own use of the Jacquard machine. From this comparison, I actually gained a lot of insights and came up with some ways to improve the Jacquard machine, although they were all small. When the robe was finished and Maelhau knelt down again, Lin was still thinking about his improvement plan. At this time, Thasna spoke up and said, "Human, I promise to give you the reward you deserve. And this is the first one." Lin didn't bother to correct the tree's tendency to use such contemptuous names. Instead, he smiled and said, "Oh, isn't it weird that the reward given to me is to be worn on someone else? The reward I'm referring to is not the dress, but her. She?" For a moment, Lin couldn't figure out what he meant. He just turned his head and looked at the dark elf, who was half kneeling to the side, without raising his head. Thasna said at this time, "Female, from now on, you are the slave of this human being, and you are also the bridge of communication between me and him. You must serve him with the attitude of serving me. To this end, I will grant you my blessings and allow you to honor my name. From now on, you should call yourself the Dharma of Mary. Yes, my lord. Your will be my life's mission." Mershofa calmly accepted his fate as a slave. But the other person involved was not so calm. Although Lin didn't get angry, he was still shocked and said, "Wait a minute. You didn't even ask me if I agree with this?" The common language of Midi is catchy. Of course Mershofa understood, but he looked at the man's back aggrievedly. Thasnas replied domineeringly, "How you arrange the things given to you is your freedom. And of course I will not interfere. It doesn't matter whether you treat her as a slave or not. Even if you want her to die, she must end her life according to the death method you told her. Besides, she is no longer suitable to stay with me. If she stayed, she would just go through what she had experienced once before, and she would still lose her life. And by staying by your side, she can also serve as my mouthpiece to convey my meaning to you. So humans, do you still want to refuse?" Although it was a question, it was not a tone that one could refuse. Besides, this reason is as good as it gets. Indeed, as Fasnas said, Melson is not suitable to continue to stay in this dark elf tribe. Even if she now has the surname and blessing from the World Tree, and even the powerful magic equipment built by Fasnas himself, she may not be able to escape the plot from behind. After all, they are companions who share the same sorrows. Although Myra has her own little thoughts, at least she does not threaten anyone's life. Of course, it was impossible for Lin to watch her face a death crisis and not help at all. That would be too heartless. Chapter 733 Fasnas's Heavy Reward. The female dark elf as a reward is only the first reward, not the last. After someone nodded and acknowledged the matter, Fasnas took out a second reward. At the end of the branch of the man-eating tree in the heart of the tree, a young leaf shook 3 times, spilling 3 drops of dew, slowly floating forward. The 3 drops of dew seemed to be chasing and playing with each other in the air, constantly rising and falling, circling back and forth. But in the end, these 3 drops of dew were contained in small bottles that were materialized by a large amount of condensed magic power. And then I felt more at ease. This vial condensed with power is smaller than a little finger. It seems transparent and colorless, but it flashes with 7 colors from time to time, which is bright and dazzling. And it also carries a strong fragrance. The fresh dew drops have no smell. Even since Lin entered the heart of the tree, he hadn't smelled anything. Now this strong aroma only appeared after the vial of power was condensed. Can this be regarded as the flavor of power? And does this smell have any magical effects? As soon as this idea arose, Lin couldn't help but think about the possibilities of magic. But the 3 vials flying towards him interrupted his thoughts. This is my essence. As a second reward. Functions, well, a lot. But I can't remember exactly what use it has for humans. I only remember that in the past, this essence of dew was called the dew of life, and also called the elixir of the Holy Spirit. I think in your current situation, you need this very much. I just don't know how much is needed. Maybe try all 3 drops? Thassanas said irresponsibly. But when he heard the Holy Spirit medicine, Lin was severely shocked. There are only 2 kinds of miraculous medicines that are called miraculous medicines in the lost world. The panacea medicine and the Holy Spirit medicine. The former cures all diseases, while the latter cures diseases and strengthens the body when there is no disease. The effect is that as long as you take a breath, you will become alive immediately after drinking it. A panacea is a little less effective, as it only works on diseases or injuries. The specific working principle is unknown because the formula has been lost. The only potion has become a treasure of the powerful, although it is not known whether this kind of thing is useful after it has expired. The Holy Spirit medicine directly changes the basic constitution. Therefore, even aging, a non-disease that cannot be cured, will directly rejuvenate those who drink it, although they are not immortal. People who have drank the Holy Spirit medicine have a much longer lifespan than ordinary people. All of the above are only seen in the legendary stories of Lost Land. Whether these 2 things really exist, many people have doubts. But now that there were 3 vials in front of him, Lin didn't know what to say for a while. After a while, he asked in confusion, "Is this true?" "I don't know how to answer your question, because I don't know what your standard is for truth." Realizing that he had asked a stupid question, Lin changed his question and asked another question. Can otherworld trees also make elixirs? Even if it is possible, how can their essence compare to mine? Thassanas said domineeringly. Then, watching someone put the 3 vials into his bag, he asked again, "Human, don't you believe it?" "Believe it? Why don't you believe it? Then why don't you drink it?" "Although I want to say that I am not the little brat like Ezio, or the black dragon Augustus, who has strong acid in his mouth and stomach. He has the ability to stuff it into his mouth regardless of anything he encounters. But if I were to be so honest, I would offend you a lot." So Lin said, "If these are such precious elixirs, then there will be a time when they are more suitable to work. Not now. Although my appearance is not that normal. It is not life-threatening either. It's just a waste to use something good at this level. After all, you still don't believe it." Thassanas exposes someone's lies without hesitation. However, he also said, "But since I've given you something, it's up to you how you want to use it. I don't interfere. Thank you for your consideration, Your Majesty." Lin said, "Okay," and bowed. Maybe the first reward is just a little trouble. If the second reward is really a Holy Spirit medicine, its value is unimaginable. Lin didn't think that what he had paid was valuable enough to get this. But there is a saying, poverty limits people's imagination. What happened next was even more surprising. The branches and leaves of the man-eating tree trembled, and the 8 world bubbles appeared again. Thassanas said, "I have wanted to do this a long time ago." The world tree says puzzling things. But right under Lin's nose, the largest of the 8 world bubbles was sucked into the branch where it hung with a whoosh. Immediately, it sprouted and sprouted twigs. Green leaves grew from the twigs, and flower buds emerged from the base of the leaves. You can see the flower buds getting bigger and changing from green to red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The gorgeous red color continues to deepen and change, and is divided into several levels. Finally, a touch of purple at the tip of the bud is subtle, but eye-catching. When the flower tube slowly tilts up, the colorful floral dress slowly opens, and a large flower composed of more than 20 petals, as white as snow, opens. Both petals and stamens are trembling, beautiful and moving. However, the epiphyllum blooms only once. This sentence flashed in someone's mind. Just look at the bottom of the stamen, and a touch of green emerges, gradually getting bigger and darker, and growing into a huge fruit. The petals and buds, however, do not wither and fall, but instead continue to wrinkle and shrink toward the roots, as if absorbed by the fruit. This world tree fruit, which looks similar to a cocoa fruit, but is almost larger than a baby's head. Detached from the branches, countless vines formed something like a net, holding the fruit and rolling it forward until it came to Lin. Human, this is my last reward. Take it. Fasa's voice was slightly different from before, and seemed a little weak. Looking at what was in front of him, Lin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In ordinary people's perception, the world tree fruit is actually just a fruit that enhances physical fitness, also produced by the world tree. The size is variable, but the maximum size will not exceed the size of an egg. Of course, this kind of fruit cannot be grown. It is just a kind of food. However, the concept of this kind of fruit is completely different from the fruit in front of me. Speaking of the seeds of the world tree, I have one in my hand that was given by Lottie and condensed by himself. But they are just seeds, and they are only about the size of a fist. It is completely different from the fruit in front of me. The difference between the two is that after the seeds of the world tree are planted, they need some chance to germinate. Only when the right time, place, and people are in place, the world tree will emerge. But the fruit can definitely germinate, because it contains the nutrients needed for the growth of the world tree. The world bubble is the landmark and various means needed to connect to a new world. If the mother tree does not give a sign of a new world, then the pulp and peel of the fruit will be absorbed by the seeds in turn. Just like the flowers. Because seeds need everything that can be used as nutrients to retain their own vitality and wait for the moment of germination. However, the mother tree doing this is like wasting away its own power, judging from how many worlds he was connected to. After giving one, he lost a fraction of his strength. And Fasas didn't just lose 1/8 of his strength in one breath and achieve a fruit. More importantly, the balance of his original core magic circle was broken at this moment. He had to adjust his condition and regain his balance before he completely lost control. So Fasas's performance in all aspects now seems a bit feeble. Lin looked at the thing in front of him bitterly and said, "Why is your majesty like this?" Fasas said, "A long time ago, I had the idea of taking a step back and re-establishing my foundation, and in the process of being promoted again and regaining my strength, I looked for opportunities to lead to the next stage. It's just that I had a feeling before that as long as I did this, I would only be able to face death. Until today, I have not been able to do so. This is what you give. So this is what you deserve." Being semi-forced to hold the fruit of the world tree, Lin's face was not just bitter, but felt like holding a hot potato. Maybe hot potato isn't enough to describe it. Lin's current feeling is like holding a fat man and a little boy on his left and right. Just like the 2 atomic bombs that ended the Second World War. Someone was thinking of an excuse to return the things in his hands. Fasas first issued an eviction order and said, "Leave, human magician. In 3 days, I will attend the high seat. But now I really need to sleep. And I have a lot of things to do. You should understand." As soon as he finished speaking, the light in the entire large hollow in the heart of the tree became much dimmer, and at a speed visible to the naked eye. The space shrinks rapidly. It's a very obvious and practical way to drive away guests. If you don't want to be squeezed in here, you have no choice but to run away. As for whether there is a door or not, it cannot restrict this human magician at all. So Fasas simply did not consider this issue. But Lin just wanted to shout, "Give me this complete set of space folding technology. Which is better than this hot potato in your hand." Before the space in the center of the tree was completely closed, Lin held the fruit of the world tree in one hand like a rugby ball, grabbed Malshafa in the other, and used the flash technique to return to his home in the holy city of Estali. Hagiri was a step slower, but still summoned him back with the flash technique. The place we returned to was next to the bar in the small living room, where a grand piano was scheduled to be placed. Because the piano hasn't been built yet, this area will usually be empty, which is conducive to teleportation. As soon as he came back, Lin saw a mess. Bottles and cans on various bar cabinets were smashed all over the floor. I remember that the demon prince was wreaking havoc not long ago, and this place suffered a disaster. Now it happened again, which can be said to be a bad fate. Several apprentices came together to help Vanna, who was cleaning up. The two fat boys were coaxed aside by Augustus to prevent the fragments from injuring their hands and feet or stuffing them into their mouths. When they saw a certain magician, he was holding an unknown object in one hand and a female dark elf in the other hand. It looked like a bandit returning to the village after robbing the woman. Both sides looked at each other. Hagri, who came back a step too late, said harshly, "Oh, you heterosexual, inhumane guy. What do you mean by leaving me over there?" Hadakiri, who noticed this strange atmosphere, inexplicably added, he said, "Well, actually we didn't just come back from robbery. Do you believe it?" Chapter 734 Elementary Meditation Array. Although someone promised the leaders of the Ikaruga Alliance that 3 days of preparation time would be enough. In fact, judging from the progress in these 3 days, there is no chance of giving him another 30 days. During these 3 days, Lin was extremely busy. Even when Malfoy returned to their small group and lived in this home, he didn't have time to pay attention to it. I had the same attitude towards the several valuable treasures I brought back. After finding a place to place them at home, I left them alone for the time being. In the end, he failed to prepare a complete plan within these 3 days. Lin had no choice but to compile a set of outlines of the current situation and feasible plans and present them at the high-level meeting. Now, Lin is talking to the world trees. The so-called feng shui theory is because both wind and water are fluids, and their flow can be regarded as a kind of luck, bringing good things and taking away bad things, or vice versa. This principle can also be applied to magic, treating it as a naturally formed magic pattern, allowing magic power to flow through it, thereby producing supernatural power. Point to a full map of the Lost Land behind you. It contains the location of the World Tree and the mountains and rivers of Lost Land. Rivers are water and have their own fixed flow direction. Although the wind has no direction, it is blocked by mountains and the wind direction is not unpredictable. These two communicate and connect every World Tree. And the World Tree is like it's a magic rune that turns the entire Lost Land into a huge magic circle on a continent. Under Lin's annotation, there was another layer of magic array composed purely of points and lines floating above the entire map of Lost Land. And this magic circle is absolutely familiar to the magicians in Lost Land, even the magic apprentices, because this is the first magic circle that all magic professions must learn, the primary meditation array, which is used to improve the efficiency of one's meditation. When he discovered this fact, Lin was shocked. The first thought was that someone deliberately arranged the topography of the World Tree and the Lost Land into a magic circle. But later I scoffed at such an idea, because the magic of Lost Land is not entirely created by intelligent creatures. Some of it imitates things that already exist in nature, just like the 5-shaped boxing in Xia Kingdom's martial arts. The 5 types of boxing of dragon, tiger, leopard, snake, and crane are boxing types that imitate these 5 creatures except for the dragon shape, because there are no dragons in the world. If someone said that there was the 5-shaped Quan before the creator created those 5 kinds of creatures, wouldn't it be putting the cart before the horse? But did this method exist after World Tree and Mystery jointly arranged a primary meditation array, and then were studied by magicians? Or is there really some great being who borrowed the method created by magicians to the mysterious land, and World Tree are arranged like this? The question of which came first, the chicken or the egg, is also a big question in Mystery. The most important thing is that in this world there are gods, demons, and unspeakable things. Lin is not sure that some great existence is nonsense. Of course, there is another possibility that the primary meditation array contains a kind of universal truth. Whether it is the performance of the Mystery Land and the World Tree, or the magician's research, the two are just the result of different paths leading to the same goal. However, the World Trees who listened to the lecture were quite indifferent to such a major discovery. As soon as Lin thought about it, he understood why. That's right. You have been standing on the Lost Land for who knows how many years. How could you not have discovered this matter? It's just... When the conversation changed, Lin felt a little resentful, but couldn't say anything serious. He smiled bitterly and said, "Since no one cares about this matter after knowing it, should I say that this is a normal thing? After all, everyone considers themselves first, not the overall interests." Lin marked a series of numbers on all the nodes of the primary meditation array, which is the location of the World Tree. They range from 1 to 8, with only 2 of the highest 8s. But one of them was specially marked with a deletion number, and a 7 written next to it. I can't estimate the detailed strength levels of your majesty, so I won't record them. What is recorded here is the number of connections you have to other worlds. If this number is used as the power parameter of each node of the magic circle, the result will be a mess. Okay, it's simply a miracle that this magic circle didn't collapse. The magic circle, like the spell model, emphasizes a certain structural balance and has its own rules. It is not something that can be successful just by throwing it together. For the specific situation, you can understand it more or less by thinking about the chemical formula of the Earth. Therefore, there are strict requirements for the power of each node, and it is not something that can be done casually. However, are the world trees willing to cooperate with other trees of the same family? Even if they are really willing to cooperate, then what is the fight between life and death in the past? Then the result of every world tree doing whatever it wants is the current situation that is about to make someone collapse. Just imagine. There is a person who writes as beautifully as printing, uses a pen with the same ink color as the ink, and then randomly fills in a Sudoku. The numbers filled in all the blanks do not care about the rules of Sudoku at all. But they are filled in such a way that it is difficult to tell which side is the original question, and which side is the answer this person filled in. Then this Sudoku was thrown into his hand, and he was asked to change it to the correct answer that complied with the Sudoku rules. Most people's idea is to tear up this Sudoku and find a new one to do it. But how could it be possible to tear up the continent-sized magic circle in front of us and get a new one? So, Your Majesty the Magician, does he want us to cooperate with this inexplicable magic circle and destroy our foundation like Fasa's? Well, even if we are at the node, those who are too powerful will if everyone cooperates. What should we do with those who are too weak? It is not something that everyone here can achieve today if they want to increase their strength to meet the needs of the magic circle. It took thousands of years of hard work to achieve such results. The tree that spoke was, of course, the most arrogant McKinnon. And there is a high possibility that this is also the idea of all world trees. If they were willing to cooperate with this huge continent-level magic circle, they would have cooperated long ago. How could they be here today? However, there are also some parts of the world tree that are at nodes that require them to be stronger than they are now. So their opposition is not that strong. Instead, a pair of thieving eyes desperately glanced at other incarnations of the world tree, hoping to get some benefits from other members of the same race. But Lin did not intend to refute McKinnon's words, but said, "Sacrifice is a virtue. But asking others to sacrifice for any reason is no different from killing. This behavior is also what I think is the most disgusting thing in the world. I don't want anyone to treat me like this, so I won't use such demands to ask others to sacrifice. What's more, as His Majesty Mackinnon said, it's easy to give up ability, but it's not that easy to advance. Taking a step back, even if all world trees cooperate with the adjustment, this means that the ability improvement of each world tree in the future will be limited by the balance of this magic circle, which is unfair to everyone. Impossible. The reason why feng shui is not regarded as a science by many people is because feng shui can change. And this change is not all under control. Judging from the geography of mountains and rivers, earthquakes, landslides, forest fires, and floods have caused rivers to change course. After such drastic changes, has feng shui changed for the better or for the worse? In other words, even if someone overcomes all difficulties and adjusts the layout of world tree and mysterious land into the most perfect state, it will only be the most perfect at the moment. After thousands of years, can this perfection still last? Will the original perfection become a fetter, or even turn into a harmful pattern? 30 years to the east of the river. 30 years to the west of the river. The meaning behind this sentence cannot but be carefully considered. So, Lord Tripwood, what method are you planning to use? Yggdrasil spoke again, trying to bring back those who had strayed off topic. 3 steps: self-cultivation, governing the land, and establishing the world. Although I really want to learn from the 8 eyes, mentioned by Master Confucius and recorded by Master Zeng. From studying things to gaining knowledge to peace in the world, I really can't come up with so many steps. So I'd better follow my own ideas and come up with 3 feasible steps. If you do too much, you will easily be despised by this group of plants. It's just that the person who said this was staying in the high seat meeting space of the Turtle Dove Alliance. So Lin certainly had no chance to observe the changes in the land. As the words cultivate oneself, govern the land, and establish the world were spoken, the whole land was shaken 3 times. This is different from the disaster caused by Fasa's before. This is more like the excitement of a certain existence, affecting the entire world. But most people don't know. So they run out of their homes in shock, away from unstable buildings or features, and worry. At this time, someone was still talking loudly in the space in the gap between the dimensions. Cultivation can be said to be the worst part of all world trees. From the seeds given to me by Wadwo, Fasnath revealed the core of World Tree, as well as the promotion history of World Tree. There is no other way except to devour the same race. These all prove one thing. Your progress is based on the method of plundering the achievements of others and truly independently researching the means of contacting the new world. There is only the stage of seed germination. Therefore, your achievements at each stage are not the results of your own research. This affects the perfection of your core establishment. To put it bluntly, your current status is to steal. Before figuring out the details, I used various methods to make this valuable treasure effective, but it only achieved 10% or 20% of its effectiveness. It can be said that I have no efficiency at all. I believe this is the world that your majesty was originally connected to. He criticized it first, which directly made the world trees speechless. This is because there was an example of fastness. Although he who appeared here abandoned a whole world, he still had a sense of oppression that was not inferior to that of Yggdrasil. Compared to the world tree that also connects the 7 worlds, fastness still seems to be one level higher than them. Another example is Wadwo, the only one who advanced independently. Although at the beginning of his promotion, he was much weaker than other world trees that connected the 2 worlds. But in just a few years, he has become the most outstanding existence in the world tree that connects the 2 worlds. These all prove one thing. Even if they are not connected to a new world, there is still room for progress among the world trees. Chapter 735 Replacement. I said, you all lived so long, and no one discovered this? Lin asked. Some trees said yes, and some shook their heads, if their incarnations had heads. Then you haven't thought about correcting it? Lin asked again. It's faster to grab it. I don't know which world tree it is, expressing the thoughts of all the trees. For such a wise saying, some people are speechless. But Lin asked again. But you have been stuck in the magic tower for so long, and no one has tried to go back to this road? It's not like I didn't remember it. I don't know whose answer it was, and it made someone want to complain. Hundreds and thousands of years have passed, and no one has remembered this incident. Dinosaurs are not that slow. He sighed and gave up reluctantly. I always feel that worrying about things like plants will shorten my lifespan, Lin said. In short, I told you a long time ago that you can use it to improve your core mathematical methods, and you can do your own research. I think you also understand the successful case of my cooperation with Fastness. I don't need to say anything more. Your Excellency Tripwood, Walwal, who is most familiar with a certain magician, spoke on behalf of the trees at the signal of the other world trees. You must not know what happened that day. Well, I heard that when Fastness and I were doing the renovation work, it was very uneasy outside. I guess it was caused by too many unnecessary changes and too frequently. Someone remembered that after learning about the disaster in Kwame Land at the dinner table not long ago, and comparing the time of occurrence, he realized that he was very likely to be the culprit. Reviewing what I and Fastness did, I found that the failure was due to too many redundant calculations and repeated changes. Many adjustments will also affect the parts that have been done before. In order to obtain a new balance, we had to overturn the previous answer and recalculate the relative position of the core magic circle. After getting the new answer, Fastness will adjust his core magic circle accordingly. Sometimes the part that has just been moved has to be moved back to its original position after maybe 2 or 3 rounds of calculations. This happened countless times before I got close to the almost perfect answer. But even with these countless recalculations, Fastness's core magic circle has also undergone countless changes. These changes seem to be reflected on the lost continent, causing disasters. Of course, Lin was also looking for a solution to this situation in the past few days. Therefore he said, if you don't mind disclosing your core, then I am willing to assist the participants to do simulation calculations before making actual core adjustments. After making sure that the final result is what we expect, we can adjust the participants' cores. I hope that by reducing the number and time of your core changes will reduce the impact on the lost land. And the more participants, the more beneficial it is, because each of you has amazing computing power. And the more computing power means we can, the sooner you get results. This is what you call cultivation. Then what ruling the land is about is the primary meditation array. Right, Yggdrasil said. Yes. Then how do you plan to solve the problem of the imbalance of power in all world trees regarding the meditation formation? Regarding the ancient man's question, Lin replied, a very simple method is to discard it and replace it with a new magic circle. Such an answer did not frighten the world trees, but it was almost enough. Waldwa widened his deer eyes, used his old nickname, and said doubtfully, "Old guy, what you are talking about is not the graffiti on the floor, or the layout on your magic tower. How do you want to change it?" "That's how you change it. How do you throw away the old one and replace it with a new one?" Lin explained. "This matter is not as difficult as your majesty imagined, but it is not easy either. Let's first talk about how to destroy the old meditation array. Enlarge the displayed map in part. It is in the middle of the meditation magic circle, a main power transmission channel. In the actual geography of Lost Land, it is a long river, which is composed of several rivers and then divided into several branches. There are 2 world trees located near the main river upstream and downstream, forming a natural magic circle node and channel. But the part shown by Lin is a dry water section before the upstream convergence point. It is not until the next river joins that this river grows again. In fact, this part is the result of Lin's investigation in the past 3 days. 3 days ago, the water flow would not be what it is now. Because of the unnatural disaster 3 days ago, a lake was diverted in the upper reaches of the river, causing the water flow in this section to drop to the point where it was almost dry. At this time, all the world trees realized that as long as this dry river section was blocked, the lost meditation formation would be divided into 2 unrelated left and right halves, and the possibility of operation would be lost. It is the easiest method of destruction, and it will not have much impact on the actual upper and lower reaches of the river. Of course, there will be some variation in water volume, but such changes began to appear as early as the emergence of upstream diversion lakes. To block a dry river, the amount of work required is not too difficult for a magician or a world tree tribe. So Zhongshu ignored this point and asked about another more important thing. "Since the old magic circle can be destroyed, how do you want to build a new one? And what kind of magic circle do you plan to build?" Lin controlled the map to restore it to the entire map of the Lost Land, marking the 19 high seats of the original Turtle Dove Alliance, as well as Lottie from the Elf Kingdom, and the Ancient One from the Underground World, Fastness. In addition to these 21 high seats, there are 4 world trees that have not yet joined the Turtle Dove Alliance. 3 are owned by the Elf Kingdom on the surface, and 1 underground, for a total of 25 trees. Then the entire map of the Lost Land is divided into 5 major regions including Southeast, Northwest, and Center. In each zone, there is 1 world tree in the north, 9 in the south, 3 in the east, 7 in the west, and 5 in the center. There are also 25 world trees. Lin said at this time. In ordinary people's understanding, in order for the magic array to connect all the runes, there must be channels for communication. That is, lines. The same is true for arranging the magic array. But the connection between the world tree and the world tree. Not only can we communicate through the mysterious land, there are other ways. A way unique to world tree. Your Excellency, you mean the dimensional gap? Yes. Lin flicked his fingers and changed the original map into a diagram of 2 huge trees. In addition to the arrows on the ground representing the flow of energy, moving from one tree to another, there is a strange scene of chaos above the tree canopy. And there are also dotted arrows in various colors, moving from tree to tree. The biggest advantage of this magic circle is that there is no need to pursue the overall closure. The focus is on grouping, except for the world tree at the endpoint, which only contacts 1 tree. The other world trees all contact 1 tree each in the north, south or east and west, connecting up and down, forming a group. But the central part is the most special, with His Majesty Yggdrasil as the center, with a tree connected to the southeast and northwest, forming a cross-shaped group. In the north, His Majesty Fastness takes the lead. To go to the territory of Fastness of the World Tree, you need to enter from an underground world entrance south of the southern border of the Guana Empire. This is what Mailhao has already revealed. Lin didn't know how to travel in the underground world, but after he went to the territory of Fastness, he detected the location of his lost land and found that it was actually in the north of the continent. Far to the north of the northern border of the Guana Empire, there is the underground world within the northern Suli Tang Empire. The dimensional channels that communicate with each group of world trees are achieved using the method you are most familiar with. The magic circle displayed by Lin is the most primitive form of flashing. It is also the basic channel magic circle for the world tree to communicate with other worlds. The teleportation magic of the Lost World was also developed based on this. For the world tree that can connect different dimensions and ultra-long distances, the magic circle that only connects 2 places on the Lost World is like a child's level of superficial knowledge. Without any difficulty. Because it was too simple. Yushu asked. We just need to connect to each other like we connect to other worlds. If it is so simple, why not connect two to each other? And all the trees are strung together. Lin Gao shook his head inexplicably and said with a smile. Of course this is not enough. Your Majesty, in addition to the world tree divided into 5 groups, we also need to establish 4 more groups. 8 base points in the northeast and 6 base points in the northwest. 3 base points for base points in the southeast and 2 base points in the southwest. These are the most suitable base points during my 3-day investigation. Lin marked the selected place on the entire map of the puzzle. And these marked places make many world trees thoughtful. Except for Fasnas, who already knew. The other trees asked, why did the magician choose this place? Because this is the ruins of the conquered world tree. I don't know whether it was because there were enough dead world trees, or it was just the right time. But Lin really found a sufficient number of world tree remains in these 4 directions. Of course, he first asked Fasnas about the location of the destroyed world tree in his memory, and then confirmed that the remains of the tree still existed before marking it. But such a move aroused the vigilance of the world trees. Each defeated world tree becomes the basis for the winner's promotion. At the same time, the elves originally belonging to the group will also be absorbed by the victorious party, thereby making the victor stronger. But now that they are mentioned, are they trying to spit back the benefits that all the trees have received? So Yushu asked. Your Excellency, you plan to resurrect them? Resurrection? No. No world tree will be resurrected. In other words, they must be dead. If they show signs of being alive, they must be killed again, Lin said decisively. Although the trees were relieved at the human magician's answer, they were also a little bit puzzled. It is necessary to use the base points established by the remains of the world tree, except for the 2 base points in the southwest corner. The connections between the base points in the other 3 directions are a closed loop, and the lines composed of the living world tree in the 3 directions of east, west and south. The format is completely different. It's just that the well-informed world trees had never seen such a magic circle. Use the world tree as a node to connect each other into 9 small groups. It is neither asymmetrical nor a complete closed loop. So Yushu asked curiously, Sir, what is the function of this magic circle? Lin Xiaoxiao said. It has no function. The world trees were shocked. But it's all-encompassing. The trees are incomprehensible. The name of this formation is called Luoshu Dot. Chapter 736, Governing the Territory. Why use a magic circle that has no effect? This is the first question of the world trees. Lin replied. There is no effect, which represents infinite possibilities. If a magic effect is fixed, it means that the characteristics of the lost land are fixed. Then the question is, from the demand side, what is the real need of the lost land itself? What is it? It seems that any direction is possible, and any method is good. When there are too many choices, it is no different than having no choice. So I think that having no effect is the best effect. Then what do you mean by all-encompassing? This is the second question of the world trees. 1 is the position of the sun, and 9 is the number of the sun. So 1 and 9 are paired. 2 is the position of Xiaoyin, and 8 is the number of Xiaoyin. So 2 and 8 are paired. 3 is the position of Xiaoyang, and 7 is the number of Xiaoyang. So 3 and 7 are paired. 4 is the position of Taiyin, and 6 is the number of Taiyin. So 4 and 6 are paired. So the number of Luoshu is used to explain the principles of yin and yang, and the odd and even numbers, if the position is consistent with the joint. Although the wording is not clear, it is inferred, just like pointing to the palms. With 5 as the center, the vertical and horizontal diagonals are stable and balanced. This is the theory of 4 dimensions. There are many truths behind this, and it would take 3 days and 3 nights to explain it in detail. Your Majesties have amazing calculation skills. So why don't you think of the truth behind it as worthy of the word all-encompassing dot? Someone said this, but there was no world tree to figure it out with great concentration, because they had another question. We have to do this and modify the magic circle that is naturally formed in this mysterious land. What is the reason? After thinking about it, Lin said, for example, the self-cultivation mentioned earlier does not actually involve the issue of promotion. That method is more like polishing yourself so that you can absorb and store more power. If power is water, Your Majesty is a cup, and Your Majesty Yggdrasil and Fasnas are faced with the situation that the cup is full. If you want to hold more water, you have to find a way to make the cup bigger. The same situation exists for the mysterious land. Each world tree connects 8 worlds. This is the upper limit of the mysterious land. If you want to increase this limit, you will no longer be restricted. It's useless to work hard on your own. You have to find a way to make the container of MIDI bigger. Then the magic circle you call Luo Shu can do this? Faced with doubts, Lin replied, I can't give a definite guarantee as to whether Luo Shu can do this. But I can be sure that the original top-heavy primary meditation array can never do this. So it must be changed. And there are two advantages to using Luo Shu as the Lost Land formation. One is that there is no limit to the size of each node. This formation only cares about the quantity. Your Majesty's strength will not affect the function of Luo Shu. It's not functional anyway. This also avoids creating a situation where the present is perfect, but the future is unknown. For the first reason, all the trees rarely agreed. If we want to consider the situation of Kwame D, the condition is that we must limit our own growth. Even if we agree to cooperate, everyone will be unwilling and unwilling. It is the best situation to have no restrictions. The second benefit is that the main way to communicate and connect all nodes, that is, to connect all world trees, is not to rely on terrain features that may change over time, but on the void channels that your Majesties actively connect. As long as these 45 nodes are protected, including those planned to be set up on dead trees, there will be no problem with the integrity of this formation. Relatively speaking, if any node is destroyed, or if any of your Majesties are damaged, if someone is no longer willing to be bound by this and disconnects, then Luo Shu will no longer exist. It is both a weakness and a guarantee in your hands. In addition, there will be no world tree development in the future. Influence Luo Shu's formation. Then we won't transform the actual terrain of Lost Land? Yushu asked. Lin replied, changes still need to be made. But there is no urgency. You can do it quietly without making a big fuss and making it known to everyone. The advantage of doing this is that it can reduce possible resistance. After all, where the plan needs to be connected. But it will not be a natural environment across human territory. We only need to fight against the monsters. If we have to fight against people again, then there will be no end to this matter. Besides, even if we don't change, we will have to communicate with each other due to the world tree. Wouldn't the influence of contact then affect the land, causing the terrain and features to naturally change in this direction? Perhaps we can consider letting the human kingdom join us to carry out the transformation plan of the Lost Land. They have manpower and more resources. Why not use them? A world tree suggested. Lin directly shook his head and rejected it. Said, the so-called powerful person must be greedy, because what he considers is not the interests of one person, but the common interests of all those who depend on him. The losses he considers are not his own losses, but his own. Under such a premise, how much can your Majesties pay for the help of the human kingdom or nobles? And this help can give you greater power and the opportunity to reach a higher level. Then how much is this help worth in the eyes of you? In the eyes of those kings or nobles? When the conversation changed, Lin shook his head and said, and to be fair, I don't want the knowledge of Luo Shu to be known to others. Even in this matter, there shouldn't be too many people involved. And the fewer people who know about it, the better. The reason why I dare to bring the scientific knowledge I know to the Lost Land is because I can predict the possible development of that knowledge. If it can be predicted, it can be controlled. But what about the occult knowledge of Earth? Is it really the same as in my hometown? Except for making people talk and pretending to be mysterious? If it was so useless, how could someone who knitted a Xuanwu pattern on his robe be played to the point of ecstasy? If the Earth's occult knowledge fails to exert any effect, it is like a tank without gasoline. No different from scrap metal. After filling up the tank with oil in SH/LS, can it still be called scrap metal? Therefore, if Luo Shu's array is placed on the mysterious land, no one can guarantee what will happen. In this uncertain situation, the safest way is not to use it or mention it, just like Lin did before. But if you have to use it, try to conceal it and delay it from being known to others. This can only be regarded as doing one's best and obeying fate. However, the world trees neither know nor care about someone's concerns. McKinnon even said sarcastically, are you reminding us not to trust humans? Of course. Why should we trust humans? Cunning, selfishness, betrayal, and all the bad qualities imaginable can be seen in this race. Not to mention those pampered noble lords. The lives of civilian soldiers are in their eyes, they are no different from ants. So naturally we cannot expect them to have any integrity. What about your excellency? McKinnon asked pointedly. Of course, I can't be trusted either. Why should you believe me? I'm not World Tree. I'm just a human being. Whether this group is good or bad has nothing to do with me. Under such premise, your majesties allow me to attend the high seat. The meeting is a very strange thing. You even reveal some secrets that should be strictly guarded in front of me. I really want to ask you, is this right? Someone's confession made all the world trees dumbfounded. The difference between me and those noble lords is that I don't have the capital to repay the price of betrayal. So as long as both parties have made an agreement, I am more trustworthy than the devil. The prompts were so clear. Yggdrasil asked directly, what do you want? I finally brought up the issue of remuneration. Otherwise people would always feel like I was doing meritorious deeds. Lin didn't feel any embarrassment, but said, knowledge. The knowledge I gain in the process of helping you is my best reward. If I want to talk about the exact goals, there are indeed two. One is the space folding technology, which is what I have learned in Fazina. What your majesty saw here is that you can make a space larger or smaller, but it is not an illusion. The other thing is the landmark of a certain world. I believe these two pieces of knowledge can help you, but it would be great if your majesties were willing to tell the truth. A beacon of a certain world, a beacon of a new world is the key to advancement for World Tree. And of course, it cannot be released casually. Even Yggdrasil, as an ancient one, does not have such authority to ask other world trees to do this. If he wants it, he has to rob it. Knowing this request in your heart is like trying to dig into someone's pocket for Yggdrasil. Anyone who dares to say this will be beaten to death, or incense will be burned. So Lin explained, don't worry. I'm not a world tree, so I can't occupy this kind of thing. I think you can probably guess my origin. I just want to find a way to go back to the world where I came from. In response to such a request, Yggdrasil said after a moment of silence, Sir Tripwood, if you are looking for a landmark in a specific world, I can open up what I have come into contact with for your observation and research. But I must say that outsiders like you may not follow the traces of any world tree to the lost world. In other words, you may not find the answer to your question. Is that okay too? Lin, okay, the etiquette of a magician, and said, your majesty Yggdrasil is willing to cooperate, which is the greatest help to me. I have no reason to vent my anger on you because of any results. What's more, and you can't find the answer. But that's not the answer. Indeed, your excellency, who wants to set up this huge magic circle in mysterious land, still has an unresolved problem. Have you ever thought about this? Asked the wise ancient man. Your majesty is referring to the world tree that is controlled by the elf kingdom and has not yet been liberated. Chapter 737, The Secret of Teleportation Magic. There are 3 trees on the surface and 1 underground. If these 4 trees are still under the control of various elven kingdoms, they should be in a similar situation to the previous world tree Lottie. So if you want to bring these 4 world trees into the scope of the Midi-Luoshu formation, you will inevitably have to deal with the elves who established the kingdom. So of course Lin was prepared. When faced with the ancient man's inquiry, he replied, I have 3 strategies for your majesty's discussion. The next strategy is to send envoys to morally persuade the kings of the elven kingdoms. Persuade them to lift the ban on the world tree in the kingdom, and join the Turtle Dove Alliance like Lottie, and became a member of Luoshu. However, considering that one of the 4 kingdoms is underground and is composed of dark elves, I don't believe that this method can be successful. Besides, I have said that I don't like it. Asking others to sacrifice may seem like the best option, but it's the worst option. Sending lobbyists to get others to give up their interests is indeed something that the world trees and wood elves are not good at. Therefore, all the trees agreed and did not consider the next step. Jonsa came in secret. He sent people to sneak into the 4 world trees, set up the magic circle we needed, and forcibly connected the connections between the world trees. I can do this job. There is nothing difficulty. The disadvantage is that this matter will be exposed sooner or later. After all, once the connection is established, the movement of the power will be changed. Unless all the guardians of the world tree in the kingdom are numb, it is possible that they will not discover this matter. Destroying the connection means that everything related to them has to be done again, which is quite troublesome. What's the best solution? Asked World Tree. The best solution is to send envoys. Send again? Then use coercion and inducement to make them give up enslaving the World Tree. If they don't agree, we will send troops to conquer the other party. Although the best strategy is the shortest, it seems to be in line with the consistent style of the World Trees. But in terms of feasibility, there are also many difficulties. One of the 2 most powerful ancients, Yggdrasil, said with a hint of helplessness, the military strength of an elven kingdom is not so easy to defeat. Besides, marching is also a problem. This era is not about leaving trees alone, Time for elves to come and go. Regarding the regrets of the world trees, Lin asked, I would like to ask your majesty a few questions. When you talk about the comparison of the military strength of the elf kingdom, are you comparing it with your own wood elf tribe? Or with the strength of your integration? When asked this question, all the trees felt different. Lin continued, in the past, the relationship between you was competition. If you conquered the same world tree, only one person could win the final reward. Even if you didn't hold each other back during the process, it would be difficult for you to do your best. But today what we need to do is not to compete, but to liberate. The premise of liberating an enslaved world tree is to stop the excessive intervention of the elf kingdom. So we need to show military strength. And the stronger the better. We do not consider war. If you want to divide or rule the elf kingdom and only liberate the world tree, will your majesty be willing to form a coalition? In the name of the Ikaruga Alliance? Yushu asked tentatively. Lin shook his head and said, although the Turtle Dove Alliance has the Wood Elves as the core of the organization, its role has always been just a mutual aid organization walking outside. Therefore, many races other than Wood Elves have joined. If it is formed under the name of the Turtle Dove Alliance forces, no matter what reasons we use to whitewash it, what we are doing is aggression, which may cause the Turtle Dove Alliance to lose its original neutral nature, and then cause a large number of races other than Wood Elves to withdraw from the alliance. This is not worth the gain. Some of the world trees, who have put a lot of effort into running the Turtle Dove Alliance, agreed with Lin's statement. Although it is said that all the beings present are the high seat of the alliance, there are also those who are interested in this, and those who are not. The high ones who put more effort into the alliance certainly know the thoughts of most non-Wood Elf members. These people did not trust or were tired of the power of the country and the nobility, and needed a backer and protection. So they chose the relatively loose Turtle Dove Alliance, which was based on mutual aid and cooperation. If the alliance were to organize strongly and invade others today, it would be normal for these people to want to leave. Holding out 4 fingers, Lin said to the trees, 4 times, with proper preparation and planning. Such a coalition attack only takes 4 times. Instead of letting too many outsiders know the inside story, or using lies, let if others contribute to this matter. I prefer that your majesties use their respective prestige, and use the combat power of the direct lineage of the Wood Elf tribe. As for the alliance, it belongs to the alliance. Then how do you solve the problem of gathering and marching? Go and pray to the magic towers to let us pass without any cost. Hearing some world trees ask such questions, Lin knew that they generally agreed with the coalition's ideas. Otherwise, they would not ask further questions. So he smiled and showed again the magic array diagram that was scheduled to communicate with all the world trees in the Midi-Luoshu formation. At this glance, the world trees understood someone's plan. In Lin's observation, the amazing computing power of this group of plants gives them the ability to know 10 things from one thing and draw inferences from one case. But it is difficult to come up with any groundbreaking or flexible ideas. And it is easy to get stuck without anyone prompting you. Such seemingly contradictory traits are actually traits shared by an entire ethnic group. The magic circle he displayed is the basic component of flash technique. The basic means for World Tree to communicate with other dimensions and other worlds. And it is also the original form of all teleportation magic in the Lost Land. Traditional teleportation magic is a safe and convenient magic created by the Golden Elves in the Old Elven Dynasty era. It can transport living things and non-living things, no matter how far away they are, no matter how many there are. As long as they can be covered within the range of the teleportation magic circle, they can be sent to another teleportation magic circle in a distant place. The general principle of the setting is that each teleportation magic circle can be used as a transmitter and a receiver, but it can only play one function at the same time. The first time the teleportation magic array is activated, it will communicate with the magic array at the receiving end. Only after the integrity and existence of the other location is confirmed, the transmission will actually start. If the receiving end does not exist, or cannot send back a complete message, the process will be aborted. At the same time, the teleportation magic circle will also establish a protective channel, allowing the transported items or people to travel through it without being contaminated by any pollution. The larger the range of the teleportation magic array, the higher the cost of deployment, and the more expensive it is to activate. This is also the reason why the teleportation magic circle cannot become a mass transportation in the Lost Land. As for the Legion-level teleportation magic array, there is no requirement to have a receiving end. The range is also quite huge, and it can teleport up to an army of 10,000 people at a time. This is because before the magic is activated, It will transmit power to the predetermined transmission location, temporarily construct the magic array at the receiving end, and then follow the process of the ordinary transmission magic array to transmit the entire legion to the destination. Precisely because there is a temporary construction of the receiving end before the transmission, and the transmission range is huge. The cost of activating the legion-level teleportation magic array is a sky-high price that ordinary people cannot imagine, and even a level that ordinary small countries cannot afford. Even for a large country like the Guana Empire, Legion-level teleportation magic is only used in emergencies or special situations, not as a routine means. If the scope of Legion-level teleportation magic is reduced to the scale of an individual, it would be the three-ring apprentice-level magic any door. The principle of dimensional anchor is only the response process to prevent the first stage of teleportation magic, because there is no normal response from the receiving end. For safety reasons, subsequent transmission actions will not be initiated. Some magic that interferes with transmission directly distorts the receiving end to an unknown place. Of course, this will not get a correct response from the receiving end, so the transmission magic is interrupted again. The so-called prohibition of teleportation incoming or outgoing transmission also intercepts the response message, making it impossible for teleportation magic to complete the entire transmission process. Barriers within the scope of the world tree will inherently prevent such messages from being transmitted through space. The most important thing is to hide one's position in the gap between dimensions. Avoid connecting to other worlds. Find the passage along the world tree, and invade the lost land. This is because the power of space and time is too powerful, and magic cannot completely control it. The only way to save the country is to use other methods to interfere with the operation of magic, thus giving people the illusion of preventing space teleportation. Lin's flash technique abandons the process of responding. It neither actively provides a protective layer for the teleported object nor confirms the safety of the receiving location. As long as the distance, angle, and various parameters are determined, the teleportation object will be thrown through the dimensional gap, regardless of whether it reaches the destination in the end. This is also the reason why someone's flash technique cannot be blocked by MIDI's existing interference transmission methods. It feels like something. When Lin created the magic of flash technique, he had not discovered this yet. Later I discovered that this is the difference between the network protocols of TCP and UDP. Therefore, the reliability of flash technique depends on the calculation ability of mathematics. Except for Lin himself and Fin, a lich who is not a lich. The only group of people in the world who can fully master the flash technique are the Yggdrasils, whose computing power is comparable to that of a supercomputer. And using this flash technique, which is different from the traditional teleportation magic circle, it is indeed possible to break through the existing world tree barrier and transport troops directly to the destination. But there was also the flexible-minded world tree, who looked at the person making the proposal with ill intentions. As the representative of the full-time naysayer, McKinnon naturally said, "If this new teleportation magic circle does have the effect as the magician said, don't we have a simpler way to go further?" Lin, who heard the threatening words, sneered and said, "Your Majesty means to directly attack those world trees that are weaker than you. Turn them into the basis of your Majesty's promotion, and achieve your own success. Then please guess what you do after that. Who will be kicked out next?" Chapter 738, Establishing the World. Looking around, Lin looked at the high seats with a rare serious expression and said, "Yes, this new teleportation magic is very likely to be an opportunity to restart the war between the world trees. But this magic is not monopolized by anyone. Everyone can use it. When an unsociable pest appears, what choice will others make? To achieve the Luoshu formation, everyone here and the four who are not present are indispensable. But what if there is someone? If someone really raids and an indispensable number is missing, then it doesn't matter whether the number is missing 2 or 3 . After running out of threatening tone, Lin continued to analyze possible developments. From the perspective of the attacker, if no one stops what he does, then one day he will encounter the bottleneck faced by the 2 ancient majesties. By then, who else can he find to help? Breaking through the upper limit of the lost land. Immediately afterwards, someone brought up a fact that the trees may have noticed, but were unwilling to admit. Besides, there are fewer and fewer world trees in the mystery land. Is it a good thing? Have you ever thought that this may be breaking the container of the Midland bit by bit, reducing the storage capacity? That is said, this behavior is likely to be the overall regression, including the world tree, including all living creatures living in the world. Of course, this is just my inference. However, is this inference true? Your Majesty, who has lived longer than me. We should be able to detect clues from past experience. Sometimes it is a fan of the authorities, and sometimes it is just an ostrich mentality, thinking that if it is not recognized, it does not exist. But the words of the human magician exposed a fact that no one wanted to believe nakedly before their eyes. The world trees were speechless, because this fact was like denying the grand gathering of trees fighting each other thousands of years ago. It is they who put the ceiling over their heads, not others. From Lin's point of view, it is not difficult to understand this matter. Plants play the role of producers in the ecosystem. The fewer plants there are, the more serious environmental problems will be. When there are no plants, the environment is desertified and no vitality exists. Plants on the earth absorb carbon dioxide and produce oxygen. Could it be that the world tree in Lost Land is the main producer of the 8 powers? Looking at the silent trees, Lin broke the deadlock and said, "Whether you only consider yourself with limited growth, or consider the future with unlimited overall growth, the choice in this matter lies in your Majesty's hands. No one can help you. We decide, perhaps, if you don't say these things, we don't have to think about these things at all. We can maintain the current appearance forever." McKinnon complained. Lin sneered and said, "Your Majesty, do you believe that anything is permanent? A mere magic tower can prevent all world trees from growing in the old way. If you don't make progress and do nothing, one day, the magicians will, if they have the ability and need, who can stop them from turning the world tree into magical props. Don't think that one day will not happen. And when that day does happen, everything will be irreversible. The ending is also your Majesty's choice. Isn't it?" The silence this time did not last long. One of the ancients, Yggdrasil, is a world tree that has reached its upper limit. The person planning this meeting today can be said to have interests closely related to him, so he rarely showing a tough attitude. He said, "Then the Yggdrasil coalition has been established. Is there anyone who objects?" Fasnas, who is also an ancient, made up his mind at the right time and said, "Those who oppose it should jump out as soon as possible. I left a seat a while ago, which can fill the vacancy at any time and perfect Luoshu. But what will happen to the replaced world tree?" Although Fasnas did not explain it clearly, the strong meaning of threat in his words made people shudder, and the atmosphere became tense. Another cold scene, and it was not caused by himself. Lin Zheng was thinking whether he should break the murderous atmosphere created by the two ancients. Maybe this is because they have united to give a group of juniors power, and if they break the momentum they have created, they will be resented, or maybe they are too harsh with their words and have nothing to say, and they are waiting. Does anyone want to step down for them? Someone couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The attitudes and expressions of plants are elusive, and it is really difficult to be a competent admirer. At this time, Wal, who was also a world tree, relied on his familiarity with someone to interrupt and said, "Since everyone has agreed, this matter has been settled, and the specific actions will be discussed later. Then, Mr. Tripwood, could you please tell me about your third step of establishing the world? The first 2 steps are more like making better preparations for your promotion. But after all, they are not a clear promotion method. Just be concerned about this." Waldo's words set the tone for all world trees' opinions, regardless of whether they disagree or agree in their hearts. But in reality, no world tree strongly opposes the previous decision. After weighing the pros and cons, the method proposed by this human magician is indeed the best method known at this stage, and they have no reason to object at all. They just didn't like the attitude of the 2 ancient ones. Now that someone has come forward to smooth things over, the trees will not insist on returning to the original deadlock. They also looked at someone with interest. Looking forward to the method, he said. When the topic returned to himself, Lin cleared his throat and said, "The last step is to establish the world. What I plan to do is to establish the 9th power." The shock brought by this simple sentence was far greater than the previous sum total. The world trees were really dumbfounded this time, and didn't know how to react. Lin was already used to the attitude of these plants being frightened by him at every turn, so he didn't wait for anyone to answer, and continued, "According to my visits and research, the 8 powers were not 8 powers at the beginning, but just 8 unique energies with different properties. Any one of them can use to construct spell models, form magic, and produce supernatural effects. From unknown time on, 8 concepts such as knowledge, power, authority, faith, wealth, dexterity, perception, and mystery were given to these 8 types of energy. After that, the 8 lords of power ignited the divine fire and entered the sequence of powerful divine power. But they are not producers, but more like rulers, or managers. as witnesses of history. I think you are aware of these things. They all know better than me. Many of you here have personally experienced the history that Lin mentioned, so they know more about the situation than what Lin said. But the point is, this human being was right. The so-called power is a term that belongs to this era. In the distant era, when they awakened their consciousness, power was not called power. It was just a kind of free energy that could be absorbed and used everywhere. But there have been 8 types in the past. And there are still 8 types today. Never more. And never less. Waldwell's white deer incarnation made an exaggerated swallowing motion and asked, "How to do it?" Up to now, the world trees no longer ask, "Is it possible?" From what the magician said. They were only curious about how to achieve the goal he set in his vision. I have closely observed the 3 majesties of Wadwo, Lottie and Fastness, and the reality of the worlds they are connected to. While you draw nutrients from other worlds, you will feed back a certain kind of power to the lost land. The power fed back by the reality of each world is pure and not mixed with other powers. Moreover, the same world tree will not feed back the power of the same power. Only when it reaches the level of His Majesty Fastness. Each world tree feeds back 8 kinds of powers. So I boldly guess that if you want to open a passage to the 9th world, you must be able to feed back a new kind of power, new energy. This is why in the past, after I had obtained the origins of other world trees, I was unable to advance. I only made the connection to one of my worlds stronger and more stable, because what I got was the part one already had. Even if all the worlds connected to the world tree are different worlds, how can we tell which power camp it belongs to in this case? Lin bluntly said, I don't know about this yet. More research needs to be done. So Lord Tripwood, according to your ideas, how to add this new energy? Yggdrasil asked. Let's start from 2 directions. One is of course to find the answer from the world tree. The magic formation patterns that connect a new world are actually the bark patterns that naturally occur on your bodies. In other words, Your Majesty, you have constructed the magic formations that connect the world tree. The core magic circle of a world is the result of following instinct. So can we study the why, find the pattern, and then open up a new path beyond the existing pattern? What about the other direction? Vasquez asked the most urgently. After Ling clarified his thoughts, he replied, when the 8 pure energies are given concepts, they become the 8 powers of the lost world. And these 8 powers have a universal characteristic, which is the pursuit of people will agree. But people who don't pursue it will also agree, whether they admit it verbally or not. For example, a warrior who pursues power may not pursue knowledge, but he will also agree in his heart that knowledge is to the delusion. The importance of the earth may even lead to the pursuit of knowledge. What we are looking for is a universal value beyond these 8 powers, to strengthen its beliefs, strengthen existing gods, or ignite new divine fires. Use the will of all sentient beings to attract the establishment of a new path, and try to establish a new power. Is this really possible? Yushu asked doubtfully. Faced with such doubts, Lin Wei shrugged, waved his hands and said, It is not easy for great beings like your Majesty to pursue breakthroughs. I wish I could destroy half of all life in the universe with just a snap of my fingers. The wishing gem can easily solve this problem. But unfortunately, there is no such thing. Of course, I know that the method I think of is somewhat fanciful, but my scientific attitude is to make bold assumptions and not even try to verify it. It's impossible to take the next step if you try. Then do you have any ideas about a new universal value? It was still Yggdrasil who asked. After opening his mouth, Lin finally said with reservation, This is a long-term project. Maybe we can borrow the power of the Turtle Dove Alliance to start from many aspects. But I don't have a clue in this regard. In fact, someone is struggling whether to unleash the scourge of modern finance. This is definitely the fastest acting, poison. Chapter 739 Noble Visitors. Basically, except for the cultivation stage, which is a matter belonging to Yggdrasil. One of the steps of ruling the land is a continent-level transformation project. And establishing the world is a social transformation plan, which is not something that can be easily carried out. The negotiated part is just a rough plan. Detailed implementation of detailed planning is another long expedition. So not only Lin was not in a hurry, but even the plants were also patient. Anyway, I have been waiting for thousands of years. So this is not enough time. What's more, having direction now is better than having no direction before. After finishing the discussion with World Tree, Lin returned to his original life steps. Apart from adding a daily trip to a high-level meeting, the life shown to the outside world is still ordinary. After breakfast in the morning, people disappeared from the holy city and went to the high seat meeting. Come back for lunch at noon. Take a short break in the afternoon. And then mentor your apprentice. Halumi and Kaya have long been in a state of letting go. But whether the newly joined Leonardo has his heart in magic or not, someone as a teacher still has to pay attention. But this kid always asked about some knowledge that had nothing to do with magic. So Lin just answered him as usual. Ezio and Vanna's child. Kish. Lin is also planning to put the education of these two fat boys on schedule. Kish must be 6 years old. After all, he has a mother. Ezio's exact age is unknown. But he should be around the same age as Kish. If these two lawless scourges are left alone, this family will almost be turned upside down by them. Not to mention other things. A few cats were often tortured by their vicious hands. And with the Black Dragon Augustus as his backer, the Grey Cat Hardy had nowhere to get angry. Let alone the fact that these two were still human cubs. Hardy really couldn't get angry. But to Lin, he is someone else's child anyway. Lin plans to replicate what kind of training Harumi and Kaya went through when they came to him. At least that one was used on 2 girls. Although there was a slight deviation, it did not go astray. It can be regarded as a successful experience. As for the training standards someone plans to set, there are no standards. Anyway, with Finn, a being who transcends the lich level, he can still be resurrected even if he dies, let alone his limbs. So Lin planned to let these two lawless fat boys fully understand the principle of sweat more in peacetime and bleed less in war. This is definitely not revenge or anything like that. And it has nothing to do with his favorite cup being smashed. Speaking of which, Lin had a similar attitude when teaching students at Chunghwa Eden College in Shijiao District, southwest of Midi. This bad taste was already part of his twisted character. Now it looks like he plans to repeat the same mistake. I don't know how the ending will turn out this time. After guiding the apprentices and worrying about the two fat boys, it was time to attend the math class at Kabamba College. It is also a state of not doing its job properly, and it has long gone from the path of pure numbers to who knows where. Lin didn't bother to correct these people. Anyway, he paid for the teaching and provided them with the knowledge they wanted to know. Everyone was happy. Then dinner, chatting with people at home, stargazing, and sleeping. The day passed like this. No one could have imagined that he was currently discussing matters with the high officials of the Ikaruga Alliance that could overturn the status quo of Lost Land. Only a few magicians who are proficient in earth magic, or are proficient in astrology and prophecy, can see some clues from the subtle signs, if they pay attention. To most people, whether it is the high seat of the Turtle Dove Alliance or the World Tree, they are both unfathomable and quite far away from ordinary people. People will be concerned about the movements of this existence, but they cannot reflect the details of the other person's daily life. It's as if people are concerned about the emperor of today's empire and the news of the invasion, in which direction the whole country will be mobilized. But they have no way of knowing how many times the emperor brushed his teeth today, or what he had for breakfast. This is simply impossible. It's not that people don't want to know. There is gossip news to read, and people who eat melon still like to hear it. However, the high officials of the Ikaruga Alliance suggested that each of them should separate a clone and gather at someone's home in the holy city of Estali, so that they could discuss matters at any time. Someone is strongly opposed to this stupid proposal. If you agree to take your work home with you, you will be able to change your 8-hour workday into a 24-hour workday on the spot. You will not give up until you die from overwork. Not to mention that it only takes less than 4 hours a day to do the work of World Tree. If you really let these big guys keep an eye on you all the time, you won't be able to survive. You must know that this is a group of plants that can work continuously for a month without eating, drinking, or sleeping. What's even more frightening is that they have no liver. What a horrifying creature. As for the work related to the World Tree, the only person around who can help is Finn, the former Demon King. It's okay for 2 girls to act as an opponent, but they can't take the lead alone. It's just that the Lich has been busy with his own affairs recently, and often can't see people. Of course, he can't catch the tolerance. On the contrary, for the garment-making commission from Dharma St. Mahatab, someone was captured by a Lich who suddenly appeared and was squeezed until the program for the Jacquard machine was solved, and he was freed. A certain person can only look at the back of the Lich leaving gracefully with full of resentment, biting the handkerchief that cannot be torn apart sadly. It was autumn, 732 years of the Aramaic calendar. On a certain day. On this day, Lin rarely ran to the high-level meeting early in the morning, but stayed at home, preparing to receive a guest, the Grand Duke of the Galena Empire, Riccardo Carbi. We met again after more than 7 months. As for the reason, I don't know. He said he would come, And he came. How could such a big man like a domineering president care about the thoughts of a little magician? After all, the other party was the financial owner. Lin also wanted to take a breather from the core modification L of the World Tree. So he decided to take leave from those high-ranking officials to meet this old man, who never went to the Three Treasures Hall for anything. In fact, the Grand Duke and his party had entered the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center as early as yesterday. If you really want to show off, you can directly send an envoy to invite a certain magician to the center. However, he still made an appointment this morning to visit him in person, which was considered as a sign of respect. Fortunately, it was agreed in advance. Otherwise, according to someone's habit of leaving immediately after breakfast, you might not be able to meet him when you visit unexpectedly. Maybe it was because the old man had eaten enough and went to bed late and got up early. In short, after someone got up and had breakfast, the Grand Duke of Kauai's motorcade came in force. The motorized Duke's guards, with vehicles of various functions, almost filled someone's courtyard and the street outside. It is said that the old man's Duke's guard still retains cavalry specifically for charging. However, horses are also carried in vehicles to retain their physical strength for charging on the battlefield. What is extremely conspicuous is that among the large and small vehicles that are uniformly green in color, there is a carriage that is quite gorgeously decorated and seems to have quite good protective capabilities. The horse pulling the cart wears a silver visor, and there is a tuft of blue hair on top of the vest and helmet. It looks very mighty, or is it ridiculous? In short, the aesthetics of aristocrats are quite far from someone's reality. I don't know if this old man is here to show off, or if he really cares about showing off when traveling. Fortunately, only 2 teams of escorting knights got off in the end, instead of everyone getting off the car, and once again, filling the place that was already crowded with vehicles with people. It's just that among the 2 escort teams, only one looks like the Duke's guard that I've seen before. The other team consisted of guard knights wearing black robes and black silk veils. This is a specialty of the Guana Empire, a knight squad composed of noble women. According to their customs, noble women, whether unmarried or married, were not allowed to show their faces in front of men who were not family members. But you must not underestimate these knights composed of noble women, because their attire is so concealing. No one knows what is hidden under the veil and robe. It may be a pair of magic armor or a hand crossbow. Their aristocratic background means that their families are well off, so their weapons and equipment are naturally very different from ordinary soldiers. And such a team of noble female knights cannot be used by everyone. They only serve female high-ranking nobles, and even underage men cannot have such a team. The only exception is the Emperor of the Empire, but he is only a nominal commander, because the female knights only protect the concubines and replace the men in guarding the Emperor's harem. Such a group of women, someone has only heard rumors before, but has not really seen it. But since we see such a team here, it means that there is a very important noble woman in Duke Kauai's motorcade. As expected, besides Grand Duke Kauai, there was also a shorter woman who got off the only carriage. Of course, the loose robe cannot reveal the figure, but Lin can still use his own detection methods to obtain various data on the other party's physical appearance, and even further simulate the other party's appearance. However, subsequent actions must be taken proactively by someone. If Lin did not take any action, the detection program he had written on the Dreamland Magic Tower would only passively accumulate data without further processing to avoid taking up too many computing resources. But even without doing that, just from simple environmental detection information, Lin could come to the conclusion that the woman in front of him was the granddaughter of Kauai, because her body parameters are similar to the driver parameters provided by the Grand Duke when he was designing the number 1 car. The person scheduled to drive car number 1 is the Grand Duke's granddaughter, a girl who lost her parents at a young age. In order to welcome this great nobleman, Lin personally took his 3 apprentices and stood waiting at the door of the main house. This was considered the highest level lineup. The seemingly cheerful old man stepped forward with heroic laughter and gave Lin a big hug. Ha ha ha! Long time no see. Xiao Gai! An old man who was also familiar with Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan used the affectionate name. He looked at someone up and down, and said with a strange expression, "The way you look now, it should be considered very bad." At the same time, he rubbed the sleeve of someone's Xuanwu robe rudely with his fingers. "Still, now that I've gotten through it, I finally have some clothes that suit my wealth." Patting his cheek, which was so thin that it looked like a skull, Lin chuckled. "As for magicians, there are still many people who look strange, let alone those who are dead. I'm not the worst among them. Chapter 740 Marquise Balin. In the drawing room, apart from Duke Kawe, only the person riding in the carriage with him could sit next to him. The Duke's guards did not come in. Most of them stayed outside the door and courtyard, almost surrounding the house. If someone didn't know better, they might think that they were preparing to attack the inside. The only ones staying behind Duke Kawe were the young waiter who had been following him, and another female guard. The female knights. I don't know if someone is neurotic, or if it just feels right. Lin felt countless eyes from behind the veil, looking at himself with a certain indifference. Lin finally chose to ignore this inexplicable hostility. After all, these women are just subordinates of others. If there wasn't such obvious hostility at the beginning, maybe someone would consider getting closer to the other person. But since their attitude seems set, it's better to keep their distance than to spend time trying to change their impression. Not everyone is worthy of your efforts to win over. In comparison, Cao Gong's enthusiasm was even more overwhelming for someone. Because it was early in the morning, the two girls did not bring out the wine to entertain the guests. Instead, they cooked a pot of elf tea to entertain the guests. The most important thing to consider is that there is a noble woman among the guests present. And in the circle of female nobles, elf tea is a more popular drink than coffee. After all, not everyone can accept the taste of the amber drink. After a period of nonsensical pleasantries, Grand Duke Kawe formally introduced the female announcer next to him. He said, "This is my granddaughter, the Marquis of Balin. Car number 1 was made for her. I think you already know this. It's not that I feel bad about the name Car number 1. All I can say is that you don't have any talent for naming." The two girls on the side nodded in agreement. Lin Gon laughed twice and said, "That is just a manufacturing number, so that people in the center can call it conveniently. If you feel it is necessary to give a name, you can name it yourself. Although the name Porsche can be used, Car number 1 is indeed an imitation of the Porsche 911 in appearance." But Lin thought about it and decided to forget it. Instead, he turned to greet his new friends. "Lady, when we first meet, your beautiful name is like the clear cry of a lark in the drizzle. Sweet and beautiful. As far as I know, the name Balin has another meaning in the ancient language of the Empire. It means rain. I hate myself for not learning more techniques for picking up girls from the internet before traveling through time. Now someone can only praise dryly, and then show off their trivial knowledge." But the person being praised did not react. Instead, the female guard standing in the back row whispered and snickered. And even the word, hillbilly, came up, as if to alleviate the embarrassment caused by his subordinates' nonsense. The Grand Duke explained calmly, "Balin is the name of the territory. It is my youngest son who will inherit it, and it will also become her husband's fiefdom in the future. It is a fertile land with beautiful lakes and elves living in the forest. From the top of the White Castle on the hill, you can see the lake view and forest in the territory. The fertile land not only produces food, but also produces food. There is a large enough pasture to raise countless sheep, and all of this is her dowry. As for the woman's name, only her husband can know it. Your Excellency, interested to know? I go." People like to play matchmaker when they get older. This is not only a common problem in the world on Earth, but also in other worlds. Someone still laughed dryly and said, "A gentle and kind-hearted woman like her deserves to be cherished by a man who comes from a better family and understands her better. As for me, I wouldn't dare to reach higher." The group of female guards snickered again. But Marquis Balin, the person involved, still had no reaction. Not only did he not speak, he didn't even move. A fool? Or is it just that you don't like to talk? Considering that she had normal breathing and heartbeat, it could not be an undead disguised as a human being, pretending to be the Grand Duke's granddaughter. So the reason why he doesn't speak is because he doesn't bother to talk to a magician like me. Or he is really not good at words. Lin was thinking about it in his mind. I remembered that before entering the house, I noticed someone from the Duke's guard unloading the pink car number 1 from a specially made truck along the ramp. After all, it is something you designed yourself, and it is a customized product. So are you dissatisfied with that car? Lin asked with concern. Sir, after transporting car number 1, is there anything in the design that dissatisfies you? I should have asked Ahanu to give you a clear explanation. No, there is nothing dissatisfied. According to the test results of the knights and magicians under my command, the safety of car number 1 is very trustworthy. There is just a small problem now, and I think I have to find your people to help solve it. My people? Not me. Lin couldn't guess what the old man meant. Look, there must be someone who can teach my granddaughter how to drive this car. what functions the car has, and how to deal with it under any circumstances. Kagong said with a shy face. Lin was even more baffled by such a request. Glancing out the window, I saw row after row of vehicles of various sizes. With this kind of driver base, there must be some cool people who can do all kinds of driving tricks. There is absolutely no problem in letting these people teach. Not just those fancy tricks, but basic driving skills. Even if car number 1 is specially made, it just has some extra function switches. There is no need for the user to know magic and then use magic to drive it. To put it bluntly, find a monkey, train it, and it can still drive. Lin asked doubtfully. What do you mean? Sir, do you want to teach some special driving skills? One of the most powerful ones here is the White Sword Master William Greco, and the other is His Royal Highness the Prince of your country, Azat Gazarnia. Even the Grand Duke shuddered at the mention of the name of the Demon Prince. The guards pressed their weapons, adjusted their positions, and looked around warily. Duke Kawe looked around and said with lingering fear, Your Highness is not here. I can't afford to ask that Highness to come and help me. You see, my granddaughter is still unmarried. I can let other people do it casually. It's not appropriate for a man to teach her things and interact with her. I heard from old Ihanu that both of your female apprentices can drive, so I wanted to ask one of them to teach my granddaughter. Lin suddenly understood and said, This kind of thing is no problem. My apprentices know the basic driving skills. The remaining unique design of car number 1 can be found out by reading the manual. And they also have rich experience in handling emergencies. As long as Lady Balin doesn't dislike it, they have a lot to teach them. After saying that, Lin turned around and saw that Halumi was eager to try. But after some thought, someone decided to say, Kaya, you will teach the lady how to drive. Regarding the functions of car number 1, there should be records in the documentation. Go and find out. Standing at the back, a dark-haired took a step forward. Okay, with a simple magician's greeting, and said in agreement, Okay, teacher, is there anything I should pay special attention to in car number 1? It is a habit of girls to ask for precautions before doing something. Lin also replied directly, Have you ever driven the trial car built by Germain and the others? Car number 1 has a gentler personality than that car. The throttle control is more delicate, and it can move very smoothly. It will feel like the whole car is shaking. Also, don't press the red button randomly. The relevant instructions are in the file. Yes, teacher. After saying that, Kaya was behind, opened the water mirror screen, and began to read the information related to car number 1. It's just that this kind of action seems to be regarded as completely unprepared, or because of other factors. Anyway, after Kaya responded, the group of female guards once again caused a slight commotion, ignoring the commotion of the group of female guards. Although their movements were slight, they seemed to be deliberately noticeable. Lin turned to ask the Grand Duke, Then, will you start teaching now? Or when? Learning to drive cannot be learned in a day or two. How long do you expect to stay? Sir? Although Grand Duke Kawe also ignored the small movements of the female guards, his expression was also a little unnatural. After Lin noticed it, he remembered that for the multiracial Guana Empire, the unity of the races could only be maintained by the Emperor's marriages everywhere. This is also the reason why the Guana Empire is a minority among the countries of Midland and implements polygamy. Maybe most people would like to maintain superficial peace rather than take the extreme route of pure human blood. But that doesn't mean they have the same idea deep down. They just didn't clamor all day long to cleanse the non-human races in the land. When they meet non-human races, they may respect them, but they'd probably keep them at a distance in their hearts. And don't think that just because you're a human being, you won't be despised by such people. As long as their skin color and hair color are different from theirs, they are not considered human. According to those extremists, even people with abnormal skin and hair colors are mixed with the blood of some lower race. Moreover, the status of the mixed race is not higher than that of goblins, orcs, and other lower races in the eyes of others. Unfortunately, Kai has black hair and brown skin, which belongs to a small number of lowland people in the south, and the yellow skin and black hair of a certain group of people are both despised. This is also the reason why Lin's first impression is not very good. However, Kagong's accomplishments, or acting skills, are still higher than those of young people. He quickly put on a smile and said, Since we want to teach, let's start teaching now. Everyone happens to be here. If my granddaughter is still not used to it, we can find other ways to solve it immediately. As for how long it will take, I think I will stay for a few days to see how it goes. Okay, let's do that. Lin nodded towards Kaya. The dark-haired and brown-skinned girl walked forward slowly, bowed to Marquis Balin, who had been silent, and said, Lady Balin, please follow me to the car in the courtyard. Chapter 741 Otaku Noble. Marquis Balin showed no resistance, like a marionette. She left under the leadership of Kaya and went to the courtyard to learn driving. A group of female guards seemed to want to stop him, but due to Duke Kawe's glance, they did not dare to do anything beyond the rules except for some small actions. In the end, a group of people chased him out with cheers and cheers, following Marquis Balin. When Grand Duke Kawe retracted his sharp gaze and turned his head, he saw the doubtful eyes of a certain magician. The old man said calmly, Xiao Gai, you seem to have a lot of questions to ask. Oh, can you tell? Sir? I thought I couldn't express any expression on my face. Lin was still touching the cheek, which was almost like a skeleton and had no flesh at all. Although you have no expression, it can still be seen from your eyes. So if you want to ask, just ask, Mr. Kawe said with a certain consciousness. With your power and wealth, if you want to teach your family what knowledge you want, even if there is no one inside to guide you, you can still hire a tutor or the like. Or you can ask a trusted retainer to learn it first, and then come back to teach it. Even if it is a female, there are many ways for family members to operate. So there is no need to send people to your door. Just ask others to teach you, Lin said bluntly. Indeed, this is true under normal circumstances. But my granddaughter is a little different, the old man said helplessly. What's different? If there's anything I need to pay attention to, please just tell me, Lin said. Kagong thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. It's better than committing some taboo without knowing it. Actually, this child was not like this when she was a child. Although she was not like those naughty children at that time. She was also lively, talkative, and liked to pester people. But since her parents passed away due to an accident, she doesn't like to talk and rarely leaves her room unless necessary. Even the servants are not allowed to enter her room. What a familiar and enviable life this is. By the way, are there also otaku nobles in Lost Land? Someone thought to himself. Of course. Those ladies who specialize in being matchmakers for nobles are also not allowed in. I am worried about this. Even if I give her the most beautiful territory, she has no idea of going there to see it. Since the forum you created, I have finally been able to communicate with this child. But most of the time, she is still unwilling to talk to outsiders. It was not until I got a car that I learned from her words on the forum. She saw something and wanted to see something outside, but only if it was a closed space where no one could see her. What about her? Although Lin didn't finish the sentence, the implication was that she was squatting at home. Why did she run out again? Mr. Kagong understood the meaning behind the words and explained. At the beginning, her idea of driving a car was not so strong. But since car number 1 is almost completed, I gave her the design and various parameters, as well as the appearance, and with the pictures of the interior, it becomes more and more obvious that she wants to drive the car herself. So I want to take this opportunity to tell her that if she wants to learn how to drive, she has to come to you and get her out of that car. In other words, I am just fishing bait here, Lin said. Yes, it tastes pretty good. Otherwise, how could that little fish take the bait? Kagong said with satisfaction. A noncommittal shrug. There's no need to feel offended by such a harmless little use. However, Lin was still confused by the situation and asked, What's going on with those women? Are you referring to the group of women from the Black Veil Army? Lin also knew a little about the term Black Veil Army, so he was startled and asked, Isn't that your Emperor's person? Do you dare to use it? Strictly speaking, the Black Veil Army composed of noble women is not the Emperor's people. The Emperor only selected the best, 1,000, people to protect the female relatives of his harem. The remaining people are full-time guards, who are in need and provide them with noble women who make requests. Or requests from their families. Are of course expensive. When war breaks out, they will assemble into an independent army and join the battlefield. When my youngest son died unexpectedly, the child's temperament changed drastically. After that, I made a request for a team to protect the child. On the one hand, I also hoped that she could have friends of the same gender, but it seemed to have no effect. The old man's words revealed a lot of information, including that he may suspect that the cause of his son's death was not pure. Otherwise, why would he protect his granddaughter? However, Lin would not inquire in depth about this kind of family matter. But there were still other things to talk about. Then he said, I thought the group of women were composed of women from your vassal family. It turns out not to be the case. Duke Kawe said with a smile. If you are my vassal, and I tell you that my family needs protection, I will send your female family members, who are skilled in martial arts. Are you willing? If the Emperor dares to say this to me, if so, I will lead my troops to greet him. Do you still have a normal mind? The Black Veil Army is similar to a non-commissioned officer school for noble men, except that all members are women, as long as it is not a war. 11. The army has not been established. Even the Empire's Ministry of Military Affairs has no control over that place. In this peaceful era, rather than considering the military strength of this group of women, it is better to say that their political strength is relatively considerable. After all, they are all the family members of high-ranking officials. It sounds like you have two systems operating. Lin commented. Two systems? Mr. Kawe couldn't understand the terminology of the magician in front of him. But after thinking about it carefully, he said with some taste, it is indeed true. Whether it is politics or military, the places where women in the Black Veil Army can play a role are different from men. But in the Empire, the leading role, it's all about men. Lin didn't have much criticism of the old man's conclusion. But when the pillow-blowing method can influence the men who mainly control the political power, can they still maintain their purity? Whatever. It's none of your business. Just hang it up high. Lin only hopes that the political structure of these two teams will not have any impact on him. But looking at the arrogant looks of these women, Lin was a little unsure about the extravagant hopes in his heart. However, Mr. Kagong, an old man, seemed not to want to talk more about the topic of the Black Veil Army. Maybe it's fear. Or maybe there's something important you want to mention. He put on a friendly and kind smile again and said, let's not talk about those women. Let me tell you, Xiao Gai, since you have mastered a new skill, haven't you thought about making good use of it? The topic suddenly took a turn, and Lin couldn't figure it out for a while. He frowned and asked, new skills? You don't know how amazing this news is about the silk robe that can be enchanted. And the other three are wearing such exquisite clothes. I don't know how many people came to the door in order to get through me, and you got in touch. Ahanu also reported that he had extended an invitation to you, but you didn't agree. So I came. Seeing the confident look of the old man in front of him, Lin could only smile helplessly and asked, Sir, from your perspective, how strong do you think this robe is as a magical equipment? Kawe said sternly, it's unfathomable. I am not considered weak among warriors, and I have quite a lot of experience in dealing with magicians. But the magic that can absorb all my senses and prevent me from receiving any feedback equipment. This is the first thing. This is an incredible thing, because it means that when we have a conflict, I will face your attack without knowing anything. This is quite difficult in a close battle. Fatal things. Not to mention the incompetent nobles, who just want to save their lives and wear beautiful clothes. Even those practical warriors or magicians are very interested in this enchanted silk. Then Grand Duke, do you think it is easy to make this outfit? Duke Kawe's expression froze and he asked, Is it difficult? You made 4 sets of similar magic equipment in a row. Leave aside the question of whether it is difficult to make. Sir, do you think the materials needed to make a set of clothes are easy to obtain? Aren't they those little bugs you raised? Lin still did not answer directly, but continued to ask. Put aside the production and materials. Sir, how much do you think such a set of magic equipment is worth? Well, everything has a price. Everyone can agree on this. Xiao Gai, how much do you think is appropriate? Kagong asked. Lin revealed. Sir, to be honest, then did trade a set of magic equipment made of silk. When he heard that there was a way, Duke Kawe's eyes lit up and he asked, Oh, how much did the buyer spend? 10,000 KIR? No, it's an agreement in the transaction. An agreement that even I can hardly refuse. Someone continued to break the news. An old man said proudly, It's just an agreement. There is nothing in this world that I can't do. Just say it. Don't say 1. I can promise you 10. The other party agreed that Finn could borrow the energy pool of the magic tower to hold a ceremony. The answer someone revealed made the originally confident old man smile freeze. And he asked with twitching corners of his mouth, Can you tell me who the person you are trading with is? The owner of Tower 3, Dharma Saint Mahatab. As soon as he heard the name, Duke Kawe immediately pouted. His face wrinkled like a chrysanthemum. Seriously? This guy is a distant relative of Ricardo Carvey. When he first met her, he treated himself like a younger brother. Even if he lived to this age, he would still be his younger brother in front of her. I really can't afford to offend him. Regardless of competing with that person. Grand Duke Kawe also wanted to know if he had any alternative means to fulfill the other party's conditions. Then he asked, "Can I ask what kind of ceremony is going to be held?" A lich needs to use the energy pool of the magic tower. So he can't just summon a small skeleton. Anyway, I can be sure of one thing, which cannot be measured with money. Of course, Your Excellency is willing to help me build a magic tower. As for the tower, let alone one set specially for you, I will also promise you 10 sets. There is a small tacit understanding among the nobles that they will not help the magician build the tower if he can. Because as long as the magic tower is built, it will be as if you have sealed a hereditary noble. Not only has his territory become smaller, but it is also difficult to regain it with various strategies. So when faced with a certain magician's conditions, Grand Duke Kawe could only smile dryly. Chapter 742 Trouble. As a grandfather who loved his granddaughter, Mr. Kawe only came to a certain tutor's home for 3 days. After confirming that the process of instructing the magician's apprentice on driving skills went smoothly, he went about his own business. Although most of the affairs were handed over to his successor, as long as he was still the Grand Duke, there were some things that needed to be dealt with that could not be bypassed by him. It's okay to be a fatuous noble, but that's not his character. As for the Marquis of Balin, although she did not form her own guard, the combat power of a Black Gauze army squad was enough to ensure her safety under normal circumstances. In addition, they are all women, and they also have a care for each other. That's why Duke Kawe dared to leave the matter of his beloved granddaughter to these people with confidence. Anyway, it was just a matter of sending the Marquise from her residence in the holy city of Estali to the magician's house in the morning, and then returning to the residence before evening after practicing. Going back and forth tirelessly like this is also a little selfish of Mr. Kawe. He hopes that the child can have more exposure to the outside world instead of being locked up in his own room. Although the Marquis of Balin came to learn the skills of driving a car, they still used carriages and horses to travel. The female knights of the Black Veil army were riding horses that were even more impressive than the previous duke's guards. The blood of these war horses is so strong that they almost have to condense their magic cores and become real warcraft. Although it has not yet truly reached this level, it already has a sense of oppression against ordinary creatures. But this is only 4 ordinary creatures. Needless to say, the 4 cats are real magical creatures. In the order of Warcraft, the demon cat also belongs to the upper middle order, superior to most creatures. A truly top-level world of Warcraft. There is also a black dragon Augustus here. Therefore, the group of war horses that are most likely to be restless is actually the most peaceful group. Each one is obedient, for fear of becoming the black dragon's prey. On the contrary, the group of women kept to themselves for a few days, making Lin mistakenly think that they could get through this period of time safely. When he was blocked at the door to the dining room at noon one day, he knew that he was overthinking it. Even if a wolf restrains its claws temporarily, it cannot be tamed into a dog. He was inexplicably blocked at the door of the dining room, and there were angry shouts and curses coming from inside. All kinds of rude words. It is difficult to imagine that they came from the mouth of a female noble. The people who were scolded were his 2 apprentices. Halumi and Kaya lowered their heads without saying a word. Next to them was a plate of overturned shredded green pepper pork. My favorite. The powerful rivals of the 2 fat boys and the 3 kittens. It's just, Lin can't quite tell which show is being played now. Untouchable. Understand your identity. You don't even have the identity of a glorious imperial citizen. Logically speaking, you are not allowed to talk to the lady at all. And you are not even allowed to look up at her. Don't think that the hillbilly magician assigned you to do anything. You are qualified to do these things. Stand down. I have endured your disrespectful behavior for long enough. Cook. If you are allowed to cook food, you should cook it properly, instead of giving some strange-tasting horse feed to a nobleman. Get lost. If you bring something like this again, I will kill you on the spot. Untouchable. Cook. Lowly person. Countless curses were heard, except for the 2 people blocking the entrance to the dining room. There were 7 or 8 guards of the Black Veil army inside, scolding the 2 apprentices, and the remaining 2 or 3 people stood in front of Marquis Balin aggressively. A group of women, as if they were the masters of the house, yelled and screamed mercilessly. As for the owner of this group of female guards, the Marquis Balin was sitting at the dining table, not squinting or saying a word. After observing these days, Lin probably figured out this person's character. as long as her bottom line is not touched. Marquis Balin is like a marionette, at the mercy of others. Get up when you ask her to get up. Sit down when you ask her to sit down. And she won't resist at all. She doesn't like to talk, so others can only observe her mood and wishes from small actions. But usually there is little gain. If only a few days ago, when Duke Kawe was around, everyone would have been in peace. The Marquise also learned driving skills from Kaya step by step and methodically. But when Duke Cave was gone, it was the women around her who took the lead in the Marquise's actions. With their numbers and strength, Kaya was certainly outnumbered. Even Halumi's status has changed from a magic apprentice to a cook in charge of cooking in the kitchen. Should you be angry? Why would someone just find it ridiculous and ridiculous? Magic! You want me to help you clean up the environment? Like noisy garbage. Well, what category should this kind of thing be classified into? According to your concept of resource recycling, is it flammable? Non-flammable? Recyclable? Or just can it be burned or buried? The voice behind him was the demon Prince Azad, who ran out early in the morning during these days, and would not come back until dinner time. Accompanying him was William Greco, the White Sword Master. No one knew where they were going or what they were doing. The Grand Duke of Kawe, who did not want to meet the prince, was very lucky. Their schedules were staggered, and there was no chance of meeting each other. But today they actually came back at noon. Lin was more surprised by this person's actions than the farce in the dining room. Seeing that the magician didn't respond, Azad said unhappily, I said I wanted to help you, but you looked like you saw a ghost. What do you mean? Come on. Come on. Come outside the house. We haven't practiced for a long time. Let's see how I progress these days. No, Your Highness. What I want to say is that it is not good to fight and kill. We are civilized and reasonable people. I believe in the principle of not using force if we can negotiate. Force is the last resort. The conversation between the two certainly attracted everyone's attention, especially since one of them was the infamous Demon Prince. The guarding female knights of the Black Veil army were all on guard with their hands on the hilts of their swords. The two girls took advantage of this gap and ran out of the dining room to their teacher's side. When Azad saw this, he shouted excitedly like a child. Look! Look! These bitches are ready to take action. I'm not the one shouting to kill. I'm just responding to them as a gentleman. Just a need. The leader of the guarding female knights released the hilt of her sword, stood up, and said, Your Highness, what is happening here has nothing to do with you. You know, your mother is also under our protection. Ha! You bunch of bitches who only want to seduce powerful men and are happy to sell their butts are all dead. In addition, my old man has died, and that woman will still be alive and well. Use her to threaten me. You don't understand that woman. Or you don't understand me. In a blink of an eye, Azad rushed back in a hurry. Several more white lights blocked the way, but no one was injured or killed. But the Demon Prince was furious. He lifted up the hair on his temples with one hand and said, One hair. I was cut off. This damn protection method. The reaction speed is getting faster and faster. If you don't shut it down, I'll go on a killing spree. Ling curled his lips and said, Who asked me last time not to turn off the protection judgment for you? You were so confident that you wanted to find loopholes. And you burned and killed you wantonly under my nose. Why did you forget it today? That happened a few days ago. I'm in a different mood today. Lift the restrictions quickly, and let me kill these women. I acted quickly, and I'll be fine in no time. Also, please help me get rid of the reason Sadhu summoned me. Do you think your Hakakiri is a dog? If I call it, it will come over. Please walk over obediently. Pick it up yourself. And come over again. But even if you take it over, it will be useless. Because I will not lift the protection restrictions. If something happened to these people in my house, it would be unjust if I wasn't responsible for it. So please calm down and take a deep breath. There is always something simpler. Methods can solve things. This put the temperamental prince into trouble. Lin turned around and asked the apprentice next to him, Kaya, can Lady Balin step on the accelerator? Although the girl with black hair and brown skin was a little angry because of what happened just now, she still nodded to her teacher with a serious expression. Lin asked again, Will you hit the brakes then? Yes, teacher. Lin asked again, Can you turn the steering wheel? I can turn it around. Teacher. Someone continued to ask, Can you shift gears? Although she was puzzled, the girl nodded and said, I know how to switch gears. Teacher. Very good. After asking the question, Lin greeted the group of arrogant escort female knights with a smile and said, "If you can drive a car and know how to step on the accelerator, brake, turn the steering wheel, and shift gears, then there is no need to that's a problem. In the future, the lady will just keep driving and accumulate her own driving experience. As for the problem of car crashes, I don't dare to talk about it if it is an ordinary 732A car. But car number 1. The safety itself is the best. If you bump into something, you only need to worry about breaking other people's things. And you don't have to worry about whether you will be injured." Even though someone knew that the incident today had nothing to do with the Marquise, and was definitely an excuse for the women from the Black Veil Army, it was difficult to separate them and deal with it. If they were to be dealt with together, it would be impossible to impose any form of punishment. After all, the face of Grand Duke Kawe has to be taken into consideration. The victim is his granddaughter, and he also brought these women. Anyway, this is just an excuse to let the noble lady who is siding at home leave the room. After sending them away, the old man will naturally make follow-up arrangements. So there is no need to worry about it. So Lin said in a high profile. "Now that the driving training has been completed, I hereby announce that Lady Balin is ready to graduate. There is no need to come here again in the future." No one was satisfied with the good news Lin announced. The Marquise remained motionless, and the women of the Black Veil Army jumped even more. On the contrary, the Demon Prince, who was full of murderous intent at the beginning, now looked like an outsider, excitedly watching the changes in the field. At this time, an unknown woman shouted, "Get him!" The female night guard closest to the magician took action. Lin did not shy away and watched helplessly as the lady covered in black gauze robe attacked him. The next moment, in the crisscrossing white light, it was cut into tiny pieces. He said in a cold voice, "Since I have the means to stop His Highness Azad from doing anything extraordinary, why do you naively think that I can't stop your actions?" The whole audience was shocked. Chapter 743 Expulsion. Probably no one among these female knights of the Black Veil Army thought it would turn out like this. Another female knight blocking the dining room door saw her companion dying tragically. She panicked and subconsciously pulled out the weapon at her waist. Lenny stepped forward, stretched out his hand to press the long sword out of its sheath, and said, "Don't show any hostility. Let's calm down and talk. There is nothing that cannot be solved." But Lin stopped one, but could not stop the second and third, or in other words, he had no intention of stopping everyone. When another female knight drew her sword and pointed the tip of the sword at him, dense white light flashed past again. The two men who drew their swords were cut into pieces, including their weapons. The long sword is just recycled as scrap metal. The person doesn't even have the chance to use resurrection. How all this happened, not many people can see clearly. Some people even deliberately focused their attention on a certain magician, but did not see any signs of magic being activated. In the blink of an eye, it happened. Lin then said slowly and calmly, "I said, don't do anything. But you don't believe in evil, so you have to give it a try. Is it difficult to listen to what others say? The protection restrictions I have set will not protect you. At the same time, you are allowed to do whatever you want. This is the only fate for those who disobey. Of course, if you have the strength of His Highness Azad, you can survive and complain about having a hair cut off." Someone's sarcastic words were far less frightening than the fact that 2 more people lost their lives. This also stopped others from wanting to draw their swords. Although their faces were covered with veils, Lin could still feel the shock and speechlessness behind the veils. But what is very surprising is that the Marquise Balin still did not respond. No turning around, standing up, or exclaiming. The leader of the escort team, under the watchful eyes of his companions, stood up and asked a certain magician, "Do you know who the person you killed is?" Lin tilted his head, pondered for a while, and said, "Well, you are a bad visitor who doesn't know etiquette." The female knight lagged behind and said sternly, "They are nobles of the Guana Empire. They are not something you, a magician, can offend." "Oh, what are their titles?" Lin trailed off, waiting for the answer. But there was no answer for a long time. The strict definition of the word, noble, is that only those with a title or title can be considered a nobility. This refers to a person. It is widely recognized that members of noble families are also people who belong to the noble class. This refers to a family. Of course, as long as they are at that level, ordinary people cannot offend them, because after hurting someone, his family members hold high the banner of bloody revenge, and no one will defend the person who is regarded as a blood feud. This is a deterrent method used by the noble class to protect their family, And it is also the reason why most people think that the noble family is a whole. But no matter what, none of the dead people or those present had a formal title, except for the Marquise Balin, who was sitting quietly. As a noble woman, a woman can only expect to inherit the main title unless her parents have not given birth to a male heir. In addition, women must be very favored or have a very high family status before they can obtain the secondary title of their fathers, because these titles given to women from the family will eventually become her dowry and become the possessions of another family. In order to avoid such things from happening frequently and diluting the power of the family, the issue of female knighthood is very cautious. The husband-in-law would even deliberately choose the second or third son of a nobleman without a title, similar to a marriage-in-law, as a link to unite the two families. But after all, without a formal title, it means that she is not protected by the empire's legal principles. If a titled vassal is killed, the superior lord is obliged to come forward to seek justice, because not doing so would be tantamount to violating the lord's contract to protect his vassals and people, thereby affecting the morale of other vassals. The relationship between the king and his ministers in Lost Land is not just blind loyalty, but also relative responsibilities with rights and obligations. But without formal noble status, only family members are eligible to take revenge, and no one else can interfere. Just like a vassal's vassal, not the emperor's vassal, so to speak, members of the vassal family, and not the emperor's family, were not qualified to use the power of the country to attack the enemy. If other people intervened, they would be considered to be taking too much care, or that there was some unknown bullshit blood drama going on. Not only is this detrimental to the family's reputation, but it doesn't even have enough righteousness in the eyes of others. As members of the same Black Veil army team, they can stand up for their comrades and seek revenge. But it also depends on whether you can win. The female knights of the Black Veil army of the Gowana Empire are definitely not showy, fighting thieves and monsters, and getting blood on their hands is proof that they have completed knight training. But the person in front of him was a natural disaster of the empire, and the other was a magician who had the ability to stop the demon prince from committing crimes. Neither of these people could compete with him. Only then did they realize that they had seriously underestimated the strength of this magician. But this man doesn't even have the title of great magician. However, we could not retreat casually in terms of momentum. So the leader of this team came out bravely and said, "Magic, you have to understand that because our duty is to protect Lady Balin, we cannot fight with you head-on. You must explain everything to the Grand Duke today." Lin sneered and said, "Have you ever seen any noble feel sorry for his dead guard? I have only seen the guard die." And the noble in turn cursed the person for his lack of strength and regretted how he put his life in the hands of the other person. So do you think the Grand Duke will blame you for your poor protection in this matter? Or will you blame me? I believe that when the Grand Duke understands the cause and effect, your special behavior will put Lady Balin in danger? I will be even more dissatisfied with the situation." Knowing that what the magician in front of her said was correct, the female knight still refused to be outdone and said, "They're dead, comrades. Their families will definitely seek revenge from you. The magician has no guarantee of survival outside the magic tower. Kill the power. These are my problems, not yours. Besides, even if in the magic tower, the magician with the power of life and death offends the nobles, will the nobles just retreat? As long as the situation allows, they will. You don't know how to use all means to kill your enemies. So the so-called power of life and death is just a fig leaf to tell the world that you can't deal with a magician hiding in the magic tower. So you give the other party the power to kill, rationalizing the fact of one's own incompetence. Strength is the core of all these considerations. You must understand that you will have no peace from now on." The female knight, who was wearing a veil and whose expression was invisible, said with gritted teeth. Lin just wanted to laugh at this level of threat. Have you ever enjoyed a moment of peace after traveling through time to the Lost Land? The world's society may be full of people cannibalizing people, but the situation that ordinary people will encounter is not such that they will run for their lives from the beginning. In the Lost Land, life is often risked, between people and nature. This kind of precarious life, how he lived in fear, was unimaginable to people living in peaceful times. Now I am just tired of escaping, and I am able to protect myself without relying on the super protective shield of the magic tower. This is why I have the attitude I have today. In fact, I just want to guard this 1/3 of an acre of land that protects me from wind and rain. This has been the case before, and this idea has never changed. So regarding the threat of the female knight, Lin smiled and said, "Even if there is no peace, it is definitely not what happened today. All right. All you brave and fearless knight ladies. Come when we get along. And leave when we don't get along. Let's all be polite. So we can get together easily. Goodbye. Take the marquis you are supposed to protect, and leave my home. As for the remains of those unfortunate people, I will send them to your place of stay so that they can be buried in their hometown. In response to the indifferent attitude shown by a certain magician, the women of the Black Veil Army seemed to have their sanity broken and began to act out. Anyway, the magician only said not to use force. But he didn't say not to curse. Everyone behaved like a shrew, scolding you and I without any bottom line. But at noon, someone who is hungry is also a little angry. After scolding, he said, "Find out whose sky is above your head and whose ground are your feet. Let you leave my house. Just leave my house. There is so much nonsense. If you don't want to leave, please go and die." Well, if you still want to curse, even if you just make a sound, please go to H.L. I'll give you an hourglass. Lin casually took out an hourglass and put it down to start counting. When the sand is finished leaking, they haven't left yet, so they will die. There was the female knight who did not believe in evil. She had her halberd on her hips and just said, "You?" Countless white lights flashed, and she was cut into pieces. When someone saw this, he covered his mouth and exclaimed, "Ah!" The result was the same outcome. Seeing 2 more people die, the remaining female knights tightly covered their mouths, not daring to make any more noise. On the contrary, Azad, who was watching the whole drama, whistled and said, "Wow, is this how civilized people negotiate? I suspect that my definition of civilization is slightly different from your definition of civilization. This is the result of hunger and excessive secretion of adrenaline," Lin said angrily. At the same time, he turned around and ordered his apprentice, "Girl, hurry up and prepare lunch. Prepare a larger portion. If you are angry, you will be even hungrier." Looking back again, seeing the women of the Black Veil Army still frozen in place, Lin said in an indifferent voice, "The sand in the hourglass is almost gone. Once it is done, none of you will have to leave. I will do what I say." As soon as they finished speaking, the female knights, as if awakening from a dream, quickly grabbed the hand of Marquis Balin and ran out. Lin followed behind them, happily watching the women get out. But just at the door, the Marquise broke free from the guard's hand. Instead of running out of the house like the others, she stayed inside the house and looked at the female knights leaving and said, "You go. I will stay." Chapter 740 for the radio wave girls, who are in tune with each other. Lady. The female knight taking the lead wanted to turn around and catch the Marquise. But as soon as he extended his hand into the room, there were several white lights that shredded the arm that had entered the restricted area. The blood spurted from the broken arm splashed all over the Marquise. But she remained emotionless. Even Lin was stunned by such a bland attitude. It is of course impossible for someone to list Duke Kawai's granddaughter as a target of the new rules. Just like the women in the Black Veil Army, program logic is easy to use. But because fuzzy theory is not used in the formulation of rules, the judgment is somewhat rigid. If something unfortunate really happened, it would be strange if Mr. Kawai didn't fall out. I thought that the death of several people around me didn't scare this one unconscious, so I should have scared her away. Unexpectedly, the Marquis made a choice that was beyond everyone's expectations, and Lin was equally surprised. Should you stay, or drive her away? From the corner of his eyes, Lin glanced at Kaya, who had followed him out. The girl's face showed a bit of emotion that she had never seen before. She looked nervously back and forth between her teacher and the Marquise, with a hint of hope in her expression. Is this an ambiguous relationship that is more than friendship but not full of lily? After thinking about it, Lin said, "You can stay if you want, but there are no servants here to serve you. You have to learn to do things in life by yourself. Is that okay?" "Okay," the Marquise replied simply. The members of the escort team felt indignant that the Marquise would rather stay than leave this dangerous place with everyone, and that the magician actually agreed. Such an attitude made the members of the escort team feel indignant. But there was nothing they could do. The captain's actions told them that as long as they were outside the confines of the house, there was no restriction on speaking. But they could not re-enter the house. Some people wanted to vent their anger by scolding him. But Lin is not an arrogant person. After making sure that the group of women had left, he closed the door and turned around, leaving the women of the Black Veil Army with no words to say and could only leave bitterly. As for the option of attacking again, no one had ever thought about it. At this time, Kaya took the initiative to come to Lin's side, followed by Marquis Balin. The dark-haired and brown-skinned girl asked, "Teacher, do you want to help Al prepare a guest room?" Al? Who? Just as Lin had this idea, he saw the Marquise hurriedly reaching out her hand, covering her sleeves, and covering Kaya's open mouth. Therefore, it is estimated that L is the first name or nickname of this Marquise. Lin lectured as he walked. "If you want to make friends with others, the first thing you have to do is respect their customs and taboos. I will pretend that I didn't hear what you said today, and pay more attention in the future. As for the guest room, if the guests want to stay, of course they have to prepare, although I don't think it is necessary, because the lady will probably be taken away by the Grand Duke at the earliest in the afternoon or tomorrow at the latest. I have no doubt that the old man is doing something. Speed, what's the point of leaving your unmarried granddaughter in someone else's home?" Then, what does the law say? Everything that can go wrong will go wrong. In someone's eyes, a grandfather who dotes on his granddaughter leaves his unmarried granddaughter in an outsider's home. This is a matter that he shouldn't even think about. But it just happened, just as Lin had expected. Grand Duke Kawei's reaction was not unpleasant. In the afternoon, someone who was teaching mathematics at Kabamba College was blocked by an elderly man. Originally, the college had banned everyone who had nothing to do with academics from entering, which helped someone avoid a lot of trouble. However, the identity of the Grand Duke, his cooperative relationship with Lin, and the in-depth personnel cooperation between Kabamba College and the Automobile Manufacturing and Research Center allowed the old man to move freely in the college. Then he just barged into class. If anyone else dared to do this, Lin would probably use the flash technique to send the opponent directly through the atmosphere and experience the beauty of the lost Earth from outer space. But he would not do that for this old man. Not to mention that it is necessary to maintain a good relationship between the two of them. He is not a completely reasonable party when it comes to his granddaughter. He had no choice but to appease the other person and let him finish the course first. In the mathematics building of Kabamba College, in addition to 3 classrooms, 1 large, 2 small, and 1 small, there is also an office used as a teacher's lounge. The original printing workshop has been moved to another place, due to the increase in business volume, more people coming in and out, and the noise caused by machine operation. It is a natural thing to separate business activities from the teaching place. The menacing Grand Duke Kawei led 2 squads of fully armed Duke guards, waiting in formation in the lounge of the mathematics building. "Your mother! What's going on with this posture that looks like he's preparing to beat his son-in-law until he becomes paralyzed?" The moment he entered the door, Lin almost wanted to use the flash technique to leave. Finally, he plopped down on the sofa directly opposite. Without waiting for Mr. Kagong to speak, Lin first showed a series of pictures and video clips containing sounds. The original pictures and images saved by magic contain detailed 3-dimensional spatial information, which is why the file capacity is so huge. Lin converted it into a flat message and omitted most of the details. To use a more vivid Earth term, it was to reduce the resolution. The compressed pictures and videos could be stored and displayed using magic stones. It's just that this technology has not yet been made public. The pictures displayed on more than a dozen water mirror screens are photos of the group of guarding female knights of the Black Veil Army, sneaking into a certain room, warehouse, silkworm room breeding various magic moths, etc. The video with sound is about the scenes of them speaking out loud, and the content contains many obscene insults. The unscrupulous side of these women is exposed without reservation. Lin took the lead and said, "I just want to ask the Grand Duke something. Are these actions authorized by you?" His momentum dropped, and the old man said, "I don't know about these things, and I can guarantee that I have not directly or indirectly told anyone to do such things. I don't have any friendship with you anymore. Whatever you want, just tell me directly, just ask. If you don't want to, it won't hurt everyone." Those women are becoming more and more unrestrained. Not only the old man in front of him, but also the Duke's guard standing in 2 rows behind him showed disdain when they saw the evidence presented by Lin. No one doubts that these things were forged by someone. It means that there is no so-called picture in MIDI. As soon as he let go, all the water mirror screens were put away. Lin restrained his original attitude of raising an army to investigate and said, "I also want to believe that this was not ordered by your majesty. So why is the Grand Duke looking for me in such a hurry today?" After skipping the matter about the Black Gauze army guards, Duke Kawei, who lost his momentum, asked about the part he was more concerned about. "What happened to my granddaughter? To stay in my house is a request made by Lady Balin herself. Because you are not here, my lord. I don't know whether to refuse or agree. It is impossible to drive her to the street and let her die on her own. So, just leave her here. If you want to take the lady away, you can send someone to take her away at any time. Oh, that group of women are already on my unwelcome list. If you come to my house, you will die, Lynn said seriously. Duke Kawe sighed. Oh, those women are not easy to deal with. This is the holy city of Astali, not the capital of your empire. Lynn smiled. Although the holy city is within the scope of the empire, it is nominally the territory directly under the jurisdiction of the emperor. But if the Guana Empire wants to do something, it can at most send some small teams and do it secretly. It is impossible to send out a large number of troops. Sending an army close to the holy city is no different from declaring war on the entire community of magicians. And if the pie is too small, it will not be enough to fill the gap between the teeth. The Grand Duke thought so. The better I get to know this magician, the less I feel that he is as weak as the rumors say. Speaking of this incident, as someone said before, if a guard dies to protect his master, he will be rewarded after his death, but if he dies for other things, he will be blamed. Although the women of the Black Veil Army also have extraordinary family backgrounds. But those families who wanted to blame this incident on a Grand Duke were not qualified enough. As for the trouble with this magician, judging from the current situation, even if the person is not dead, the group of thoughtful people behind him will have already started to carry out various small actions. So Grand Duke Ka simply stopped thinking about the group of women, and instead talked about what he really cared about. Xiao Gai, what do you think the child is thinking? A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. For me, magic and mathematics are easier to understand. The two men looked at each other and sighed. Even the members of the guard standing behind the Grand Duke sighed inexplicably. It seems that they are all people with stories. Forget it. Don't think so much, Lin said to the bewildered old man. Sir, you might as well follow me home and ask the lady directly what she means. It would be best if you can take her back. I can't afford to receive such a distinguished guest. It seems that's the only way it can be. Duke Kawe said somewhat dejectedly. It's just like a huge force of people pulling someone back from Kabamba College to someone's home. When the old man, with a loving father's heart, saw his granddaughter and Kaya sitting back to back, he couldn't say anything. In fact, there wasn't much conversation between the two girls, and they didn't even do the same thing. Kaya was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, editing something in front of her water mirror screen. A special keyboard was placed on her thigh, and she was typing loudly. Although it is possible to project a virtual keyboard, there is no real one, and it would be quite painful for the wrist to fly into the void. So Lin made several special keyboards for his own use. Back to back with the dark-haired and brown-skinned girl, Marquis Balin, who was also sitting on the sofa, hugged her thighs and browsed the documents displayed on the water mirror. He was so focused that he didn't even notice outsiders entering this small reception room. In other words, I discovered it, but I didn't care. Such an inexplicably harmonious scene confirmed Lin's previous guess that the two radio girls indeed had the same wavelength. Sometimes when friends get along, they don't need to communicate warmly with words. Doing the same thing quietly, and occasionally exchanging thoughts and experiences is also the way to get along with friends. The saying that the friendship between gentlemen is as light as water is not without purpose. Looking at the same scene, the Grand Duke burst into tears and couldn't bear to destroy it all. Since the child's parents passed away, she has never seen any friends of a similar age around her. She doesn't even want to get close to pets, and looks at the world with a frightening indifference. If staying here can make her different, then there is nothing wrong with staying. Therefore, those who hope that the old man will take his granddaughter back are disappointed. Chapter 745 Benefits brought by new members. I once thought that the property I purchased in the holy city of Estali was larger than my needs. There are only a few kittens living in such a big house, so cleaning it will be difficult. But Lin never thought that living in such a big house would one day feel crowded. The current members of the family include Fin, a lich, 3 apprentices, Harumi, Kaya, and Leonardo. For silver-bearded dwarves including Germain, 1 follower, Yuzov Gontia, and Augustus, a black dragon, Vanna, a maid, 2 fat boys, Ezio and Kish. For demon cats, Hardy, Lily, Nini, and Buffon, and 2 diners, the white swordsman William Greco, and the demon prince Azad. A slave, from the dark elf Merle, a marquise who lives in the house. and 9 servants and a housekeeper sent by the Grand Duke to serve his granddaughter. So, there are a total of 28 people and 4 cats. Hey, who is missing? In short, the house can't be packed anymore. Looking at the 10 men and women standing behind Grand Duke Kawe with a collapsed expression, Lin really wanted to drive away these 10 people, including his granddaughter. It would be best if this old man were even listed as a refused visitor and not allowed to enter this home. Don't refuse in a hurry, Kawe Gong said with a shy face. I know you want your children to learn to take care of their own life, and you have good intentions. When I went out to march and fight, how could there be such a comfortable environment? And there are groups of servants serving. It's not like everything is simple. But the child has never done these things since he was a child. And it's really troublesome. This is even more frustrating. Forget about a marquise who was dedicated to helping. Plus 2 big fat boys who thought it was fun. So they helped together. In the past few days, the whole family felt like it had been ravaged by a king-level monster. The destruction done by Demon Prince Azad before was never so complete. So someone's determination to let the children work was shaken. Some people are just no medicine. Seeing that a certain magician's expression relaxed, Kawe Gong was afraid that the man in front of him would refuse forcefully. So he added more emphasis. And these people are not brought here specifically to serve my granddaughter. Look, you are so big only one woman is hired to help in a room. And most of it needs to be handled by your apprentice. Among the famous and wealthy magicians out there, there are not many servants in the house. You know how to make money, even if you don't seek a luxurious life. Make it easier for yourself and the people around you. What's wrong with that? I know you love doing research. But don't the people around you love spending more time improving themselves? Regarding skills, there is nothing wrong with leaving the trivial matters to specialized people and just paying them, so that everyone can get what they need. The waiters who originally held their heads high and proudly lowered their heads quietly when they heard the Grand Duke's tone. If he was only responsible for the daily life and things around Marquis Balin, then except for the Marquis Balin, the housekeeper would have the highest status, and others could be completely ignored. In this house far away from the Grand Duke, the little life was still lifeless. But if the Grand Duke has made it clear that he is here to serve everyone in this room, they cannot refuse household work, and everything must be handled according to the standards in the Duke's castle. The butler, whose family has served the Kawe family for generations, will carry out the Grand Duke's requests without compromise. The ease of life immediately dropped a notch. Even so, Lin still hesitated. But, without hesitation, the old man struck while the iron was hot and said, Xiao Gai, I know you have many secrets here. As a magician, who doesn't have some secret skills hidden in the box that no one wants to know about, even if they are not used for fighting? There are a lot of coveted benefits here. I understand the importance of confidentiality. If this group of people violates taboos, don't worry about me. Just kill them. Even if you just glance at them, I won't blame you for being killed. If they were bribed and went too far, I would kill their families as well. When it comes to money, I dare not say that I am the richest, but I have enough people with 2 legs to kill them all. Now, I'll get another batch. It's not a big deal. The Grand Duke spoke proudly, and the people behind him listened with collapse. They were all scared to the point of weakness. From being a servant of a great duke's family, to being a slave of a magician from the countryside. The kind of person who doesn't care about life or death. The status is completely different. Some people are thinking of quitting. Not to mention how generous the remuneration for serving the Grand Duke's family is. If you refuse the Grand Duke's family and want to return to your hometown to farm, you will be disliked. Not to mention that if you call out now, you still don't know how you will be beaten. However, a certain time traveler from Earth does not take the lives of innocent people seriously. Seeing that this old man who was afraid that his granddaughter would be wrong dared to agree to any ridiculous conditions, Ling quickly said, Sir, it's not that serious. I naturally have ways to protect important secrets. And it's not like anyone wants to pry. I can spy. What worries me is that this house can't accommodate so many people. Or do you have other houses nearby for these people? Oh, let me tell you. Xiao Gai, you are a pragmatic person. Why are you so coy and unwilling to agree like before? The house matter is easy to solve. Just go out and it will be fine. What do you want to occupy this mansion? There is still a lot of space on the ground, and it is still quite far away from the surrounding mansions. Expanding a little bit is just a matter of saying low to the city manager of Starry. I will help you solve this matter. Do you want to expand an annex to the east or west? Find the best craftsmen to do the construction. It's not about building a magic tower or a castle. I'll pay for the relevant costs. What do you think? If you want a house, just ask. I kind of understand why some magicians like to take on an apprentice whose family is very powerful. It feels really good to have someone light a fire when you want to smoke, to hold a spittoon when you want to spit, and to scratch your back if you feel itchy. Moreover, I was trapped in the nest of Earth experience before, thinking that the size of the house was fixed, and the interior decoration partitions could only be changed. But in Lost Land, or in Earth's history, houses will grow, as long as there is land and demand. The owner's family can build whatever they want, and no one will care even if the heavy building is removed. It's normal if you think about it. The Earth society that I live in is an era of population explosion, especially in urban areas, where every inch of land is at a premium. People living above are not allowed to arbitrarily expand the scope of their houses and encroach on the land next door, since there is an old man helping with money and effort. How could someone still not agree? As a reciprocation, in the newly built West Building, an area was planned for unmarried women to live, with multiple sets of independent bathroom facilities. Let Duke Kalway's granddaughter keep as far away from men as possible, which also takes into account the other's customs and taboos. Although it seems to outsiders that it is a superfluous move, they are all living in a strange man's home. The two female apprentices, Vanna and her son, and the dark elf Meyer also rushed over there. The two girls were not satisfied at first, but as the number of people in the family gradually increased, they were able to have a small suite with their own room and study room. Instead, they had only one room. Exchanged the suite for a silver-beard dwarf couple? Couple? Lived together. If the Marquis de Ballon and the large group of people who came with her were allowed to stay, the two girls would have to squeeze into one room. Now that I can move to a new independent room, my original dissatisfaction has become a drizzle, and I cannot persist. The most troublesome thing is Meyer, who calls himself a slave. As long as someone has no special business, he will go to the high-seat meeting space of the Ikaruga Alliance to study various improvement issues with other world trees. Therefore, the Dark Elf, who is the liaison officer, has no room to perform at all. She meets with her boss almost every day. So what does she need from a mediator? And after learning more about my Urshan's status in the Fasa's Dark Elf tribe, I understood why she was plotted against. The youngest Archdruid, a strong candidate for the future Supreme Priest, a female elf who is allowed to have children, and the best warrior among the younger generation. With the blessing of various dazzling auras, she was designated by His Majesty Fasas as the inviter of the magician Gobrish Tripwood. In fact, judging from the candidates chosen, Yggdrasil invited someone as a courtesy at first, but the Dark Elf himself made it look like a nondescript courtesy, coupled with her beauty, figure and temperament, except for her gray complexion, which makes people disagree. Melson is undoubtedly a stunner. It's too outrageous to use such a beauty as a servant. Do you really want her to warm the bed? It's easy to make a request, and it's probably not too difficult to achieve the goal. But some people don't want to make such an opening due to various psychological and physiological factors. You know, after other world trees learned that Fasas had placed a person next to a certain magician, almost all world trees wanted to follow suit. And it was also made clear that no matter whether they are male or female, old or young, anyone can name them. Mixed race or heterogeneous ones are also acceptable. As an old magician, his young belly has evolved into a beer belly. Although he once said when he was young and frivolous, his ideal way to die would be to have an immediate wind. But everything in the world is the same. What matters is relaxation and relaxation. Therefore, Marshawn was sent by Lin to take care of Janzel together with Halumi. Of course, he also promised her that if he had extra materials, he could help her make a set of silk clothes. Then, taking advantage of this opportunity to expand the mansion, he further drove this person to the planned new West Building, lest he lose control one day. Those world tree bosses are not easy to talk about. Once you eat one, you have to eat a bunch of them until you are exhausted. The four silver-bearded dwarves returned to the days when each of them had a single room. The marriage system of the silver-beard dwarves is relatively close to the walking marriage form of some ethnic minorities on Earth. They will remain loyal to each other and will not have sex with anyone else during a relationship. But to end it, it only needs to be negotiated by both parties. So for them, according to their relationship, men and women share a room, which is actually quite awkward for them. Many times, Germaine or Riley would simply sleep in the Silverbeard dwarf's workshop in the courtyard instead of going back to their room in the main mansion to sleep. Taking advantage of this expansion, Lynn allocated separate rooms to them at strong request. And Marquise Ballin's room is no longer considered a room. It has its own small living room, small dining room, small bar, and independent single bathroom. The presidential suite is as imposing as the One Earth Hotel. There is no upper limit to the extent to which the Grand Duke dotes on his granddaughter. Chapter 746 Development 1. Things related to the extra tenant, the Marquise Ballin, were not all good things. Her original guards, the ones who died in the Black Veil Army, were not the kind of little border nobles who were bullied by others. There are several family backgrounds in it, which are not inferior to the family name of Marquis Ballin. Women who can be sent to the Black Veil Army for training are not unpopular in the family. If she is really not favored, she can only be used as a political tool for the exchange of interests between nobles. Of course, it is impossible for such a woman to learn any fighting skills. If her husband-in-law is beaten out of control, will the two families be considered married or enmity? Since the dead female knights also had a certain status in their respective families, their deaths would of course have subsequent effects. For a magician living in the holy city of Estali, the reprimand from the Empire is probably the least important thing. Just send someone to talk nonsense. It's not painful or itchy. What's the use? And such actions are nothing more than a huge country expressing its attitude to the outside world, without any substantive actions. After all, a certain magician is considered blood-stained in the Empire's little book, especially since there is an anomaly like the Demon Prince. The Empire Central Committee does not want to have anything to do with this magician. Even if the Emperor's wives blow pillows, it will be useless unless they dare to risk provoking Azad back and force the Emperor to do so. But in the end, they will only end up being left out, since the central government of the Empire does not want to discuss the dead members of the Black Veil Army. This group of female knights wearing veils and black robes is not enough to put pressure on a veteran Grand Duke. They can only start from other aspects and directly deal with it. Prospective parties. And those who are most actively working on this matter are those families who have lost their daughters. Even if someone reminds him, the magician is not as weak as everyone thinks. And the person who can confront the Demon Prince cannot be a soft persimmon. But most people have the same idea. How can they know the other person's worth without touching it personally? And confrontation is never the only option. In unknown places, undercurrents surge. It's just that Lin, as the main party involved, all his thoughts are on the world tree. As the think tank who fills in the gaps in the family, then is also busy with his own affairs. And he is so busy that he can't help but feel overwhelmed. Even some of the top students in her life course were caught on official business. Of course, the research topic they are interested in is creating a new type of body from the DNA level. When the research topic reached this level, then didn't care whether it was kept secret or not. Whether you can understand it or not is another matter. This is not research that an ordinary necromancer can produce results by stirring a cauldron. Without the proper tools, no matter how much theory you have, you won't be able to get started. The tools are the energy pool of the first coffin and the magic tower with the purple level magic stone as the core, which respectively represent ultra-high computing power and semi-infinite energy. With this level of conditions as the threshold for entry, more than 99% of the magicians in the land are not even qualified to look at this subject. The question of whether to keep theoretical knowledge confidential is meaningless. During these days, Azad and William Greco, who were often invisible during the day, were actually assisting Finn in his research. Although Finn once worked independently and completed his own body using the same method. But the goal of her perfect body is to become a magician, which is different from what she wants to do now, reshaping the body of his follower Stone. And he is a pure warrior, or a stupid stitched corpse. The things to pay attention to are completely different from shaping the body of a magician. So Finn needs outside help, rather than just imagining things behind closed doors. Magicians have gone to the extreme. Although their combat performance looks similar to those of warrior system people, the core is completely different. There is still an unbridgeable gap between the two. As a reference template, Azad and William Greco were willing to cooperate obediently with a certain Lich's test because during the process, they could also see the evaluation of their own bodies from the perspective of a magician. This opportunity is something few people have. At their level, seeking breakthroughs requires not only accumulation, but also a flash of inspiration. By providing a different perspective, Finn is providing such an opportunity. Of course, this also involves exposure of weaknesses. But for people at their level, the way to deal with weaknesses is not just to keep it secret and then silence everyone who knows about it. Sometimes exposed openly, it can become the bait of a trap, because the enemy tries every means to attack the so-called weaknesses. The means of attack are virtually limited. Furthermore, are the disclosed vulnerabilities really weaknesses? No one can guarantee it. In other words, these actions have risen to the level of psychological warfare, and are no longer a simple situation of punching and kicking. Therefore, neither Azad nor William Greco would object to a comprehensive physical examination. Even for them, there are still weaknesses that they are not aware of, which are even more deadly. Being able to detect it early is definitely a good thing. Infant's recent arrangements, in addition to recompiling a body from the DNA level. Another thing that is being done at the same time is to help the Dharma Saint Mathab make silk hanfu. A short blue satin jacket with a crane pattern, a skirt with a white damask pattern, a green tweed jacket, and a cross-body satin bag with elongated ink flowers. What you can't see is a tube top and obscene pants. It really took a lot of time to customize such a set for Mahatab, an old man. Especially the enchanted part. Silk enchantment is not like the customized car from the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center. If you feel dissatisfied, you can modify it at any time, regardless of whether it is in the manufacturing stage or after actual use in the future. As long as you have the money and technology, you can make any changes at any time. But once the silk enchantment is made, it can only be used until it breaks, and there is no room for change. At most, other accessories can be used to match the suit and extend different tactics. So what kind of magic should be added? But it would kill many people's brain cells. Even Dharma Saint Mahatab admitted that she had never been so troubled by anything. After all, from ancient times to the present, most of the situations in Lost Land are that after people are lucky enough to get a powerful piece of equipment, they change their habits to match this equipment and develop their own unique tactics. Like today, customizing a set of tactics and matching magic equipment for yourself is an experience that most people have never had. In the past, the so-called tailor-made weapons and equipment were just made according to the user's body shape and habits. But what kind of magic is attached to these weapons and equipment depends not only on the ability of the enchanter, but also on some chance. There is a success rate and possibility of mutation in things like enchantment. Moreover, the number of enchantments cannot be large. 1 is considered normal, 2 is considered excellent, 3 is considered legendary equipment, and 4 is comparable to artifacts. But how can you hang more than 10 or 20 at a time? To ruin the market? And this was what really surprised her, after the Dharma Saint Mahatab learned more about it. Therefore, during the design stage, Dharma Saint Mahatab often discussed with Finn. Of course, she couldn't express her tactical thinking. She was just asking the former Demon King whether it was feasible to add these magics. Finn's answer was the same. No problem. For them, the silk thread recipe prepared for the silk made by Dharma Saint Mahatab is not the result of the latest research, but a recipe from previous generations that did not have such a large enchantment capacity. In addition to being cautious, it was also because on the day Azad first arrived and made a big fuss, the adults or larvae of the Golden Moth King either died or escaped. The materials accumulated in the past were also used on the 4-spirit suit, the 9-dragon suit, and the White Cat suit. There is not enough material to increase the allowable enchantment strength of the special thread. As for the remnants of the silk cocoon that someone brought back from the southern Mao forest, belonging to the Demon Moth King GMOs, they had already been used in the Xuanwu robe. Judging from the theoretical data, although GMO's silk cocoon performs better than the Golden Moth King's silk cocoon, it is not at another level of excellence. Basically, the two can be regarded as the same grade of materials. This was also the reason why someone stopped disturbing the big moth. But even if the level of materials is lowered, the design arrangement of Dharma Saint Mathab is still quite conservative. She still didn't quite believe that such a set of clothes could have so much magic attached to it, because Finn's 4-spirit suit didn't have that much magic. There were only 2. The old man had never thought about how complicated the 2 magics that Finn had attached to the 4 spiritual clothes were. Besides, Halumi's 9-dragon suit has 9 magics attached to it, which is equally amazing. But Kaya's White Cat suit has 73 kinds of magics on it. In order to use it, this girl had to design a set of quick and easy combination packages. It's just that no matter how long the journey is, it will reach the end. Of course, Mahatab cannot let the clothes he wants to wear linger in the design on paper forever. At her age, Fahatab certainly understands that some things are just fine. There is no point in pursuing perfection blindly. Another concern is that the former Demon King's preparations are coming to an end. The original agreement was that after delivering the silk Hanfu, the energy pool on the third floor of the magic tower would be temporarily lent to Finn for use in the ceremony. If the arrival of this person was delayed due to his own indecision, Mathab had a premonition that he would die tragically. She didn't know how other people could face this lich calmly. But Mathab knew very well that every time he met Finn, the feeling of threat would double. Even if she has never fought against a lich. Even if the Force-Spirit suit on a lich will affect other people's perception, making it difficult for others to detect the depth. But just from the conversation, every move, and the look in his eyes, the more familiar he became with the beauty in front of him, the more powerful Mathab could feel. Not just in terms of knowledge, but crushing in all aspects, as if following a god walking in a lost land. So on the day when Dharma Saint Mathab couldn't think of any other modifications to his clothes, the Jacquard loom in someone's home in the Holy City was officially started. Chapter 747 Development 2. It takes more than 10 days to weave a piece of silk to meet the needs of a complete set of clothes. Plus cutting and sewing. It takes nearly a month and a half to complete a set of Hanfu, not including the design. This is still some patterned silk that is used less. It will not be woven to a complete batch, but will stop after meeting the demand. Lin will not throw away the remaining rags after cutting. These rags were used as much as possible, except as part of the sample collection. It is quite easy to sew them into some small bags or cloth bags to hold small things. In any case, these are precious magic materials. The West Pavilion, which is currently under construction at the same time, is being constructed at a faster pace. Although the project of building a house was huge, it could not withstand the large number of people called by the Grand Duke. And for the sake of his own family, Lin did not let the Grand Duke's craftsmen do whatever they wanted. I specially set aside time to draw the design drawings and indicate the key points of construction before handing it over to the construction team for construction. The Grand Duke's construction team has handled many large projects, such as castles, towers, city walls, etc. The project that has attracted the most attention recently is the construction of the entire park of the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center. At the same time, there was also a team of craftsmen belonging to Nguyen Van Viet under the Jia Long Chamber of Commerce to help build the Central Park. But no matter what they do, when these craftsmen teams build in one place, they still need to recruit local people. You need enough manpower to make it happen. In today's holy city of Estali, the first choice for commissioning various large and small projects is of course the Technical Guild organized by Yuzov Gantia. The Technical Guild, which started out by renovating bathroom and toilet systems, undertook some projects based on their respective expertise from the original self-employed or small workshops. The guild is the central coordinator, allowing several teams to work together to complete a project. Later, a group of people who cooperated happily formed a team and could carry out a complete project alone. Although these teams will inevitably have some minor frictions and problems in the early stages of their establishment, but under Yuzov's coordination, the conflict generally ended amicably, no matter how serious it was. It wouldn't be bloody, and at most it would end on bad terms. Today, members of the Technical Guild have spontaneously divided into several relatively fixed large teams, except for those who have special skills and still accept commissions as individuals, or who move between several teams. Most people choose to join forces, because it's more efficient, and efficiency equals income. The same time as money came into being in Lost World. As for the tripartite cooperation in building the Central Park, the Technology Guild gave the Grand Duke and the Jialong Chamber of Commerce's craftsman team a thorough baptism. According to past experience, the craftsmen who can be hired by the Grand Duke for a long time should be veterans and skilled hands, even if they are not the top ones in the field. Not only do they know a lot, they also do things better than ordinary folk craftsmen. Although the people recruited by the Jialong Chamber of Commerce are not as good as those of the Grand Duke, they are still better than those of the private sector. But the Technical Guild that emphasizes efficiency and quality is like a car with full horsepower. It is different from those old-school craftsmen who walk slowly on their own two legs. In terms of performance of actual results, the Technical Guild has long been inferior to these old-school craftsmen. What surprised Lin the most was that MIDI was not the result of lowering quality and pursuing efficiency like Earth, but the ideal state of taking both into consideration. Perhaps the craftsmen in the Technical Guild don't know much more than the craftsmen employed by nobles and wealthy merchants. But enough workload is enough to hone the skills they are good at to the point of proficiency, and move to the forefront of their respective fields. In addition, the Technical Guild horizontally connects people with technologies in different fields, so that the projects completed by the guild team are not only better than the craftsman teams of the Grand Duke and Jiaolong Chamber of Commerce, but also faster. To a certain extent, the result of teamwork by the technical guild is to suppress other craftsman teams in all aspects. As a result, the leaders of both parties wanted to disband their teams and recruit people from the technology guild instead. But the people gathered under the guild, after more than a year of ups and downs, they know very well that only by staying in the guild can they maximize their value and gain the most benefits. Don't look at those who go out independently, but they will come back in despair in the end. Those who are recruited by dignitaries, their lives are unsatisfactory. Secondly, how much you gain from staying in a technical guild depends on how much you put in. It does not depend on whether you can flatter yourself or whether you can please the big shots. Many craftsmen who think they are talented but do not want to be employed by big names are particularly concerned about this. Therefore, no one accepted the invitation from the Grand Duke or the Jiaolong Chamber of Commerce team. Since you can't recruit anyone, let's learn skills secretly. Learn as much as you can. But the real value of a technical guild does not lie in the craftsmen underneath, but in the guild organization's system of bounty announcements and member evaluations, similar to those of the Adventurers Guild and the Mercenary Guild. What is even better than the two major guilds in MIDI is that the Technology Guild will also take the initiative to coordinate work, so that all the work can be done by someone and everyone has something to do. Even in order to coordinate the cooperation of multiple teams, various methods are used to control the progress of the project. And when necessary, arrangements are made for connection between different teams. And based on accumulated experience, estimate the time and cost required. This dazzling management system came from the idea of a certain magician, and was compiled into a very crude software by his apprentice using P language. Of course, this, crude, is lens evaluation, and it only refers to the front-end interface. The core algorithm is not crude at all. It is completely the most cutting-edge technology known to someone. Of course, the operational efficiency may not be comparable to the level of the Earth. After all, the people doing the work are not professional programmers. But for people who are lost in this world, this system is already astonishing. But how to steal a system? People who are lost in the land have no idea at all, and can only be dumbfounded. In the end, we can only steal the system concepts of technical guilds, and find ways to use enough manpower to do the same thing. Just like the boast of a certain Grand Duke, he has many people with 2 legs. Fortunately, the number of people in each of the 2 major teams is not large. We invited several deacons, who are good at handling affairs, and there are still ways to achieve integration and coordination. But these deacons unanimously agreed that they could not imagine how to manage a technology guild with thousands of members, dozens of teams, and hundreds of external work delegations, coupled with the help of the 2 powerful tools of cars and trucks. Radiating from Area 6, the Technology Guild has the momentum to unify the construction and manufacturing world of the holy city of Starry. The construction of the West Pavilion is a project that the Grand Duke's craftsman team once again cooperated with the Technical Guild after the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center, because it was related to the place where his granddaughter would live. Duke Kawei was worried that no one of his own would be involved in the project. Even if all projects are contracted by the Technical Guild, the quality and speed will be faster. Even if the head of the Technical Guild is a follower of the magician, it is impossible for the master he follows to live in a building of Jia engineering. Duke Kawei also requires that his people must join. Therefore, in the face of the strength of the Technology Guild, the craftsman team affiliated with Kawei Gong could only passively cooperate with the Technology Guild's practices. Then they broke out with efficiency and quality that they themselves could not have imagined. When the Grand Duke's craftsmen look back after finishing work at sunset, they will be surprised that they have done more work in a day than usual. Although tiring, there is an indescribable sense of satisfaction. This phenomenon does not only happen to one person, but is common to everyone. To be honest, even if you work under the Technical Guild, you will be infected by the positive and harmonious atmosphere of the guild members. In the past, when building the Central Park, everyone did their own thing, and this feeling was not strong. Even those old craftsmen with high skills and abilities may be a little dissatisfied with the work assigned to them at the beginning because it is too simple. But as each piece of work is completed, the tasks assigned by the foreman gradually become more difficult. In the end, if you don't focus on the work and give 100% of your ability, you may be stumped, or you may not be able to connect the people in the next process in time. Then seeing the progress of the overall project being slowed down because of me, and being basked in everyone's contemptuous gaze, that sour feeling was particularly motivating to make progress. This efficiency is possible because of what the people called foremen, who stand in every corner of the site, do. These people are usually the most skilled craftsmen in a construction team. But their duty is to keep an eye on the water mirror screen and the scene at all times. On the screen is the progress of each construction section, as well as prompts for the next steps. The foreman allocates manpower on site according to these instructions and gives each participant a completion score. These evaluations are related to whether the builder can take on more difficult jobs or whether he should do simpler jobs. But just following the instructions can be done by a monkey. The really important part of them is to be on site at any time to guide the construction workers and rescue them from various unexpected situations. Because of this, the skills of these foremen must be good enough. And they must also have enough prestige to convince others. They cannot get to the position by relying on nepotism or flattery. The Grand Duke's craftsman team was able to enter the situation so quickly after putting aside their efforts to integrate into the operation of the technical guild. It was precisely because of this management system. After all, the prototype of the technical guild was a temporary ragtag group of craftsmen who were unfamiliar with each other, and their tacit understanding was far inferior to those of teams that had been working together for a long time. The system designed by Lin can be regarded as an expedient measure to integrate these ragtag groups. Of course, it is very complicated to use. It is like treating everyone as part of the machine, using various technical indicators and time control rigidly, and requiring everyone to achieve a certain level of things within the time limit. If those who can't do it will have their evaluations dropped, and they will be assigned to do simpler tasks. Of course, their salary indicators will also decline. Those who do well and have the ability to spare will have their evaluations rise, do more difficult tasks, and give more pay. But one person's own evaluation of this process control system is that even the so-called militarized management of the Earth is more humane. What is surprising is that this system unexpectedly fits well in Lost Land. Chapter 748, The Needs of the Nobles. It was originally thought that according to the undisciplined and primitive way of life in Midi, the local indigenous people would not be able to adapt to the work requirements that only unconditionally obeyed robots could meet the standards. But it may be because they have not experienced capitalist exploitation during the Industrial Revolution era. As an intermediary platform with the concept of Earth's modern labor, the Technology Guild's characteristics allow all those who work hard to exchange their sweat for generous rewards. This forced the poor and crazy group of people to quickly adapt to this inhumane working method, and glowed with the unique vitality of the Lost Land. Of course, in the early stages of the development of the Technology Guild, Kaya constantly revised the system based on feedback from various work issues, and import data analysis, machine learning and other algorithms to add many functions. It can be said that the girl is indispensable for the success of the technical guild today. After reaching a certain level, the teacher will let his apprentice stop, instead of endlessly revising and evolving. Enterprise software is not social software like Facebook, and it relies on the freshness of constant revisions to retain people. There is no point in pursuing perfection too much. It is just nitpicking. Because people are alive, there will always be various situations. As long as it was not a fatal flaw, Lin had no intention of letting his apprentices spend time improving it. No matter how he improved this management system, people will not become machines. Of course, Yuzov, who is smooth in dealing with things, will not force others to achieve perfection. In other words, knowing the meaning behind this system, he is more worried about whether the role of people will be replaced. In the end, a well-trained monkey could actually sit in his place. So Yuzov has nothing to complain about when his boss stops taking action. But in the eyes of outsiders, what the Technology Guild does is like creating one miracle after another. For example, the roof SH.L of the West Building actually took only 1 day to erect after all the materials were prepared. Even though this is only a 2-story building, erecting the roof SH.L is also the part that requires the most manpower. After completing the rough embryo, the Technology Guild withdrew most of its manpower. Only those craftsmen with particularly skilled skills, as well as the Grand Duke's team of craftsmen, were left to decorate the exterior and interior of the house. On the one hand, it is also the follow-up work. In terms of manpower needs, quality is more important than quantity. However, no matter how high the construction efficiency is, there is still a cover door, and that is the material. It's the same problem that someone faced before when designing a machine that could be used to print magic scrolls. During the evening chat, when Yuzov reported this matter to someone, Lin was surprised and said, "I remember that the main body of the West Building is made of cement. The firing process is similar to the Technique Guild has been studying the formula for a long time. It's not enough to burn something like this. What ingredients did you add to it? Boss, the rough materials of the house are quite sufficient. Even the special tiles, walls and floors that you promised before are ready and can be laid at any time. But the materials required for the furniture are somewhat insufficient. Furniture? The furniture in MIDI is either a dowry or is made when needed. There is no ready-made furniture shop like on Earth for sale. But it's just a piece of wood with a nail. Just paint it and it's done. There are so many skilled carpenters in the technical guild. Not to mention that they don't even have wood for furniture at home. Even if it's not good, there are so many chambers of commerce. Sell it. Boss, it's mainly a matter of the Marquis's room. As he spoke, Yuzov's eyes drifted in a certain direction. Sitting next to the dark-haired and brown-skinned girl was the Marquis de Balin, who, according to the family's custom, would gather in the reception room after dinner. On the small table next to her, there was a glass of iced milk, and she was immersed in the water mirror screen, not even looking at anyone else. After making sure that he would not receive extra attention from this person because of these words, Yuzov boldly said, "The chief craftsman under the Grand Duke said that the bed to be built for the Marquis must be made of nanmu, which can be used with the magic circle to soothe the nerves. The cabinets must be made of silver grain camphor, which has the effect of dehumidifying and removing insects. Then, almost every piece of furniture must be made of a different kind of wood and made into something of the same level as the magic props, which will give it a certain effect. The trick is that even though we have transferred goods from various chambers of commerce in the Holy City, we cannot collect all the cooked wood that the master craftsman requires. Are there any alternative materials?" Len asked directly according to his habitual thinking. Yuzov looked embarrassed and said, "The master craftsman insisted on using a specific wood and would not change it. Then how do you plan to solve it? The main thing lacking is the two special woods I just mentioned. According to that person, there happens to be a place where such trees grow near the Holy City. However, it is a forest dominated by warcraft. Although it can be said there are steps to negotiate with the local nobles, but we have to solve the problem of warcraft ourselves." Yuzov explained. "Well, what are you going to do?" Lin asked. "To simply collect the materials needed for the project. The guild has a special collection team, all of which are comrades of the Ikaruga Alliance. They were originally hired to deal with situations that infringed on the guild's technology patents. However, except for the early days of the establishment of the guild, there were a few unscrupulous after a few tough battles between the regular craftsmen and the forces behind them. This kind of thing no longer happened. So most of the work of the hired comrades recently turned to collecting special materials for the members of the guild." "Collecting materials? Isn't this the business of the Adventurers Guild?" Lin asked doubtfully. Yuzov explained. "That's right. But there are people around, and they are ready to go at any time. Compared with the Adventurers Guild's commission, no one may be willing to take it. Or we don't know when someone will take it. With us, our own people are more efficient. If that's the case, will the Adventurers Guild have any objections?" Lin Hui asked. "Because the Adventurers Guild's source of profit is to mediate the work and then take commissions. If the technical guild crosses the line and causes dissatisfaction from another guild, nothing good will happen. There is still a huge difference in size between the two guilds. The Adventurers Guild is spread all over the land, and the Technology Guild is the only one in District 6 of the Holy City. In the event of a conflict, there is no need to think about it. Technical guilds that are not involved in the military industry at this stage will definitely be defeated." "Boss, don't worry. If there are guild members who have negotiated with the comrades in the alliance, they will still go to the Adventurers Guild to register the named entrustment. After all, unfamiliar parties will still worry about the credit issue of the verbal agreement. If there is an adventure after all, it is not suitable for the technical guild to act as an intermediary for both parties. Well, since you have already considered this matter, I won't say more. It's just that you were hesitant to speak at the beginning. Are you worried about something?" Len remembered Yuzov's original hesitation. Appearance, so he asked. "No, I'm just afraid, boss, that you think it's inappropriate to prepare special furniture for the Marquis." "Why is it inappropriate? Isn't this money paid by the Grand Duke? It's understandable that he wants to make his family live more comfortably. What would I say? Or should we pay for the designated materials and related expenses?" Lin asked. Yuzov quickly explained. "No, that's not the case. The Duke's master craftsman said that the cost of hiring helpers and collecting materials will also be paid by the Grand Duke's funds. Isn't that great? Do you have a rough plan?" "Yes. That location is about 3 days away from the Holy City. If we drive there, We can reach the outskirts in one morning. But then when we enter the forest, we can only walk. How deep do we have to go to find it? The target wood cannot be determined. After finding the wood, it still needs to be cut down and transported out, which also takes time. However, as long as the wood is successfully released from the forest, it can be loaded onto the truck and transported back for processing. A master craftsman said that if there is no mature wood, freshly chopped raw wood can still be used, but it will also require some additional processing. So the faster the materials are collected, the better. Generally speaking, during this post-dinner break, the white swordsman William Greco, who didn't talk and just drank tea and read a book, rarely raised his head from his book and said, "Your Excellency Finn, I will also join the Ukrainian army tomorrow. Zof's team will be away for a few days and unable to assist with your research." The Lich, who was half lying on the sofa and rubbing his calves, only raised his eyelids. Instead, Lynn asked in surprise, "You want to go too?" William Greco tilted his head and said in confusion, "I am also a member of the Turtle Dove Alliance. Is it surprising to participate in this kind of escort operation?" Next to him, Yuzov said quickly, "Yes, boss. I invited William in the afternoon, and he agreed to help. After all, the place we are going to is a forest where monsters grow, and we need to distract ourselves from protecting the woodcutter. With a strong guard like William, workers should feel more secure and their efficiency can be improved." There is absolutely no way anyone can refute this point. Now that Yuzov had considered all aspects, Lin finally said, "That's it. You all be careful. Master, let me go to the World of Warcraft forest to help." The only person who could call Lin that way was the dark elf Myerzon. The old elf robe originally woven by the World Tree Fastness, without damaging the robe itself. According to the advice of two girls, tied some ribbons and added some small accessories to give it a brand new look, feel, and her attitude was different from what I had known in the past, as if she had let go, or the screws were loose. But overall, the sanity line has not dropped to the level of imbecility. Facing the gaze that came over her, she showed an innocent and a bit shy expression, and said, "When I stay here, there is nothing else to do except take care of those cute little things. This time I just go out to stretch my muscles." When everyone was in trouble on the snowy mountain, it was me and Yuzov who went out to hunt and collect food. The master shouldn't ask me to stay in the name of worrying about me. Chapter 749 Coincidence? Although I really want to experience the Shura field and see what it is like to watch two beauties competing for one's favor in jealousy. But it's a pity that although Finn caught Lin immediately in response to Meyer's provocative tone, he was asking a question that even dazzled someone. That question was not a math or physics question, but a question about DNA compilation. Honestly, this is beyond someone's capabilities. If it's just a chatty discussion, relying on someone's full-level keyboard warrior skills, and not talking about the quantum worldview from the ground up, it's simply a waste of one's profound knowledge. But if you want to come up with real materials, apart from dissecting frogs and earthworms in high school biology class, someone has no experience to talk about. So after enjoying a look of disdain, Finn said nothing more and continued to think hard about his research topic. In short, someone who is ignored by the Lich can still get some comfort from the expectant eyes of the Dark Elves. I am not an insignificant passerby. He coughed and cleared his throat. Regarding Melson's attitude, one person had to remain lukewarm to prevent the other party from taking advantage of her. But since the other party volunteered to help, it didn't make sense to say nothing. So he said, "Since you are willing to help, that is of course the best. After all, there is not much you can do if you stay here. If there is anything you need my help with, just ask it. Your Majesty Fastness will ask you. It's impossible for me to treat you as an ordinary person." "Yeah, that's great." Meyer smiled sweetly and said, "I really have something I want to do. Master, I hope you agree to it. Tell me, as long as it's not too much of a request, I can agree to it. It would be better if you don't call me Master. Lin Xian stepped on his words to prevent this girl from going up the pole. Climb. In fact, when the former Demon King was present, Melson did not dare to be too presumptuous. So the Dark Elf followed his original thoughts and said, "Actually, I have been very interested in that weapon since the last time I hunted in the snowy mountains. However, the master only assigned me a crossbow at that time. Although it is also very useful, I still want to try it. Let's try it. Can you let me bring that one this time?" At the same time as he spoke, Myrexia made a gesture of raising a spear to shoot. Lin immediately realized that this dark elf was referring to the Midland version of the rifle that was lent to Yuzov at that time. Speaking of which, when she took my Erzhan away from the dark elf tribe, she didn't take anything with her except the robe given to her by Fastness. In other words, my Erzhan is still in a state of bare hands. So if you really want her to go out on a mission, it's only right to provide weapons. However, Lin did not immediately agree to this request, because he remembered another thing. He turned to look at his apprentice and asked, "Girl, have we dismantled the rifle?" Kaya, who is responsible for managing the weapons inventory, replied, "Not yet, teacher. The rifle is a test platform for new magazine experiments. It is only modified, not refurbished." Lin ordered, "Okay, let's take my Erzhan to the gun cabinet later. Let her bring all the ammunition, including special ammunition." "Okay, teacher." Seeing that she had achieved her wish, my Erzhan smiled with satisfaction and decided to express her concerns that she had not originally planned to say. "Master, maybe there will be some unrest at home in the past few days. Please be careful." How could Lin not hear such a strong warning? But he also asked in confusion, "Did you detect anything somewhere?" Marshawn smiled enigmatically and said, "Master, don't you think there are too many coincidences in this whole thing? Not long ago, I offended a group of powerful people, and the renovation of this house is only half done. Now is the time for chaos. Then the reinforcements can be mobilized far away. Is there a more suitable time than now? At least my people will not miss such a good opportunity." After pondering for a moment, Lin said, "That's true. It's just that you also guessed that something might happen. So why are you still thinking about leaving and reducing the power of your family?" Covering her mouth and chuckling twice, my Erzhan said, "Put out enough bait. If you scare those people so much that they don't dare to jump out, then you have to be on guard all the time in the future. This time, you have to deal with the fish lurking in the dark. It's an opportunity for people, and it's not a good time for us to set a trap. Besides, even if you are the only one left here, I don't think there will be any danger." Regarding the dark elf's straightforwardness and his attitude of testing himself without hesitation, Lin sighed. "It's such a good reason that cannot be refuted. Well, big brother." Germain, who was originally discussing things with his tribe, couldn't help but be attracted by what Miles said. After thinking for a while, he said weakly, "Brother, maybe we can find an excuse to live in the auto center temporarily. Add some elements to attract enemies. What do you think of this?" This guy just cherishes his life and is afraid of getting into trouble. Lin was so angry that he laughed and said, "Yes, it's good. Just tell others that there is a lot of banging in the house, and it makes you unable to sleep. So you have to move out temporarily. After the house is built, you come back again." The young silver-bearded dwarf slapped his thigh and said with satisfaction, "Yes, that's what I said. Brother, then I'll take it as your consent." Okay, there's nothing wrong with it." Germain agreed to his flimsy excuse, but he could only say that this guy was just looking for an excuse to deal with it. It's best if these dwarves sleep in broad daylight, so that the craftsmen don't have to sleep, as they are hammering away in the middle of the night. It was just a house built, and Lin didn't ask anyone to work 3 shifts and work hard to complete it. However, Lin did not blame him too much for the attitude of the silver-bearded dwarf. When I took them away, I didn't ask them to get involved in conflicts caused by them. At that time, I just needed the dwarf's craftsmanship, and I didn't expect that much. So Germain wanted to get out of the upcoming trouble, and Lin had no objections. But not everyone believed Melch's judgment, at least as far as Adil, the deacon who served as the Marquis of Balin, was concerned. The warning issued by the Dark Elf was just like saying that there was a traitor in the Grand Duke's craftsman team. Although as a servant, he should not say these words, but out of the position of defending the Grand Duke of Kalway, Adil still came forward and said, "Please forgive my rudeness. Miss Meyer, what if everything goes smoothly in the end, and no one takes this opportunity to cause trouble? This only represents 2 possibilities. One is that I am paranoid." Miles stretched out his second finger and said with a sweet smile, "One is that there is a traitor among the people present. Please inform us of today's guess. Get rid of the people behind the scenes and ask them to calm down." At the same time, he glanced at the waiter standing by, ready to serve. He knew that his group was new members and might not be able to gain the magician's trust. But remembering what the Grand Duke had said, he realized that among those who could be discarded, he himself was included. So Adil frowned and stood up to speak for his group of newcomers. Then according to what the lady said, in order to prove our innocence, we have to find someone to come forward and make trouble. This is not a smart idea. Meyer said tit for tat. Before the dispute between the two parties expanded, Len clapped his hands, interrupted the confrontation between the two, and said, "Okay, there is no need to argue about this kind of thing anymore. I believe that the people sent by the Grand Duke here are all innocent. Kaya, please take Miles to the gun locker to get the gun." "Oh, Master, blind self-confidence is not a good thing," Meyer said lecturingly. "Blind? Of course it's not blind confidence. I don't have 30 lives to waste. I just think it's meaningless to discuss these things before there is definite evidence. So let's stop here. I am very grateful to you for my own sake. But just like you said, I don't think I have anything to worry about when I stay in this home." Of course, the above remarks are just excuses. The real reason is that if the big-mouthed sword knew something interesting, how could it not tell it? Although you want to communicate with others, Hagiri must be in contact with the communicator. Only those who have had deep contact and established a spiritual connection can communicate without contact within a certain distance. But as long as it is within a certain range around it, strong thoughts floating on the surface will be detected by it. It can be said to be a super powerful full-frequency brainwave detector, the kind that has no scientific basis. Not stating this reason is actually just to avoid deliberately emphasizing the characteristic of Hagiri, so that others can take precautions. Although everyone who knows it. In addition, this twisted sword also likes this kind of life of peeping into people's hearts. So it also requires someone to keep it secret. I really don't understand who I learned this wretched attitude towards life from. Then stop filling my thoughts with the delusions of those two radio girls. If you don't stop, I'll hang you up in the silkworm room to take care of those larvae. With such roaring in his mind, someone's mind becomes a little clearer. My Erzon did not continue to insist on his opinion. In fact, from the beginning, she didn't even want to mention this matter. No matter it is a master or something else. To be a superior, one must have the qualifications of a superior. Those who reveal their weaknesses casually or cannot withstand challenges will eventually be pulled down from their high positions. This is a living habit that has been cultivated over a long period of time in the tribe of Dark Elves. Even if that majesty asked him to follow this magician, the contract would only last until his death. After all, the lifespan of elves and humans is too far apart. And there is no way that his majesty could ask for his own death. And I didn't think that such a contract was a constraint. So I spent the whole day trying to find ways to circumvent the contract and kill the magician. But if he is not strong enough, is too stupid, and falls into a trap and dies, then the fault only lies with the magician. I am willing to follow a strong person, rather than a weak person who needs the care of others for everything. Chapter 750, The Secret Organization of Lost Land. In order to ease the tension between the two parties and avoid escalating the conflict, Lin changed the subject and asked about the Dark Elves. "Merchant, since you are going to help with the felling work in Yuzov, have you joined the Adventurers Guild and have the qualifications of an adventurer? Do you want me to be the introducer? Since you have contributed, you should also be rewarded. Although my adventurer level is not high, and I haven't joined the guild for a long time, the login card should still be useful, and it shouldn't be a problem to be an introducer," someone said uncertainly. My Erzon smiled and said, "Master, I don't need to trouble you with this part. Although I don't have the qualifications to be an adventurer on the surface, I can log in just by bringing His Majesty's holy emblem. The holy emblem of the World Tree is like the coat of arms of the nobles, and the color of the three-feathered bird of the Turtle Dove Alliance, which represents a certain world tree. But in mystery, those with the prefix holy usually mean they have magical effects." But suddenly mentioning the world tree, Lin asked doubtfully, "Hey, Fasa's holy symbol? Can that thing be used?" "Of course. After all, the founder of the Adventurers Guild is your majesty." After hearing this, Lin almost spit out the coffee he didn't drink. He asked in surprise, "The Adventurers Guild was founded by Fasnas? Is that correct?" "That's right. It's just that at that time, the Adventurers Guild was not called the Adventurers Guild. It was called the Freemasonry. And it was fighting against the Brotherhood of Light, the predecessor of the Ikaruga Alliance. But later, His Majesty's forces withdrew from the surface, leaving behind what was originally a hidden stake. The Freemasonry is gradually out of control. Now that His Majesty's holy emblem is in the Adventurers Guild, he can only obtain some convenient certificates, and cannot mobilize troops at will as before. Moreover, the nature of the operation of the new Adventurers Guild is also the same as that of Ikaruga. The alliance is the same. But it is no longer the same as the Freemasonry and the Brotherhood of Light. Only a small number of people are left, and they should still inherit the secret agreement left by the past.
Lin was stunned by the shocking news he overheard. But this can also explain a lot of things. The first point is why Fast has refused to join the Turtle Dove Alliance in the past. Because he has his own organization. The second point is that although the Ikaruga Alliance says its core philosophy is different from that of the Adventurers Guild, there is actually no difference in what they do. Those in need ask for help, and those with the ability offer help. It's just a matter of humaneness and justice. And the pay is arbitrary, it's an institutional one, with clearly marked prices. Just when someone didn't know how to evaluate this history that is not widely known to the world, he saw two friends of the heart buried behind the water mirror screen, secretly looking at the dark elves who were talking in a tacit understanding, and then buried his head again, typing on the keyboard, and started taking notes. By the way, this nobleman in this family has awakened the gossip attribute. Right. However, regarding what he heard today, Lin still sighed and said,
"It turns out that the Adventurers Guild and the Turtle Dove Alliance have such a close relationship. I used to wonder where these two organizations came from. It can't be the case. Come out of nowhere."
As if he was addicted,
Melson added, "There are many organizations in the world that have changed their appearance. For example, the Magician Association was transformed from the keeper of the Great Library."
At this time, Harumi, who had been eating melon next to him, asked,
"Teacher, haven't we heard before that the last bookkeeper was annihilated by Astali's magic tower? This is the rumor in the Holy City."
"Ah."
Lin tried to explain.
"Actually, if you think about it from another angle, it is not difficult to understand this matter. The bookkeepers later divided into two factions. One is conservative, and the other is reforming. The reforming faction cooperates with the magicians, and the conservative faction tries to control everything, and then was taken over by the reformists. Later, the bookkeepers of the reformists were no longer called bookkeepers, but changed their name to the Magician Association. And then, their business scope expanded."
Turning his head, Lin asked about the Dark Elves again.
"According to what you said, does the Mercenary Guild also have an origin?"
After thinking about it for a moment, Myerzon said,
"If we really want to talk about the origin, it has something to do with His Majesty Fun."
The Lich whose name was called raised his head, raised his eyebrows, and looked at the speaking Dark Elf with sharp eyes. But Melson, who spoke well-founded, had the confidence to deal with such a look. She said,
"Your Majesty would not think that the brave men who attacked you suddenly appeared out of nowhere. People from different regions, different growth environments, and different classes came together like this for the same purpose." "You mean someone is behind this?"
Then asked sharply.
"No. Manipulation is not appropriate. Facilitation may be more appropriate. There is such a group of people who discover people with potential and guide them to help others and resolve disputes. Sometimes they serve as mentors. Sometimes they are just guides. And of course sometimes they will also be at the forefront and do things that no one else is willing to do."
Lin still lamented.
"It's hard to imagine that such a group of people, after evolving into a mercenary guild, would be called warmongers, death butchers, etc." "Yes."
Myerzon continued to break the news.
"In fact, there are still some organizations with ancient heritage that have not been made public and are still hiding in the dark. There seems to be one, and Shikiri should be very familiar with it."
Reclining next to the unlit fireplace, Hakiri said in surprise when he was called.
"I can't think of any organization related to me. Holy Sword Society. Do you still remember this name?"
Myerzon said.
"Ah, that's right. They haven't disbanded?"
Hakiri asked, minding his own business. Of course, the others were confused. As for those who had just arrived, they were frightened because the sword could speak, ignoring those who were talking nonsense in their hearts. Hagiri answered the group of people who had questions and said,
"Didn't I tell you that there were many Hagaris who cooperated with humans to seal Enzedu? That group of people seemed to be called the Holy Sword Society at the beginning. But I thought that after Enzedu was sealed, they should be disbanded. I didn't expect to leave come down. Ha ha. I'm happy to know that the humans who sealed you still have descendants. Not only are you happy to get revenge, I'm also happy to be able to seal you again. But this time I'm more inclined to cut you off. Just like you did to other tribesmen before. Don't yell out of thin air. If you can't speak and are as weak as you, I won't give a shit. Wow. 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 Ha ha."
Because he couldn't beat Hakiri, Azad didn't pay much attention to his sword. He didn't pay much attention to it in the first place, because Sadhu was often thrown around. He wandered around the house. Perhaps because he is used to Agiri's tongue-tied skills. Ince's rumored ability to confuse people has never been successful in this family. As for the demon prince, a madman cannot bewitch someone crazier than himself. In short, the two swords were firing in the air, but everyone could only hear Agiri, who could speak, but not Inzadu, who could not communicate without contact. Such a difference in situation allowed Agiri to ridicule Inzadu without any scruples. In the eyes of others, it looks like one party is deliberately insulting the other party, and the victim has no power to resist. Maybe he was impatient to hear the two swords bickering. Yes, because the environmental detection skill point is too high. Someone can hear what Inzadu said even without contact. So Lin changed the subject again and asked,
"What do you think is going on with the Holy Sword Club? What's inside?
Are all the members of the Agiri clan holders? Holders? No. 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 I think worshippers are a better way to describe that group of people, because they hear voices that only they can hear, and follow those specious suggestions. They seem to be able to move forward step by step. Success. So those people blindly believe in our clan's orders, and regard us as gods that only he can monopolize. They are nothing more than foolish men and women in the countryside."
Hello. Be restrained. Do you know that you have offended many systems and those Long-Oudian who brought their own grandfather? However, what he said about a certain sword made Lin even more worried. Compared with secret organizations that secretly plan bad things, the only thing people don't want to come into contact with are fanatics. Then when these two qualities are put together, what kind of qualitative changes will occur? Lin simply cannot imagine. Then he asked,
"You can't be the one in the Holy Sword Club who lives outside but is very important, so you can attract them here?"
Hagakure smiled and said,
"I also wish I was that important. But unfortunately, I am just a marginal sword. I was not the planner of what happened in the first place. I just followed other Hagakure's instructions and then executed them. It's just so irrelevant. That's why I was able to wander around for such a long time and meet all kinds of people. Speaking of which, I am much luckier than those treasured Hikiri." "So they won't come to you?" Lin asked. "How can I guarantee you this kind of thing? I have never understood the thoughts of those people before. Besides, so much time has passed. I don't even know how many generations of great-grandchildren there are. Everyone I know is also dead. It's all gone."
Akiri said with a sigh.
"Forget it. Just don't bring trouble."
Giving up on the unanswered question, Lin turned to look at my Erzhan and asked,
"These secrets of the lost continent are necessary for dark elves to learn when they are young. Knowledge? How can you be so clear? I didn't know about these contents before. Your Majesty just told me. I just conveyed them."
The dark elf said bluntly. Lin was surprised and said,
"Your Majesty? Fasnaz? Can he see the situation here?"
She pushed aside her hair and found a flower-shaped earring on her right earlobe. The dark elf said,
"I am not designated as your Majesty's agent in the world. This is the way for me to communicate with your Majesty."
Pointed ears are very sensitive to elves, so most elves don't have the habit of wearing earrings. But although this earring is small in size, its petals seem to be wet with dew. The stamens sway in the wind from time to time. This is hacking alive.
"This is the flower of the world tree?"
Lin asked uncertainly. My Erzhan smiled and said,
"This is not that simple thing. This is the clone of His Majesty Fasnaz. You can communicate with His Majesty's body anytime and anywhere.
Simply put, it is a terminal of a supercomputer. It's just that a group of people and swords are talking here." The two radio girls didn't know what they recorded or what they made up in their minds. The group of attendants who stood behind to serve the marquis were shocked from beginning to end. What everyone talked about surprised them. Adil, the marquis butler, couldn't help but feel a little regret for his previous recklessness. The weight of World Tree Fasnaz is definitely different in the eyes of their group of noble attendants. Being able to carry the clone of His Majesty, even if the Dark Elves represent evil in the eyes of the world, they are not something ordinary people can offend. As for the other party's lies, the deacon had never even thought about this possibility.
Chapter 751 Little Cricket. Under the leadership of Kaya, my Erzhan went to the gun cabinet. The previous revelations were enough for others to digest for a long time. So the Dark Elf did not continue. Otherwise, if you really want to say it, World Tree Fasnaz, as an ancient being, has been throughout the entire history of Midland. And what he can say is the kind that cannot be finished in days and nights. Next to the black-haired and brown-skinned girl was the Marquise Balin. Although he didn't know why the Marquise came, Melson didn't care about it. Back on the snowy mountain, when I watched Yuzov use the rifle, although it was more complicated to operate than a bow, it was easy, accurate, and had an unimaginable range. The long-range weapons of Meade can basically attack a range that cannot be reached by hand, and can be regarded as long-range weapons. But the rifle can attack large prey when it is only the size of a fist in the field of vision. Not only is it lethal, but it is also a very powerful magic attack, which was unimaginable before. So my heir's hen was eager for such a weapon from the first time he saw it. It's not that he hopes to dedicate the gun to the tribe and increase the overall strength of the Dark Elves. She didn't have such selfless thoughts. She just wanted to have fun. It's just that I didn't dare to make mistakes at that time. If there is any move that offends this magician and disrupts His Majesty's purpose, even if he brings 100 or 1,000 rifles back to the tribe, he will still die. World Tree Fastness rarely cares about the Dark Elf tribe, but as long as he speaks, he will not tolerate disobedience or compromise. The offender can only die. The gun cabinet is located in a corner of the weapons and equipment warehouse. It's just that this well-protected room is empty, with few weapons and equipment inside. It was just a small magic repeating crossbow, with the crossbow string loosened and placed alone on the shelf. The famous ship-cutting sword now has only its remains, piled haphazardly in a bamboo basket, since the last time he cut down a strong enemy, but couldn't cut the opponent and instead damaged the weapon. Then had no intention of repairing the ship-cutting knife, unless a method of strengthening is found. Rather than using this powerful weapon in the eyes of outsiders, it is better to tear the enemy apart with your own hands. Of course my Urshu has seen the ship-cutting knife. At that time, when I met the Black Dragon Augustus for the first time on the snowy mountain, this mighty sword was used as a first-line defensive weapon, and in order to repair the airship, this sword is also very convenient for chopping trees and cutting wood. It is said that this is the original function of the ship-cutting sword. It was said that this was probably the reason why the magician did not intend to lend out the ship-cutting knife for this tree-cutting task, because the weapons were broken. They had been piled in the warehouse for a while, and had accumulated a thin layer of dust. It seemed that they had no intention of repairing them. Although the weapons warehouse looks barren, the gun cabinets are still well protected. Just look at the dark-haired and brown-skinned girl, playing with the magic circle in front of a huge cabinet, and doing all kinds of dazzling and confusing operations. After a lot of trouble, I finally opened the door of the gun cabinet, and he took the rifle that Meyer was familiar with, and carefully handed it to the Dark Elf. This weapon, which is slightly shorter than the arm, is as delicate as a handicraft, although there are not many carvings and decorations. Every arc and every straight line seems to have been carefully calculated, giving people a unique sense of beauty. And after seeing the lethality of a rifle, we can understand how terrifying the deadly murderous intention behind this beauty is. However, today, Melson did not focus on the weapon she dreamed of. Instead, he stared blankly at another weapon in the gun cabinet that exuded the texture of a metallic beast. It was a large firearm that was nearly a person tall. The flash cap on the muzzle was almost the size of a fist. The gun body was also large enough to cover half of the face. It doesn't have a handguard like a rifle. It's made entirely of metal and has sharp edges and corners, giving it an unapproachable and powerful feel. After looking at it for a long time, Melson asked sarcastically,
Kaya,
"Is this also a gun?"
the dark-haired and brown-skinned girl replied.
"Yes, a heavy sniper rifle, or heavy sniper for short. The teacher calls it I have no life. What are you trying to deal with?"
My Sean recalled that when Yuzov used his rifle to snipe the beasts, as long as he didn't miss, he would have shot one at a time. Even if the target is changed to a warcraft, some low-level warcraft will still be shot one at a time, occasionally encountering large hungry monsters that come out to hunt in the cold winter. It's just a matter of taking a few more shots. As long as you don't get close and you still have time to shoot, you are almost invincible. The range of the firearm ensures that this time is sufficient. But this firearm, which is several times the size of a rifle, is ready to kill a king-level monster in one fell swoop. My Erzon has no doubt that this,
I have no life,
has such strength. But the girl said something that shocked her even more, as if she wanted to take revenge on her for breaking the news and leaving everyone stunned the whole time.
The teacher said that theoretically this I have no life can kill gods.
Not only Meyer was shocked when she heard this, but Marquis Balin, who was hidden under the veil, was also shocked. But the girl with black hair and brown skin spoke slowly.
However, we have never met gods, let alone such annoying gods. So we have never fired a few shots at the gods with the
I am not alive. to try to see if this heavy sniper can really god slaughter. The most I could do was test it with Grandpa's scales. But the scales were simply vaporized, leaving nothing behind. Grandpa is what the girls call after the fat boy Ezio, referring to the black dragon Augustus. The scales of a black dragon will not become fragile due to aging. They will just fall off the body. If this gun can easily destroy the black dragon's scales, its power cannot be underestimated. My Erzon thought so, and asked at the same time, "Can I try this gun?" Kaya shook her head and said, "The teacher said that this gun cannot be touched without his consent. In addition to the danger, it is also because a bolt assembly can only fire once. And the special ammunition is made of blue cave-level magic stone. The cost of each shot is a considerable amount, so it cannot be used for fun. So the teacher has entrusted the magic beast to guard this. I have no life." There are many legends about magical beasts guarding powerful weapons in Lost Land. And even such behavior actually exists. But the reason is not to test whether the visitor is qualified to hold this powerful weapon and equipment. Such a beautiful rhetoric. Simply because if you keep these weapons, they can be used as bait to attract delicious food to the monsters. The biggest misunderstanding among them is the Dragon Clan. It's true that they like shiny things, but the real reason is that these things can attract greedy humans or other species of Homo sapiens to them. This allows the Dragon Clan to go out hunting without a lot of trouble, and someone will bring them to their doorstep as a meal. The idiom, "wait for the rabbit," is a myth, but it is often true. So when Kaya talked about the gun cabinet, especially this heavy sniper, I have no life, and it is guarded by a monster. The first thing that the Dark Elf and the Marquis thought of was a tall and mighty gun in a dark cave. A tiger-shaped or lion-shaped monster makes a thundering roar. The two of them hurriedly looked around to see where the warcraft was hiding. This home is too dangerous for outsiders. The light source in the weapons warehouse came from the ubiquitous light magic circle, and the originally bright room became dark in an instant. A huge shadow was reflected on the wall next to the gun cabinet, standing up straight and majestic, reflected by the shadow. The open mouth revealed 2 rows of frightening sharp teeth. The monster will roar loudly. Just listen to a mighty roar. Meow! Where did this atmosphere-destroying sound come from? Miles and Marquis Balin both turned their heads and looked at the gray cat Hardy, who was standing on the empty stage with a fierce expression and bared teeth. The Dark Elf used his physical skills to pinch the back of Hardy's neck and directly lifted the cat up. Of course, the gray cat in midair was flailing with its limbs and struggling desperately. It's a pity that the person who caught it was an elf druid, or a dark elf who hoped to become a priest of His Majesty the World Tree. Although Hardy is a demon cat who has experienced hundreds of battles, the rank gap between the two is still too big. Meyer looked at the gray cat in his hand angrily, carefully dodged the waving claws, and said, "The master wants you to guard the gun cabinet. So, can you be accommodating to me? Cute little cat." Giving up the struggle, Hardy looked at the dark elf who raised himself in front of her and said, "I just came to watch when I have time, and I won't do anything else. Besides, it's useless to say whether I agree or not. This is the gun's bolt assembly is not here. It's not complete, and there's no way to use it. Yeah, it's such a pity." Meyer put Hardy down and looked regretfully at the with, or without me standing quietly in the gun cabinet. "If you just want to see the power of firearms of the same level, there is a simpler way, and it doesn't require the teacher's permission," Kaya said suddenly from the side. This statement aroused Meyer's interest. She asked excitedly, "What method?" The girl walked to the other side of the gun cabinet, different from the side where the long guns are placed. The cabinet on this side is divided into several levels of platforms. There are imitation PPK pistols used by the two girls, as well as parsley, sage, rosemary, thyme and other magic guns used by Finn. These 4 guns will be left out in the cold because they cannot keep up with the speed at which users and enemies level up. As for the Smith & Wesson M29 revolver that Lin once carried with him, it became Yuzov Ganch's sidearm. Normally, Yuzov would take him to the technical guild for protection. Even when he returns home, he will not put the M29 in the gun cabinet in the weapons warehouse. Instead, he will keep it properly in the small gun cabinet in his room. But what was shown to my Urshi, who was looking forward to it, was a pistol no bigger than a palm. The grip fully considers the curvature of the palm and is designed in line with ergonomics. But apart from the grip, there is only an unsheathed trigger. The gun body and muzzle are not round tube designs, but are replaced by a needle-like object. With such a compact and simple body shape, Kaya only dared to pinch it carefully with her index thumb. It's like if you use one more finger,
You won't be able to see the gun. But she still introduced cautiously.
The code name is Little Cricket. These are the test products of the heavy sniper assembly. Most of them were consumed in the experiment, leaving only the 3 closest to completed products and used, because they are disposable items. So the teacher said that we can use these 3 small crickets freely, mainly for self-defense when going out. But they will be gone after use.
Chapter 752 Test Gun. The reason why I chose this funny name is of course to pay tribute to that classic movie on Earth that is nostalgic in someone's memory, although it does not have the same recoil. In terms of power, Lynn believes it is even better, compared with the power performance of the original Little Cricket in the movie. Of course, no one present could understand the source of someone's bad taste, especially the dark elf Meyer, who was confused and exchanged the rifle in her hand for the girl's Little Cricket, with mixed feelings in her heart. He turned his head to look at the huge and powerful heavy sniper rifle that looked like a ferocious metal beast, and then looked back at the small and exquisite prototype weapon lying on his palm. He asked in disbelief,
"Is this the only thing I can use?"
The dark-haired and brown-skinned girl nodded ruthlessly. Without those 2 childish braids, her expression of attitude, which has always been expressionless, is a little more convincing, giving people an unquestionable feeling. But my Airzon still complained without giving up.
"Why is that a big gun? So powerful. At first sight, you know that it is a weapon worthy of being used by a real warrior. But this one is like a weapon, for the toys played by the aristocratic children are the same. Small and cute. Do you know that it is like when you are choosing an adventure partner? There is obviously a giant with the name of
Dragon Slayer
next to you, but you can only choose one. A stunted, thin dwarf. Kaya, you said you hate me, so if you have any dissatisfaction, please speak up directly. I will accept it with humility and change it, rather than choose revenge."
And there is still a question in my Urshan's mind. That is, how did the magician make the Little Cricket grow up to become I Have No Life? Is there really a connection between the two? Holding the Little Cricket, my Urgia had a feeling that he could crush the gun with just a little force. Just when she wanted to continue questioning Kaya, she saw the girl dodge, and at the same time moved away the dark elf's hand. Even the gray cat on the cabinet nearby watched the 2 men's movements with vigilance, its limbs slightly bent, ready to jump away at any time. After confirming the direction of Meyer's gun, Kaya breathed a sigh of relief and said,
"Sister Mai, I won't hate you. I have done so since the first time we met." The teacher said, "Don't come here because of any stereotypes.
The attitude towards a person should be determined by the attitude of the other person. But no matter who it is, you can't point a gun at anyone in this room, because it will trigger the defense system and kill people."
"Okay, I get it." Knowing what the taboo was, Meyer was not brave enough to try it. After she removed the muzzle of the gun, she asked,
"Kaya, are you sure that this little toy is the same level of weapon as the big gun that looks majestic and powerful? The teacher once said that the shortcoming of the previous magic gun was that the energy conversion efficiency was too low, and most of the power was wasted. Moreover, it simply concentrated the power into energy balls and shot them out without processing. In fact, when passing through the rifling of the barrel, these magic energy bullets will produce different mutations and be endowed with properties, although this helps to increase the lethality. In fact, from the designer's point of view, this is not the case. A failed design.
Kaya picked up the rifle handed over by Meyer and pulled the trigger neatly, showing the modified part. The originally complex magic pattern on the gun was now several times more complex and even smaller. It no longer looks like the traditional magic circle in Midland, but some kind of natural texture. It's just that people who have not participated in design and modification will certainly not understand this.
In order to improve this part, increase the efficiency of using powers, and increase power, the second-generation magic gun design was developed. And Little Cricket is a trial work for experimentation. It includes improving the efficiency of using powers and increasing lethality. The ultimate finished product with these 2 features is a heavy sniper. The only way to improve the efficiency of the rifle is to make a new one. It's too expensive, and the weaknesses haven't improved, so the teacher has no plans to continue making it.
Among a bunch of unknown descriptions, Melson finally heard the part that interested him. She asked with bright eyes,
"Weaknesses? Do these guns have weaknesses including I Have No Life?"
"Yes." After Kaya gave a definite answer, she looked at the dark elf's clothes up and down and said,
"I heard from the teacher that Sister Xiaomai's clothes were made by His Majesty Fastness. They can be used under the effect of flashing. At this time, it can protect yourself from the corrosion of high-dimensional energy.
The dark elf nodded and said,
That's right. Is this just related to the defect of the magic gun? According to the teacher, the protective magic originated from the world tree is to protect the energy tidal impact caused by the gap between the two parties when the world tree comes into contact with other dimensional worlds. It can be said that the complete world tree protective magic is in response to pure energy damage. It has reached an extreme. The attack of the magic gun is in the form of pure energy, so it cannot break through the world tree level protection. If it wants to cause damage, it must be an attribute attack with magical effects, not pure energy projection.
After hearing the reason, my Arizon couldn't help but sigh.
This is like a natural nemesis.
Although the dark-haired and brown-skinned girl did not answer, she still nodded. Marquis Balin, who had been standing behind Kaya, was curiously stroking the weapons in the gun cabinet. She had never seen such a
gun
before, and she didn't know how much the
blue cave grade
magic stone mentioned just now was worth. What did they mean by
expensive?
The Marquise just found the content of the conversation a bit exaggerated and interesting. Picking up the pink parsley, it belongs to the magic gun used by Finn's right hand. The weight is a bit heavy for a normal woman. Although not as big as a heavy sniper, it is still much larger than a little cricket. The longest part,
the gun body, is about 2/3 the length of the forearm. The Marquise, who didn't know the structure of each part of the gun, looked at the dark part inside the barrel and couldn't help but put it to her own eyes, trying to peek inside.
Meow!
Hardy screamed, alerting everyone's attention. Kaya also quickly grabbed the parsley from the hands of the Marquise and said,
You can't put your head on the muzzle of the gun. Although the teacher has instructed, the energy assembly must be removed from the weapons put in the gun cabinet. But who knows if someone was negligent, and what if an accident happened? What kind of weapon is this?
Marquis Balin asked curiously.
Want to give it a try?
Kaya asked with a smile. And not only her, but also Melson showed a sweet smile as bright as the sun. Their smiles made the Marquis, who was inexperienced in the world, feel that she had fallen into some kind of trap. Kaya quickly took her PPK and rifle, and stuffed them into Myers' arms. Then he collected a bunch of ordinary ammunition and put it into a basket. As for those special ammunition, they stopped moving during the gun test stage. Then he took Marquis Balin and Merchant to the shooting range in the basement. The underground space was originally opened up as a practice room for testing various magics. So special protective barriers were placed on the walls to prevent the magic attacks inside from spilling into places outside the practice room and causing damage or losses. But a group of magicians and apprentices who were not doing their job seriously had never practiced magic that could cause widespread destruction. Over time, this well-protected practice room became used for other purposes. For a period of time, the test gun was most commonly used, but the modification plan for the firearm only reached one stage and then stopped. Until today, this practice room has reopened, because the magic gun created by Lin in the Lost Land is not a thermal weapon driven by gunpowder in the traditional sense of the earth. There will be no problems such as recoil or explosion sound. Therefore, when testing the gun in a semi-enclosed space, there is no need to wear earmuffs or the like. The lighting in the basement is not a big problem for someone who specializes in lighting. Kaya, who was walking at the front, flicked her fingers, and the entire basement was illuminated quite brightly, just like daylight outside. As a shooting practice range, the layout of the basement is actually quite simple. There is only a human target in the distance and a working platform nearby for people to put things. However, some obstacles are randomly arranged, and human-shaped targets are also located near and far. It's not like a regular shooting range on Earth, but more like a space used for survival games in the wild. According to past habits, all the guns and magic stone ammunition to be tested were displayed on the work platform. Kaya did not explain first, but smoothly loaded the PPK into the old magic stone magazine. And with a few shots, half of one of the humanoid targets was blown away. Then eject the old magic stone magazine that has been exhausted. It's not that they are unwilling to use new designs to improve the efficiency of using powers and reduce the consumption of magic stones. However, the small PPK pistol does not have much room for improvement and cannot be transformed into a second generation. This is why Kaya no longer uses his favorite gun as a regular sidearm. After a round of fighting, to the astonishment of Marquis Balin, Kaya briefly introduced the structure, usage and precautions of the long and short magic guns. The most important thing, of course, is to let people experience the feeling of shooting. The first person to come on stage was the Dark Elf Meyer, who had always been greedy for rifles.
although she saw with her own eyes that the heavy sniper was. There is no life for me. And when she picked up the rifle, she felt that it was tasteless and a pity to abandon. But she still played with the weapon seriously, combining the impressions of watching Yuzov's use in the past, as well as Kaya's introduction just now. During the shooting process, Maishan became more and more proficient, even starting to try not just hitting, but shooting specific areas. Although Midi's magic gun can be locked and pulled with mental power, it speeds up the shooting speed and also has a considerable hit rate. But based on past hunting experience with Yuzov, this locking will arouse the target's alertness. If the target is a warcraft, it is more like a provocation and will cause a direct attack from the warcraft. Therefore, when using a rifle, as long as the situation permits, it is more appropriate to use the traditional 3-point and 1-line aiming method. This is because it maintains the shooter's concealment, which is important when hunting or sneaking up on enemies. For the Marquis de Ballon, who was holding a gun for the first time, she first started practicing with a small PPK pistol. Under Kaya's instructions, his eyes were fixed on the sight hole, crosshair and target. He took a deep breath and stabilized his trembling hands because he was not used to the weight of the gun. Then, pull the trigger. Chapter 753 Rabian Rose. A magic bullet of pure energy will make a loud popping sound and a low popping sound when it hits a thick wooden humanoid target. That crisp snap was the sound of hitting a human-shaped target. The muffled sound is the sound made when the energy bullet impacts the wall behind the target and offsets the protective barrier. If you miss the target, there will be only a muffled sound. Therefore, it is easy to determine whether there is a hit. But there is no scoring here, because it is hitting inorganic objects. There is no guilt of killing, but instead a refreshing feeling fills the chest. And this pleasure urged Marquis Ballon to shoot. She seemed to want to imitate Kaya, who directly blew away half of a human-shaped target. It's a pity that her accuracy was not good enough. She shot once in the east and once in the west, and at least 6 or 7 of the 10 shots missed. So after using up a magazine, there is no result. Unwilling to be reconciled, she stumbled onto a new magic stone magazine and continued shooting, as if she was venting some emotion. Because they were aware of this, Kaya and Mercy did not stop the Marquise, but watched from the sidelines. Be careful that she doesn't point the gun at herself. Then pull the trigger boldly, leaving a mess for people to clean up. When Marquis Ballon finished all the PPK magazines, she had to stop even if her emotions had not been completely vented. She gasped for air, even wearing a loose black robe. You can still see the rise and fall of your chest. Caught off guard, she held her head and shouted hysterically, as if no one was watching. The heart-piercing shouting sounded like there was some uneasiness hiding in his chest, and he was trying to expel it. Finally, the Marquise, who was shouting to the point of breaking her voice, stood up as if nothing had happened. She still had no intention of confiding her uneasiness to anyone, and just kept rubbing the PPK pistol in her hand. The girl and the dark elf standing nearby knew that there was a story behind the roar, but they had a tacit agreement not to ask, and just watched silently, until Marquis Ballon turned her head and asked, "Can you try no life or little cricket?" Kaya shook her head decisively and refused, saying, "It's impossible to test those 2 guns here, unless the house above is going to be rebuilt. We tried the guns before, but we ran to a very far place. Check that there are no people or other large creatures were shot before they were shot. As for the small animals that were good at hiding and were not chased away, it can only be said that they were helpless." "Yes, it's a pity." Marquis Ballon asked again, "Does this pistol still have a magazine?" Kyle also shook his head and said, "This gun is an outdated weapon, since it is no longer used. Of course, it is impossible to make a new magazine. This is because the power utilization efficiency of this old firearm is not good, and it is too wasteful of magic. Sure, the magazine you just used was left over from the past. I took it out just to let you experience the feeling of shooting. Then can you ask your teacher, Mr. Tripwood, to help me make a new pistol like this?" The Marquise asked casually. The dark-haired and brown-skinned girl hesitated for a while. After all, in her impression, her teacher was very careful about the direction of the magic gun. "Except for the use of a few people around me, it has never been handed over to unfamiliar people, let alone sold to outsiders. Even when the 4 silver-bearded dwarves opened their mouths, the teacher turned them down. It means that what those 4 people want is the M134 multi-barreled machine gun. A real killer weapon. No wonder the teacher dare not agree easily. The weapons that person would sell must be obsolete products that are several generations behind for him.
so he would be able to sell them. Even so, the vast majority of discarded products are destined to be recycled. Someone who always talks about resource recycling is so stingy in this regard that it is unimaginable. But Kaya couldn't tell what kind of attitude her teacher would have when facing the Marquise. Therefore, she said with reservation,
I will try to mention AL's request to my teacher. But you don't have too much hope. Because I can't tell what the teacher's thoughts will be.
Melson interrupted and asked.
But what I want to know more is, Kaya, what are the things your teacher is giving you now for self-defense?
As far as the Dark Elves know, that magician he won't hesitate to give good things to those around him to protect himself. If this PPK pistol, which can be easily hidden anywhere on the body, is also disliked, then there must be something better nearby. After Kaya thought for a while, she didn't hide anything, but took out the rag bag she had with her. This kit is sewn from the leftover scraps of the hanfu worn by several of them. The seal is made of 2 ropes that are tightened in a staggered manner, so it is very convenient to untie it. Just pull it open. Carefully, he took out a metal rosette from the brocade bag. This metal rose is neither carved nor cast. It is composed of an unknown number of small parts. But when Kaya is taken out, there will be no loose or collision or friction sounds due to too many parts. At first glance, it looks like a hole, except for the wrong color. It looks like a fresh, budding rose. Kaya twisted the flower bone with her index thumb and said,
Rabian Rose. This is the latest self-defense weapon the teacher gave us.
Merchant and Marquise Balin were fascinated by the metal rose, which was no different from a work of art. Soon, the dark elf noticed something was wrong. How could she be easily attracted by the beauty of something? But the vague feeling of intimacy showed that this metal rose was an unimaginably powerful magical item, which was why she was so attracted to it.
Can I take a look?
Melson asked. Kaya still shook her head and said,
The Labian Rose is a one-time magic item, and the teacher said it is very dangerous. Although I have never seen it.
Meyer said bewilderingly.
Since you haven't seen it before, don't you want to see it? If this is a one-time prop, and it is still used now, according to your teacher's method, he will make many spare ones.
This time, Kaya shook her head firmly and said,
According to the teacher's character, when he talks about some exaggerated things in a more prosaic tone, only by magnifying the matter 10 times will he be almost close to the truth of the matter. When the teacher desperately emphasizes something, it is very likely that there is a hole behind it, waiting for others to jump in, so he can laugh at it. But he hopes that someone will not listen to those plain words. If he goes in and suffers a loss, he can also enjoy the show more. And what he said about Rabian Rose is the plain one.
When the dark-haired and brown-skinned girl said this, everyone became curious about what the magician said and couldn't help but ask questions. Kaya then said,
The teacher said at that time, the name of this prop is Rabian Rose. It is a small-scale environmental extermination weapon. One flower can only be used once. After using it, no one will survive except yourself.
So please use it with caution. He actually used the word, please, to us. How do you think about it? Small-scale environmental extermination weapon.
Although Minnie has not had such a term before, it is not difficult to understand literally. But to what extent can it be called environmental extinction? Neither the Dark Elves nor the Marquis Balin could imagine how tragic the environmental extinction described by the magician would look like. Especially Myurgi. She had seen the ruthless appearance of the magician. If it is a level of danger that even he himself would be afraid of, how dangerous is it? Or do you think of these as bullshit to coax children? And insist on encouraging the girl in front of you to give it a try? My Erzon didn't dare. I really didn't dare. It's a small thing to offend the magician, but it's a big deal to kill yourself. And according to my understanding of that magician,
there is a high chance that he will really kill himself. Kaya did not dare to hand over the rose of radiant to others, but carefully put it back into her bag and tied her pocket tightly. During the whole process, the 2 people next to them didn't dare to take a breath. It wasn't until the girl took the kid back into her arms that she let out a long breath. Myerzon asked at this time,
How could your teacher make such a thing? Who does he want to kill?
After tilting her head and thinking for a while, Kaya said,
At that time, it seemed that the prototype of I Have No Life had just been completed, and the experimental process of verifying the shooting was in progress. Halloumi suddenly asked the teacher, saying this, why do these types of weapons have to be made in the shape of a gun? Isn't it very beautiful if it is made like flowers and plants?
Then the I Am Not Born
was quickly finalized, and then the teacher made the
Rabian Rose.
For our own defense.
The process of the girl's statement was equally dull. But in fact, when I was with someone, It caused huge waves. Why does the magic gun have to be shaped like a gun? This question severely impacted someone's deep-rooted view of the Earth. In the history of the development of thermal weapons on Earth, there is one structural part on the gun that is indispensable, and that is the barrel. No matter how the gun, trigger, hammer, sight, stock, etc. change, the barrel must still exist. But it may be longer or shorter, and the caliber may be larger or smaller. The function of the barrel is to constrain the flight direction of the bullet so that it can shoot roughly where it wants. Weapons that can be controlled are meaningful. Otherwise, if you hit the primer with a hammer, the bullet will still be fired, but you won't be sure who will be killed. So on Earth, the design of guns revolves around the barrel as the core, and all kinds of guns and weapons are created. But in mystery, this magical country, convert the power into a condensation of pure energy through the magic circle, and then impact the target with lightning speed to cause damage. In this process, it doesn't matter whether the barrel exists or not. In this case, is there any reason to make the weapon into a gun type? Getting rid of the established thinking of the appearance of weapons. A rose made of magic metal was Lin's final product. The name comes from a certain real-life robot animation on Earth. After incorporating elements of magic, the finished product has an effect beyond someone's imagination. The conclusion is that the experience of the Earth may not necessarily be superior to that of the lost Earth, unless it does exactly the same thing. Chapter 754 Departure. Regardless of the demand for special with this time, there is really someone behind the scenes, or they want to take advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble. The needs and reasons were real. Yuzov and his party had no excuse to refuse, so they set off anyway. Almost all the members of the Ikaruga Alliance martial faction temporarily stationed at the Technical Guild and responsible for the siege were mobilized. Because there are monsters in the forest at the destination, sufficient manpower is needed to protect the lumberjacks. Although there are not any high-level and powerful monsters near the holy city of Estali, because such rare species are usually the targets of competition among magicians, whether they are used as materials, magic pets, or food ingredients, they have no chance of living a long life. But for Yuzov Gantia, who has lived for most of his life and has been the lowest level adventurer, every life is precious. Not to mention the lumberjacks or craftsmen who came. Many of them were partners working together and supporting each other in the Technical Guild. And many of them were also members of the Ikaruga Alliance. These people were not something Yuzov could give up easily, so he gathered as much protective power as possible. As for removing all the members of the Alliance fighting faction, it is also a last resort, because the Wood Elves, who were the backbone of the Alliance, seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, and these once most active figures could not be seen anywhere. Yuzov Gansha had many Wood Elf friends, and even had close relationships with a few of them. Knowing that the Wood Elves are allowed to travel throughout the land is both a gift from the World Tree and the freedom they long for. Staying in the realm of World Tree, there are too many dogmas that must be followed. Although the blessings of trees can be obtained, it is not all without cost. I thought it was just a coincidence that I couldn't see half a Wood Elf in the Technical Guild and other Ikaruga Alliance strongholds in the Holy City. So Yuzov wanted to use the forum to contact his former Wood Elf friends, hoping that they could support him if they were nearby. But there was no response at all, as if these people collectively evaporated from the land of confusion. The only exception is my Urshu, who is wearing a retro elf robe with a 3-feathered bird totem embroidered with a black background and silver thread. Although in the classification of elves, she can also be classified as Wood Elves, but she is a very rare dark elf, a subject of the ancient World Tree fastness. She claims to be the slave of that magician and was sent by the Ancient One. It can be said that she is a special case among special cases. Because of this, Yuzov could only pull out all the existing strengths of the Turtle Dove Alliance in the Holy City to serve as guards. According to his own past experience, it wouldn't be a big problem for an adventure team that was good at fighting to wander alone in a forest full of monsters. As long as you are not too unlucky, you will encounter the top creatures in nature without any preparation. But if you want to serve as a guard, the number of people must correspond to the number of people being protected, so that you can take full care of them. Because for those who are not familiar with it, they cannot grasp the dangers that suddenly appear in the forest, and it is easy to act rashly, thereby threatening life safety. The worst-case scenario, of course, is to involve other people. This is only when the people who follow take up arms and can act as warriors, so that they can almost take care of each one. If you want to protect the kind of nobles who don't know anything, only cause trouble, and don't know how to fight, then you have to take care of one of 10 people, or even more people. Therefore,
It makes sense for the nobles to organize the army, because they themselves are too useless. In the past, a trip of nearly 100 people would have been an unimaginable event for a small organization. Maybe you won't encounter it once in 10 years, because this is almost at the level of military operations. But for the technical guild, it doesn't matter whether the 100 people have to take turns to set off, arrive in sequence, or set off together. Especially with trucks, organizing operations becomes even faster and more convenient. On the way out, everyone sat in the back of the truck. Although it was not very comfortable, the space was very spacious. For the craftsmen of the technical guild, there is no one who has never ridden in a car. There are always various situations and reasons for applying for transportation or hitchhiking. Therefore, all of them are experienced and know how to find every opportunity to straighten their legs or stabilize their bodies to avoid bumps. If the return trip is full of wood, everyone will not be so relaxed. However, most of the members of the Ikaruga Alliance, who acted as temporary bodyguards, were riding in a truck for the first time. They also saw vehicles driving on the roads of the Holy City more than once. But not many people could afford this expensive means of transportation for precarious adventurers. Apart from the comfort level, we are not some aristocratic young masters or young ladies with expensive butts. I'm lucky enough to have a car to sit in and not have to use my own legs to walk. I heard that there are small cars for carrying people, but the comfort level is completely different from these trucks for carrying goods. Everyone couldn't help but think about it while sitting around. But there are also those who have been in the military somewhere and look at vehicles from a different perspective than others. These people would be shocked at how quickly trucks can drop people from the Holy City to the forest at the destination. It would take 2 to 3 days no matter how fast you walked on your feet. But judging from the scenery on the road, it was not yet noon, and we had already seen the peaks that can only be seen in the destination forest. Looks like we'll be there before noon. This means that if a force has a large enough fleet, it can quickly transport its troops to where they are needed. Even if you don't transport soldiers, it is very useful to transport food, grass, weapons, and supplies. Moreover, it is said that one of the leaders of the Automobile Manufacturing and Research and Development Center, Grand Duke Kawe of the Jirwana Empire, has begun to equip his own private army with vehicles and reformulate various tactics. This is undoubtedly a threat to other countries and other forces. Some of these quick-thinking people do not want to be constrained by the system, or they cannot stand it. So they join the Turtle Dove Alliance as a member of the resistance to the unfair system. Thinking about the impact of cars on the military is just a habit of the first half of my life. There are also some people who are simply spies of other countries or forces, hiding in the alliance. However, most people are well aware of this matter, but no one has put these things on the table to expose it. Even who these people are is a semi-open secret. However, these people do not necessarily need to be watched out for, because as long as you are a living person, no one has a position or attitude. As members of the alliance, they are willing to help others, and they also hope that one day in the future, when they need help, they can also receive help from others. Under this premise, who dares to ruin their reputation? Once betrayed, there is no turning back. In comparison, even if you stay in the Adventurers Guild, you will have a bad reputation. But as long as it does not violate local laws, the local lord will not do anything unnecessary, and the adventurers will accept the commission as usual. As expected, the convoy arrived at its destination, the unnamed forest. At noon, just as the veterans had predicted, a group of people unloaded their luggage from the truck to enter the forest, including various logging tools. This is the deepest point that vehicles of all sizes can reach, and you can only walk on your feet for the rest of the journey. Another group of people built forward positions on the spot. In addition to taking care of the vehicles, they also served as preparatory support personnel. One of the great benefits of being lost is that if you go to the forum to ask for help, as long as the power of the magic stone is not exhausted, there will be no blind spots or problems with signal reception. After packing their bags, the group of people who were ready to set off entered the forest under the leadership of Yuzov. The advance of the team is naturally divided into scouts, vanguard, squadron, and rearguard. As the president of the technical guild and the organizer of this operation, Yuzov Gontia had the rare experience of being surrounded by people for protection, walking together with the lumberjacks and craftsmen. If he had been a scout in his past adventures, or helping to move things behind the scenes, it would not have been a glamorous role. However, thanks to the experience at that time, he was able to arrange the huge team in an orderly manner. Among them, the white swordsman William Greco was placed at the rear guard.
This person's misophobia has become a must-have topic for gossip within the alliance. When talking and laughing, everyone can be happy, but when working with this person, no one is not distressed. If you don't do dirty work or tiring work, or if it violates his inexplicable rules, you won't do it either, so no one knows when they will encounter this dear friend's taboos. I want to blame him, but I don't know if this person is pretending to be deaf and dumb, or pretending to be crazy and stupid, like his martial arts. He is among the top in the world. What else could he do except let him go? So Yuzov placed him at the back of the team. The advantage of this is that everyone doesn't have to worry about being sneak attacked by enemies or monsters from behind. At least he himself doesn't want to be sneak attacked by enemies. This sword master was in trouble, but he had no record of abandoning his comrades and running away alone. It can also be said that when he is around, it is unlikely that anything too embarrassing will happen. Another person who made special arrangements was the Dark Elf Meyer. In fact, the Dark Elves who come to the surface from the underground sometimes join the Turtle Dove Alliance and abide by the rules of mutual assistance in the alliance, and do not commit any particularly bad deeds. Therefore, although Dark Elves are not common among the members of the alliance, they are not completely absent. The alliance is an organization that eliminates opinions and is based on cooperation. Yuzov's cooperation with Meyer Shah on the snowy mountain was considered pleasant, and there was no friction between the two parties. In addition, she became one of his own family members. But these are not the reasons why Yuzov attaches great importance to her. The real reason lies in the rifle on Merchant's back. With experience in the snowy mountains, Yuzov certainly knew the power and diverse functions of this weapon. The environmental detection alone is enough to satisfy people in a dangerous forest. In fact, before setting off, he also thought about lending the rifle to the boss. But someone's cautious attitude towards firearms made Yuzov give up his mind. Anyway, there was no such convenient thing in the past. And the forest was not the same. Go in whole, come out whole. Since Merle, who was traveling with him, had borrowed a rifle, Yuzov had no reason not to make good use of it. When you are away from home, returning home safely is the most important thing. Chapter 755 Nameless Forest. A large group of people marching in a roadless forest, especially when there is heavy traffic, of course cannot form a neat queue or a dense formation. In addition to maintaining 3 groups in the front, middle and back, everyone tries to have the people being protected walk on the inside of the team, while the group of guards, who are good at fighting, are responsible for the outside. Because the people who participated in the escort were all veterans of adventure, as long as their respective positions were assigned, there was nothing wrong with Yuzov. When he was free, he glanced at the dark elf beside him from time to time. If Meyer had not worked with this guy before, she would have suspected that this man was in heat at the wrong time and place.
Say it! It seems that you have been holding back something for a long time,
the dark elf said. Without much thought, Yuzov said,
since the boss lent you the rifle, you can see if we turn on the prey detection mode. Why? I'm hungry and want to hunt. Although it's not long past noon. You've fallen into the master's habit of eating lunch?
Myershi joked.
No. To be honest, the detection mode is also very convenient for eyes when used to alert the surroundings. What I need is this to protect this team. If you want to protect everyone here, you need more than just eyes,
my Erzon said pointedly. But she did not explain it clearly, but turned around and said,
as for the issue of environmental monitoring, don't worry. I have done it from the beginning.
Yuzov was startled and asked,
you did it from the beginning? How did you do it? I didn't see the water mirror screen on the map. And if you continue to use it, will the power consumption of the gun be too much? We are here, I'm not sure how long it will take. And I remember that the magic stones used in the rifles are specially made and cannot be used casually. If the reserves on your body are exhausted, the rifle can only be used as a fire stick.
My Erzon twirled her right ear proudly. Although the earring transformed by the World Tree clone was small, it was very delicate. The dark elf smiled and said,
I don't want to think about who my real backer is. Your Majesty has analyzed the detection magic on the rifle and projected the results into my field of vision. Although when I look at it, my eyes will be more practical. It's something that doesn't exist, but it's okay once you get used to it. If you do this, you can save the power of opening the water mirror, and the duration will be at least several times longer than before.
In fact, there is something more complicated behind this matter. Lin used the first coffin to connect all the high officials of the Turtle Dove Alliance and obtain the computing power of the World Tree. Anyway, these big plants have always been in a state of redundant computing power, so no one really protests against someone taking a back door and sneaking in on them.
Another reason for being so generous is that while Lin uses the first coffin to connect all the world trees, it also means that the database of the first coffin is open to the world trees. Of course, it includes all Lin's designs related to the arcane eye, as well as various small applications related to the forum, and even the secret instant messaging software. It's just that the world trees don't understand the value of everything inside. And of course they won't spread it. And this time, Merchant was in need. So Fasas analyzed the detection program in the rifle, and used the information mentioned in the first coffin database about the use of retinal projection, and used the clone earrings to convert the results. Show it in the eyes of your relatives. The reason why the rifle prey detection mode needed to be turned on and off before was mainly due to the water mirror screen used to display a small map of the prey's location. Because it uses magic to actively create something, it consumes a lot of power. The arcane eye only passively collects data scattered in the environment, and the consumption is not large. The method of projecting the retina is also quite low cost, because it is the caster himself who pays for the lost power, not the magic stone. In this way, as long as Marshawn comes into contact with the rifle, she can turn on the monitoring of the rifle at any time and grasp all situations within a radius of about 1 kilometer. Even if Marshawn closed the small living detection map in his field of vision, Fasas was still watching. He can warn his family members about any abnormal situation at any time, which can be called the most powerful living monitoring device. Moreover, the information collected by the arcane eyes is not just the small circular map displayed in Mel's eyes, and the small red and blue dots representing enemy and friendly creatures. That's just selecting the minimum information and displaying it in a limited display range. Under Fasnath's treatment, everything within the observation range of the arcane eye is under his control. It means that I have a lot of free time at this world tree, so I have time to look around through Marshawn, and I am reminded from time to time. However, Yuzov did not know the reasons behind these, so he still proposed a test and asked the Dark Elf, "Can you please tell me what is the situation near our team now?" My Erzhan didn't take it seriously and said, "Just in time. Our scouts came into contact with a large creature. Wait a moment, and you will receive the news from the front." Fortunately, he didn't hear it. When he heard it, Yuzov asked nervously, "Large creature? How big? Can its rank be judged? How far away is it?" To appease the nervous man, my Erzhan said, "Don't worry. It looks like a bear, but it's just an ordinary beast, not a monster. Although it is troublesome for ordinary people. Those few scouts, if you can't handle this problem well, don't go to them next time." At the same time, there was a commotion in front of the team. The scout member sent out came back looking relaxed. He found Yuzov Gontia and asked, "Boss, we encountered a big bear in front. Do you want to kill it for dinner?" Discovering that the news was exactly what Melcha said, Yuzov truly believed that the Dark Elf had indeed mastered the rifle's detection magic. But in response to what the scout said, he shook his head and said, "We have just set off, so it is not good to stop and dismember the animal. Go around the bear, or find a way to lure it away. Today we need to go as far into the forest as possible. We try not to stop except for the target wood." The young man serving as the scout shrugged nonchalantly and said, "You are the boss. Everything is at your discretion." The little episode in the adventure didn't disturb anyone's mood. The ordinary beast without intelligence left the team's path after being slightly lured by the scout. As for the use of rifles, Yuzov originally had concerns, because he knew that set of reconnaissance magic, the magician had not yet been revealed to others, and at most he only knew another map for siege, so he was a little hesitant about whether to expose it. Now that Merle has a better way to use it, he is happy that the journey can be carried out more safely without revealing his boss's trump card. Even if the magician doesn't care whether others know that such a magic exists, it shouldn't flow from his mouth. Everyone moved on. The forest in autumn has a bleak smell, and there are more yellowing leaves than ever before, which of course brings some trouble to people walking in it. Fortunately, there are not many bugs in this forest, and the miasma caused by rotting leaves is even rarer. This kind of forest form only means one thing in Lost Land. The activity of power here is higher than other places. At the same time, it is still mainly about monsters, not demonized plants. If it is the latter, then the forest will be full of miasma, making it difficult for ordinary creatures to survive. The person leading the way is a member of the craftsman team under Grand Duke Kawe. According to them, in their youth they had entered this forest and found a gathering of trees of those two kinds of wood. So this time, I will take on the role of guide. Of course, so much time has passed and many terrains and features have changed.
and even the memory is not so clear. So this time it's up to everyone to pay attention to every tree they pass. Fortunately, the characteristics of the two trees, Nanmu and Silverwheat Camphor, are very obvious. That is, they have quite unique aromas. The former has a slight fragrance, but is unforgettable. The latter has a strong fragrance, so people who like it can accept it, but people who don't like it may avoid it. But one thing is certain. That is, even the little bugs will definitely not like it. As time progressed, everyone went deeper into the forest. I spent most of the day in the car, and it was not far from dark now. So Yuzov sent people to notify the vanguard and scouts to find a suitable place to camp today. When setting up camp in the forest, don't wait until after dark, because under the dense shade of trees, visibility is not high. Even during the day, if it is a night with weak moonlight, the humans inside are no different from blind people. You have to make most of the preparations while you can still see your surroundings clearly. Otherwise, the cruel nature will teach people a vivid lesson, at the cost of the life of the negligent. Just as Yuzov was thinking about what he should pay attention to when camping at night, there was another commotion from the front of the team. It's the same young man again, sent to run errands by other veteran scouts. But it's also possible that the young man came to take credit happily, at least judging from his expression. Yuzov guessed it couldn't be anything bad.
Hey boss! Guess what we see up front?
Yuzov cast a questioning look at Melcha, who was standing aside. The dark elf just shook his head. It seems that it is not an animal, or a demonized man-eating plant. These creatures will be captured by the detection magic of the rifle. Then Yuzov could only think of one possibility that would make the scouts so excited. He asked tentatively,
Could it be that you have found it? Hey, boss, how did you know?
The young scout asked in surprise.
Your appearance is just written on your face. I can't guess it.
Yuzov scolded the young man angrily. Then he said,
The discovery location is in front? Have you informed the master?
But seeing the commotion in the team, and Yuzov knowing the young man's character, it is estimated that everyone will know about what he discovered. So he simply gave instructions to the escort members around him.
Go to a group of people first to strengthen the defense of the discovery site. Boy, go ask the master and lead him to your discovery site to identify the wood. Even if you find it, can you use it? It's still unknown. So don't be too happy. You are really disappointing. Boss, how about thinking better? Life is not all bad luck.
The young man smiled. Chapter 756 Doubts. The relevant people quickly gathered at the location where the scout claimed to have found the target wood, because he had to arrange the movement of a large group of people. Yuzov arrived a step late. When he arrived at his destination, he saw craftsmen belonging to the Grand Duke of Kawe taking their apprentices to identify the wood. The wood found was suspected to be the target of the silver grain camphor. The strong smell that permeates the air is its characteristic. But this time, it is used to make a wardrobe for the nobles. Just like the magic materials used by magicians. Even if they are of the same type, they can and cannot be used. For example, if it is hollow or has a crooked neck, it can only use materials to make small objects, but not large objects. In addition to poor quality, there are also some magical materials that are extremely unevenly distributed in power and are defective. If you want to use it, you can only take part of it, and you can't make large objects. Even some picky magicians will directly discard such defective products. Sometimes the processing after felling is not good enough, causing the wood to become unusable. It's like if the skinning and tanning of the warcraft were not done properly. The skin would be useless. That's why experienced craftsmen are needed to do the appraisal, and professional lumberjacks are needed to handle it, rather than just any adventurer randomly chopping it. He can use it by bringing back the same type of wood. But luck was very good. After appraisal by the Duke's master craftsman, he confirmed that the few scattered silverleaf camphor trees in front of him could be used, and a group of people prepared to cut down the trees. But whether trees can be cut down in this forest is not decided by these craftsmen and lumberjacks, but by the consent of the guards. In a mysterious and dangerous area, guards are hired to protect the lives of others. When their employers do not cooperate with actions they consider safe, the guards have the right to decisively leave their employers seeking death on the grounds of protecting their own safety. Leave on your own. Don't look at it that such rules seem cruel. And if the uncle who pays the money wants to do it, how can the person who gets the money not agree to it? There is no spirit of contract at all. In fact, in such dangerous places, it is not new for guards to break the legs of their incompetent employers in order to survive, in order to attract the pursuing monsters. Anyway, if you can leave the forest alive, the rest will be accomplices. No one can tell the ugly behavior they did when they encountered danger in that forest. And the people who died in the forest had no way to come forward and accuse them of being betrayed. Therefore, instead of testing the character of the guards, it is better to say ugly things in front of them, which can also curb the various tricks of some habitual men to commit suicide, because it has been made clear that in the dangerous wilderness, if you don't do what I say, you will die. This can make some people restrain themselves. In Lost Land, the most valuable thing is loyalty, and the least valuable thing is loyalty. So even if the craftsmen were part of the Grand Duke's team, they only asked the lumberjacks to make preparations first, and did not actually start work. Putting aside the stubborn behavior of seeking death, they also hoped to have a safe working environment in a dangerous area. It is impossible to really ignore the suggestions of the guards, and just stick to your own ideas. Yuzov, who was one step behind everyone else, did not step forward to take a look at the silver grain camphor, which is also a high-grade wood magic material. After he obtained the wood of the target tree species, he took 2 or 3 friends from the Alliance to inspect the surrounding environment.
What do you think of camping here?
Yuzov asked his friends. The leader of the guard, who had a considerable status in the Turtle Dove Alliance, followed Yuzov around in a circle. And of course, he understood what his friend wanted to see. So to the question, he quickly answered,
although it is not the most ideal environment, but there is still some time before dark. So if you arrange it well, there should be no problem.
After getting the same opinion, Yuzov ordered,
okay, then let people camp here for the night. Wait until tomorrow morning to start felling operations.
You can prepare to rest early, and no one will express dissatisfaction. Besides, even if we start the logging work now, it will be at night until everything is completed. So it would be better to do it during the day tomorrow. So everyone quickly cleaned up the environment and set up a temporary camp. At this time, the young scout came to Yuzov again, rubbed his hands, and asked with a smile,
Boss, how about I go back and find the bear? I heard that bear paws are delicious, but I haven't eaten them yet.
Yuzov slapped the young man on the back of the head angrily and said,
if you go back alone, I'm really not sure who ate whom. Don't think too much. Just look around with the veterans.
That's fine. No one will leave the team and look back for something that's not sure whether it's still there. The bear is gone?
The young man asked innocently.
It has 4 legs, and it will stay there stupidly, waiting for you to go back and kill it. Don't think so much, and learn more from those veterans. They are people with real skills. Even I am with them. Learned a lot from me.
Okay. At night, the camping ground in the forest is quite lively, although there was no wine. As a member of the Turtle Dove Alliance, there were few people who could not play the piano and sing a few words casually. And this time, it was not a serious military operation. So everyone was eating and making trouble in a quite relaxed mood. Of course, the perimeter guards are still quite serious, because they don't want to let something happen that shouldn't happen, because the guards make mistakes when they are relaxing. Whatever you want in return,
you must pay the same price. This is the basic spirit of the Alliance. Beside the campfire, several female warriors, including my heir's hen, were naturally the targets of everyone's attention. But whether it is the women who are also experienced adventurers, or Melson, who is a dark elf, they can deal with these things with ease. Of course, there are also people who are attracted to her and go into the depths of the forest hand in hand, only to return after a while. Some may be envious of a romantic marriage, but that's all. People from the technical guild, whether they were allies or not, were accustomed to making friends, so they naturally blended into the relaxed atmosphere of the guards. On the contrary, the team of craftsmen from the Grand Duke were somewhat self-reliant on their status, and could not let go of their emotions. Several young people looked at the positions of the women with envy, but when the old man in the lead glared at them, they shrank their heads as if they had withered. When the noise in the camp gradually subsided, except for the campfire, which was still being guarded by people, everyone else found a place to sleep. Yuzov sat next to Meyer, who was still asleep. The dark elf said jokingly,
Are you lonely? Or do you feel cold and need me to warm you?
Yuzov said with a wry smile,
I want to ask about what you mentioned during the day. He must be someone under the Grand Duke. Oh, it looks like you're not blind yet.
Meyer showed an appreciative look.
That boy is following the master, but his actions are not like a young apprentice at all. Many things are too deliberate and become very obvious. If you can't see it like this, I have been fooling around in vain.
Yuzov, my husband, lowered his voice and said,
I just want to confirm with you whether what you found is what I said.
Meyer didn't have Yuzov's mysterious attitude, But he also said softly,
"If there is no one with better acting skills, then you and I should find the same one."
After receiving the reply from the Dark Elf, Yuzov nodded slightly to a member of the Turtle Dove Alliance not far away, and the other party calmly turned his head and left. If they weren't paying attention, others wouldn't even notice that the two were connected. Mailhow looked at the man in front of her with interest, as if she was meeting him for the first time. Yuzov stared at such a beautiful woman for a long time, and no matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't help but cough once or twice, trying to cover up his embarrassment. But he still asked,
"Why do you keep staring at me? I always feel like your people are very used to doing this kind of thing."
My Erzon pointed to the secret communication method he just saw. In response to such doubts, Yuzov smiled shyly and said,
"I have done this kind of thing a lot before. I always entered the territory of other nobles and tried to find a way to save this person or that person. A serious adventure. It's a journey that only lasts a few times."
My Erzon also remembered that the main goal of the Turtle Dove Alliance was mutual assistance, and its actual behavior was just that a group of people who had offended the powerful were rescuing each other. Then because of such behavior, new dignitaries are offended, or the original enemies are offended even more. A perfect vicious cycle. This is also the reason why the people of the Ikaruga Alliance don't have such a good reputation in the eyes of most people. As if to ease the embarrassment, Yuzov said,
"But although I know there is a mole, I still can't guess what he might do. After all, in such a dangerous place, it is too easy to frame people."
With her slender arms supporting her sharp and beautiful chin, Melson winked and said,
"Do you need me to help you ask him?"
Yuzov would not be so naive as to think that the Dark Elf was just trying to make excuses. So he asked,
"Can it not be discovered? With one person missing, it's impossible not to be discovered. But as long as the arrangement is good, there is still a way to explain it."
Of course, my Erzon had considered using women's greatest strength to make excuses. If you do this from a comfortable rear, you have a high chance of success. But this is a place where life and death are at stake. Those who will be sent here will not be the kind of people who can let go of their guard with warm words. And there is no spare time to talk nonsense. So naturally all kinds of vigorous and resolute methods are used to obtain information in the shortest possible time. But by doing so, there is no way to leave an intact person. After thinking about the Dark Elf's suggestion, Yuzov shook his head and rejected it. He said,
"I don't know the reason why the other party is targeting us. Is it because the boss is involved? Or is it because the technical guild is attracting attention? Is it Grand Duke Kawe? Or someone else? I'm more concerned about what trap he plans to set than what kind of trap he plans to set. I want to know these answers. But if I rush too much, I may get the wrong answer."
In response to Yuzov's concerns, Marshawn nodded in agreement. If the person who comes is a dead soldier, it is not impossible to tell some false information to confuse the public even if he knows he has been exposed. And Yuzov had another consideration, saying,
"Besides, we don't have any conclusive evidence to prove that the person intends to set a trap and betray us. What if all this is just a misunderstanding? Even if it is not a misunderstanding, how can we tell others explain? Or even explain to the Grand Duke himself? Or should we treat them all equally and treat them as traitors? If it turns out that all of this is just our fault, how much effort will it take to get things back on track? The idea is to wait until he exposes himself. Until then, we just have to be careful."
Chapter 757 6 Days. During the day, the logging work was carried out in an orderly manner. It went smoothly, without any hindrance. It was as if I was doing this in my own backyard, instead of being in a forest where monsters were lurking everywhere. The guards of the Turtle Dove Alliance are indispensable for the work being able to proceed so smoothly. The most dazzling among them is the Dark Elf my Erzon, and the strange weapons in her hands. It turned out that Yuzov Gantija defied all opinions, and asked the Dark Elves to lead a small team to clean up the surrounding area. Most people were still puzzled. But when my Erzon led a few young people and brought back one achievement after another, the original differences of opinion were automatically eliminated. Taking risks and respecting strength, everyone is still quite pragmatic. Of course, in the middle, Yuzov also gave a little push. First of all, the people he assigned to my Erzon were all young people who were relatively receptive to new things. And these people were also the ones who courted or showed affection for the Dark Elves last night. With the methods of Dark Elves, these people are probably easier to control. And for Yuzov, in addition to trust, this also means a bit of a test. Let's try and see if Mark can take advantage of these advantages and make some achievements. If that doesn't work, just keep her with you and be her full-time eyes.
Not only Yuzov is sophisticated, but so is Marsha. She guessed what this man was thinking, and took advantage of the rifle and her own charm to manage the manpower assigned to her obediently. The most important thing is that she did not use the rifle on her back as a trump card to keep it secret. Instead, she openly demonstrated the advantages of this long-range weapon and shot any monsters that might intrude 100 steps away. The young people who followed my heirs on were just younger than the middle-aged and middle-aged alliance members. Maybe the methods are not that sophisticated, but it doesn't mean that they have less experience. These people know that the types of long-range weapons suitable for use in the forest are quite rare. Most people use short bows because they are easier to maneuver and more accurate. But the range is not as good as the long bows used in open areas. But the strange weapons in the hands of the dark elves broke their old perceptions. At a distance of 100 steps, if an archer is not specially trained, he may not be able to shoot that far, let alone hit the target. And if you want to throw 100 steps in the forest, it is impossible to do it by treating the tree crown as if it is nothing. Therefore, when hunting in the forest, you have to get close to the range where the prey can quickly attack you. However, the rifle broke all old perceptions and conventions. It allows hunters to easily shoot their prey from a safe distance and is incredibly powerful. At this stage, there is no one who can hit a shot without falling down, whether it is a beast or a monster. If an ordinary hunting short bow is used, it is very common for larger prey to have more than a dozen arrows inserted into it, and it can still be alive and fighting for its life. However, the cost of each shot shocked these young people and gave up the idea of getting a rifle. All I can say is that he is truly a magician, and the things he holds are not something ordinary adventurers can afford. After a few rounds, a magazine worth 1 red brilliant magic stone will be scrapped. Shoot randomly with magic arrows, and there is no rifle to burn money. Later, several young people asked them to take action on some small, relatively non-dangerous prey, so as not to waste the resources of the rifle. They knew from the dark elves that when the magazine on Merle's body was used up, the rifle could only be used as a wooden stick to attack. Taking risks and using limited resources effectively is also a very important lesson. But even if they no longer use rifles to shoot, Mayor Shen's command has made hunting quite easy for the young people. So gradually, they no longer considered what was wrong with following the instructions of a female dark elf. The commander could even notice many details that they didn't notice, which were the guarantee of his own life. It can be said that the power of Myrge's rifle gave everyone a disincentive. And with the detection magic attached to the rifle, he successfully established prestige among this small team. Then the number of prey impressed others. These are just convenient for the dark elves' methods. Most of her thoughts were still on monitoring the suspicious person. I just observed him all morning and didn't see any bad behavior on the other side. Even as a craftsman apprentice, the other party completed everything he was supposed to do without any ambiguity. Naturally, no evidence can be found to accuse the other party. It seems that we have entered the stage of competing for patience. The dark elf thought so. The felling of the silver grain camphor and the preliminary processing of the wood were successfully completed in the morning. However, everyone did not plan to take these large logs on the road. Instead, they found a place to put them and take them with them on the return trip. But as a magic material, the most precious core part of the tree was still taken off and carried around. Firstly, the core part of the tree is not big. Secondly, if this thing is left in place, it will easily attract other monsters or even be destroyed by them. Thirdly, the core of the tree of Cinnamomum argentina has the strongest smell. And of course, the insect repellent effect is also best of all. You can avoid a lot of worries about diseases in the forest, such as malaria. Just a good start on the first day does not mean that the whole trip will be so lucky. In the next few days, the second target tree species, Fragrant Phoebe, was nowhere to be found. As we went deeper into the forest, although there was no attrition, everyone was inevitably restless. In particular, the strong smell of Cinnamomum camphora has a miraculous effect in repelling insects. But it has also become a cause of complaint for some people. After all, not everyone likes that smell. Even in such an environment, it is very useful. Fortunately, Yuzov Gansha was very skillful and could always resolve some minor disputes in a harmonious way. In addition, we are not yet at the end of the road. We are just comparing one of the goals found on the first day. Such contrasting results make everyone a little irritated. Furthermore, although no one admitted it, the white swordsman William Greco was at the end of the team, which was also the reason why everyone was relieved about this journey. There may be a lot of trouble getting along with this person, but his strength is the best guarantee in such a harsh environment.
Therefore, although everyone is a little impetuous, they are not hysterical and hurt each other, because the smell of Cinnamomum campora itself is quite strong. It is easy to find this tree by following the directions of your nose. Although Xiangnan is also characterized by its aroma, the smell is not obvious and can easily be ignored. Therefore, as the search scope gradually expanded, the team found the suspected target tree, stopped to identify it, confirmed that it was not the target, and then continued forward. This cycle of actions continued. On the 6th day deep into the forest, everyone set up camp early to rest, because if you continue going down, you will face a choice. If you go to the left, you will advance towards the mountain. If you go to the right, you need to cross a river. The craftsman who served as the guide couldn't tell in which direction Xiangnan had a chance to find it. The method of dividing into two teams seems to be the smartest, but in fact it is the stupidest. In this dangerous environment, there is strength in numbers, which is no fun. Splitting the forces might expand the search area, but it would also be possible for both groups to remain in the forest. So no one came up with such a stupid proposal. Then whether to go up the mountain or cross the river becomes a problem. Yuzov is not arbitrary either. After dinner, everyone gathered around the campfire and brought it up, wanting to hear everyone's opinions. Naturally, the result is a wide range of opinions. After all, this is a question with no right answer, and no matter which way you choose to go, there is always a sense of luck involved. During the entire discussion, the dark elf Maishan did not say a word. Several young people who supported her said at this time, My, I see that although you haven't said anything, you seem to be thinking about something. Why don't you put forward what you are thinking about and let everyone help think about it? It's hard to say that Mar was named, but she was probably thinking about how to expose the kid who was suspected of being a mole. However, she was not completely clueless about what everyone was discussing. So he said, I am thinking about the characteristics of the habitual growth environment of Nanmu trees. Or what kind of places do the same Nanmu tree species like to grow? Even if the species are different, as long as they are the same kind of trees, and their practicality is similar. It's just that I live in the underground world most of the time, and I'm not that familiar with things on the surface. Is there anyone here who knows something about the characteristics of these trees? What the Dark Elves said was reasonable. They were also a group of adventurists and craftsmen who focused on their skills and ignored the thinking part. Everyone turned to look at the master craftsman who belonged to the Grand Duke. It was this master craftsman who made the request for the fragrant Nanmu. Now that we know this kind of wood, we should know more or less about other information. The old craftsman, who had not done this kind of wood-finding work for a long time, patted his thigh with some annoyance. He should have remembered these things long ago and reminded everyone. It's just that in the past few days, I was dizzy due to the smell of silver pattern camphor, so I didn't think about it, trying to recall the knowledge I learned from the masters when I was young. The old craftsman said, BB, a kind of Nanmu, is a high-grade magic material. It likes to grow in warm and humid places. So we should cross the river? Everyone thought so. But most of the distribution locations are in mountainous areas, from some low mountains to below the green belt of high mountains. So it should be the mountain? Although Xiangnan cannot grow very thick, it can grow quite tall. But what is called not so thick here is that it can barely be hugged by an adult. That's all I know. So, should we go up the mountain or cross the river? The young man from the scout team asked everyone's doubts on behalf of everyone. Only then did the old craftsman realize that the information he had given seemed to make sense, no matter where he went. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was still slightly annoyed inside. Chapter 758 Clues. Let's go up the mountain. Just when everyone was hesitant, Yuzov came forward and said, The so-called leadership is the one who makes decisions in such dilemmas. Going a step further, even when a decision is wrong, one must take the blame. Only by taking responsibility for success or failure can one be considered a true leader. Instead of just picking the fruits of success, failure is the ineffectiveness of subordinates. Besides, by bringing it up for discussion with everyone at this time, Yuzov just hopes to hear some parts that he has overlooked or does not know, to support him in making any decision. The information given by the chief craftsman of the Grand Duke was exactly what he wanted to know. Although walking towards the river meets the warm and humid conditions, who said that such conditions and climate cannot be found in the mountains? Moreover, the old craftsman said in the last sentence that fragrant Nan is mostly distributed in mountainous areas, even though it is below the green belt. In the mysterious terrain, the so-called green zone refers to the height where it does not snow.
In some northern countries, it refers to the height at which winter snow melts. So Yuzov quickly made a decision in the dilemma of choosing between the two. Now that the leader of this industry has made a decision, others will no longer raise objections, because they can't guarantee that if they stick to another direction, they will definitely be able to find the target tree. As the night progressed, the hustle and bustle of the campground gradually subsided. The troublesome Master Swordmaster ran to take a bath in the nearby river. In addition to him, there are also several female guards who love to be clean. These people also had the idea of whether they could get closer to the Swordmaster, or even go further. Like the Earth, the Lost Earth will take the initiative. But it's not just men and heat. My Erxia did not go along, because this time was the time for her and Yuzov to exchange information, precisely because their actions at night were mysterious and related to the magician. Some ambiguous rumors were rampant among the team. It was enough that neither of them had explained. Anyway, such rumors would help their actions. As for this rumor reaching the ears of the owner of the Dark Elves, Boss Yuzov, I guess he wouldn't have any ideas. It is even possible to include a dowry and happily send an elf off to get married, if this thing is true.
Did you find anything?
Yuzov asked first. My Erzon shook his head and said,
Same as the previous few days. I got nothing. Are we too worried? Or is he just responsible for monitoring us and keeping track of the team's whereabouts? Be careful. If you just want to monitor, the people behind the scenes can send a smarter person. But this person, I feel, is not that simple.
In fact, Yuzov felt the same way. Because if they just want to know the movements of their own group, the other party can even bribe the people inside and let this trusted person pass on the news that the people behind the scenes want without knowing it, without having to specially install a person. Peace. Many leaks are actually not intentional. They are all leaked information inadvertently. But that young man would exude a strange murderous aura from time to time. It is really hard to believe that such a person is only responsible for the task of surveillance and has no other intentions. But no matter how you probe, you can't find out the method the other party plans to use. Therefore, Yuzov and Myershaw could only continue to stand still to avoid alerting the enemy. However, my Erzon had a feeling that the other party's plan had already been implemented. But he just didn't notice it. So what exactly is that plan? The Dark Elf was puzzled. The road up the mountain is winding and winding. In fact, this forest is rarely populated, and there are no roads to speak of. It was the scouts who followed the route of the wild beasts, found the gentle slope, and then cut down the weeds on both sides. Just like that, they carved a path. Instead of heading straight ahead when you find the top of the mountain, climb up the rock wall when you see it. Doing so will be very tiring. Fortunately, everyone's luggage is all items that can be carried on their backs. With the help of the scouts who opened the way and the help of everyone climbing ropes, the way up the mountain was not too difficult. The trees on the hillside are sparser than those on the flat ground. However, there are still many tracks of wild beasts, although the scouts had tried their best to find a gentle slope. Several older craftsmen in the team were still out of breath while climbing. Even the luggage was left in charge of their apprentices, who could barely walk by themselves, let alone carry things on their backs. In this kind of terrain, the only ones who can remain active are the warriors, who are accustomed to taking risks. Although the craftsman team usually does some physical work, they use different muscles, carrying things on their backs to climb mountains. Even if they don't complain, their faces won't look much better. And my heir's hen was one of the most relaxed people. The most important thing is that she is used to this kind of environment. The underground world is not an environment that is located on the same plane as most people think. There are also cliffs, various ups and downs, and even opportunities for terrain differences to occur more frequently than on the surface. It can be said that every time I go out, it is like going to climb a mountain. Because of this experience, during the process of going up the mountain, Marshawn could still find opportunities to climb to the treetops and look at the surrounding environment. The reason why I do such physically demanding things is because there is a lingering warning in my heart, and it is getting stronger and stronger. But she still couldn't find the reason. When she climbed up to the treetops for an unknown number of times and looked at the hillside not far away, what she saw was not a lush forest, but a mess that looked like a giant beast wreaking havoc. Trees were broken and rocks were broken, creating a twisted road. At this moment, my Erzon was in a trance for a moment. And then she thought about what kind of creature could cause such destruction. Suddenly, several clues were connected in her mind. The strong set of giant beasts, Silverwheat Camphor, and the black dragon Augustus. Turning over, Melson jumped out of the tree
and ran towards the young man she had always suspected among the Grand Duke's team of craftsmen. Compared to others who were puzzled, the young man, with a sinister expression, took out a dagger from his arms and stabbed Meyer without hesitation. The Dark Elves, who had already been prepared, could not be injured by such a simple attack. He made short strikes and knocked the young man to the ground in 2 or 3 strokes. And from his arms, he found the key to this trap.
What's going on?
Faced with the sudden attack of the Dark Elves, the Grand Duke's team of craftsmen almost took out hammers and axes to fight back. But in the end, they endured it and wanted to hear an explanation instead of getting angry on the spot. After all, even if the previous cooperation and getting along were not harmonious, they were by no means enemies. Yuzov, who rushed over, saw at the first sight what Meyer was holding in his hand. His eyes flashed with sternness and he asked,
"What is this? The thing we have been ignoring." Long Anxiang.
Dragon drowning incense is an alchemical product that is concentrated and refined from the excrement of female sub-dragon species when they are in estrus. The formal use is to aphrodisiac monsters and make them mate. Most of the armies that use warcraft species as mounts will use this kind of alchemy potion that forces the mounts to breed in order to maintain the number of warcraft they raise. But there are also nobles who use this kind of thing on women or men. Basically, using it once will destroy a person. It is not difficult to guess what kind of creatures this thing will attract if placed in such a place. Myrxius suppressed the man beneath him and said,
"Because of the strong smell of silverwheat camphor, we ignored the second smell that had been following. And because I lived with Augustus for a period of time, I am used to the scent of dragons, so I have never paid attention to this vague smell. But we ignore this smell. But some creatures do not. So I am not sure whether there is fragrant nan in this forest. But I don't know. I am sure that there is a dragon here that is not known to most people. And it is most likely a ground dragon, because I saw traces of a suspected ground dragon from the treetops on the east slope. I don't know. My guess is not correct."
In the latter sentence, Mar was asking about the young man she was holding down. Despite the Dark Elf's slender appearance, the muscles hidden underneath actually possessed considerable strength. At least, the person who was pinned down couldn't break free. He had to use all his strength to squeeze the air out of his lungs and make a sound. He said sternly,
"Mr. Kawe has long been dissatisfied with everything that the magician has done. Today, in order to remove his wings, I will pay the price with my life."
The young man's words frightened everyone in the Grand Duke's craftsman team on the spot. Even the old craftsman who took this apprentice looked shocked and tried to explain to Yuzov.
"President Gontia, this matter is completely false. The Grand Duke never issued such an instruction." "Ha! Old man, you were abandoned by Duke Kawe. Of course it's not your turn to know this kind of secret."
The young man laughed arrogantly. The old craftsman looked distressed. He wanted to persuade his apprentice, but he still turned to look at Yuzov.
"President Gontia, look."
He was interrupted before he finished speaking. Yuzov said,
"Master, I believe this is not the intention of the Grand Duke."
But someone else thought, "Yes, do you think it's? But I have to find out who is behind it. Even today's actions are to deal with people from the technical guild or my boss. I need to find out more about this. So it is impossible for people to it's for you. If the Grand Duke's deacons or guards come to ask for it, I have no objection and will definitely return his people. But you are just craftsmen and are not good at this kind of thing. Let's leave it to professionals like us. Just don't interfere."
Yuzov interrupted the great craftsman twice, because he just didn't want to look good on the servants of these noble people. There are always people who think that by climbing to the top, they will become a person at that level, and look down upon those who are working hard at the bottom like themselves in the past. Although this attitude of the old craftsman in front of him is not obvious, his sense of superiority cannot be erased. Now he still wants to protect his apprentice. Yuzov only finds it funny, seeing that the old man refused to give up and wanted to say something. Yuzov interrupted him for the 3rd time and said,
"Master, maybe you don't know our situation yet. What I want to tell you is, don't worry about this kid. Don't worry about the wood. We should run away with all our strength. If you continue to talk nonsense, you will be wasting our time to escape."
What do you mean?" the old craftsman asked in confusion. Suddenly there was a huge roar that made everyone present tremble with fear. The timid one simply collapsed and sat on the ground. On the top of the mountain, the Earth Dragon appears. Chapter 759 Earth Dragon. 5-color dragons and metal dragons are generally not regarded as warcraft because they possess civilized level intelligence. Because of its almost beast level intelligence, the Earth Dragon is not recognized as one of the flying lizards on Dragon Island. But in the natural biological sequence of Midland, it is undoubtedly at the top level. Physical resistance, magic resistance, destructive power, physical strength, and speed are all beyond the reach of mere humans. So when people followed the thunderous roar and saw the huge majestic figure on the hillside through the gaps between the treetops, most people were frightened. Only the guards of the Ikaruga Alliance could remain calm. In their adventure career, encountering the Earth Dragon is not the most dangerous moment. The scouts who went forward quickly withdrew, and the vanguard team also sent those who needed to be protected back, and began to build a crude position in the front. In order for the Earth Dragon to attack, it has to cross a quite long downhill section. Unless this big guy is planning to roll down, there's no way it's going that fast. Anyone who is used to taking risks knows that it is easier to go up a mountain than it is to go down. And this is the same for Earth Dragon. Among the guards in the middle, some of them were assigned according to their original tasks and began to evacuate the protected craftsmen and lumberjacks. Some members of the rear guard will become the escaping forwards. Their duty is to remove obstacles on the way to escape. Their importance is no less important than those who block the Earth Dragon, except for those who had established tasks. Everyone else gathered around the guard leader. He passed Yuzov and gave direct instructions. We are not equipped enough to deal with that big guy. Let the people in the retreat group protect the people and leave as planned. The rest of the people stay and can stop the big guy in an hourglass. I guess this is the limit. Then, boy, take them with you. This is a roll call for Yuzov. The tone leaves no room for doubt. Also, can you put the things in your hands away so that big guy doesn't chase us anymore? Or give it to a quickie to try to lure that guy away? Even though Yuzov Gantia was the initiator and leader of this mission, when it came time to fight, in front of the guard leader, he was just a charging pawn, and with the combat power in front of him, facing the Earth Dragon is definitely a tough battle. So of course, that person stood up without giving in and directly commanded everyone, which was also his original duty. In response to the big brother's instructions, Yuzov, who thought he had retired from the adventurer, became more enthusiastic and said, Boss, my combat skills are not new yet. You just throw me to take care of others. Then I'll call you boss for nothing. It's up to you. If you want to stay, just make a good use of it. After the two had a brief conversation, they both looked at the silent dark elf. Mailhow looked thoughtfully at the wooden box containing Longian incense in his hand. The design on the top is very clever. After closing, you can use the mechanism to control the switch of a small hole. As long as the small hole is closed, the scent of dragon drowning fragrance will be completely sealed inside. If the small hole is opened, the scent of dragon-inducing fragrance will slowly spread out. It is estimated that this Earth Dragon has smelled the scent of dragon drowning fragrance for a long time, but it has been unable to determine its location. Therefore, in the past few days, this Earth Dragon was not attracted. However, in order to confirm the contents of the box, he opened the box rashly, allowing the smell to spread without restriction. Only then did Earth Dragon quickly determine the target and appear in front of everyone. Seeing that the Dark Elves were a little distracted, the guards were also dissatisfied with this attitude. You must know that this is a life and death moment, and there is no room for anyone to be in a daze and waste time. Yuzov had no choice but to shout loudly, Mayor Shaw, what did the boss say just now? The Dark Elf, who came back to her senses, looked at the people staring at her, and finally looked at Yuzov. After handing over the suppressed traitor to others, Maishan said, Is this an emergency moment? The head guard said, You have time to ask. I don't think it's so urgent anymore. Can't the average person handle it? That's a dragon. Master Greco can't handle it alone. The guard leader said, as he watched the white swordsman slowly approach from the rearguard position. Is it related to our life safety? At this time, the young man in the guard who supported the Dark Elf said, Sister Xiaomai, I think if you continue to ask, it will not be a matter of life safety. We have to consider what kind of death we want. So, you can use it. He held the box containing Longian incense in his left hand. Mai Erzon used her right hand flexibly to take out a silver needle-shaped metal object that no one had ever seen before from a brocade bag. The whole thing is no bigger than a palm. Quite small and cute. The only thing everyone can be sure of is that this is a magic item, but its strength is unknown. However, those who recognize this item look back and forth between the Dark Elf and the object in her palm with an ugly expression. Yuzov cursed bitterly, and then said, Little Cricket, are you going to use it? Is there a more suitable time than now? Mai Erzon said, as if she was replying to someone. and also as if she was strengthening her confidence. With a deft movement of his fingers, he grasped the little cricket. At the same time, follow the steps, unlock the safety, and lift it forward.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Don't shoot yet,
Yuzov said angrily. At the same time, he pulled the young scout with fast legs and said,
Tell the people in front to abandon their positions and retreat to both sides. Don't look back. Run as far as you can. And the same goes for you. There is no need to come back to report. Inform the front line then. Follow them and retreat to both sides.
The young scout made no move. He just looked at the guard leader. He knew very well that the person with the greatest say at this time was not the boss, but the big brother who everyone trusted the most in the Turtle Dove Alliance. He understood that his behavior was beyond his authority. But Yuzov put a hand on Mel's hand holding the little cricket and pressed it down slightly, asking her not to shoot so quickly, while saying with an expression of begging for mercy,
Boss, I don't have time to explain. Let the people in front of you spread out as far away as possible. Believe me, please, even if you only believe me once in this life, you must listen to me this time.
The Earth Dragon, which was moving its huge body and rushing down the mountain, raised its head and roared at the right moment. The roar of dragon power was more than thrilling to describe, compared with Yuzov's puzzling request and the inexplicable behavior of the Dark Elf. The guard leader instinctively wanted to refuse, but he nodded mysteriously and made a completely different choice than what he thought in his heart. The speed at which the avant-garde evacuated left and right was not unsatisfactory, because the enemy in front of us is an Earth Dragon,
and those who move too slowly will only become the Earth Dragon's excrement the next day. Although the content of the order was puzzling and contrary to common sense, everyone still obeyed. At the main line, Yuzov shouted regardless of his image and drove everyone in front away. Judging from the direction in which the Earth Dragon was heading, there was no longer any obstacle, and the unimpeded giant beast rushed straight towards Meyer's hen, who was holding up the dragon drowning incense. I don't care at all about the delicious-looking villains running to the left and right.
The road ahead is clear,
Yuzov shouted 3 times regardless of his appearance, and then let go of his arm that was holding down Meyer. In fact, everyone was confused as to why the president of the technical guild looked so nervous. Even Melson is the same. But the Dark Elf didn't think about the reason, because the Earth Dragon was about to rush in front of him. He raised the little cricket in his right hand again and pointed it at Lilong without deliberately aiming. It means that the target is so big, if he still misses, he will no longer be an elf. Pull the trigger. A thin, almost invisible black light shot out from the small cricket's needle-shaped muzzle, accurately penetrating into the head of the Earth Dragon that was rushing down the mountain. The whole process passed by in a flash, and not many people noticed it. Of course, they were not able to stop the Earth Dragon from advancing. Melson, who was full of expectations, felt like she was about to collapse. She reluctantly pulled the trigger a few more times, but it was impossible to fire a second round from a disposable weapon. But Yuzov, who had seen the power of the little cricket, felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. After firing, he immediately threw the Dark Elf to the ground and shouted around,
Lie down and hold your head. Cover your ears and open your mouth."
Although Yuzov tried to warn everyone and said what he thought was an appropriate response, but in the end, the words he yelled at the top of his lungs did not reach anyone's ears. Taking the path of the black destructive light as the central axis, it generates a terrifying spiral suction force upward, downward, left and right, sucking all matter within the range into it, including air, making it irresistible. The penetrated Earth Dragon also undergoes horrific changes. The point where the black light hits the forehead is like the point of annihilation of all matter. It's not that the dragon's flesh and blood is involved, but that it is transformed into inorganic spiritual matter inch by inch. And then it is involved and disappears. It looks like a tiny hole that runs from the dragon's head to its tail, and continues to expand outward. There is no blood or any cry of pain during the rapid transformation. Even the Earth Dragon itself may not be conscious. Before people realized what happened, the dragon's form disappeared from sight, leaving only 4 souls standing alone on the ground. Then came the strong winds that hit from all directions. In order to fill the large vacuum zone, the environment was restored to balance in the most rough and wild manner. For the people inside, the howling of all kinds of strong winds filled their ears, and the flying sand and rocks hit them. The power was no less than a natural disaster, and no one could stand. Only then did everyone understand that Yuzov's intention was to tell everyone to lie down. But it was too late. If there is a tree trunk next to you, you can still try to stabilize your body, provided that the tree is not uprooted. There was nothing to grab around, so it became a gourd rolling on the ground, and was blown away by the strong wind. In addition to being scratched by sand, being hit by stones, and being injured by rolling on the ground, most people also experienced severe pain in their eardrums. Some people even had bloodshot eyes and noses. He looked so miserable. However, no matter how powerful the disaster is, it will eventually subside. When the natural environment returns to balance, everything will be peaceful. The survivors, although everyone was injured, no one died, so it can be considered that they all survived. They stood up in despair, looking at everything after the disaster, as if it was the end of the world. Chapter 760, A Blessing in Disguise? Chapter 760, A Blessing in Disguise?
Actually, I have been thinking about whether I made the wrong choice when I chose to learn swordsmanship when I was young.
The person who said this was William Greco, who walked next to Yuzov. The person who had been falling on the dark elf suddenly woke up and stood up in a hurry. Yuzov looked up with a sad face, and when he saw the white sword master, he couldn't help but smile. The sword master with messy hair and gray body said helplessly,
"Okay, I think I don't need to be reminded by others of how bad I am now. So please don't talk about this."
At this time, Meyerton, who was completely confused, stood up and stared blankly at everything that had been ravaged in front of him. She seemed to have a stiff neck and turned around reluctantly, looked at Yuzov, and asked nonchalantly,
"Is this made by a little cricket? You don't know anything, so you dare to bring that thing out. You're not afraid of getting yourself killed. I don't think the resurrection technique can save you from that shot."
Yuzov stretched out his hand and sat on the ground. Meyer was pulled up. At the same time, he pulled up nearby team members one by one to confirm their status. However, everyone stared blankly at the road leading straight to the top of the mountain. On both sides of the avenue, there are the remnants of tree trunks that are gradually rising. At the edge, half of them have been eliminated, leaving only half of the tree crown facing outward. A little further away, in the last position of the earth dragon, only 4 huge paws were left, as proof that the ferocious beast once existed. In addition, during the final stage of the raging wind, the rocks and trees were blown into this area, as well as a few unlucky people who failed to stabilize themselves. Everyone forgot about the pain on their bodies and looked at everything in front of them in disbelief, including the craftsmen who had run a short distance away. They all came back at this time, showing the same expression and looking at the same scenery. No one spoke up. Yuzov suddenly said,
"I used to think that the resurrected demon king was very dangerous. One day, he would show his ambition to conquer the world again and dominate the land with fear again. So I volunteered to become their follower, as a bell hanging around the cat's neck. I hope that when things break out, I will have the opportunity to warn the world and give everyone a little more time to prepare."
Yuzov's voice attracted everyone's attention and became the center of attention.
But I later discovered that the purpose of the former demon king was only revenge. When she had no object and reason for revenge, she was just a very powerful magician, just like the great magicians and Dharma saints in the lost world. Of course, this powerful magician is stronger than many people, but he is still not a threat. The man who can get along with the former demon king is really dangerous. Everyone suddenly thought of the man wearing a black robe and looking like a skull. In fact, he was not like this before. It's just that some people don't understand why that man gets such a rating. Some people are worried about whether that man has any hidden ambitions.
He has no ambitions, no strong desires, and can even be said to be a bit weak and indecisive in character. But I have no doubt that everything he does may kill himself and drag the whole world down with him. This childlike innocence scares me more than the bad guy's malice.
If you were chatting around the campfire at night, everyone would just treat these words as a joke, and then start a series of bragging competitions. But looking at the scene in front of them, no one could laugh. If they knew again that someone was colluding with the world trees, they would probably refresh their cognitive bottom line again. But it's also someone's absence. If Len was present, he would definitely not have any unnecessary emotions. Because as a group of Earthlings with a reserve of 7 nuclear bombs to destroy the Earth, and a loyal believer in Gundam New Age W, consuming the self-destruction skill of SP1 is a must. Isn't it? Just when everyone was at a loss, the young man from the scout team ran over panting.
"Boss, I seem to have found the fragrant Nanmu. Do we still need it?"
Everyone smiled bitterly. "Yes, that's a good question. Do you still need it? On the other side, knowing that he had been exposed and that his plan had failed. The Ghost and the Grand Duke's craftsman team took advantage of the fact that everyone was knocked down by the wind, including the negligence of his captor, and ran away, planning to escape into the forest behind. As long as he can enter the woods, he has the ability to deal with everyone and even escape, because they were a step too late, and because everyone underestimated the strength of the mole. The members of the Ikaruga Alliance, who were responsible for looking after him, were unable to catch up. All he could do was shout and scream from behind to attract everyone's attention. The angry Yuzov stretched out his hand towards Mel, and the dark elf understood what this man wanted. He took off the rifle from his back, patted the dust on his head, and then handed it to Yuzov. I saw Yuzov Gantija neatly pulling the trigger, holding the gun, aiming, and shooting. All actions were done in one go, and there was no loud noise. In the distance, the ghost, who was only one step away from running into the woods, suddenly fell to the ground and stopped moving. Then he pushed the gun aside and returned it to the dark elf. Maybe no one came forward to confirm, but several veterans could clearly see that, after being hit on the back of the head and falling in that way, the guy was definitely dead. Rifle wounds are a common sight these days. At this time, the guard leader walked up to Yuzov and asked, "I thought you wanted to find out who was behind it. Are you going to kill him now? Just cut off his head. Take care of it, and take him back. There is a lich in my family. Even if the person is dead, there is a way to make him tell the truth. In other words, it is more convenient if the person is dead. The reason why I disapprove of that, the reason why someone speaks in this way, is because we are not necessarily sure whether the person being arrested is innocent. But since this guy has committed this kind of thing, there is no possibility that he will be killed anyway. It's just a question. Whether he wants to live to speak is not important. As you wish." The guard leader waved his hand, and other alliance members naturally went to carry out what he said. But what the guard leader wanted to ask was not over yet. He looked at the friend beside him, who he had known for a long time. "Then, do we still cut down trees?" After scratching his head, Yuzov's face was no longer serious, but with a bit of helplessness, and he said, "Now that we have clues, let's go and take a look. If yes, this mission is successfully completed. If not, let's go back home. I believe there must be a replacement for those wooden ones." "Right, Master." The latter sentence was naturally addressed to the most respected master craftsman among the Grand Duke's team of craftsmen. In fact, as long as they rely on powerful people, these craftsmen are no longer just pure craftsmen. Sometimes their stubbornness is not about insisting on their works, but actually just to highlight their status. But because the inner ghost is his apprentice, the master may be a little overwhelmed now. Not to mention whether the noble man would accept the formal protest made by his boss to Duke Kawe. When something like this happens, there will probably be a wave of shock within the Grand Duke. At this time, there is no point in trying to show off your identity and insisting on pretentiousness. Yuzov, who knew it well, asked this question. The old craftsman in question has been engaged in intrigues for the rest of his life. How could he not understand the meaning of the president of the technical guild? He looked at the direction where his beloved apprentice fell to the ground with an ugly face, and the hatred in his heart was unknown, whether it was because of his beloved apprentice's betrayal or because he was killed. But what can I do? The fact of betrayal cannot be false. And he not only betrayed the Grand Duke, but also betrayed himself as a teacher. When that earth dragon comes over, he doesn't care who has a high status and who has a low status. In the face of the cruelty of nature and death, everyone is equal, even if the emperor is present. For Lin, the news about the logging team came at night. In fact, the family in the holy city is also in a state of cleaning up the aftermath. The night before was supposed to be a peaceful night like the past. However, because the west building is under construction, many people at home have left temporarily for various reasons. Therefore, this huge room looked deserted and messy unlike before. Even if there are more Marquis Balin and her deacons and servants, they don't dare to speak loudly or play loudly like those who are not here. The habits of several cats are indeed similar to those of their counterparts on Earth. Even if you help them create a comfortable environment and a warm bed, they still stay where they want to stay, instead of taking a specific route and sleeping in a fixed position according to human wishes. However, compared with their counterparts on Earth, demon cats still have one advantage. That is, they do not need to prepare litter boxes for them. And of course, they do not need to shovel poop. They will go to specific places in the yard to facilitate themselves. At least, I have never heard of anyone whose feet were treated by cat poop traps. Even learned to use a flush toilet.
then have a great time. When it's time to rest at night, the cat's favorite place to stay is actually in the East Building. This is where the Black Dragon Augustus rested and slept after he transformed into a dragon. The Dragon Clan, which is avoided by all the monsters, has actually become the roommate of the monster cat. If you talk about this kind of thing outside, no one will believe it. But it happened in this home. Of course, this may be related to the fact that Augustus is an old dragon in his twilight years. Compared with the dignity of the Dragon Clan, he preferred to make people listen to him. The same is true for the 2 fat boys. And the same is true for the 3 kittens. As for Hardy, who was keen on night watch for a short period of time, he thought he could help the family. But ever since it saw how the intruders were eliminated without a trace, its mind has become cold. Now I go out and hang out in the middle of the night. Just to hang out. And he would not stay at home, but would go outside and wander around the holy city, visiting small animals everywhere. Despite this, there will still be people patrolling the house. Before the 2 girls go to bed, they walk around. It's not to guard against foreign enemies or thieves, but to make sure that various places are tidied up. Doors that should be closed, and faucets that should be tightened are done. Is there something messed up by those 2 lawless fat boys that they neglected to clean up during the day? In the past, it was inevitable that there would be some areas that Juana or the 2 apprentices did not take care of. But since there were more servants from the Marquis, the night watch before going to bed became more like a habit. It seems that if you don't do it, you won't be able to sleep well at night. But this night's night patrol was different.